Chapter 705. The Disruption of Memory. This Chu Ying possesses an aura of intimidation, with her graceful figure reminiscent of the legendary Liu Feifan. Just a glance at her supple waist left Shen Bing feeling weak, let alone the thought of touching it. Her appearance was profoundly classical. She often spoke with her head slightly bowed, exuding an enchanting elegance that starkly contrasted with Shen Bing's demeanor. Upon witnessing Chu Ying's smile at Tang San, Shen Bing felt a pang of unease swell within her. She coughed lightly and inquired, "Liu Feifan, what are you plotting?" Liu Feifan, feeling a tinge of anxiety, hesitated to reveal his intentions of courting his senior, thus he opted for a vague response. There is something extraordinary about her situation. Please, just listen for a moment. Bai Yi felt overwhelmed. Having recently turned down in Beijing, now another Chu Ying had appeared, all of whom seemed to be intertwined with the story of Yang Yuan. What had become of this world? When had it become so small? Fu Yu glanced at Bai Yi, sensing his fatigue. The energy for meddling in others' affairs seemed to diminish. With a gentle tone, Fu Yu suggested, "Why not simply listen? It's merely a tale." Indeed, Chu Ying chimed in, displaying her keen intellect. "Most deem me mentally unstable, and few believe my words. Ever since my last article was published, accusations of imagination disorder have plagued me. I've been consulting a psychiatrist, yet I assure you, I speak the truth. If you doubt me, observe this." Suddenly, Chu Ying rolled up her sleeve. Despite the sweltering heat, she wore long sleeves, and her revelation astonished everyone. On her right arm was a circular mark, prompting Bai Yi to recall the legend. Yang Yuan was named for the jade ring found on her arm at birth. Chu Ying lowered her sleeve and stated, "You see? This birthmark has been with me since I entered the world, not something artificially created. You may verify this with my parents." Noticing the silence from the group, Chu Ying eagerly continued, "Moreover, at the tender age of 4, I suddenly recited a poem. The delicate sleeves stir with fragrance, red lotuses sway in the autumn mist. On the gentle cloud peak, the wind stirs by the tender willows. The water caresses." At that time, my parents had not taught me this poem, nor did they know its origin. It was only as I grew older that I sought to uncover its source, discovering it was indeed composed by Yang Yuan. My parents are aware of this too, and you can verify it. Bai Yi recognized the poem as authentically attributed to Yang Yuan, capturing the essence of a woman's graceful dance. Ephemeral like autumn mist and soft like willows brushing against water. It was a profound piece, and it seemed improbable for a mere 4-year-old to recite such intricate verses, especially with obscure characters that even adults might struggle to recognize. Bai Yi finally felt a flicker of intrigue. Is there more? In addition to reciting peculiar poetry in my youth, I often spoke in my sleep. Chu Ying remarked, "I often spoke of terrifying dreams, imploring not to be killed. And such distressing thoughts persisted until I reached the age of 16. Because of this, I never stayed in school accommodations, fearing I would frighten others or that they might harbor biases against me." Suddenly, Liu Feifan inquired, "Brother Bai, do you believe in the concept of reincarnation?" Bai Yi cast a glance at Fu Yu, pondering that if the reincarnation goo truly existed, then perhaps reincarnation was indeed a reality. Otherwise, how could one explain the occurrences surrounding Shen Bing and Song Yang? Tang Sanqing added, "Particularly in our nation, many people subscribe to the belief in reincarnation. Both Taoism and Buddhism encompass this notion. In Taoist teachings, it is said that upon death, one becomes a spirit, and the cultivation achieved during one's life continues to accumulate. Thus, after death, one may continue their spiritual journey as a ghostly immortal or choose to be reincarnated." Buddhism, too, emphasizes reincarnation, stating that upon death, one enters a new life. However, there exists the issue of memory discontinuity. The memories do not possess continuity or inheritance, resulting in the reborn individual being entirely unfamiliar with their past self, effectively rendering them two distinct beings. Bai Yi fell silent, recognizing that for Song Yang and Shen Bing, the circumstances had indeed led to memory discontinuity. Timidly, Chu Ying asked, "What is memory discontinuity?" In Buddhism, memory discontinuity equates to the death of the soul. In this world, whether in suffering or joy, who would willingly embrace such a fate unless they genuinely wished to forget their past? Thus, Buddhists face the tragedy of memory discontinuity. Tang Sanqing continued, "There is a folklore that states, upon death, one consumes Mengpo's soup, thereby erasing all memories of their previous life. This is, in essence, memory discontinuity." With a smile, Chu Ying looked at Tang Sanqing and said, So I am the one who has tea drunk Meng Po's soup? Shen Bing pouted. This woman. Perhaps. Tang Sanqing responded, oblivious to Shen Bing's reaction, continuing his conversation with Chu Ying. However, Bai Yi has also mentioned similar cases abroad, correct, Bai Yi? Bai Yi let out a snort, indeed. Tang Sanqing sensed a shift in the atmosphere as he caught Bai Yi's eye, prompting him to glance at Shen Bing, whose expression darkened. Tang Sanqing froze, feeling unjustly accused, pondering what he had done wrong. Meanwhile, Chu Ying's curiosity about Tang Sanqing only deepened. So do you believe then? You believe in reincarnation, and my past life was Yang Yuhuan, correct? Not entirely disbelieving, Tang Sanqing replied cautiously, merely suggesting that such phenomena may indeed occur. Even so, I find joy in the possibility. Chu Ying continued, actually, a Japanese individual sought me out recently. Abe Seiko, Bai Yi blurted out. Yes, how did you know? Chu Ying exclaimed, surprised. He found me through an article I wrote in a magazine. When did this happen? Bai Yi inquired. Not long ago, perhaps 4 days ago. Chu Ying replied. He expressed a keen interest in my circumstances, persistently questioning whether I remembered the events surrounding Yang Yuan's death. He struck me as somewhat peculiar. If he is not odd, then I do not know what is, Tang Sanqing remarked. Bai Yi let out a cold laugh. So this person is still in Beijing? Yes. He mentioned he is waiting for someone, Chu Ying replied. From his tone, it seems he won't leave until he gets what he wants. Everyone recalled the resolute words spoken by Abe Qing on the day he departed. Bai Yi touched his nose, likening the situation to Jiang Taigong fishing, where only the willing are caught. If one is unwilling, what can be done? Now, he was curious to see if he could indeed catch these elusive fish. Fu Yu sighed. So, it appears your arrival here was not a mere coincidence. You sought us out, not just to share a story, I presume? Bai Yi was taken aback. How could he have missed such an obvious flaw? Clearly, he was unsettled by Abe Qing's machinations. Chu Ying glanced at Liu Feifan, a hint of apology in her eyes. Feifan, I'm sorry, it's Abe Qing who instructed me. He seems to have a keen understanding of your circumstances and your relationship with Teacher Tang, which is why he asked me to approach you first. However, my intentions are genuine. I have not deceived you. Liu Feifan felt a surge of frustration. He had unwittingly become a pawn for the beautiful senior sister. How could his unfortunate fate always lead him to tragedy, especially in the presence of attractive women? First, there was Fu Yu, who had left his heart in disarray. And now, Shen Bing had compounded his woes. Now, Chu Ying was adding salt to his wounds. He told me that Yang Yuhuan's grave might be in Japan. If I go there, I may unravel the mysteries surrounding me. However, it cannot be just the two of us. We need others to accompany us. And you are the most suitable candidates, Chu Ying stated. Are you willing? Miss Chu, please go back and inform Abe Qing that this trick has failed. He should devise another plan, Bai Yi replied. I'm sorry, but I must take my leave. Liu Feifan, feeling somewhat awkward, offered, Sister, let me escort you back. Reluctantly, Chu Ying stood up, casting a glance at Tang Sanqing. Teacher Tang, you believe me, don't you? Aren't you curious? Don't you wish to know the answers? Tang Sanqing remained silent. This was not a question he could answer alone. Liu Feifan, wishing to ease the tension, softly told Chu Ying, Sister, our arrival was indeed rather abrupt. Let us go? Chu Ying was almost dragged out by Liu Feifan, as Shen Bing hurriedly shut the door behind them. Honestly, Liu Feifan, why do you bring everyone here? What do you think this place is? Fu Yu chuckled. Oh, don't be so petty. I see nothing unusual. He doesn't seem to regard Tang Sanqing with any particular significance. Shen Bing's face flushed crimson. What are you saying? Whatever it is, you're well aware. Fu Yu pointed at Shen Bing's heart. You may deceive others, but can you deceive yourself? You possess Shen Bing's appearance, yet your heart still belongs to Xiao Ning. Shen Bing bashfully glanced at Tang Sanqing. Ever since recovering Xiao Ning's memories, she often felt a peculiar sensation in Tang Sanqing's presence, even questioning herself if she truly had feelings for him. Is it due to possessing Xiao Ning's memories? Or is it because of her identity as Shen Bing? It is this inner conflict that causes Shen Bing to seldom reveal her true feelings in front of Tang Sanqing. The emergence of Chu Ying, who frequently expresses goodwill towards Tang Sanqing, ultimately compels Shen Bing to acknowledge her emotions. She has long regarded Tang Sanqing as her personal possession, unyielding to the covetousness of other women. Chapter 706. The lethal move. Upon overhearing the conversation between the two, Tang Sanqing chuckled and naively remarked to Shen Bing. So you were jealous just now? Bai Yi sighed deeply, thinking how foolish he was. One should never be so overt about a woman's jealousy. Women, too, possess pride and dignity. Would Shen Bing dare to admit it given such bluntness? As expected, Shen Bing shot a glare at Tang Sanchong, exclaiming, "Shameless! Who would be jealous of you? What a daydreamer!" After her outburst, she swiftly retreated to her room, slamming the door with a resounding thud. Bai Yi burst into laughter, teasing, "Tang Sanchong, you need to understand women. It will take you another 50 years. Are you not included in that?" "Fu you, rarely playful," teased Bai Yi. Bai Yi replied, "With just a glance from me, you would comprehend everything. There is no need for further explanation." However, Abe Haru is indeed persistent. I wonder what approach he will take next. Fu Yu merely smiled in silence. Bai Yi continued, "Never mind. I suspect he is likely to give up. Come, aren't we to prepare dinner?" Fu Yu remained silent, for she understood well that Abe Haru was not one to easily relent. In 2 days, she would find out whether her intuition was correct. As fate would have it, 3 days after Chu Ying's return, an unexpected figure appeared, Lei Run. Since the resolution of the Hisar incident, Bai Yi had refrained from contacting the organization, not out of any particular reason, but simply because it seemed unnecessary. Curiously, Lei Run had also been absent. His arrival tonight took Bai Yi by surprise. Lei Run appeared notably invigorated, entering with a hearty laugh. "I never imagined you all would be living so leisurely. I saw the news from a while back." As everyone welcomed Lei Run, he settled into a seat. "Has the Hisar matter been resolved?" Without providing a direct answer, Bai Yi inquired, "Did you deduce it?" As soon as Tang Sancheng spoke, he regretted it. Realizing he had forgotten that Lei Run was a member of the Shadow Organization, possessing abilities beyond those of ordinary people. Just by being in their presence, he could glean insights into their pasts. Upon entering, Lei Run would have had an inkling of what transpired before. "Alas, I thought I had grown wiser. Yet I remain at the same level as before," Lei Run remarked. If Sanshu were aware of this matter, he would undoubtedly feel gratified. "The death of Hai Sheng has cast a shadow over everyone's hearts, but now we can finally find solace. Lei Gu, what brings you here today?" Bai Yi pressed, eager to get to the point. "Firstly, to validate the Hisar situation. Secondly, to inform you that the organization has acquired new members. Like you. Their inclusion comes with certain conditions." As soon as Lei Yiren's words fell, Fu Yu immediately exchanged a glance with Bai Yi, who emphatically struck his thigh. Observing this gesture, Lei Yiren chuckled. "Initially, I was perplexed, but having witnessed the recent fragment, I now comprehend why this individual has gone to such lengths to join our organization. It appears his true aim is directed at you." Song Yang, taken aback, inquired, "What does this have to do with anything? Who is this person? And why set his sights on us?" And Bei Qing, Bai Yi retorted with irritation, "How does he possess knowledge of the Yin People Organization? I hadn't anticipated he would be so capable. In truth, I seem to have never divulged the origins of the Yin People Organization to you." Lei Yiren remarked, "The Yin People Organization was established quite early, around the end of the Qin dynasty. A group of like-minded individuals, discovering they possessed abilities beyond the ordinary, felt both apprehensive and believed it to be a divine gift. They united with the intention of serving the court, which marked the nascent formation of the organization. Since these abilities were not accepted by the common populace, they humorously referred to themselves as the Yin People, thus laying the groundwork for what would later become the Yin People Organization." "The end of the Qin dynasty?" Tang Sancheng exclaimed in surprise. The Qin dynasty was replete with extraordinary figures, and then came the Tang dynasty, another era of remarkable individuals. Among them were Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng. Could they possibly be the ones? Indeed, Lei Yiren affirmed. These two were among the earliest members of the Yin People Organization. Although the organization itself did not fully coalesce until the end of the Tang dynasty, when it was officially named and encompassed nearly all eccentric talents from various dynasties. Even those who excavate tombs have one among them, named Sang Jiuming. Tang Sancheng immediately recalled this individual. "Indeed, it is Sang Jiuming," Lei Yiren confirmed. "I am surprised you are familiar with such a figure. In fact, the individual you recently sought, Bao Haizi, was also a member of the Yin People Organization." Bai Yi felt a peculiar sensation. "Brother Lei, your discourse has yet to reveal who is credited with the definitive formation of the Yin People Organization?" A look of confusion crossed Lei Yiren's face. "This is something we truly do not know. The system has been passed down through generations, and aside from the lists of members throughout history, there is scant information available." "Why?" "Oh, it's nothing," Bai Yi mused. I was merely pondering whether the Yin people organization might also be a mere pastime of the river god. Perhaps I am overthinking it. He then steered the conversation back to Bai Yi. However, can the Yin people organization accept members from abroad, even if he is a descendant of Bai Yi? There is indeed a noteworthy connection. The Yin people organization has previously accepted only one foreigner, Bai Yi's ancestor, Bai Yi, thus setting a precedent. His master was a Taoist sage, and his extraordinary talents warranted his exceptional admission into the organization, Lei Yiren explained. Speaking of which, Bai Yi is the second foreigner. No wonder he is aware of the Yin people organization. It is evidently linked to his lineage, Fuyu noted. However, he is indeed formidable, managing to locate you. This is related to the abilities of the Onmyoji, Tang Sancheng remarked. Onmyoji often served as military strategists during Japan's warring states period, and the daimyos were quite concerned with divination. The military fans wielded by the generals were, in fact, a form of sorcery. The military fan is adorned on both sides with the sun and the moon. When confronted with an ominous day that necessitates battle, one would display the moon side during daylight, thereby reversing day and night, transforming misfortune into fortune. Their divination skills are remarkably profound. I believe Abe no Saimai certainly capitalized on this. He could predict his auspicious days and benefactors, strategically aligning with fate and individuals. Ray Yiren expressed his astonishment, remarking on the coincidence that, on that very day, a member of our organization encountered him. It was truly a revelation. Indeed, the Onmyoji possesses other astonishing abilities. Yet I surmise that Abe no Saimai must have divined a way to connect with you. Granted, he may not be aware that we are members of the Yin organization. But according to your customs, newly inducted members are afforded a condition whereby they can persuade you to journey to Japan. Given that we are already members of the organization, he has achieved his desire. Tang Sancheng glanced at Bai Yi. This is his ultimate tactic. Bai Yi let out a muffled sound through his nose. Realizing he had been thoroughly understood, Ray Yiren sighed. By the time I learned of this, third uncle had already consented. So, Brother Ray, it's all right. Tang Sancheng continued. So now he is undertaking a task for the organization, and in return, the organization is to assist him in locating the tomb of Yang Guifei? Indeed. Ray Yiren affirmed. I did not expect such thoughtfulness from him. Everyone fell silent, turning to gaze at Bai Yi, whose face was a canvas of mixed hues, revealing his distress. Tang Sancheng was genuinely astonished. One's face could display such a multitude of expressions when angry, changing colors so swiftly. Bai Yi, what do you think? What more can I say? Bai Yi replied. Brother Ray, I shall not put you in a difficult position. Please convey to third uncle that we accept this task without hesitation. Ray Yiren took a deep breath. By the way, I will inform third uncle about the matter concerning Heezer. You all have accomplished a significant feat, and everyone feels relieved for Haisheng. In truth, we have done little. It can be said that Heezer took matters into his own hands, Tang Sancheng admitted candidly. Ray Yiren chuckled. Aren't you interested in the accolades? At this moment, such sentiments are far from my mind, Bai Yi retorted, exasperated. Just the thought of that Abe no Saimai. Ray Yiren, sensing the mood, dared not linger any longer and promptly stood up. Very well. This is a recent task assigned to you by the organization. It must be completed. I shall find third uncle and share this good news. I take my leave. As Ray Yiren departed like the wind, Song Yang mumbled. He certainly knows how to make a swift exit. Bai Yi felt utterly drained, while Song Yang chuckled, playfully punching Bai Yi's already tender midsection. No wonder that fellow was so confident when he left, asserting that we would certainly agree and meet. It seems he truly knows his craft. Hey, which side are you on in this conversation? Xiaoshan remarked. Why do I feel as though we have been ensnared by someone? It leaves me utterly unsettled. Furthermore, do you truly believe that fellow's tale? His mother has vanished, and curiously enough, it is said she disappeared at the tomb of Yang Guifei. Allow me to express my skepticism. Firstly, whose mother would indulge in such triviality, playing hide and seek to the extent of wandering into a tomb? Especially that of Yang Guifei. Moreover, the precise location of Yang Guifei's tomb remains shrouded in mystery even today. How could he possibly ascertain that this place is indeed her burial site? In summary, there are far too many inconsistencies in this matter, and I find this individual unworthy of trust. Given the circumstances, our trip to Japan is now inevitable. Chija interjected. Bai Yi, what is your perspective? You are right. We have no choice but to proceed. Nevertheless, this young man indeed harbors many uncertainties. We must remain vigilant while traveling together, Bai Yi responded, turning to face Fu Yu. Especially you, Fu Yu. Me? Fu Yu was taken aback. Indeed, that lad seems to have ulterior motives toward you. So tread carefully, Bai Yi concluded, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as he coughed lightly, which prompted a wave of laughter. No one could have imagined that Bai Yi would find himself in such a predicament. Chapter 707. Written in black and white. Tang Sanqing expressed considerable interest in the formation of the Shadow People organization. I wonder what compelled the founders to gather all individuals with special abilities. If these talents could be harnessed effectively, they could indeed alter the very fabric of our world. Upon hearing Tang Sanqing's words, Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, why had he not contemplated this before? Even the current Shadow People organization, though they had only encountered a fraction of its members, could, if united in purpose and with Uncle's influence, potentially bring about monumental change. The thought sent a chill down Bai Yi's spine. How terrifying it was. Had the original organizers not considered this possibility? Abe Haru seemed to possess remarkable skills, yet his family also shared ties with the Shadow People. It was rather surprising, especially as he was the sole foreigner. Song Yang remarked with a hint of sarcasm, a distinguished descendant of an eminent family. Wouldn't you agree, Fu Yu? Fu Yu smiled but offered no reply, while Bai Yi feigned composure yet could not suppress a sideways glance at Song Yang. Distinguished descendant? Is this how one plays tricks? Song Yang merely stuck out his tongue. Well, it has come to this. What more can be done? Xiaoshan, how is your investigation into Abe Haru progressing? Bai Yi's irritation dissipated. Although these two were somewhat mischievous, their insights were astute. Xiaoshan replied, I have looked into it. There indeed exists an Abe Haru within the family, of a similar age. Furthermore, several articles online have mentioned him, suggesting that his name includes Haru because the family believes his abilities, once developed, could reach the level of Abe no Saimai, thus bestowing upon him great expectations. Names are typically assigned at birth. So did they discover his potential while he was still an infant? Shen Bing spoke with a hint of irritation. This defies logic. Generally, individuals of some merit tend to fabricate extraordinary tales about themselves. For instance, they might claim that when a certain historical figure was born, the weather was far from ordinary. Perhaps there were thunder and lightning, or the mother experienced an unusual dream, or a celestial being descended. Wouldn't you agree? Shen Bing's remarks elicited laughter from the group, as it indeed seemed plausible. Either one was born with extraordinary talent or encountered remarkable events during their youth. Take Liu Bang, for example. During the twilight of the Qin dynasty, when Liu Bang served as a minor official, one fateful night, he found himself intoxicated. A scout reported that a massive serpent blocked their path, requesting to turn back. In a drunken haze, Liu Bang, seemingly unafraid, declared, Brave men, follow me. What is there to fear? Thus, he charged ahead, wielding his sword to cleave the great white serpent in two. An elderly woman wept at the sight of the slain serpent. When asked the reason for her sorrow, she lamented that her son had been killed. Inquisitively, another person asked how she knew her son had perished. The woman replied, My son is the White Emperor, transformed into a serpent, and he was slain by the Red Emperor for obstructing the path. Liu Bang was identified as the Red Emperor, which seemingly foreshadowed his ascent to power. Perhaps Abe Haruki's situation bore some resemblance. Setting that aside, regardless of how formidable his yin-yang techniques might be, they pale in comparison to the sheer strength of his intentions. Bai Yi's side, acknowledging their affiliation with the Yin organization, resignation was inevitable. Abe Haruki could hardly contain his inner excitement. A little over an hour after Lei Yi's departure, he had made his entrance, not by knocking, but by scaling the wall. Had it not been for Qi Xie's composure, they might have already clashed with this intruder. Qi Xie, exasperated, remarked, in broad daylight, You vault the wall without fear of being mistaken for a thief? Moreover, there are cameras everywhere. Fear not, I employed an illusion. To others, it merely appeared as a cat entering. Abe Haruki replied, a hint of pride creeping into his expression, though he attempted to suppress it. Fully aware of his previous expulsion, he cleared his throat softly. Well, you must have heard the news, I presume? What news? Song Yang chuckled. You are quite peculiar. Why do you speak so oddly upon your arrival? Song Yang's inquiry momentarily caught Abe Haruki off guard. He had calculated that Lei Yi should have arrived by now. Had he miscalculated this time? Please, take a seat, Fu Yu invited. Upon hearing Fu Yu's voice, Abe Haruki couldn't help but break into a smile. Thank you. Song Yang plopped down beside Abe Haruki. I wonder why your name contains the character for clear. It sounds rather feminine. Although you're not conventionally handsome, you certainly don't appear effeminate. My name was derived from my family's divination practices, as advised by our ancestors. They bestowed upon me the character clear, thus it appears in my name. Abe Haruhiko spoke earnestly. This has been the tradition in my family for generations. The names of each on my oji are derived in this manner. Regardless of the characters assigned, one must accept them. Moreover, my ancestor's name also contains the character Haru, which is an immense honor for me. As for the suggestion that it resembles a woman's name, how could I possibly know that my ancestor only bequeathed to me the single character Haru? At this moment, he appeared somewhat constrained, a fact that did not escape Song Yang's notice. I see. You are not particularly fond of your ancestor's decision, are you? One must not speak carelessly. Abe Haruhiko's eyes darted. I understand now. You must be trying to deceive me. Someone from the organization has already arrived, correct? When do we depart? Bai Yi, lacking the inclination for idle chatter, posed the question directly. As soon as possible. Abe Haruhiko's expression darkened. I fear she may not be able to wait much longer. The way he spoke suggested that his mother was indeed entombed within the grave of Yang Guifei, eagerly awaiting his rescue. Fu Yu believed in the genuine urgency reflected in Abe Haruhiko's demeanor when he mentioned her, for it was not feigned. Abe Haruhiko continued. Besides us, there is another person. Chu Ying, Shen exclaimed. Yes, she is quite valuable to us. Abe Haruhiko had already mentally included her among Bai Yi's group. I believe approximately 70 to 80% of what she says is credible. Her mark is genuine. I have interacted with her parents, and they have corroborated the events she recounted from her childhood. Parents? Xiaoshan interjected. I have researched and found that Chu Ying's parents are small business owners who run a book CAF. They are ordinary people without anything remarkable. When shall we set forth? Abe Haruhiko asked impatiently. Bai Yi replied, we should at least wait until our visas are secured. You should remain here a little longer. Abe Haruhiko then inquired, may I stay with you? Upon meeting Bai Yi's furious gaze, Abe's eyes resembled those of a puppy. Having been in Beijing for this long, I have nearly exhausted my funds. Now, I only have enough for a return ticket. Moreover, you cannot turn a blind eye to my plight. We are all members of the same organization now. Bai Yi retrieved his wallet, extracted 5,000 yuan, and procured pen and paper. This money is a loan. Remember to repay me once you are in Japan. A verbal agreement is insufficient. I require a signature. Initially, upon seeing the money, Abe Haruhiko did not yet smile, but soon found himself deflated by Bai Yi's demand. He chuckled awkwardly. I cannot write in Chinese. Bai Yi regarded him meaningfully, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. No matter, I will write it. You need only affix your thumbprint. There are plenty of witnesses here. Come now. Oh, and by the way, this money is hard-earned from my business endeavors, so interest is also essential. A rate of 1.5%. Is that acceptable? Abe Haruhiko's face lost all expression as he patted his nearly empty wallet, resigned. Very well. I shall repay you when the time comes. Leaving behind the promissory note, Abe Haruhiko departed reluctantly, while Bai Yi, pleased with himself, clapped his hands and secured the note. He met Fu Yu's reproachful gaze. Why do you insist on toying with him? Toying? Bai Yi shook his head, stating that this was no jest. He was utterly serious. Earning money was no easy feat, and the funds they had were garnered through relentless toil in the past. The circumstances had shifted, and their financial sustenance now relied solely on the operation of the antique shop. A loan repaid could be borrowed again with relative ease, wouldn't you agree? Bai Yi had a plan. This lad believed he could manipulate them due to his slight advantage, but that would not be tolerated. Song Yang remarked on the inconvenience of needing to obtain a visa. Indeed, acquiring a visa was a tedious affair. However, it marked the group's first foray into international operations, which held a certain novelty. Previously, Bai Yi and his companions had primarily resided in Europe and America, with scant visits to other Asian countries. There was no need to mention Shen. Japan, despite its high cost of living, was renowned as a shopping paradise, particularly Hokkaido, which Shen yearned to visit. For days, she had been murmuring about wanting to see Hokkaido after their business concluded, exhibiting little urgency or tension regarding their intended visit to Genghis Khan's tomb, treating it instead as a mere excursion abroad. The visa was finally secured, and once their flight tickets were booked, Bai Yi realized that this journey would differ from the last. They could not carry tools or firearms aboard the plane. He needed to contact Abe Haru to inform him that upon arrival, he should prepare vehicles and equipment, including weapons. They had targets that could very well be hamsters. And the death of Inoue Ayu would not be easily resolved. Japan was a small island, and there was no guarantee they wouldn't attract the hamsters' attention. Those individuals were ruthless. And after their previous setback, it was unlikely they would simply relent. Bai Yi's meticulous thoughts had not crossed Abe Haru's mind, and he found himself somewhat admiring Bai Yi. Nonetheless, he harbored a sense of luck and tentatively inquired whether the 5,000 yuan would serve as their operational budget. To his surprise, Bai Yi produced an IOU, stating, "Do not even think about reneging. It is written in black and white, with your red handprint. Do you believe the witnesses are oblivious?" In Chapter 708, The Filial Empress. At the airport, Chu Ying arrived punctually. Liu Feifan had initially insisted on accompanying them, but Bai Yi had firmly suppressed his enthusiasm. Liu Zhishi's greatest concern lay with his son. Despite the absence of immediate danger, the unpredictable nature of peril meant Liu Feifan could not join. Liu Feifan, in his petulance, even invoked his father's authority, yet he ultimately could not prevail. On the plane, Shen Bing switched seats, determined to remain close to Tang Sancheng. Bai Yi, however, was unsuccessful in keeping Fu Yu by his side, as Abe Haru seemed to appear everywhere, even changing seats to sit beside Fu Yu. Consequently, a triangular standoff ensued, with Fu Yu caught between Abe Haru and Bai Yi, feeling as though she were pricked all over by thorns, utterly uncomfortable. Both men's words were laced with barbs, prompting her to swap seats with Qi Xie, leaving the two men to glare at each other in silence. The Abe family currently resides in Yamaguchi Prefecture, which is believed by many Japanese to be the burial site of Yang Guifei. Numerous locals consider themselves descendants of the legendary beauty. Upon disembarking from the plane, the group did not linger but headed straight for Yamaguchi Prefecture. Abe Haru undertook this journey in secrecy, concealing his plans from his uncle. Despite the ample space in his home, he hesitated to invite Bai Yi and the others, opting instead to find a nearby lodging for their accommodation. After discreetly returning home, he prepared for 3 days, finally gathering all the necessary tools for Bai Yi and incidentally repaying him, solemnly reclaiming the promissory note, which he then shredded and discarded, letting out a long sigh of relief. During these 3 days, Bai Yi and his companions were not idle. They had already heard rumors of a Yang Guifei tomb constructed in Yamaguchi Prefecture and decided to investigate. Due to Chu Ying's presence, they concocted an excuse to leave her at the lodging while they proceeded to the tomb. To their surprise, they found a considerable number of visitors paying their respects to Yang Guifei. Inquiring further, they discovered a local belief that visiting her grave would bless one with a beautiful and charming child, claiming that she was even more revered than the goddess of fertility. The tomb of Yang Guifei in Yamaguchi Prefecture is modest in scale, comprised of a platform made of unhewn stones, measuring a few dozen square meters. It features 5 stone pagodas, known as gorent by the Japanese. There are neither grand temples nor prominent gravestones. Only a few bouquets of fresh flowers at the grave's forefront indicate that visitors regularly come to pay their respects. The information provided here reflects local knowledge. A wooden board at the site recounts the legend that during the mutiny at Maui Post, Yang Guifei did not actually commit suicide, but rather her maidservant perished in her stead. It is said that Yang Guifei escaped by sea under the protection of the emperor's trusted confidants, eventually drifting to Japan's Tsushima Peninsula, where she succumbed to illness shortly thereafter. In mourning, the locals interred her at Nizuan Inn. Subsequently, Yang Guifei appeared in a dream to Emperor Xuanzong of Tang. The emperor commanded the creation of 2 statues of Shakyamuni and Amitabha, instructing Chun and to place them at Yang Guifei's tomb in Japan. Chen searched extensively but could not locate the tomb, so he temporarily placed the statues at Kiyomizu Temple in Kyoto before returning home. In time, it was revealed that Yang Guifei had met her end in Yamaguchi Prefecture. However, the monks at Kiyomizu Temple grew fond of the statues, leading to the crafting of identical replicas, which were then enshrined at both Kiyomizu Temple and Nizuan Inn. This narrative is quite compelling, though the origins of their conclusions remain unclear. Standing before the modest grave, Fu Yu pondered aloud. Could there truly be the remains of Yang Guifei within? Just as she spoke, she felt a stirring in her bag, startling her. It was the hidden winged insect. Although it had been successfully nurtured, its abilities had yet to be validated. Now, it emitted a signal, astonishing Fu Yu. She quickly stepped aside into an unoccupied area, opening the box. The insect swiftly crawled out and made its way toward the gorent. Bai Yi inquired, "What is happening to it?" "I'm not sure. I did not command it," Fu Yu replied, equally perplexed. It seems to be drawn to something within. The 5-round tower is merely a set of 5 archaic stone structures. Suddenly, an elusive insect swiftly descended from the edge of the central stone tower. Its form akin to a small mountain, capable of expanding and contracting at will, vanishing in an instant from sight. Fu Yu pursued it, bewildered by how the creature managed to infiltrate such an imperceptible gap. This elusive insect, long thought to be extinct, was one that Fu Yu had never commanded before, leaving him momentarily at a loss as to how to summon it. Thus he lingered at the edge of the stone tower. A gathering of people surrounded the base of the tower, waiting patiently until the insect leisurely emerged, appearing as if it had just returned from a delightful spring outing. Fu Yu crouched down, and the insect ambled into the palm of his hand with an air of nonchalance, behaving as if it were a dignitary. Quite the pompous creature, remarked Xiaoshan. It is an ancient marvel, Tang Xin added. A bit of arrogance is to be expected. The insect continued its leisurely ascent onto Fu Yu's hand, upon which it exhaled a breath that sent a chill through his palm. When the sunlight hit it, the creature reflected a radiant gleam. Bai Yi took it, bringing it close to his nose to sniff, then suddenly shielded his eyes from the sunlight. In the shade, the fragment glimmered faintly. It was a shard of a luminous pearl. A luminous pearl? Shen Bing exclaimed in surprise. Isn't that merely an ordinary stone tower? How could there be a luminous pearl inside? If there were to be one, it should belong to the tomb of Yang Guifei, but this location does not align. Nearby, voices were heard approaching. Tang Xin commented, someone is coming. Is it too conspicuous for us to remain here? Let us depart and wait for Abe Haruki before we discuss further. Bai Yi led the group back to the residential dwelling. The owner of the house was a single woman in her 40s. Although Japan is traditionally a patriarchal society, the tides of change have begun to favor women. This homeowner embodied the spirit of independence, living life with a sense of freedom unlike many who rely on their husbands. She was warm-hearted, and among the group, only Bai Yi had a grasp of the Japanese language. Thus he assumed the responsibility of communicating with her. As she prepared food for them, she welcomed their return with enthusiasm. You're back. Indeed, Bai Yi replied. We just visited the tomb of Yang Guifei. Ah, that place is particularly favored by Chinese tourists. The owner remarked. If one comes to Yamaguchi Prefecture, a visit there is a must. However, Bai Yi chuckled. But is there really a body of Yang Guifei inside? Well, the owner hesitated. I have heard that there is indeed a body present, but there are also doubts regarding whether it truly belongs to Yang Guifei. Such matters are quite common in our region. What kind of matters? Bai Yi inquired as he assisted the owner in setting the table, noting that the preparation time for each individual's utensils was unusually lengthy. It is said that during that time, a woman from the Tang dynasty indeed arrived here under escort. The proprietor recounted. The escort claimed she was a favored concubine of the Tang emperor, fleeing from those who sought to take her life. This account is mentioned in the county chronicles of our Yamaguchi prefecture. When news of this spread, it created quite a stir. For traversing from the Tang dynasty was an exceedingly arduous endeavor. Had the proprietor not brought it up, Bai Yi might have overlooked this fact. Indeed, while transportation had significantly advanced compared to previous dynasties, undertaking such a long-distance journey across nations would pose a daunting challenge for a solitary woman. Even the most detailed maritime records, such as those of the monk Jinjin, who crossed to Japan, document his 11-year ordeal filled with 5 failures and numerous hardships before finally arriving. How then did Yang Yuhuan manage it? As Bai Yi pondered this, the proprietor continued. Yang Guifei was an exquisite dancer, captivating the attention of Prince Weiqian. The mention of Prince Weiqian startled Bai Yi. I have some recollection of that. Although he was a prince, he was actually female, designated as such due to the absence of a legitimate male heir from his father, Emperor Simu. She is the first female heir apparent in history. Calculating the timeline, when Yang Guifei arrived here, Weiqian had yet to ascend as emperor. Indeed, your grasp of history is impressive. The proprietor expressed admiration for Bai Yi. Such youth paired with profound knowledge truly broadens one's horizons. This praise felt somewhat exaggerated, making Bai Yi feel a twinge of embarrassment. In truth, she considered herself quite seasoned and thought that knowing such details was trivial. However, the intersection of these two remarkable women piqued her interest. In the West, there is Cleopatra, and in the East, there exists a captivating empress, not referring to Wu Zetian, but rather to this Weiqian, who, influenced by the Tang dynasty's Wu and Wei, led a notoriously extravagant private life. She never formally married. Yet with her enchanting beauty and fierce spirit, she effectively commanded her subjects, who fell at her feet, enchanted by her presence. Alas, in her middle age, when emotions were at their most fragile, she found herself coldly treated by her most trusted cousin, Nakamaro. Disheartened and plagued by illness, she ultimately renounced her worldly ties. Little did she know that upon entering the monastic life, she would encounter a fortuitous turn of events. A scheming monk named Dai Jing seized the opportunity and gained her favor, restoring Wei Qin's former glory, allowing the deposed emperor to reclaim the throne, now titled Emperor Takutan. Her notorious romantic escapades and her second ascension to the throne captivated the interest of posterity. What sparks might ignite when such a woman encounters the enchanting Yang Yuhuan? Who had bewitched the Tang emperor? And what transpired? Bai Yi inquired. The outcome was that Prince Wei Qin acknowledged her as a mentor, learning the art of dance from her. Thus, the woman claiming to be Yang Guifei settled here, and in the future, when Wei Qin ascended to the throne, she enjoyed even greater favor. They even constructed her residence to resemble the grand palace of the Tang dynasty, the proprietor elaborated. Such stories are well known in our region. Yet what? Bai Yi was taken aback by how well the locals were acquainted with that past. However, the proprietor was rather intriguing. She consistently referred to the woman as claiming to be Yang Guifei, rather than simply stating she was Yang Guifei. Did this imply a certain skepticism towards the local legends? In Chapter 709, Jade Hairpin, the proprietor remarked, "Our county records make no mention of Yang Guifei's demise." She continued, "Thus, the circumstances surrounding her death remain unknown to us. Although many speculate it was a matter of romance, with numerous individuals asserting she perished from longing for her Tang emperor. How do you possess such familiarity with the county records?" Bai Yi inquired suddenly. "My father was the custodian of the county records in Yamaguchi," the proprietor replied. "He held a profound interest in Yang Guifei and recounted her stories countless times throughout my upbringing. Unfortunately, you never had the chance to hear him speak, as he passed away 2 years ago." "I am sorry," Bai Yi expressed, regret evident in his tone. "Not at all," the proprietor replied nonchalantly. "The food is ready. Please enjoy. I shall take my leave, but feel free to summon me should you require anything." As they watched the proprietor depart, Fu commented, "This proprietor possesses formidable logical reasoning. She has absorbed these tales since childhood and has gleaned a crucial insight. Someone claiming to be Yang Guifei may not genuinely be her." "Indeed, I gathered the same," Chu Ying concurred. "They did not take me to Yang Guifei's tomb this morning, which left me somewhat disheartened. However, hearing this story now excites me. I recall numerous details, yet I cannot remember anything regarding her connection with the Empress of Japan." "Your recollections are merely fragments and do not substantiate anything," Bai Yi stated. "It is possible you simply cannot recall at this moment. Have you ever undergone hypnosis?" "I have," Chu Ying replied. "In an effort to unravel this mystery, I consulted several hypnotists, all of whom confirmed that even in a hypnotic state, I possess clarity regarding certain aspects of Yang Guifei's life, including her relationship with Gao Lisher. However, I cannot seem to recall anything from before her death." Song Yang retorted somewhat irritably, "Essentially, it seems you have forgotten the most crucial details." Chu Ying fell silent, her expression souring. "Even so, it is not my fault. You all said I only remember fragmented memories. Is there any way to help Chu Ying recall more?" Fu pondered aloud. "Perhaps Abe Saimai could assist," Tang Sanching suggested. "In the realm of Enigmatic, there exists a form of hypnosis known as the Yin Yang Curse Seal, which can induce deep hypnosis. However, if not executed properly, it may drive the subject to madness or complete disarray. Abe Saimai, the last time, sealed himself and could not break free, which leads me to question his reliability." "Let us eat first," Bai Yi interjected, noticing that everyone was too engrossed in conversation. He picked up a seaweed roll, stating that Abe Saimai appears quite untrustworthy. The group restrained their laughter and began their meal. However, as fate would have it, Abe Saimai arrived just as dusk approached, bringing with him the specified tools they required, items that were not easily procured in Japan, demonstrating that he had indeed expended considerable effort. Though there are two elements that slightly diverge from what they require, it does not impede their utility. Abe Haru inquired, "So, have you visited the site?" "We have," Bai Yi responded, revealing a fragment of the luminous pearl discovered by the hidden insect. "Abe Haru, you must speak candidly. How is your mother's disappearance connected to the tomb of Yang Guifei?" Abe Haru's expression grew peculiar. Fu remarked, "If you do not disclose, we will be left in the dark, and this will not aid our cause. If you ask me, then I shall speak, Abe Haru replied. Bai Yi silently cursed Abe Haru's ancestors, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Fu Yu asked, why must you only speak when questioned? With irritation. Ignoring him, Abe Haru continued, my mother once told me that she is a descendant of Yang Guifei. In truth, many believe themselves to be her descendants, but she was somewhat different. She possessed a jade hairpin that Yang Guifei once wore. She entrusted it to me, saying that if one day she were to vanish, it would indicate her return. The hairpin was thus left to me. Today, Abe Haru had come prepared, bringing the hairpin with her. Its name includes jade, indicating it is indeed made of jade. The headpieces of Tang dynasty women were richly diverse, particularly among those in the inner court. Bai Yi examined the hairpin, made of purple jade. In Chinese history and culture, hairpins play a significant role. During the Tang dynasty, the hairpin featured an upper end connected as a single piece and a lower end divided into two prongs, which were inserted into the hair while the headpiece remained outside. The bifurcated prongs provided a more secure hold for the hair, marking a significant advancement from the previous design. While men in the Tang dynasty used only hairpins, women employed both. The materials for hairpins varied widely, including gold, silver, copper, jade, bone, ivory, coral, and even glass. Adorned with diverse styles, from flowers to phoenixes, all exuding beauty. Within the imperial court, the wearing of hairpins also correlated with rank. Empresses wore the grandest designs, while the crown prince's consort wore slightly less elaborate ones, and so forth. This jade hairpin was not of the grand design meant for an empress, but belonged to a consort, and it was indeed authentic. Bai Yi felt his appraisal skills paled in comparison to Luo Tian's, yet he remained confident. It is genuine and suitable only for a consort. Yang Guifei was never an empress, hence she could not possess a grander hairpin. Bai Yi stated, it appears the item is authentic and conforms to the regulations of the Tang dynasty royal court. You have finally proven reliable. My mother did not deceive me. Abe Haru thought, her focus entirely different. Then what she said might be true. She truly has returned. And the presence of this hairpin suggests she has indeed sought out Yang Guifei. Very well, but we must first ascertain whether there are remains within Yang Guifei's tomb. We cannot act recklessly here, Bai Yi warned. Wouldn't that constitute international crime? You are a descendant of the Abe family. Do you not have any connections? Abe Haru paused, suddenly appearing somewhat irate. If I had connections, would I need to travel such a distance to find you? Do you believe we are still in a time of peace? What status do we hold? As the conversation unfolded, Bai Yi rolled his eyes in exasperation. So, are we to excavate and examine the situation? A diversion, Tang Sen interjected, coupled with Abe Haru's allusions, should pose no challenge. Abe Haru smacked his thigh. Precisely, that is what I intended to convey. Tang San, bewildered, found this individual even more oblivious than himself. Even so, the entire structure is constructed of cement. How many days would it take to dig through? Furthermore, creating such a commotion is hardly a matter of mere excavation. Chu Ying, momentarily perplexed, inquired, what are you all discussing? All I understood was that his mother is a descendant of Yang Guifei, who left behind a hairpin. She pointed toward the hairpin, inadvertently touching it, and suddenly the world spun around her. She felt as if she could no longer maintain her seat, leaning backward. Tang San swiftly reached out to catch her, only to notice that Chu Ying's face had inexplicably flushed, her body radiating heat. Oh no, what has caused this sudden change? Shen Bing, observing Tang San's tight embrace of Chu Ying, felt a surge of frustration. Who knows? Fu Yu glanced between the hairpin and Chu Ying, sensing that this reaction was entirely spontaneous, devoid of any pretense. She reached out to check Chu Ying's breathing. Her breath is somewhat irregular, but she seems fine. Pressing her fingers against Chu Ying's philtrum, she found that Chu Ying remained unresponsive. Shen Bing suggested, perhaps we should take her to the hospital. We can cover the medical expenses. Without delay, everyone abandoned their meals and, under Abe Haru's guidance, transported Chu Ying to the nearest hospital. As they watched her being wheeled into the emergency room, Bai Yi began to ponder whether the hairpin was indeed linked to Chu Ying's condition, as it was only after her contact with the hairpin that her symptoms manifested. Bai Yi's thoughts mirrored those of the others, and an inexplicable sense of anticipation enveloped them. Abe Haru, in particular, appeared restless, pacing back and forth in the hospital corridor. Fu Yu sighed softly. If there truly is such a thing as reincarnation, she must be her next life. Once she recalls everything, the situation will become far more manageable. This hope intensified their urgency. While the doctors inside seemed to struggle with the case, they employed various methods to reduce Chu Ying's fever, yet it persisted. Suddenly, Abe Haru burst into the emergency room, engaging in a heated discussion with the physician in Japanese. Initially, the doctor ignored Abe Haru, but then his expression shifted dramatically, and he eventually exited, neglecting Chu Ying, who lay on the hospital bed. Though Shen Bing held little affection for Chu Ying, witnessing her abandonment ignited a sense of justice within her. She stormed into the room and confronted Abe Haru. "What on earth are you doing? This is tantamount to letting her die. There is nothing I can do. Administering so much fluid and medication is proving ineffective and may even be detrimental," Abe Haru replied. "I believe she will awaken on her own." "Believe?" Shen Bing retorted, exasperated. "When do you think she will awaken?" "When she is ready," Abe Haru responded with utmost seriousness, provoking Shen Bing's urge to strike him. She shot him a disapproving glare. "You're insane," Tang Sen timidly remarked. "In truth, I share the same sentiment." Shen Bing nearly fainted, and Tang Sen continued. "Have you all forgotten the past? Many occurrences elude medical explanation. Since the doctors are at a loss, perhaps it would be best to entrust it to Chu Ying. There might be unexpected outcomes. If she truly embodies Yang Yuhuan in this world, that jade hairpin would hold extraordinary significance for her, potentially triggering unforeseen chemical reactions. Chapter 710. Dispatching the envoy. Chu Ying's fever raged throughout the night, with Fu Yu and Shen Bing attending to her, intermittently applying ice packs. The doctor visited several times, shaking his head in bewilderment at the scene before him, feeling both helpless and anxious about the possibility of an unforeseen incident occurring with the patient. Chu Ying was drenched in sweat, her hair clinging to her forehead. Clenching her fists, tears streamed down her cheeks. Fu Yu leaned closer, gently whispering, "Chu Ying." In a sudden motion, Chu Ying grasped Fu Yu's wrist, her sharp nails leaving a long, painful mark on Fu Yu's arm. Surprised by the strength of Chu Ying's grip, Fu Yu attempted to free herself, but found it impossible without hurting Chu Ying. Thus, she endured the pain, allowing her wrist to remain ensnared. What is happening to her? Shen Bing pondered, finding it peculiar that Chu Ying's tears showed no signs of abating. In the blink of an eye, her pillow was soaked on both sides. It seemed as though she was in great agony, yet unable to awaken. "Do not wake her," Abe Haru interjected suddenly. Bai Yi, rarely in agreement with Abe Haru, concurred. "Yes, do not disturb her. Something extraordinary must be transpiring within her. You all must feel it." The one most profoundly affected was Fu Yu, who still felt the tremors of Chu Ying's body as she held her hand. Chu Ying was clearly frightened, and Fu Yu felt a surge of compassion, gently patting the back of Chu Ying's hand, hoping to bring her some comfort while wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. "It's going to be all right. Everything will be fine." Perhaps sensing the solace from Fu Yu, Chu Ying's trembling finally subsided, though her tears continued to flow relentlessly. Gradually, her grip on Fu Yu's wrist loosened, leaving a distinct mark on Fu Yu's skin. Feeling a sharp pain in her wrist, Fu Yu gently held it. Reflecting on the fear and despair that had driven Chu Ying to grasp her so tightly, as if clinging to a lifeline, she remains in a state of unconsciousness. "This strength must stem from within, a latent potential," Bai Yi observed. "It seems she has undergone an extraordinary experience. We can only await her awakening to inquire further." Fu Yu and Shen Bing rested their heads on the edge of Chu Ying's bed, succumbing to drowsiness. The others returned to their residences for the night. Awakened by the glaring sunlight, Fu Yu opened her eyes, startled to find the space before her empty. She blinked and realized that Chu Ying was nowhere to be found. Shen Bing was still sound asleep, and Fu Yu shook her awake with urgency. "Shen Bing, wake up! Chu Ying has vanished." "Ah!" Shen Bing lifted her head, a trace of drool lingering at the corner of her mouth, which she hastily wiped away. Upon glancing at the bed, she realized that Chu Ying had indeed vanished. "This woman has a knack for causing trouble," she exclaimed. "Let's not waste any more time. We must search everywhere." Fu Yu internally berated himself, pondering why he had been oblivious to the usual stirrings of the night. It felt as though he had been in a deep slumber, utterly unaware. The two scoured the entire hospital, leaving no corner unchecked, not even the restrooms, but their efforts yielded nothing. They were left with no choice but to call their acquaintances, transforming their search into a collective endeavor. They agreed to meet at the hospital entrance. Gong Xiaoqing arrived last, having traveled the farthest, and upon arrival, exclaimed, I just thought of a place where she might have gone. The tomb of Yang Guifei. Bai Yi echoed, having reached the same conclusion. Indeed. But it seems you were a step behind me, Gong Xiaoqing replied with a hint of pride. Is that really significant? Bai Yi raised his voice involuntarily. We must hurry. And where is your vehicle? Didn't you say you had a contact for transport? Gong Xiaoqing faltered. We agreed on tomorrow. Stop the chatter, Bai Yi firmly interjected, suppressing Gong Xiaoqing's prideful demeanor. Although he felt a swell of triumph, he worried about Chu Ying's safety if she ventured out alone. Let's take a taxi to find her. Gong Xiaoqing's suspicion was correct. Chu Ying was indeed at the tomb of Yang Guifei, donned in her hospital gown, which made her stand out conspicuously. As they all disembarked and rushed towards her, they noticed the traces of tears still glistening on her cheeks. Fu Yu was the first to approach, asking, Chu Ying, how did you come here alone? Wait, how did you even get here? Noticing her hospital attire and the absence of any money, Fu Yu scrutinized her feet. Did you walk here? Chu Ying turned to him and, unexpectedly breaking into a smile, embraced him tightly, saying, You saved me yesterday. I nearly lost consciousness. Fu Yu was taken aback. What happened to you yesterday? The others soon gathered around, and Xiao Shan sighed. I haven't even had breakfast yet. Is it breakfast time now? Tang Sancheng looked at Xiao Shan with exasperation. I never mentioned anything about breakfast, he said, even as his stomach began to grumble. Xia, feeling a mix of sympathy and annoyance, rummaged through his pocket and produced some biscuits. I brought these along. You should eat. Only Xia would think of such kindness. Tang Sancheng felt warmth spread within him, but at that moment, he noticed blood seeping from Chu Ying's heel. She had come out wearing hospital slippers, leaving her heel exposed. What happened to your foot? Only then did Chu Ying become aware of the pain in her foot and the numbness in her leg. Wiping away her tears, she confessed, I don't even know how I got here. It felt as if some unseen force guided me. A voice beckoned me to come here. When I opened my eyes, my body moved here on its own. I have no idea how long I walked, but upon arriving, I stood here. My mind flooded with memories. All my emotions surged forth, and had you not come, I truly do not know when I would have awakened. Fu Yu supported Chu Ying to a nearby spot to sit down. It was only then that Chu Ying felt a chill enveloping her body, accompanied by a gnawing hunger. This longing for sustenance led her to snatch the biscuit from Tang San's hand. Tang San gazed at her helplessly as she nibbled away. After a while, Chu Ying managed to regain her composure, leaning weakly against Fu Yu. Yesterday, when I touched that golden hairpin, it felt as though electricity coursed through me. I lost consciousness. Everything was a blur, my body and mind heavy with lethargy. Then, I found myself surrounded by many kneeling before a man resembling an emperor. Their cries echoing in my ears, demanding my death. Bai Yi felt a stir within him. At that moment, Chu Ying had already envisioned herself as Yang Yuan. The clamor grew deafening, urging him to order my execution. I shrank back, unable to stand, realizing the gravity of the situation. There was no escaping death. I wanted to flee, but soldiers were everywhere. I yearned for a lifeline, and just then, I sensed a surge of power. That was when Chu Ying grasped Fu Yu's wrist. Yet, the reality was far more complex than it appeared. Suddenly, a figure rushed in, seizing me and my maid, leading us to a secluded place. He moved with such stealth that he urged silence, as a crowd surged outside. This was a sanctuary for the envoys and students from Tang, and I was uncertain of his intentions. However, I found myself calling him Gao Lishur. I inquired about his purpose, and he revealed that the emperor had anticipated this day, devising a plan to escort me away. These were the envoys sent from the Eastern Sea. I was to leave with them. A hush fell over the group, broken only by the rumbling of Tang San's stomach. Among the fleeing individuals were envoys and students, which was not surprising to Chu Ying, yet these intricate details were beyond her grasp. If this were true, she would be nothing short of a genius. He insisted that I must leave, and a tempest of worries surged within me. I asked him how I could escape. Given that the streets were filled with Chun Xuanji's men, they had branded me a femme fatale, and they would not rest until they had my corpse. Just then, one of the envoys stepped forward, declaring himself as the one tasked with escorting me to the Eastern Sea. Another figure rose, and I recognized her as a female attendant among the envoys. She bore a striking resemblance to me, and the envoy claimed she would take my place in death. I was taken aback. I had never met her, so why would she sacrifice herself for me? The envoy merely smiled, assuring me that her death was not genuine. She had her own means of escape and would not fall prey to Chen Xuanji's grasp. As he spoke, he reached out and touched the face of the female attendant. and in an instant, her appearance transformed to mirror mine perfectly. Abe Seiji was taken aback. That envoy was an onmyoji. Only this interpretation remains. Tang Sen remarked, in your yin-yang techniques, there exists a form of disguise art that is, in fact, intertwined with illusion. Distinctly different from the ordinary art of disguise achieved through makeup. It can deceive the human eye, albeit temporarily. What intrigues me is how, despite the two individuals having swapped identities, the female attendant managed to escape later on. How can you be certain she escaped? Chu Ying was taken aback. I encountered her again in the land of the rising sun, specifically in the Shaoqian Palace. Very well, I am convinced, Abe Haru stated. Chu Ying continued. On that day, I exchanged garments with the female attendant. The envoy assured me that I could walk out with confidence, as no one would recognize me. I surmised this was likely akin to the situation of the female attendant. Gao Lisher, upon witnessing our attire change, exited. Shortly thereafter, the outside erupted in cheers. And my heart sank, realizing that the emperor intended to issue a decree for my execution. Ultimately, he succumbed to their demands, and I was left in uncertainty regarding the fate of the female attendant. The envoy beside me reassured me, stating that the emperor had arranged everything, and I need not worry about my future. We would depart the following day. Chapter 711. Li Dai Tao Jiang Bai Yi suddenly recalled something. Historical records indicate that after Emperor Xuanzong returned to Chang'an, he secretly instructed the eunuchs to relocate the remains of the beloved concubine. However, those sent to perform the burial returned claiming that the concubine's body was missing, bringing back only the fragrance pouch she carried in life. Concerning the mysterious grave excavation incident, both the Old and New Tang histories offered differing accounts. The Old Tang history notes, the flesh had decayed, yet the fragrance pouch remained. In contrast, the New Tang history states merely, the fragrance pouch remained, regardless of the body's presence. The pouch was later made public and is now housed in the Feynman Temple Museum, which Bai Yi had visited previously, never foreseeing that one day he would be entwined with Yang Yuhuan. In ancient times, this pouch was referred to as a fragrance ball. Inside, there were two balanced rings containing a small bowl that, regardless of how it was turned, maintained its parallel position with the ground, ensuring the fragrant materials within never spilled. Aside from historical accounts, folklore suggests that due to the absence of the body, Emperor Xuanzong dispatched a Taoist priest to search for Yang Guifei. Ultimately, the priest scoured the heavens and the underworld but found nothing, only to discover her on a celestial mountain. The credibility of such tales is dubious and may merely be charming folklore. Bai Yi deliberately mentioned only these two words regarding the fragrance pouch. Chu Ying immediately took over the conversation. The pouch was with the garments. When we exchanged clothes, it was already placed on the female attendant. With this, Chu Ying's words gained further credibility. The more details that corroborated this matter, the more persuasive it became. Last night's unusual behavior of Chu Ying was witnessed by all present, leaving no room for deception. Is there anything else? Fu Yu inquired. The fervent cheers from outside reverberated through the air, and soon news arrived. The emperor had decreed the immediate execution of Yang Guifei. A wave of unease washed over me, not only for the fate of that female attendant, but also for the implications of such a command. However, observing the calm demeanor of the envoy from Tang, I gradually found solace. I paced the room anxiously until Gao Lisher brought word that all had been resolved, allowing a great weight to lift from my heart. I inquired about the female attendant's fate, to which Gao Lisher informed me that Chun Xianshi demanded to see the body before permitting burial, insisting on simplicity. Thus, she was wrapped in a purple fur robe, with her personal belongings interred hastily on a hillside. Upon hearing of the burial, I gasped in shock. Had she not perished? Yet, Gao Lisher averted his gaze from me, focusing instead on the Tang envoy, who smiled silently, shrouded in mystery. Unsure of how to interpret this, I chose to remain passive. Regardless, a life had been spared. Subsequent events unfolded similarly to what I had recounted to the innkeeper. I was brought to this locale, where the embrace of Han culture rendered me particularly conspicuous. The Japanese royal court, aspiring to emulate the Tang dynasty, warmly welcomed my arrival as a Tang imperial consort, bestowing upon me great honor and arranging for my audience with the current Empress Ken, positioning me near Wakama and Nara. Chu Ying's eyes glimmered with a distant contemplation. In this moment, she seemed unable to discern her own identity. Later, when Ken ascended to the throne, under her protection, one need not fret over livelihood. However, I was curious about how she had garnered such trust and favor. Dance, Chu Ying replied. I performed a dance for her, which piqued her interest. She arranged for me to teach her the art of dance in her residence. Her spirited nature, disregard for trifles, and penchant for freedom allowed us to connect instantly. This was hardly surprising, as Yang Yuhuan was renowned in history as a distinguished dancer and singer. After the creation of the Song of Feathered Garments by Emperor Xuanzong, Yang Guifei, with but a cursory glance, danced in harmony with the melody, her voice as melodious as the call of phoenixes and orioles, her movements as graceful as celestial beings scattering flowers. It is no exaggeration to suggest that she could win over Qin through her dance. After all, a woman who could charm an emperor undoubtedly possessed significant prowess. At this juncture, matters became quite clear. Nonetheless, the most pressing question remained. What of the female attendant? And was the body buried beneath truly that of Yang Yuhuan? Chu Ying then cast a glance at Abe Haru, because Yang Yuhuan was so cherished and favored by Qin, and the Tang envoy had once saved her life. She made a request that Yang Yuhuan, during her lifetime, ensure the safety of the Abe family. Suddenly, Chu Ying's tone shifted. Abe Haru's expression shifted subtly, as if he grasped the rationale behind her actions. Bai Yi appeared contemplative, poised to speak, yet Chu Ying's countenance grew enigmatic. However, she also stipulated a condition, that she and her descendants must return. Return? Fu Yu exclaimed. Are you suggesting a return to the Tang dynasty? Indeed, Chu Ying replied, her gaze fixed on the tomb of Yang Guifei before her. So, she has returned. The one resting within is not her, but rather a mere substitution. Yet, how does one account for the luminous pearl beneath the stone pagoda? Fu Yu recalled the fragments of the luminous pearl discovered beneath the stone tower. Although it was merely a counterfeit grave for the favored Yang Yuhuan, the effort required was no less substantial. There was nothing particularly remarkable about it. Chu Ying appeared somewhat fatigued and leaned her head upon Fu Yu's shoulder, murmuring, I feel so drowsy. Fu Yu, reluctant to press her further, contemplated allowing her to rest. However, Chu Ying insisted on articulating her thoughts in one breath. She has returned. She truly has returned. She wishes to die upon the soil of her homeland. Sancheng, I yearn to find her. If I can locate her, I shall also find myself. The name Sancheng resonated with several individuals present, prompting Song Yang to exchange knowing glances with Tang Sancheng, who, clearing his throat awkwardly, turned to glance at Shen Bing. Shen Bing's countenance darkened, clearly displeased. The familiarity with which this woman spoke was unsettling, having encountered her merely a few times. Tang Sancheng coughed gently. But do you know where she has gone back to? May I touch that jade hairpin once more? Chu Ying inquired. Of course. Without hesitation, Abe Seiji produced the hairpin. The purple jade was exquisitely smooth, and as it rested in Chu Ying's palm, a wave of nostalgia washed over her. This familiarity sent shivers down her spine. On one hand, she longed for this sense of belonging, yet on the other, fear gripped her. She often questioned herself. Was she experiencing a form of dissociation? Torn between two selves, these fragments of her being tugged at one another, particularly the aspect of Yang Yuhuan, whose emotions of sorrow, pain, despair, and eventual release were overwhelming, leaving her in dire need of liberation. Holding the jade hairpin, the world around her spun as vivid memories flashed before her eyes. At that moment, Tang Sancheng's ears perked up, the rising sound of engines sharpening his awareness. It seems someone is coming, many vehicles. Motorcycles. Abe Seiji's expression shifted alarmingly. There shouldn't be motorcycles coming here. We must hide. Surveying their surroundings, the only refuge available was the inner hall. The group assisted Chu Ying as they hurried inside. An elderly man, dozing with his eyes closed, stirred at the commotion. Upon seeing Abe Seiji, he promptly shut his eyes again, resuming his nap. At last, the reputation of the Abe family proved beneficial. Upon entering the inner hall, they beheld a towering statue of Buddha, standing over 3 meters high, its base draped in red cloth, meticulously arranged. Without hesitation, Abe Seiji led everyone beneath the statue. His familiarity with the environment unsettled Bai Yi, who sensed that there were many undisclosed matters. Now was not the time for inquiries. As Bai Yi heard the commotion outside, the engine noise ceased, and a flurry of footsteps echoed into the inner hall. Abe Seiji lifted a wooden panel beneath the statue, revealing a staircase. We must descend quietly, one by one. They made their way down the steps, with Abe Seiji being the last. Just as he replaced the panel above his head, footsteps entered the hall. A voice inquired. Did a group of Chinese people come in here just now? I was asleep and did not see. You may search for yourselves. The elderly guardian of the inner hall replied unhurriedly. Abe Horikoshi made a gesture for silence, and everyone promptly closed their mouths, not daring to utter a single breath. The footsteps drew nearer, beginning a meticulous search in all directions. Tang Xin soon discerned a footstep that was closest, likely standing before the statue of Buddha. Gradually, the sound approached, and it squatted down. Tang Xin could hear the rustling of someone lifting the red cloth, causing every heart to tighten. Song Yang and Xiao Shan pressed their heads together, simultaneously shutting their eyes, their hearts racing. The figure loomed above them, prompting everyone to cover their mouths. At that moment, the previously dazed Chu Ying suddenly let out a muffled sound, startling Fu Yu into quickly covering her mouth. The individual seemed deeply intrigued by the surroundings, lingering for an extended period, even tapping on the wooden boards. Abe Horikoshi remained unperturbed as the person began to pry at the boards beneath him. The board that Abe had easily lifted was now immovable under this person's grasp. Someone approached, inquiring, "Chung Tian, what are you doing?" "Nothing, nothing," the individual replied. Rising to stand, the footsteps receding slightly. "I suppose I've watched too many historical dramas. I wanted to see if there were any mechanisms below." "Madman, we've already searched. There is nothing. Let us go." This person appeared to be the leader of the group, calling out to everyone, who then exited the inner chamber, their chaotic footsteps fading away. Abe Horikoshi turned to see the skeptical gazes of his companions. He chuckled, running a hand through his hair. The construction of this building was partially funded by the Abe family, and the designer was one of our own. "Why didn't you mention this earlier?" Bai Yi replied, somewhat irked. "How can we trust you? We haven't spent much time together. Wouldn't we have had the opportunity to share this?" Abe Horikoshi responded, "Since we are here, I extend an invitation for you to explore this place. Are you not curious as to why there are fragments of luminous pearls beneath the stone pagoda? This location leads directly to 5 stone towers. I can take you to see them." Chapter 712. Night Wolf. Who were those people just now? Chu Ying, regaining her composure, held out the purple jade hairpin to Abe Horikoshi. "Here, this is yours. It has nothing to do with you. It's likely the hamsters, isn't it?" Bai Yi inquired. "Perhaps so. It seems you have drawn their attention." Abe Horikoshi's use of you undoubtedly distanced himself from the group. Bai Yi scoffed. "Don't forget, you are implicated as well. In the previous inquiry, they only asked if any Chinese individuals had infiltrated." Abe Horikoshi remained obstinate, replying, "It is you who have caught their eye. They likely intend to settle scores with you regarding Inoue. Strange. I wonder how they found us." Qixia pondered, perplexed. "That is simple. Through immigration records," Xiao Shan remarked. "If I were them, I would also infiltrate the airlines to check the list of incoming passengers. Our names were on the list from the last excavation. The astute little mountain has grown stronger with each passing day." At this moment, everyone is still seated on the steps, having finally found solace to observe their surroundings now that the others have departed. The area is constructed of stone, its surface smooth yet lacking in grandeur, though the craftsmanship is exquisite, particularly the delicate carvings of the Tang Dynasty palace maidens adorning the walls. What purpose does this basement serve? Bai Yi gazes curiously at the empty space. Abe Haruki remains silent, leading the way ahead. The light here is bright, and Shen Bing surveys the surroundings, noticing for luminous pearls nestled in the corners of the ceiling. Upon seeing them, the young woman is filled with excitement. Abe Haruki explains, "These were granted by the emperor long ago. Above you can see the 5-storied pagoda. The brilliance of these pearls below is subdued by the 5 towers above, signifying eternal radiance. So clear, it is no wonder it was designed by your ancestors. As their descendant, you have a deeper understanding," Bai Yi remarks, laced with sarcasm. "It seems there is no trace of Yang Guifei's remains here. You are aware of that, aren't you?" "How could I possibly know?" Abe Haruki responds with growing agitation. "I have only seen the blueprints and am familiar with the structure, but beyond that, I am unaware. It's akin to the fragments of luminous pearls you discovered. I cannot say for certain, but it is possible they were shattered due to external damage." "And the tomb chamber?" Bai Yi inquires. "Does it lead directly to the tomb chamber?" "No, it is sealed," Abe Haruki replies. "Having heard what Chu Ying said, I understand the reason for the seal. Given the circumstances surrounding Li Rintao's death, they naturally would not want anyone to discover it, hence the complete sealing of the tomb chamber." "Do you wish to see inside?" "No, that is unnecessary," Bai Yi states. "We cannot bear the blame for desecrating a tomb. However, It would be best if you could convey your thoughts in one go rather than as if squeezing toothpaste. I have indeed finished speaking, Abe Haruki insists. Moreover, regarding the envoy to Tang that Chu Ying mentioned, you should know that he is indeed a member of the Abe family. This does not require further elaboration. Tang-san can comprehend, Abe Haruki adds. Tang-san is taken aback, realizing that Abe Haruki expects him to elaborate. However, he remains silent, and no one inquires further. As for the myriad of yin-yang techniques, Abe Haruki, seeing the lack of response, feels a tinge of disappointment and suggests, let us ascend. Those individuals should have departed. Retracing their steps, the elderly guardian of the inner hall remains leisurely seated. Upon their emergence, he merely remarks with indifference, "Are you leaving?" "Yes," Abe Haruki replies, leading the group away. Once back at the dwelling, they carefully check the surroundings to ensure the hamsters are not nearby before returning to their rooms. However, out of caution, Bai Yi prefers not to stay any longer, fearing trouble for the owner. He promptly instructs everyone to pack their belongings and depart for Tokyo, leaving Abe Haruki behind, who expresses his intention to join them the following day. Upon arriving in Tokyo and settling into a hotel, Chu Ying seizes the opportunity to share the events that transpired after encountering the purple jade hairpin, recounting the scenes she witnessed, which Shen subsequently illustrated. Firstly, there are some trees that have been hollowed out to form a peculiar pattern. As Shen sketched the tree, Bai Yi's expression shifted subtly, prompting him to inquire of Chu Ying, "Have you ever been to Guizhou?" "No," replied Chu Ying. "I have only recently begun my career and have thought of traveling. But I have yet to have the opportunity." "Why do you ask?" "It's nothing. Please continue." Since she had not been there and had never seen it with her own eyes, yet seemed to know the details, it appeared she truly recalled the events of her previous life. Chu Ying's words gradually took form under Shen Bing's hand, illustrated with images of those uniquely marked trees, the lowly buildings, and even the crowds adorned in peculiar attire. Bai Yi was greatly perplexed. "Are you suggesting that after Yang Yuan left here, she went to this place?" "Yes," Chu Ying affirmed. "It is indeed this place. I saw it clearly, without a doubt." "What is it?" Fu Yu inquired. "Yes, I see it," Bai Yi replied. "This location is very likely the ancient kingdom of Yalong." "I only know of the tale of Yalong's arrogance," Song Yang remarked. "Do these two Yalong refer to the same thing?" "Indeed," Bai Yi explained. "The kingdom of Yalong boasts a rich cultural history, having been a territory during the Qin and Han dynasties. The history of Yalong roughly began in the Warring States period and lasted until the reign of Emperor Cong of the Western Han, spanning approximately 300 years. Subsequently, the ancient kingdom of Yalong mysteriously vanished after Emperor Wu of Han opened up the southwestern barbarians. He conferred the title of king upon the Lord of Yalong and bestowed upon him a royal seal. By the end of the Western Han, the kingdom of Yalong perished, and the Yalong people and culture ceased to be recorded in historical texts. So where exactly is this place? How do we find it? Chu Ying asked anxiously. Her hands clenched. It first appeared in Sima Qian's records of the Grand Historian, which states, among the southwestern barbarians, Yalong is the largest. The southwestern barbarians referred to by Sima Qian were the ethnic minorities to the west and south of Bashu during the Warring States period. This region roughly includes the western part of present-day Sichuan, the southern part, parts of Yunnan, and Guizhou. Within this area, there were numerous states, with Yalong being the most significant. Bai Yi concluded, looking at Tang Sancheng. Tang Sancheng nodded. Most scholars believe that the territory of the kingdom of Yalong primarily lies in the western part of present-day Guizhou, possibly extending to northeastern Yunnan, southern Sichuan, and certain areas of northwestern Guangxi. However, I do not understand, since it is an ancient kingdom that vanished after the Han dynasty. How does it relate to Yang Yuan? Fu Yu remarked pointedly. Isn't this contradictory? That is precisely the aspect worthy of our investigation, Bai Yi stated. To find the answer, we must first locate Yalong, specifically the ancient kingdom of Yalong that aligns with Chu Ying's impressions. Before Abe Haru arrives, we must be cautious. Those hamsters will likely follow soon, and I do not wish to attract trouble in a foreign land. Hamsters? Chu Ying questioned. What are hamsters? How to describe it? They are akin to Japan's Yamaguchi-gumi. Hamsters are also an organization, and a rather troublesome group of individuals, Fu Yu whispered. Therefore, we must keep our distance until we leave here. I understand, Chu Ying sighed softly. Bai Yi and his companions underestimated the hamsters. The events that unfolded subsequently revealed that extreme individuals often possess extreme methods, and they are invariably more formidable than one could ever imagine. That fateful night. Tang Xin discerned the sound of footsteps in the hotel corridor, a sensation echoed by Qi Xie and Fu Yu. As for Song Yang, he caught a whiff of a pungent odor. The three of them swiftly rose to alert everyone, and in that very instant, the hotel's fire alarm blared. Flames engulfed their floor. Song Yang cursed vehemently as he dragged his luggage outside, realizing he had no choice. His passport was inside. The group descended the stairs with astonishing speed. Just after reaching the next level, several dark figures lunged at them, cursing in Japanese. Song Yang spat on the ground. Damn it, it's clear they're not uttering kind words. Today, I want to let you off easily. The adversaries are armed. Bai Yi exclaimed. Qi Xie, Xiao Shan, disarm them. Like a gust of wind, Qi Xie and Xiao Shan swept past. The assailants barely registered their presence before feeling a chilling breeze, only to discover that their weapons had vanished. A cacophony of panic ensued among them, and upon turning around, they found Xiao Shan holding 2 guns. Let us see how sturdy these are. With a playful smirk, Xiao Shan extracted the bullets and, with a firm grip, rendered the guns into mere scrap metal, leaving the attackers in stunned silence. Qi Xie toyed with one of the firearms. Are we playing for real? Xiao Shan paused, then responded. That depends on whether they wish to play. Suddenly, Bai Yi spoke in Japanese, prompting the assailants to flee. Song Yang chuckled. You two are something else. They're speaking Japanese, and you're responding in Chinese. What a mess. He continued. We can't stay here. Where is Abe Say? Xiao Shan expressed his frustration. We need to leave promptly. This place is far too perilous. I don't wish to contend with the local thugs. What are we going to do now? Chu Ying asked, panic-stricken, being new to the workforce. She had never encountered such a tumultuous situation. How could they be armed? Dear girl, you are far too naive, Song Yang replied with a shrug. This place is too dangerous. Steer clear of us in the future. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached. Tang Xin initially felt a jolt of alarm, but then sighed in relief. It seems he has arrived. As soon as Tang Xin spoke, a voice pierced through with a tone of despair. It's over. It's over. Chapter 7:13. A hasty escape. Everyone fell into an abrupt silence, the voice quieting as well. Suddenly, a figure dashed towards the elevator, pushing open the safety door. Upon seeing the unexpected group, he wore a bemused expression. You're alive? Abe Say's face was a mixture of joy and astonishment, his eyes wide as he gripped Tang San's clothing. You're really alive. You're really alive. You're the one who should be dead. Song Yang retorted with annoyance. Damn it. You Japanese are truly something. A whole group attempted to kill us, and you're wishing for our demise. Abe Haruki was indeed overwhelmed with urgency. As he put it himself, the long-awaited savior had vanished in an instant, leaving him in a state of disbelief. Just when despair began to envelop him, he beheld a group of individuals descending from the heavens, and the sheer joy that surged within him was palpable. Bai Yi snorted disdainfully, remarking, If we are so inept that a mere handful of hamsters can make us disappear, it reflects poorly on your judgment. This is not the time for such discussions, Fu Yu interjected, noting that hotel staff were already engaged in extinguishing the fire, while the wailing of fire truck sirens echoed outside. We should leave this place at once. Amidst the chaos, they exited the hotel and stepped onto the street, where hotel personnel were evacuating guests, a steady stream of people pouring from the building. Song Yang inquired, with an incident of this magnitude, the police will surely intervene? Indeed. If they do, we'll be held up, Bai Yi replied, his heart racing with realization. Their intent was not to incinerate them, but to prevent their departure, using an arson case as a means to detain them. We must leave immediately, tomorrow if possible, before the police can detain us for questioning. Abe Haruki finally witnessed Bai Yi's decisive nature. Bai Yi commanded, All right, let's call for a car to the airport and book the earliest flight tomorrow. Even if we can't return home, we can transit through another country, provided our visas allow it. Let's go? They quickly hailed a taxi to the airport, their sleepiness rendering them conspicuous. A flight to Thailand was scheduled for that night, and without hesitation, Bai Yi decided they should head there first before making their way back home. Abe Haruki was relieved to have brought his passport, though he was thoroughly flustered by Bai Yi's assertive demeanor. Once aboard the flight to Thailand, Abe Haruki finally exhaled deeply. Bai Yi's course of action proved to be astute. By the following morning, the Tokyo Metropolitan Police had determined the cause of the fire to be arson. As per their protocol, they sought to question those involved. But upon arriving at the hotel, they discovered the guests had already departed, leaving only the payment for their lodging at the front desk. Thus, the matter faded into obscurity. The motive behind the arson became irrelevant. Soaring through the skies away from Japan felt akin to regaining freedom, liberated from the anxiety of potential trouble from those hamsters. Abe Haruki seemed to be unnerved by Bai Yi's fervor, as during the flight, he spoke little and cast fewer furtive glances at Fuyu. That night proved exhausting for all, and when the plane finally touched down on foreign soil, they emerged from the terminal in a state of bewilderment. Although the allure of a foreign land enveloped them, they felt little more than a yearning for a place to rest their weary heads. They indulged in a lengthy slumber of 12 hours, sleeping soundly. When they finally drew back the curtains to gaze upon the exotic outside world, they began to truly sense their presence in a different land. Thailand inevitably conjured thoughts of ladyboys and black magic, which in turn reminded them of the late Hai Sheng. Hai Sheng is a simple and earnest man, characterized by his kindness and sense of justice. Although our acquaintance has been brief, he possesses an undeniable charm that endears him to everyone. In fact, the mere thought of him elicits a collective sigh among us. When shall we depart? Chu Ying inquired anxiously. I am eager to find her. And once you locate her, what do you intend to do? Shen Bing interjected. Do you feel compelled to validate that you and she are one and the same, only to proclaim to the world how extraordinary you are? Shen Bing's tone was rather ungracious, prompting Tang Sancheng to feel somewhat embarrassed. Shen Bing. Chu Ying gazed at her with sorrowful eyes. I have never harbored such thoughts. I am simply troubled and pained. I do not wish to live in the shadow of another. I desire a simpler existence, free from the burdens of past lives and destinies that propel one to success. I have never aspired to that. Shen Bing appeared to regret her words, her face reddening. I merely spoke in jest. Why are you so worked up? My pain is something you have never endured. How could you possibly understand? Chu Ying replied. Shen Bing grew somewhat irritated. What I have endured far surpasses what you can imagine. The so-called pain you speak of is something I too have faced. Who among us has not known suffering? All right. Why are we arguing? Fuyu interjected, assuming the role of mediator. Let us focus on our strategy for returning and resolve this matter swiftly. He added softly, it would also be prudent to provide the organization with an account. Wouldn't you agree? Shen Bing huffed softly. Is it not merely a search for the ancient kingdom of Yalong? Let us proceed with that. And Bei Qing observed Fu Yu's incessant entreaties, and despite her amusement, a shadow of her own worries loomed over her. Could it be that my mother has also ventured to that place? I find it curious. How could she know where she would return? This too had long been a concern for Tang Sancheng. Perhaps we might speculate that in Bei Qing's mother is also in the ancient kingdom of Yalong. The term return warrants careful consideration. Generally, we associate it with the notion of coming from one place and going back to another. To trace this concept, we must explore the lineage of Yang Yuhuan and investigate any connections she may have to the kingdom of Yalong. Yang Yuhuan was a native of Shaanxi, born into a prominent family of officials. Her great-grandfather, Yang Wang, served as a high-ranking official during the Sui dynasty, only to be slain by Li Shimin at the dawn of the Tang dynasty. Her father, Yang Xianyan, held the position of a fiscal administrator in Shu State, and her uncle, Yang Xiangui, once served as a magistrate in Henan province. Yang Yuhuan spent her childhood in Sichuan. Following her father's death around the age of 10, she was fostered by her uncle in Luoyang. It is safe to say that her childhood was tumultuous, perhaps foreshadowing a life that would be anything but ordinary. Gifted with exceptional beauty and a gentle disposition, Yang Yuhuan was well-versed in music and dance, and she excelled at playing the pipa. In July of the 22nd year of the Kaiyuan era, she was invited to the wedding of Princess Xiani, the daughter of Emperor Xuanzong of Tang, held in Luoyang. It was there that Prince Shou, Li Zhao, fell deeply in love with her at first sight. At the behest of Wu Huifei, Emperor Xuanzong decreed her as the princess consort of Shou. Their marriage was filled with sweetness and joy. However, on the 7th day of the 12th month in the 25th year of Kaiyuan, the beloved Wu Huifei passed away, plunging Emperor Xuanzong into a state of deep sorrow. Under the recommendation of the trusted eunuch Gao Lishir, Emperor Xuanzong of Tang turned his attention to Yang Yuhuan, the daughter-in-law resembling his favored concubine, Wu Huifei. In modern terms, this could be considered incestuous. However, the Tang dynasty was known for its open-mindedness, and with the emperor's authority, events unfolded in accordance with Xuanzong's desires. In October of the 28th year of the Kaiyuan era, Yang Yuhuan, having been married to Li Zhao for 5 years, departed from the Shou Wang Palace to Lishan. At the tender age of 22, while Xuanzong was 56. The emperor initially commanded her to become a Taoist priestess to pray for blessings for his mother, Empress Do, bestowing upon her the title of Taizhen. In the 4th year of the Tianbao era, after establishing Wei Zhaoxuan's daughter as the princess of Shouwang, Xuanzong elevated Yang Yuhuan to the rank of Gui Fei, effectively making her equivalent to an empress, as he had not appointed another empress since deposing Empress Wang. Yang Guifei was deeply favored by the emperor, who, during the lychee season, would dispatch special couriers to transport fresh lychees from Sichuan, ensuring they arrived dew-kissed. The luxuries within the palace were extravagant, with rare delicacies and exquisite treasures being presented as tribute. Among these, a particular fine wine, brewed with the morning dew from the mountains and recognized as the imperial wine, emerged from the advantageous brewing region of Xining, Sichuan. This wine was aromatic and rich, striking a perfect balance between clarity and depth. On one occasion, Yang Guifei, emboldened by her favor, offended Xuanzong and was sent back to her family. However, upon her departure, the emperor lost his appetite and, with Gao Lisher's intervention, summoned her back. In 750, Guifei playfully took the purple jade flute of the 25-year-old lord, entertaining herself with it. When this incident came to light, she was once again expelled from the palace. After leaving, she cut a lock of her hair and entrusted it to the envoy Zhang Taoguang to deliver to Xuanzong, who was alarmed and promptly ordered her return, illustrating the depths of his affection for her. Despite her being so cherished, one might wonder why Xuanzong did not directly proclaim her as empress. After all, if he could take his daughter-in-law, what would he have to fear? As Shen Bing remarked, although the Tang dynasty was progressive, seizing the wife of one's son was not an honorable act. Although Shou Wang Li Zhao might not openly express his discontent, he undoubtedly harbored resentment. Furthermore, if Yang Yuhuan were to be named empress, it would likely provoke Li Zhao's suppressed anger, potentially leading to political upheaval. Additionally, Yang Guifei's rise to favor had elevated her family members, transforming them into a significant political force. Should she be declared empress, it would certainly invite opposition from the ministers and disrupt the balance of power, thus making it detrimental to stability. Hence, Emperor Xuanzong hesitated to bestow the title of empress upon Yang Guifei. Bai Yi noted that while love is commendable, such matters are intricately tied to state affairs, necessitating careful consideration. No, there is another reason, interjected Chu Ying. In ancient times, the appointment of an empress was a matter of great significance, requiring the involvement of both the sovereign and his ministers, with proclamations made to the realm. The chosen empress was expected to possess both virtue and beauty, serving as a model for the populace and a maternal figure to the nation. Her offspring would be designated as the crown prince, destined to inherit the throne. Therefore, the relationship between an empress and a crown prince typically reflected a mutual prominence. However, by that time, the crown prince had already been established for many years and was developing normally, while Yang Guifei had yet to bear a son. Consequently, there was no justification for her elevation to empress. Chapter 714. Offspring Sonyang remarked that although Yang Guifei lacked the title of empress, she possessed the substance of one and enjoyed greater favor than an ordinary empress. Yang Guifei was astute, refraining from repeatedly petitioning Emperor Xuanzong for the title of empress. Having reached the pinnacle of a woman's aspirations, basking in the emperor's boundless affection, why then should she concern herself with the title? She merely needed to showcase her beauty and talents, ensuring that Emperor Xuanzong was thoroughly content, thus remaining the de facto empress for all time. In my view, such a woman exemplifies true intelligence. Otherwise, the emperor would not have gone to great lengths to preserve her life. Endowed with natural beauty, she, however, could not bear offspring, suggesting that fate does not permit one to be entirely flawless. After Fu Yu concluded, he noticed Bai Yi deep in thought. What? Did you not anticipate a connection? From her origins, she was born in Shaanxi. According to contemporary scholars' analyses of the ancient kingdom of Yalong, it is not associated with Shaanxi. However, during the Tang and Song dynasties, Yalong County was established twice, solely naming it after Yalong without any link to the ancient kingdom itself. In the Tang dynasty, in the first year of the Tianbao era, Zhun Prefecture was renamed Yalong, encompassing territories in present-day Guizhou's Tongji and Zhong'an areas, only to be abolished in the 4th year of the Xuanhe era in the Song dynasty. It is perplexing to ascertain the nature of the connection. Relying solely on the scene observed by Chu Ying, one would realize that the current location is wholly different. It is the 21st century, with continuous development, Perhaps that place has long since perished and ceased to exist. Song Yang was not optimistic about their chances of success. Damn it, this task is utterly perilous. Tang Sanqing noticed that Abe Haruki had been frowning, seemingly in contemplation. Have you thought of something? My mother once told me a story when I was young. Though she only recounted it that once. She said, if you can remember it, good. If not, consider it as never told. I was quite young then. Yet the memory remains vivid. Even her expression at the time is etched in my mind. Abe Haruki continued. She spoke of a woman who sought a certain plant in the deep mountains to lighten her physique, grinding it into powder and brewing it with water. Thus, no matter how ample her form, she could achieve remarkable grace. However, consuming this substance exacted a price, the inability to bear children. From what you have just recounted, I believe this tale refers to Yang Yuhuan. Furthermore, if she could not bear offspring, why do so many claim to be her descendants? Bai Yi had already pondered this. Thus, there must be details we remain unaware of. My mother confirmed she is a descendant of Yang Yuhuan, Abe Haruki stated. I believe her. Wait, Fu Yu interjected, sensing something. Could the deep mountains she ventured into be the ancient kingdom of Yalong? Did she find what she sought there? Chu Ying suddenly trembled, prompting Tang Sanqing to inquire. Have you conceived something, Yuzhai? Abe Haruki cautiously asked, uncertain if Chu Ying was willing to endure another trial. Chu Ying lifted her head, resolutely nodding. Very well. Chu Ying's hand tightened around the jade hairpin once more, and this time, she fell headlong into unconsciousness, her awareness extinguished. Fortunately, her breathing remained steady. After checking her breath, Qixie remarked, it appears to be normal. She should be fine. This was indeed peculiar. As Shen Bing and Fu Yu lifted Chu Ying onto the bed, he murmured, this is rather eerie. Could she truly be Yang Yuhuan? I hope she, like me, can recall all her past memories, alleviating our burden. There is a possibility of this, Bai Yi thought, casting a glance out the window. Originally intending to depart immediately, he now found solace in remaining, granting Chu Ying a bit more time. They were currently in Bangkok, a city deeply intertwined with Buddhism. The full Thai name, when transcribed into Latin script, stretches to an impressive 167 letters, signifying the city of angels, the great city, the abode of the emerald Buddha, the inviolable city. The world metropolis adorned with 9 precious gems, replete with majestic palaces reminiscent of a celestial abode ruled by reincarnated deities, a metropolis bestowed by Indra and constructed by Vishnu. Indra, in Buddhist tradition, holds a status akin to Brahma as a guardian deity and is recognized as the second king among the 20 celestial beings. One of the 12 heavens. Vishnu, on the other hand, is no ordinary deity. He ranks among the 3 principal gods of Hinduism, serving as the protector. He is depicted with 4 arms, holding a divine conch, a discus, a mace, and a lotus. He is sometimes seen seated upon a lotus, at other times reclining on a serpentine body, or riding a magnificent Garuda. In India, the tales of Vishnu descending to save the world parallel those of Guanyin in China, with both fulfilling similar roles in their respective cultures. How curious, Bai Yi, with so many nations, why have we specifically arrived here? Fu Yu pondered. Thailand, much like us, is a nation that believes in reincarnation. Perhaps our coming here is preordained. Through the hotel window, the imposing pagodas and the red-roofed temples came into view. Their Thai fishtail roofs adorned in shades of red, green, and yellow, imbued with an aura of enigmatic Eastern mystique. Chu Ying, lying on the bed, appeared far less troubled than before, drifting into a deep and peaceful slumber, leading one to suspect she was merely fatigued from her exertions. She slept soundly until the following morning, emerging from her rest to stand by the window. The city was enveloped in curling wisps of incense. The chimes resonated gently, and the sound of chanting filled the air. Monks and nuns ambled down the streets, seeking alms, and upon witnessing this scene, tears streamed down Chu Ying's cheeks. Fu Yu turned in bed, asking, "What is the matter?" "I remember everything," Chu Ying replied. Fu Yu instantly sprang from the bed, including matters of the ancient kingdom of Yalong. "Yes," Chu Ying turned to him. "Do you believe it? The kingdom of Yalong has not vanished. They have merely concealed themselves from discovery. Abe Seiko must have returned there. We can find her." In a moment of silence, Fu Yu found himself at a loss for words. What we must ascertain now is the existence of the ancient kingdom of Yalong in this place. Otherwise, all that you have articulated remains unsubstantiated. We need to discover a divine tree, Chu Ying remarked. Regardless of how the world may transform, it must exist. It serves as the coordinate of the ancient kingdom of Yalong. It is not lofty, but rather lies close to the ground, with its thick trunk extending in 8 directions. It is the very entrance to the kingdom, through which Yang Yuhuan initially entered. Fu Yu summoned Shen Bing and illustrated the plant described by Chu Ying. Despite Shen Bing's earnest efforts, Chu Ying felt it was not accurate, for in her eyes, the divine tree exuded an unparalleled majesty. Shen Bing could never quite capture the essence she sought, to the point that she was on the verge of tears. "Miss, this is the pinnacle of my abilities." The appearance might indeed be correct, yet the feeling was amiss. Chu Ying had become ensnared in her own stubbornness. However, it mattered little. "We shall utilize this illustration as our starting point, and once we locate it, you can assess whether it resonates with your vision," Fu Yu suggested. "Indeed. I shall heed your counsel," Chu Ying replied. With the illustration in hand, a breakthrough had been achieved, and Bai Yi felt a wave of relief. Nevertheless, searching for such items was not their strong suit, and naturally, they would require assistance from their organization. Since they had arrived in Bangkok, Xiao Shan insisted on experiencing the local sights. That day, they meandered through the major tourist attractions of Bangkok, resembling tourists on an excursion. Song Yang and Xiao Shan were particularly exhilarated, sampling nearly every edible delight and acquiring numerous handicrafts. Had it not been for Bai Yi and Qi Xia intervening, they would have undoubtedly attempted to haul a sackful home. As time gradually slipped away, nightfall arrived, and the group found themselves somewhat disoriented, too weary to hail a cab, opting instead to traverse the streets of Bangkok on foot. Unbeknownst to them, they stumbled into the city's famed red light district. The road planning in Bangkok was far from commendable. Indeed, it could be deemed dreadful. This dimly lit street did not initially resemble a conventional red light district and bore an air of mystery. The group, oblivious to the true nature of this locale, inadvertently wandered in, discovering bars lining both sides of the street. In a moment of spontaneity, Song Yang clamored to enter one of the bars. Bai Yi, initially hesitant, could not bear to dampen the spirits of the group and, feeling soft-hearted, acquiesced. Upon entering, everyone was taken aback, especially the 3 young ladies. For these bars were not the ordinary establishments they had anticipated, but rather themed bars of a risque nature, where the waitresses donned scanty attire. And a stage at the back showcased a striptease performance. "Oh dear." Shen Bing immediately shielded her eyes. "What sort of dreadful place is this? Let us leave." Yet, driven by youthful exuberance, Song Yang found himself moving forward, his gaze reluctantly lingering. In that moment, the others had already exited, and as Bai Yi prepared to call out to him, he was momentarily taken aback by the approach of a girl clad in a black miniskirt. It was not her beauty or sultry attire that captivated him, but rather the chilling coldness in her eyes. Her expression was not befitting of one frequenting such a place, and it bore an unmistakable aura of menace. Bai Yi intended to ask Song Yang to step aside, but he was a moment too late. Song Yang, engrossed in the lively scene within, collided with a girl. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, adorned by a black hairpin that gleamed with hints of silver. The impact caused the hairpin to catch onto Song Yang's clothing, as the girl was rather petite. Chapter 715. The dark-haired maiden recovering from the surprise. Song Yang's gaze met that of the girl, and he was instantly captivated by her eyes, which resembled bottomless black voids, seemingly capable of swallowing his very soul. She possessed a delicate oval face with exquisitely refined features, yet her sharp, piercing eyes stood out. They were a deep, alluring black, though slightly overshadowed by a somber aura. Upon their collision, the girl displayed no sign of displeasure, perhaps due to her naturally expressionless demeanor. She merely cast a fleeting glance at Song Yang before swiftly moving past him, vanishing into the bustling bar street. "Hey, your hairpin!" Song Yang exclaimed, removing the pin that had caught on his clothes. But it was too late. The girl had already disappeared. Looking down, he noticed the hairpin was shaped like a leaf, shimmering with an inexplicable silver light. Song Yang found himself at a loss as to what to do with the hairpin. Should he discard it? After all, it belonged to her. He had no right to simply toss it away. But keeping it felt equally perplexing. Should he wait for her return? He stepped outside, searching for any trace of her. But to no avail, and that notion was quickly dismissed. "Song Yang, what are you doing?" Xiao Shan inquired. "You're not actually interested in what is happening inside, are you?" A look of disdain crossed Xiao Shan's face, causing Song Yang's cheeks to flush. "Of course not. It's just that I've never seen anything like this before. Let us go?" As he glanced around, he tucked the leaf-shaped hairpin into his pocket. Just then, a piercing scream erupted from within the bar, followed by a chorus of shrieks. Taken aback, Song Yang was about to investigate when Bai Yi pulled him back. Don't go in. Do we really need more trouble? Let us leave, he urged, leading the way out. Song Yang couldn't shake the feeling of unease in his heart. Thoughts of the dark-haired maiden stirred within him, and he felt increasingly anxious. Convinced that the commotion inside the bar was somehow linked to her, his hand reached into his pocket, gently brushing against the hairpin. Upon returning to the hotel, everyone had packed their belongings. Song Yang sat on the bed, letting out a sigh. Xiao Shan, sharing the room, rolled over to him, colliding with his back. Why the sigh? He queried. Nothing, Song Yang replied, though another sigh followed shortly after. What are you trying to convey? Xiao Shan said, bemused. I've been glued to my computer every day and have lost the ability to communicate with you humans. Dude, aren't you human yourself? Song Yang blurted out. In a certain sense, I am not. Xiao Shan spoke with utmost seriousness. Have you forgotten? I am, after all, an eternal being. A creature that can be deemed both human and something else entirely. Xiao Shan fell silent, prompting Song Yang to respond curtly, a spirit. One that embodies the essence of heaven and earth, correct? Indeed, you are right, Xiao Shan replied. Therefore, I fail to grasp the reason behind your sighs. I had thought you had evolved, yet it seems you remain unchanged at your core. Song Yang, feeling the urge to spit on the ground, restrained himself upon seeing the polished floor. I was merely contemplating the peculiar events that transpired earlier. It is truly strange. Do you not find that girl rather odd? She appears youthful, yet there is an air of menace about her, and she feels as cold as ice. Upon hearing this, Song Yang turned to see Xiao Shan sprawled out, fast asleep. After muttering to himself for a while, he resignedly gave Xiao Shan a gentle pat on the backside, exclaiming, still a child. Song Yang leapt off the bed, rummaging for that black hairpin. He approached the trash bin, hesitating for a moment before retracting his hand just as he was about to toss it in. With a sigh, he placed the hairpin back down. The following day marked the moment of their official departure. As they awaited their flight around midday, a sense of relaxation enveloped them in the terminal. Bai Yi was intently studying the diagram of the divine tree, nearly bumping heads with Qi Xie. Perhaps the leader might know about this, Qi Xie suggested. Once we return, let us split up. You seek out the organization while I pay a visit to Changbai Mountain to consult the leader. Everyone in our Yu dynasty possesses a heightened sensitivity to plants, surpassing that of all botanists in this world. Agreed, Bai Yi affirmed. The Yin organization is filled with capable individuals. May our dual efforts yield fruitful results. Song Yang and Xiao Shan were engaged in playful antics, both appearing as youthful boys. To others, they resembled two naive youngsters oblivious to the complexities of life. Xiao Shan moved with remarkable agility, evading Song Yang's attempts to catch him, which left Song Yang somewhat vexed. Damn it, I'm done playing with you. I always end up at a disadvantage. Xiao Shan then pounced on at Song Yang, playfully teasing him, yet noticed that Song Yang had stiffened. What's wrong? Following Song Yang's gaze, Xiao Shan spotted the black-clad girl from the previous night. What a coincidence. Could it really be her again? Song Yang found himself unconsciously drawn toward her. The dark-haired girl had changed her attire, now wearing a robe that elegantly accentuated her slender waist. Approaching her, Song Yang produced the black hairpin. This belongs to you. Does it not? Here, take it back. As the girl reached out to receive it, her hand brushed against Song Yang's, and her expression shifted to one of astonishment. She lifted her gaze to meet Song Yang's, her eyes radiating an unusual brilliance. Song Yang was taken aback. What's the matter? She is the girl from hell, Song Yang thought. This dark-clad, raven-haired girl seemed to have emerged from the depths of hell, devoid of warmth. When she gazed at others, her eyes glinted like icy daggers, and her mere proximity sent a chilling aura rushing forth. In that brief moment, the hairpin returned to the maiden's hand, while Song Yang stood frozen, as if entranced in a dream. Observing Song Yang's expression, the girl's demeanor shifted slightly, an inexplicable flush gracing her cheeks. To Fuyu, this seemed strange and unsettling. An uneasy feeling began to stir within her. Just as she hesitated, the girl moved closer, her face suddenly reddening as she leaned in to kiss Song Yang. Despite her icy body, her lips radiated warmth, and Song Yang felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The kiss, though unexpected, was something he had secretly anticipated. He clenched his fists but did not push the girl away. What on earth is happening? Xiao Shan's jaw nearly dropped as he shook Tang Sancheng beside him, urging, "Brother Sancheng, look, quickly." The hidden wings in Fu Yu's box began to stir, and her expression shifted. Could it be? She hurried toward Song Yang. But sensing her approach, the dark-haired girl withdrew her lips from Song Yang's, leaving behind a lingering sense of reluctance. As Fu Yu drew nearer, the girl glanced at her, panic flashing across her face. She stole a look at Song Yang before swiftly turning to leave. "Don't go," Fu Yu called out. At her words, Xiao Shan and Qi Xia leaped forward, attempting to seize the girl, drawing the attention of others in the airport. Meanwhile, security personnel were approaching. Noticing this, the girl hastened her escape, vanishing into the crowd. Xiao Shan and Qi Xia had nearly caught her, but a sudden tour group intervened, shielding her from view, leaving them separated. Frustrated, Xiao Shan stomped his foot, exclaiming, "We let her get away." Turning around, he found Song Yang grinning foolishly while touching his lips, which only fueled his irritation. "Are you out of your mind?" Fu Yu, feeling anxious, asked, "Song Yang, are you feeling unwell?" Song Yang remained in a daze, and the hidden wings abruptly settled down, leaving Fu Yu perplexed. What had the wings sensed? Was she merely overreacting? After all, it was just a passionate kiss between two individuals, albeit with an unusual connection. Finally snapping back to reality, Song Yang noticed everyone surrounding him and felt somewhat uncomfortable. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" Song Yang was not merely Song Yang. He was also Lei Zi, who had never shown any particular affection toward the opposite sex. He often teased Xiao Ning, never perceiving her as anything but a comrade. Yet now, his reaction mirrored that of a love-struck individual, completely captivated by the unknown dark-haired girl. Fu Yu placed her hand on Song Yang's shoulder, ensuring he was unscathed, and let out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness." "What is wrong, Fu Yu? Why are you so flustered?" Bai Yi remarked, noticing Fu Yu's unusual state. "Perhaps I was overly concerned. When the wings stirred, I feared that girl meant harm to Song Yang." Also, Fu Yu added, "She seems to be a practitioner of curses. How did you deduce that?" Song Yang inquired, his heart racing with urgency. "I am aware that practitioners of the dark arts are categorized into strict hierarchies, and some novice sorcerers, particularly young women, must don black garments." Fu Yu remarked, "Moreover, the sensation she imparted to me was quite potent." "Is that so?" Song Yang sighed in relief. "It's impossible. She appears to be quite young. And I didn't feel anything at all just now." "Not quite. There was indeed a sensation, a dizzying allure," Bai Yi asserted, slapping Song Yang's shoulder with emphasis. "All right. It's time to board. Consider this your romantic escapade here, a delightful kiss," Bai Yi stated with utmost seriousness, devoid of jest. However, to Song Yang's ears, it sounded like mockery, and he helplessly replied, "Fine, I acknowledge that I've been having a rough time lately." And Bai Qing was deeply moved by the recent kiss, quietly gazing at Fu Yu, her eyes brimming with affection. Bai Yi noticed and pinched himself hard, and Bai Qing truly stood out. As boarding approached, Song Yang instinctively fell to the back of the group. Suddenly, he turned around and saw the raven-haired girl standing outside the glass window, smiling softly at him. Chapter 716. Him? Her? That smile lingered in Song Yang's memory, and even on the plane, he remained somewhat distracted. Observing Song Yang's demeanor, Bai Yi grew concerned and turned to Fu Yu, asking, "Are you certain that girl is a sorceress?" "It's merely a feeling. What I can affirm is that Song Yang has not been cursed. You see, curses and poisons share similarities, and that girl's aura felt peculiar," Fu Yu replied. "I'm merely speculating, but is Song Yang perhaps too infatuated?" Following Fu Yu's gaze, Song Yang was grinning foolishly, gazing at the clouds outside the window, chuckling to himself, which piqued the curiosity of those seated ahead, who turned to look, puzzled. Sitting beside Song Yang, Xiao Shan feigned ignorance, turning away. Upon disembarking, Chu Ying had to rush back to the magazine office to resume her duties. Until the mysterious tree revealed its secrets, she continued to work normally, though her condition had deteriorated, appearing even more haggard. Fu Yu, feeling uneasy, watched her depart and sighed. She seems to be living in a state of turmoil. Two entirely different memories intertwined, perhaps leading her to question her own identity. Strangely, Shen and Song Yang did not suffer as severely. They had seamlessly woven their disparate recollections together. Qi Xia remarked, "Seeing her in such distress is truly disheartening. At her age, girls typically engage in work and romance, yet she is tirelessly seeking answers." Shen tilted her head and said, "Are you truly unaware? Song Yang and I have always felt a sense of waiting. anticipating the arrival of those who seek us. We have companions, but she is different. She is utterly alone, a pitiable soul in contrast to us. Remarkable, Fu Yu interjected. Didn't you harbor prejudices against her? When did that change? Shen Bing adamantly denied ever expressing prejudice against her, stating that she merely disapproved of her behavior, likening her to a delicate character, akin to Lin Daiyu, perpetually acting coy and fragile. Abe Haru quietly approached Fu Yu, feigning innocence, and lamented, "I have no money." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi felt a chill run down his spine, replying, "So what? I cannot sleep on the street." With a pitiful demeanor, Abe Haru continued, "Modern onmyoji differ from their predecessors. One must work to sustain oneself. I have been without work for quite some time. Could Fu Yu allow me to stay with you?" To Bai Yi's astonishment, he noticed the corners of Abe Haru's eyes glistened with unshed tears, prompting a desire to inquire about the authenticity of his plight, yet he hesitated, fearing it might diminish his own composure. Witnessing Abe Haru act cute and endearing in front of Fu Yu ignited a fire of frustration within Bai Yi. Fu Yu, mindful of Bai Yi's reaction, did not suspect Abe Haru of deceit. However, her moment of hesitation allowed Abe Haru to delve into his wallet. Look at this. It left Fu Yu both amused and exasperated, as the wallet contained only a meager handful of yen and a solitary bank card. Abe Haru picked up the card, pointing to himself with a mournful expression. "This is all that remains for my journey home." "A lie," Bai Yi inwardly screamed. Yet he was taken aback when he saw Fu Yu nodding in agreement. Bai Yi felt an overwhelming urge to seize Abe Haru by the collar and drag him to the bank to uncover the truth about the card's balance. However, Song Yang leaned close to Bai Yi's ear, whispering, "Dignity, Brother Bai. After all, he will soon return to Japan." Abe Haru successfully secured his place within Bai Yi's domain, sharing the same room, which left Bai Yi feeling thoroughly uncomfortable, especially when this fellow would mutter Fu Yu's name in his sleep. Fortunately, Chi Xie was promptly departing for Changbai Mountain, seeking news regarding the divine tree from the leader and his kin. Eager to distance himself from Abe Haru, Bai Yi hastily suggested that Abe Haru occupy Chi Xie's room, hoping for a reprieve from the incessant chatter. Bai Yi also kept busy, reaching out to Lei, who departed with a copy of the portrait. Before leaving, he reminded everyone to temper their expectations. As the days dragged on in anticipation, Bai Yi sought to evade Abe Haru by taking him to antique shops daily, attempting to captivate him with various curiosities. This tactic proved effective, as Abe Haru became enthralled by the myriad of intriguing items in the antique store, eagerly accompanying Bai Yi to the street lined with shops. His primary fascination was with luminous pearls, though Bai Yi's shop no longer stocked such treasures, having sold them off to sustain his life abroad. Nevertheless, there was one item that rekindled Abe Haru's spirits, a piece known as a bougie, originating from the Ming dynasty. A bougie was an ornamental embellishment affixed to the front and back of an official's robe, its design dictated by the official's rank, with variations for civil and military officials. For instance, the patterns for civil officials included a crane for the first rank, a golden pheasant for the second, a peacock for the third, a cloud goose for the fourth, a white pheasant for the fifth, a heron for the sixth, a mandarin duck for the seventh, a yellow oriole for the eighth, a quail for the ninth, and a magpie for miscellaneous ranks. The insignia adorning the military official's robe are as follows. The first rank is represented by a qilin, the second by an embroidered lion, the third by an embroidered leopard, the fourth by an embroidered tiger, the fifth by an embroidered bear, the sixth by an embroidered panther, the seventh and eighth by an embroidered rhinoceros, and the ninth by an embroidered seahorse. Abe Haru stood before the insignia, deep in thought. It dawned on him that the variations in design signified the rank of the wearer. Indeed, our own robes as onmyoji share this principle. Those of the highest cultivation don garments of a distinct hue, suggesting a commonality between the two. When Abe Haru speaks earnestly, he is not as disagreeable as one might assume. Bai Yi remarked, "Rank is a universal concept across all nations. But what is this entity?" Abe Haru stood before a luminous cup, a masterpiece of craftsmanship. Bai Yi candidly replied, "The legendary luminous cup is something I have yet to encounter, though I have seen the bright pearl numerous times." In uttering this, Bai Yi momentarily forgot about the customers behind him, drawing their attention and prompting a collective murmur. He silently lamented his oversight, but quickly improvised, "I have merely seen it in television dramas and novels." The patrons responded with a chorus of ohs, followed by a bout of subdued laughter. Bai Yi, exasperated, shook his head, noting that it was time to guide Abe Haru to other shops, particularly the antique store owned by Luo Tian. To his surprise, Luo Tian was indeed present that day, a rare sight, for his shop was often bustling with customers. And upon his arrival, the store overflowed with patrons. Spotting Bai Yi through the throng, Luo Tian seemed pleasantly surprised as he navigated the crowd towards him. "You have finally returned. What brings you here?" Bai Yi inquired, surprised. "Did your assistant not inform you?" Luo Tian crossed his arms, revealing that the assistant now working for Bai Yi had previously belonged to him, a fact that Bai Yi had persistently pursued. "He has been busy all day and hasn't uttered a word to me." Bai Yi jested. Perhaps he still harbors sentiments for his former employer and has yet to develop any affection for the new one. "And who might this be?" Luo Tian chuckled, observing Abe Haru's distinctly non-Chinese appearance. "Is it that obvious?" Abe Haru expressed curiosity towards Luo Tian. "Well, your Chinese is quite commendable," Luo Tian noted. "I originally had matters to discuss with you, Bai Yi, but for now, Abe Haru, please return to the shop and await my return." "I need to discuss business with Luo," Bai Yi asserted with a serious demeanor. "Do not touch anything in my office." Abe Haru made no reply or acknowledgement, simply turning to leave, which instilled in Bai Yi a subtle concern. He hoped this fellow wouldn't shatter any antiques, as he had no means to compensate for them. Luo Tian escorted Bai Yi to his office, pouring tea without delay, diving straight into the matter at hand. A direct approach Bai Yi greatly appreciated, for time is indeed money. "Do you recall the embroidered piece I assisted you with last time?" Luo Tian began. "It was displayed at the museum a few days ago. I want to see it." Bai Yi's eyes widened in realization. "Have you made a new discovery?" "Sort of," Luo Tian replied. Luo Tian remarked, "I once came across Empress Xiaozhuang stating that she was not truly herself. Now, those scenes are somewhat clearer. She was addressing another person, and I misunderstood her meaning. Initially, I believed that someone had replaced Xiaozhuang. In reality, she was merely lamenting the significant transformation she underwent for that individual, indicating a change in her very essence. That person existed only as a shadow, to whom Xiaozhuang was speaking. He, or perhaps she, Bai Yi inquired. "It should be a man," Luo Tian responded. "How shall I put it? I have loved before and understand how a woman appears when in the presence of the man she adores." Xiaozhuang's expression and demeanor were steeped in sorrow, unmistakably portraying a woman wounded by love. Yet, what intrigues me most is that embroidery. The women of the Qing dynasty did not embroider auspicious patterns, but rather perplexing images. Bai Yi refrained from being overly explicit, opting instead to speak from the perspective of an appraiser. Unexpectedly, Luo Tian unveiled the matter. "Indeed, it is peculiar. In the recent Hongyan archaeological incident, I noticed that the distribution of the red rocks mirrored the patterns in the embroidery. Could this merely be coincidence?" A sigh of relief escaped Bai Yi. He realized this was the crux of the matter. Luo Tian was indeed extraordinary, swiftly honing in on the essential point. He merely hoped that Luo Tian could provide further clues. Luo Tian pondered. "There is something that strikes me as odd. When I witnessed that scene, I should have perceived only an illusion, yet I felt an oppressive presence from that mysterious figure. How should I say it? I was somewhat frightened." Bai Yi's heart tightened. He pondered over something, though the concept remained nebulous. After a prolonged silence, he finally asked, "What are your thoughts?" Chapter 717. The Tree of Conception. "I sensed that Xiaozhuang was exploited," Luo Tian candidly stated. "That's precisely my feeling, for when she was in mourning, that shadow exhibited no reaction whatsoever. If he shared the same affections for her, how could he remain indifferent?" Exploited? Bai Yi suddenly awakened to the realization. Could that shadow be He Bo? Though his mind remained somewhat muddled, a thread of clarity began to emerge. The possibility of He Bo was indeed substantial. Despite the ambiguity surrounding He Bo's entanglement with Yi Qingyi, it was evident that he cared for her. Thus, when he learned that Genghis Khan had once entered Yi Qingyi's confined space and chose to conceal this information, he erupted in fury. Yet, with his abilities, why was he unable to locate Yi Qingyi until they disturbed the red rocks, revealing her presence? Could it be related to He Bo's powers? Bai Yi was so engrossed in thought that he failed to notice Luo Tian's contemplative gaze upon him. "It seems you are facing a dilemma," Luo Tian coughed lightly. "If it were me, my choice would be simple. Let events unfold naturally, for eventually, the issue will resolve itself. But what if the problem snowballs, growing so vast that we cannot withstand it?" Bai Yi countered. "Thus, under this hypothesis, one must enhance one's capabilities, Luo Tian stated succinctly. Bai Yi felt a sense of relief. Indeed, the river god possessed vulnerabilities. Through the lens of Hong Yan, it became evident that he was not invincible. Moreover, Tang San could seek out Jiang Chun. Although Jiang Chun appeared elusive, Tang San, with his current capabilities, would undoubtedly find a way. As a member of the Pangu clan, Jiang Chun's powers naturally surpassed those of the river god. Given the connection between Jiang Chun and the Xianjing, it was certain he would ally with Tang San. Thus, this matter could be resolved effortlessly. Contemplating this, Bai Yi was overwhelmed with excitement and abruptly stood up. Boss Luo, I am immensely grateful to you. I must take my leave now, and I shall return to visit another day. Watching Bai Yi dash away, Luo Tian sighed, running a hand through his hair. He gazed at the family portrait on the table, reflecting on how he had aged. If it were in the past, he would have eagerly engaged in such intriguing and entertaining affairs. Alas, times had changed. It was prudent to exercise restraint. He picked up the frame, carefully dusting it off. And upon seeing the smiling faces of his children and wife, a smile unconsciously graced his own lips. Bai Yi, in his haste to find Tang San, had neglected a crucial matter, and Bai Qing was still waiting for him in the office of his antique shop. And Bai Qing sat in Bai Yi's office, fervently suppressing the urge to touch the various jars and bottles around him. He was acutely aware of his financial limitations. If he broke anything, he would be unable to return home. As time passed, unease began to creep in. Where could Bai Yi be? A young assistant gently knocked on the door, and Bai Qing turned. Come in. The assistant hesitated, glancing at Bai Qing. Mr. Bai, we are about to close. What time is it? And Bai Qing was taken aback, and his stomach growled in response. He looked out the window to find that night had fallen. It's nearly 8:30, the assistant replied. Today is Monday, so we close a bit earlier. And Bai Qing was thoroughly flabbergasted. But where is Bai Yi? Boss Bai? I saw him rush out earlier, around 6:30. The assistant informed him, and Bai Qing's expression darkened. After a moment, he shouted, Bai Yi. When Bai Yi recalled Bai Qing, he was seated at the dining table, suddenly struck by the realization. He glanced at Fu Yu and cleared his throat softly. It seems we are missing someone. You only just realized? And Bai Qing, having pushed the door open, entered with a look of despair and directly addressed Fu Yu. I almost thought I would never see you again. Initially, Bai Yi felt a twinge of guilt, but seeing Bai Qing rush to inform Fu Yu upon his return, he quickly adopted a sharper tone. How could you forget? You are quite familiar with this place. You found your way here last time, did you not? Well, you shouldn't have overlooked him, Fu Yu remarked. He is, after all, a foreigner, unfamiliar with this place. He must be hungry. Let me serve him some food. Noticing Fu Yu's concern for him, and Bai Qing's irritation dissipated significantly. With a teasing demeanor, he sat opposite Bai Yi. You truly lack conscience. I will have to devise other methods to deal with you in the future. This tactic will no longer be effective. I shan't trust you again. By heaven's conscience. Bai Yi was nearly on the verge of slamming the table, when Song Yang beside him whispered, Dignity, to hell with dignity. Bai Yi cursed inwardly but maintained his composure while dining, letting out a cold laugh. Do not forget, you are already an adult. Even if I were to forget you, you ought to at least inquire. How could you sit there foolishly waiting for 2 hours? I truly begin to question the genetics of the Anbei family. Bai Qing was momentarily speechless. From being imperious just moments ago, he was now left to simmer in silence. Tang San Chung coughed softly. So? We must wait for news from Qi Xie and the organization before we can act. For now, we should just continue with our tasks as usual. I cannot wait any longer. Bai Qing expressed, I am genuinely concerned about my mother. She merely stated that she wanted to return, not that she intended to. Shen Bing interjected, swallowing back the words to die. Bai Qing's tumultuous day finally reached its conclusion. After finishing his meal, he sat in the courtyard, lost in thought. When Qi Xie returned, he pushed the door open, and upon seeing Bai Qing, exclaimed, So, you must have received good news? Bai Qing was unaware of Qi Xie's identity, only knowing that he was well-versed in botany. The mention of good news from Qi Xie's lips nearly made Bai Qing leap up in excitement. Is there an answer? Indeed. Qi Xie's arrival prompted everyone to gather around. Tang San Chung recognized that Qi Xie's journey had been arduous, involving a trek into the mountains. Yet his prompt return indicated his earnestness regarding the matter. The divine tree has a history? Bai Yi inquired, astonished. Yes, it could very well be the legendary sun-granting tree, also known as the pregnancy tree. Geographically, it should be located in a place called Fanjing Mountain in Guizhou, Qixia explained. Based on the shape and characteristics of the tree, it aligns almost perfectly. The pregnancy tree? Shen Bing countered. But wait, if it is indeed the pregnancy tree, then why did Yang Yuhuan have no offspring? A mother's worth is determined by her children. If she had a child with the emperor, ascending to the position of empress would be a certainty. No, in Guizhou, there is a connection to the ancient country of Yalong. And this pregnancy tree also correlates with our initial suspicions. I believe we must make a trip there. If the information from the organization aligns, then there will be no doubt. We can depart immediately, Bai Yi declared. An Beiqing's face lit up with joy. If that is the case, it could not be better. An Beiqing took over Qixia's room, leaving Qixia to share a space with Bai Yi. The two seized the opportunity to discuss in detail. It turned out that during Qixia's recent return to Changbai Mountain, he had met with the leader and recounted the events of the past few days, omitting any mention of the river god, focusing solely on the divine tree. To his surprise, the leader revealed that Qixia's birth was deeply intertwined with this divine tree. Qixia's parents had been unable to conceive, and under the leader's guidance, they sought the pregnancy tree, which ultimately led to Qixia's birth, establishing a profound connection to his origins. Bai Yi was about to express a sentiment when he heard Qixia say, "This time I have also heard some matters regarding the river lord. Bai Yi, do you recall that the leader once mentioned that although he resides in seclusion on the Changbai Mountain and seldom ventures out, prior to becoming the leader, he was permitted to go outside, and that he was even seen by outsiders, who mistook him for the longevity star?" "Indeed, I remember," Bai Yi replied. "The leader bears a striking resemblance to the longevity star. He has shared with me that he possesses some understanding of the Yin organization." "Apologies. I informed the leader about the organization," Qixia said. "He lives in quietude, disengaged from worldly affairs, and I believe there was no harm in sharing this with him. Given his extensive experience, he might possess valuable insights." "Your reasoning is sound," Bai Yi remarked. "So, the leader has some understanding?" "Precisely. He nearly joined the Yin organization during the late Qin period," Qixia replied. "Moreover, he encountered the individual who originally established the Yin organization, a striking figure with silver hair." Bai Yi's heart fluttered at this revelation. Silver hair? The statement sounded less like a question and more like an incredulous murmur. Reflecting on the fleeting thought he had entertained not long ago, it seemed today to be confirmed. Did the leader indeed assert that the individual had silver hair? "Indeed," Qixia affirmed. He mentioned that this person was actively recruiting individuals with exceptional talents from the martial world to assemble them under his command. The leader chanced upon him during an outing and was unsure how the individual discerned the leader's peculiarity, ultimately attempting to persuade the leader to join his organization. However, the leader, being concerned for his kin in Changbai Mountain, declined the offer. Upon hearing my account of the Yin organization, he immediately recalled this past incident. Suspecting a possible connection, "What sorts of individuals joined this organization at that time?" Bai Yi inquired. "It is said that those skilled in esoteric arts comprised the majority. In the words of Tang San, they were individuals of considerable cultivation," Qixia replied. "Though my own cultivation is rather modest, the leader possesses considerable knowledge." He recounted that this matter was conducted in secrecy. Even those who joined were tacitly aware of the discretion required. However, he found it peculiar how that silver-haired individual managed to rally such a multitude of extraordinary talents. Chapter 718. The Nun's Silver Hair. "How coincidental that the River Lord also possesses silver hair," Bai Yi said. "Let us refrain from disclosing this matter to others for now. After we resolve the situation with Abe Haruki, we shall deliberate further." "Agreed," Qixia responded. "I am eager to see just how remarkable that gestating tree truly is. Indeed, to have birthed our Qixia, it must be a divine tree of millennia." Bai Yi smiled. "Qixia, you must be weary. Take a proper rest. We shall await the organization's response before proceeding." Qixia received news 2 days ahead of Lei Yiren, who arrived 2 days later with information that astonishingly mirrored Qixia's, albeit with slight variations in phrasing. Liu Yi remarked, "In our organization, there is an individual particularly devoted to the study of ancient flora, encompassing both legendary and documented species." According to him, at the summit of Fanjing Mountain, after ascending over 4,000 steps, one can find a tree that remarkably sprouts from the ground, exhibiting an array of forms. Dozens of branches intertwine, parasitizing one another. What was once a tree has given rise to shrubs. and what was initially woody has transformed into vine-like structures, different branches from the same trunk, towering high and sprawling low, a singular tree that forms a forest. It is said that a couple, having been childless for many years, returned from their pilgrimage to the mountain and, upon witnessing this phenomenon, burned several incense papers. To their astonishment, upon returning home, they miraculously conceived, fulfilling their desire to embrace a child in their old age. Consequently, word spread, attracting countless individuals annually to pray at this site, venerating it as a divine entity, and thus the conception tree gained immense renown. Bai Yi commented, "This singular characteristic alone aligns perfectly with what we seek. Although it is a sacred tree, it remains close to the ground, not a towering giant. Thank you, Brother Lei, for your arduous efforts." Who is Lei Yi? He was already aware that they had learned of this situation before him. "I do not find it laborious. I merely regret having taken up your time. We shall depart this afternoon," Bai Yi declared, striving to complete this task promptly. As Lei Yi rose, he reflected on the members of the underworld organization, who were generally efficient and disinclined to dawdle. As he prepared to leave, Bai Yi suddenly inquired, "Brother Lei, do you know who the original founder of our underworld organization was? What purpose did he have in establishing it?" Lei Yi paused. "This, I am not entirely certain of. It is likely only Uncle San is aware. Traditionally, only the core trio knows the origins of this organization, and they keep such matters closely guarded. We only possess a general understanding. I am sorry I cannot assist you further." Seeing the sincerity in Lei Yi's words, coupled with his background in psychology, Bai Yi sensed that he was truthful. It appeared that only Uncle San held the knowledge, but the stringent secrecy surrounding it only served to arouse suspicion. Nevertheless, they had now determined their destination, a reassuring outcome. Both parties converged on the concept of the conception tree, and thus, the journey to Fanjing Mountain was inevitable. Bai Yi informed Chu Ying, and they set out that very afternoon. However, the limitations of air travel meant they could not bring their tools, a hindrance wrought by modern technology. Fortunately, such matters could be resolved with financial means, albeit at the expense of some time. Chu Ying's spirits lifted considerably, affirming the adage that joy invigorates the soul. Fanjing Mountain, with its magnificent terrain, presents a breathtaking spectacle of towering peaks and deep valleys. Streams meander and waterfalls cascade. The unique geological formations, shaped by ancient processes, create an array of stunning landscapes. Historical texts indicate that prior to the Tang dynasty, Fanjing Mountain was referred to as San Mountain Valley, Chen Mountain, and Xiqiong Mountain, and after the Ming dynasty, it adopted the name Fanjing Mountain, which signifies a pure land in Buddhist context. The location of the fabled pregnancy tree remains an enigma. The search in the mountains is likely to take more than just a day or two. Upon reaching the nearest county, Bai Yi and his companions began to prepare their camping equipment, which included not only the usual digging tools, but also all necessary gear for wilderness camping. The preparation consumed an entire day, and they decided to spend a night in the county before officially entering the mountains on the following day. During their time in the county, they inquired about any recent appearances of Japanese women in the area. The response was startling. The county, unlike first-tier cities, seldom sees foreigners, particularly Japanese women, whose bowing mannerisms leave a lasting impression on everyone they encounter. This revelation filled Abe Ching with a particular excitement. Ultimately, they learned that she had ventured into the mountains, and that night, Abe Ching found it impossible to sleep, fixated on the distant peaks, feeling as if he could almost catch a glimpse of his mother atop the mountain. They rented a vehicle to take them as close to Fanjing Mountain as possible. Noticing their numerous packages, the driver assumed they were pilgrims going to a temple. "Which temple are you headed to? I can take you up the mountain," he offered. It was understandable for the driver to ask such a question, as Fanjing Mountain is renowned as a sacred site in Buddhism, notably the sole place of Maitreya Bodhisattva. Within the mountainous region, there are 4 major royal temples and 48 others, collectively revered as ancient Buddhist sanctuaries, not merely in name. "No need. Just drop us off at the foot of the mountain," Bai Yi replied. "But there are so many temples here. Which one do the Buddhists choose to visit?" Bai Yi spoke casually, unaware that the driver would respond. "Anyone will do, except for one." Curious, Bai Yi inquired, "Which one is that?" He glanced back to see another vehicle closely trailing behind them, as they were too numerous for a single car. Oddly enough, the temple in question bore no name, only a blank sign hanging above its entrance. The driver explained, "I've heard it is inhabited solely by nuns, who never associate with other temples. They are solitary, and do not allow offerings to be sent their way. Quite strange, isn't it? Typically, temples rely on offerings to sustain themselves. How do they survive without them? Fuyu asked. That is a mystery known only to the heavens. Moreover, that is a temple, not a convent. Why they remain there is a question unanswered, the driver replied. If you wish to ascend, it may prove challenging. There are no paths unless you are skilled in rock climbing. What is the general direction? Bai Yi asked. West, the driver said as he pulled the car over. You can disembark here. There is a path that leads directly up the mountain. Look, even at this early hour, there are already people on the mountain. Indeed, a throng of individuals was visible halfway up the slope, with true devotees diligently ascending, while others purely for sightseeing drove up. After settling the fare and deliberating, Bai Yi and his companions decided to abandon this spot. The heavy foot traffic suggested that if the pregnancy tree were indeed here, it would have long been discovered. However, the mention of the nuns piqued Bai Yi's interest, as did Abe Ching's. He felt an instinctive sense that his mother might be there. Having made up their minds, the group set forth towards the west, a direction imbued with profound significance. The west traditionally denotes the orientation of the meditators, rooted in reverence and remembrance of the Buddha. This notion can be elucidated in two aspects. Firstly, during the era of the Buddha, it was customary for newly constructed halls to invite the Buddha and the monks to reside within before being inaugurated, whereupon the Buddha would impart teachings. According to several scriptures, the Buddha would enter first, choosing a seat near the central pillar facing east, while the monks would position themselves behind him, closer to the western wall. Aligning in the same direction, the local populace would then face the Buddha, thus orienting themselves towards the west, seated to absorb his teachings. We resembled monks journeying westward in search of wisdom, reminiscent of the legendary journey to the west. Shen playfully remarked, I need not say, it must be the Monkey King. All beings are born from the earth, infused with its ethereal essence. Shen likened himself to Sun Wukong, which elicited a chuckle from Yang. Does that imply Bai Yi is Tang Sung? But have you ever encountered such a ruthless Tang Sing? I find Tang Sen shares more traits with the monk, while Qixia embodies the steadfast white dragon horse, tirelessly diligent, and can be aptly compared to Sha Monk. The conversation grew increasingly absurd, and Bai Yi noticed that everyone carried heavy backpacks, despite their light-hearted banter. What troubled them most was that the path westward grew increasingly narrow, until it vanished entirely. Gazing at the steep cliffs ahead, Chu Ying gasped, yet a sense of familiarity ignited her excitement. I truly feel I have been here before. Everything seems so familiar. If I am not mistaken, if we proceed another 400 meters, there lies a large stone resembling a turtle resting on the ground. Is that true? Shen was the first to voice her skepticism. Regardless of its veracity, we must proceed to see for ourselves, they encouraged one another. Carefully navigating the rocky terrain, after approximately 400 meters, Shen spotted the large stone, partially concealed by underbrush, its protruding end reminiscent of a turtle's tail. Vividly striking, Shen quickly glanced at Chu Ying, whose expression seemed to affirm, see, I told you I was not mistaken. It appeared they had indeed found the right location. Perhaps the western paradise was near. Yang, merely jesting, noted the seriousness etched on everyone's faces, feeling somewhat disheartened by the lack of humor. Do not be anxious. The tree of conception may well be nearby. Yes, indeed, it is close, Chu Ying added. The group was eager to locate the tree, yet Abe Haruki's quest was not for the tree, but for his mother. The recent tales of the nuns had stirred ripples within him, and he surveyed his surroundings, where sheer cliffs loomed. Even if a temple existed, where could it possibly be constructed? Chapter 719. Fragments of stone upon the cliffs surrounding them. A dark speck emerged, causing Abe Haruki's heart to leap. That small, shadowy figure nearly brought him to tears of joy. Look, could that possibly be the temple? Following the direction pointed out by Abe Haru, everyone understood. Qixia nodded in agreement. No wonder the driver insisted that only climbers could ascend, for this temple was precariously perched upon a cliff, devoid of any path leading upwards. Indeed, one must scale the rock face to reach it. There were no signs of human development here. The sheer cliffs left no handholds, and to reach the summit required considerable effort. Among the group were 3 women, making the task far from simple. Abe Haru felt an urgent desire to ascend. I must see it for myself. You stay here, Qixia and Yang. You 2 remain to protect them. As soon as Bai Yi spoke, he faced resistance from the 3 women. Shen directly accused him of gender bias. Do you underestimate us women so much that we should simply remain here, playing the role of guardians? Chu Ying added, I too wish to ascend, for I believe I have been there before. Her reasoning was more compelling than Shen Bing's protest. Fuyu laughed, saying, if you wish to show concern for the fairer sex, you ought to consider our opinions. Don't you think we should all ascend together? Staying here offers little advantage. Indeed, the space was cramped. Even sitting down, the ground was littered with sharp stones, leaving no flat surface to rest upon. Resolute in their decision, the group began preparing climbing ropes and hiking poles, readying themselves for the ascent. Bai Yi, having engaged in similar activities abroad, naturally led the way, with the 3 women in the middle and the others providing support from behind. Tang Sanchong, despite his years of fitness and cultivation, found his stamina lacking. He wondered if it was related to an illness from his infancy. Had it not been for the celestial energy of Pondering, his life might have been forfeit, perhaps leaving him with lingering aftereffects. One must gain something while sacrificing another. Halfway up, Tang Sanchong felt his heartbeat quicken. Knowing his body well, he feared he could not hold on much longer. Behind him, Qixia urged, do not rush, adjust your breathing, take it slow. To his astonishment, Shen Bing, such a small girl, was surprisingly agile, bounding up the rock face like a nimble rabbit. Fuyu was not far behind, but only Chu Ying struggled, laboriously making her way forward under the guidance of Xiao Shan. It seemed Tang Sanchong could only compare his abilities with Chu Ying's, he mused. Regardless, they had finally embarked on the right path. Their climbing figures caught the attention of nearby tourists heading to the Buddhist holy site, prompting exclamations. Look, those must be professional climbers. Indeed, how impressive. I have heard that place is quite difficult to reach. Observing their athletic forms, the crowd murmured in admiration. Bai Yi and the others were oblivious to these accolades. Even if they had heard, it would provide no solace. They all felt their moisture rapidly depleting. Especially Tang Sanchong, who experienced a wave of dizziness. He glanced down, and his heart raced. My goodness, how high is this? At least 700 meters. And we have only reached the halfway point. As Qixia spoke, he noticed Tang San's back, soaked with sweat. We can take a moment to rest and replenish our energy. This suggestion suspended everyone on the cliff. They deftly retrieved water from their backpacks. A distinct advantage of professional climbing gear. After hydrating, their expressions visibly brightened. Just as they began to catch their breath, Tang San heard a clattering sound above. He looked up, and his previously relaxed face turned pale. Oh no, falling debris. Press against the rock face, quickly. Bai Yi commanded loudly. Protect your heads. Everyone secured themselves against the cliff with one hand while shielding their heads with the other. The falling rocks struck them like hail, causing painful bruises. Song Yang grumbled fiercely. Is this the work of those nuns above? Damn it. Even if they are nuns, don't they have any principles? They're killing us. At that moment, only Song Yang continued to voice complaints. The others prioritized their own safety. The shower of rocks lasted an indeterminate time before finally ceasing. They ached all over, muscles screaming in pain, with numerous bruises blooming on their bodies. Despite this, Bai Yi felt a sense of relief. They did not intend to kill them, merely discouraging their approach. Otherwise, it would have been far worse than mere stones. The more they wished to keep us away, the more sinister it seems. Song Yang gritted his teeth, noticing several bruises on his arm. He dared not imagine the consequences if one had struck his head. Let us move on. And Bai Qing had been in a trance, but suddenly, she called out in Japanese, her voice ringing clear. Bai Yi understood. She was invoking her mother. Convinced that her mother was above them, no one attempted to stop her, and they continued their ascent amidst her cries. Strangely, no further debris fell. Bai Yi pondered. Could it be that in Bai Qing's pleas had an effect? Seizing the opportunity, they collectively hastened their ascent, supporting one another as they drew closer to the cliff summit. Just as they were about to reach it, a voice resonated. We seek no conflict. Why must you disturb our tranquility? The voice bore an aged timbre, tinged with resignation. And Bai Qing suddenly interjected, I want to see my mother. How could she leave me behind? Qixia exchanged glances with Bai Yi, and then surveyed the small hill. Having collaborated numerous times, they understood each other with a mere look. In unison, they swiftly scaled the cliff, landing gracefully atop. Their sudden appearance startled the 3 nuns stationed there. It was a misnomer to call them a group, as only 3 stood there. The eldest among them, likely the one who had spoken earlier. Qixia discerned that these were not true nuns. He could see hair peeking out from under their head coverings. He bowed respectfully to the eldest nun. Forgive our intrusion. We merely seek someone and mean no harm. The elder nun took a step back and closed her eyes. Is it the one from earlier? Come up, everyone, shouted Chijiao. All climbed the cliff, while Shen Bing, feeling a twinge of acrophobia, hastily moved towards a broader area, her action misinterpreted as an attack, causing several nuns to retreat a few steps. They did not seem aggressive. Abe Haru strode forward confidently, declaring, "She must be here, right?" The old nun sighed. "Child, why have you come? This is her fate, and ours as well." "I do not understand. I must see her," Abe Haru insisted. "Is my mother truly a descendant of Yang Yuhuan? But wasn't Yang Yuhuan unable to bear children? How could there be descendants? I will not return until I clarify this." With a thud, Abe Haru knelt on the ground, proclaiming loudly in Japanese, "Mother, if you do not come to see me, I shall remain here forever. Even if I ultimately become a fossil, I will not leave." Bai Yi, listening nearby, felt a pang of compassion for this rival. His quest for his mother had been arduous, and now, so close, yet still unable to meet her. Abe Haru knelt steadfastly, and no one attempted to pull him up. They merely pointed at his display of desperation, hoping it would compel Abe Haru's mother to appear. With someone from their camp present, they felt a sense of reassurance. Motionless, Abe Haru resembled a fossil. Fuyu sighed softly, while the old nun appeared troubled and whispered with the two behind her. After a moment, she sighed again. "You have come at an inopportune time. She is ill and cannot meet you." "Master," Bai Yi interjected, "if that is the case, it is even more imperative for them to meet. Besides, we have come for the pregnancy tree and this young lady." Bai Yi then brought Chu Ying forward, revealing the birthmark on her hand. It bore an exact resemblance to that of Yang Yuhuan. "Do you not find this curious?" Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, the old nun's expression shifted to one of astonishment as she recognized the mark. She turned back to discuss with the two behind her, and this time, she finally relented, saying, "Please, come in." The entrance to the temple faced the cliff. Upon entering, they found the interior, though worn, was meticulously clean and tidy. Clothes hung out to dry in the courtyard, alongside some Chinese herbs, primarily for treating external injuries. The old nun, evidently their leader, led the way to the back hall, where they resided, an intense fragrance of incense wafting from the Buddha hall. Abe Haru felt both exhilarated and perplexed. He could not fathom why his mother insisted on coming here, even if it meant abandoning herself. There was an enigmatic aura surrounding this place, enveloping Abe Haru in a shroud of mystery. The old nun brought them to a door and knocked gently. "Are you asleep?" A weak voice replied from within, "No." The old nun pondered for a moment before saying, He has come to find you. You were not mistaken. He is not one to give up easily." Silence fell for a few seconds before a voice asked, "Where is he?" Upon hearing that voice, Abe Haru's eyes reddened. He unmistakably recognized his mother's voice. Yet he was astonished by her proficiency in Chinese. He was eager to enter, but was restrained by Cong Yang. "We are so close. At least allow her to open the door." Chapter 720. The Rebirth Incantation. The door creaked open, revealing a woman inside who leaned weakly against the bed. She appeared frail, and as she struggled to lift her head, tears streamed down her face upon seeing Abe Haru. She murmured something in Japanese. Haru rushed forward, even pushing aside the elderly nun, squatting beside his mother's bed. "How could you do this to me? How could you abandon me like this after I've lost my father?" Abe Haru's mother possessed exquisite features, and he likely inherited a blend of his parents' appearances. In that moment, he was nothing more than a child, nestling in his mother's embrace. Reluctant to lift his head, with a sigh, his mother spoke, "I am dying. I merely wish to return to where I originated, to go back to my roots." "Haru, you mustn't be so stubborn. I simply do not want to die in agony. Here, I will find more peace." "I cannot comprehend," Abe Haru replied. "Mother, can we not speak of death?" "Foolish child," she said. "Have you not already peered into my medical records? Furthermore, why did you trespass into the Abe ancestral home? Your uncle informed me that you sought to employ forbidden arts to save me. I cannot let you endanger yourself. I must return eventually. So it is better I return now, thus rescuing you." "Forbidden arts," Tang Sancheng remarked. "Are you referring to the rebirth incantation?" Abe Haru's mother lifted her gaze to Tang Sancheng, then back to her son. "Who are they?" "They are my friends. They have been assisting me in searching for you." "We have finally found you," Abe Haru replied. "Your uncle has far too many notions. I merely wished to delve deeper into the matter and never intended to actually employ the rebirth incantation. With my current abilities, I am incapable of wielding such power. Throughout history, Only Abe Saimai has achieved such a feat. What is the rebirth incantation? Shen Bing inquired quietly of Tang Sancheng. It is a type of incantation utilized by practitioners of dark arts, a sorcery that reverses the balance of yin and yang, using the caster's blood as a medium to resurrect the deceased. This sorcery is considered an act against the natural order, hence its general prohibition, Tang Sancheng explained. Abe Haru is correct. Among Onmyoji, only Abe Saimai has been able to accomplish this, perhaps with one other. Who? Shen Bing asked, her curiosity piqued. Ashiya Doman, a name that stands alongside Abe and Kumo within the Onmyoji clans. He does not belong to either the Kumo or Abe families, but roams as a wandering Onmyoji of the Harima school. In ancient texts, Ashiya Doman is depicted as the only rival capable of matching Saimai, Tang Sancheng stated. Regardless, the rebirth incantation is a forbidden spell that cannot be activated lightly. Indeed, the rebirth incantation, if not fully controlled, will result in the caster's demise, Abe Haru added. Moreover, it renders the target irretrievable, a mutual destruction. Thus, Mother, you have truly misunderstood. I have no intention of employing the rebirth incantation. Even so, everyone is destined to return. The old nun interjected. Everyone originally belonged here. Is it related to the pregnancy tree? Is this the site of the ancient kingdom of Yalong? Shen Bing spoke candidly, expressing the thoughts in her heart, and Fuyu could not stop her even if he tried. The old nun glanced at the mother of Abe Haru lying on the bed, calling her name. Mickey, did you tell them? It turns out that Abe Haru's mother is named Mickey. Mickey shook her head. I have never mentioned it. Chu Ying stepped forward, locking her gaze with the old nun's eyes. I informed them because I remember. My memories are slowly returning, and this place is where she once rested, this very temple, which was ordered to be built after she became a favored concubine, is it not? The old nun was taken aback, stepping back until her body was blocked by the wooden bed. You, how is this possible? There is nothing impossible. Had it not been for her thoughts of the divine tree, we would not have found our way here. Bai Yi said, Chu Ying, please recount the events that transpired with you once more. Chu Ying patiently narrated everything that had happened to her, especially the details, which made her words increasingly persuasive. The old nun and Mickey exchanged glances, both faces displaying shock. The old nun, perhaps having spent too long here, seemed to have dulled reaction time, staring wide-eyed in astonishment, devoid of any other expression. Mickey looked at Abe Haru. Is what she said true? It is indeed true. Abe Haru produced the jade hairpin. This hairpin helps her recall her past. It was only after she touched this hairpin that she remembered the divine tree. The divine tree you speak of refers to the pregnancy tree. Mickey remarked, I never expected such a revelation. Is this considered reincarnation? Past and present lives? Perhaps so. Chu Ying responded. I seek answers merely to find the source, to relinquish all ties to Yang Yuan. I wish only to live as Chu Ying in this world. So could you tell me where the divine tree is and how I can free myself from all of this? The old nun appeared troubled, while Mickey felt sympathy for Chu Ying, grasping the old nun's hand. If she truly is the reincarnation of our ancestor, then let us assist her. I will confer with the others and return shortly. As the old nun walked away, her legs trembled, and watching her leave in such a state, Chu Ying turned. Thank you. I am helping ourselves as well, Mickey sighed. The doctor has said I have no more than 3 months to live, so I must return here swiftly. What is the meaning of this? Abe Haru inquired. Could it be that those who suddenly disappeared in the past all came here? Those who vanished are descendants of Yang Yuan. The more Abe Haru spoke, the heavier her heart became, and Fuyu asked in astonishment, what is going on? In our hometown, every few decades, women mysteriously disappear. Although the police have been notified, not even a body has been found. These individuals share a singular trait. They are all female and descendants of Yang Yuan. Abe Haruki remarked, typically, a span of 30 years has elapsed. Now, we find ourselves at the precise 30th cycle. It appears that they have all returned here. I could only trace your exit records, confirming your initial destination was Beijing, beyond which I have completely lost the trail. Your efforts are appreciated. Mickey responded, those who have vanished departed of their own accord while alive. They have all returned to this place. Do you know what lies behind this temple? We return here, destined to rest eternally. Our ashes will be scattered behind the temple, ultimately drifting near the tree of conception, floating at the entrance of the ancient Yalong kingdom. Mickey inadvertently let slip her thoughts, abruptly falling silent. Abe Haruki felt a pang of disappointment as silence enveloped the group. Chu Ying unconsciously clutched her own arm, her nerves fraying. The elderly nun had been gone for a full 40 minutes, and the cramped space offered little room to sit. They were left standing closely together. Fortunately, the elevated location allowed a refreshing breeze to waft through. Otherwise, the room would have felt stifling, akin to being steamed like dumplings. At last, the elderly nun returned. Standing at the door, only she may pass. The rest must remain here. This outcome was already satisfactory. Chu Ying nodded, and the others surprisingly exhaled in relief. As long as Chu Ying could conclude her nightmare, they could consider their task accomplished. Furthermore, Abe Haruki had located his mother, thereby bringing the organizational mission to a close. Bai Yi could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, finally able to send Abe Haruki back to Japan, thus ensuring a clean break from this matter. Chu Ying followed the elderly nun as the remaining individuals discarded their backpacks onto the ground and sat upon them. Occasionally, nuns would pass by outside, casting no glance inward. Their hurried demeanor suggested that the occupants of the room were regarded as ominous entities. Song Yang felt discomfort. What nonsense is this? Are we to be treated as monsters? Please do not take offense, Mickey interjected. They have lived here in solitude, never allowing outsiders to intrude. This place is inhabited solely by women, necessitating a heightened sense of caution and self-protection. Bai Yi reassured, there is no ill intent. We have reached the end of our journey, which can be considered a successful completion of our task. Abe Haruki's brow remained furrowed, questions lingering in his heart. Mother, why must you all return here? Why? It is for the promise, Mickey replied. This I can disclose. Our existence originates from this place. Our ancestors made a covenant with the ancient Yalong kingdom, pledging that as long as there is conception, all descendants shall return here to safeguard this sacred land. However, our strength is feeble. We are uncertain how long we can uphold this duty. I boldly speculate that when Yang Yuhuan arrived here, she had already entered the palace and was tormented by her inability to conceive. Fu Yu added, how she discovered this place remains a mystery, yet she must have encountered something extraordinary here, forging an agreement with the tree of conception. Her descendants would guard this place, while she could bear her own offspring. As for how you would be compelled to return, it seems the ancient Yalong people had their own methods to ensure you would have no choice but to come back here, would they not? Fu Yu had accurately guessed. At least 70 to 80% correct, for he observed a subtle change in Meiji's expression, revealing her astonishment. Abe Haru, noticing this, immediately inquired, is that so, mother? With an eager urgency for an answer, he had gone to great lengths to locate his mother's whereabouts, even risking his relationship with his uncle and searching fervently. Had he not shared the same optimistic disposition as Tang San, he might have succumbed to exhaustion long ago. Now, with his mother within reach, Abe Haru yearned to uncover the true reason for his relentless efforts. Chapter 721. The Lamp Meiji sighed. I cannot speak for others. I only know that in our lineage, we have always given birth to girls, and there exists a persistent calling from this place. My body and soul long to return. As if an invisible hand has been guiding me, a pull I cannot resist. This feeling intensified upon the realization of my grave illness, knowing my time is limited. Upon arriving here, I discovered I am a direct descendant of Yang Guifei. Thus the jade hairpin belongs to our lineage as a token of heritage. While we have always borne daughters, the members of the Golden Eagle Order have traditionally given birth to sons. Initially, it was Hisaru who manipulated matters through dark sorcery to control childbirth. What method has been employed this time? The absence of Chu Ying was not measured in minutes, but in hours, and as night fell, worry crept into Fu Yu's mind. Could something have happened to her? Meiji shook her head. If she has gone there, it will take some time. Please wait a little longer. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, Tang San's stomach began to grumble, prompting him to reach for provisions from his backpack. Just then, an elderly nun entered, saying, we have prepared some food. Please join us, though it is all vegetarian. Thank you, Bai Yi replied, standing first to stretch his stiff legs. Let us go. Seeing Bai Yi and the others so nonchalant, Song Yang blurted out, wait a moment. Where's that old nun? Where has Chu Ying gone alone? Bai Yi turned back to reprimand Song Yang. What are you saying? That's quite rude. Song Yang stuck out his tongue, realizing his earlier remark about the old nun was thoughtless. He quickly added, Master, my apologies. I did not mean it that way. It was just. None of that matters, the old nun interjected. That young lady went in alone, for not everyone can enter. She was chosen for a reason. Once she returns, we can ask her everything. It was the only course of action. Here, devoid of electricity and entirely isolated from the world. It was already the 21st century, yet they relied on oil lamps for light. In the dimly lit dining hall, numerous small dishes adorned the table, with rice and steamed buns as the main fare. Though simple, the flavors were delightful, and Tang San, having been famished for quite some time, devoured the food without hesitation. The nuns all bowed their heads, cautiously nibbling on the buns, which made Tang San appear as an intruder, brazenly feasting in someone else's domain. Shen Bing cleared her throat, noticing Tang San's lack of restraint, and nudged him with her elbow. Eat slower, will you? Do you think you were starved in your past life? Tang San nearly choked as he observed the cautious demeanor of the nuns, and it was only then that he realized his faux pas. The nuns, regardless of their age, pressed their lips together, striving to stifle their laughter. The atmosphere lightened considerably due to the interaction between Tang San and Shen Bing. Fu Yu stood up and addressed everyone. I sincerely apologize for the trouble we have caused by our presence. If there is anything we can assist you with, please do not hesitate to let us know. The nuns collectively exhaled in relief, and the elder nun spoke. Ah, you are not bad people. We can see that. After all, you are brought here by the son of Meiji, and we were merely overly cautious. Relying solely on your strength to protect the sacred tree is rather inadequate. Bai Yi remarked, our ability to ascend here implies that others can as well. You are not always like this. The elder nun replied. It seems our power has weakened recently. In the past, there were individuals who attempted to climb this cliff, yet not even a quarter of them could ascend, as a force would prevent them from doing so. However, this force has diminished and is now incapable of stopping anyone from coming up. If there is anything we require assistance with, it would be this. Power? Tang San was taken aback, having felt nothing of the sort during their ascent. Clearly, the force they spoke of had lost its protective efficacy. Abe Sena, who had been quietly eating, lifted her head and said to Tang San, if we pool our efforts, we might be able to reconstruct that protective barrier. The elder nun was startled. I have heard that the son of Meiji is an onmyoji. What about this one? I belong to the Taoist tradition, Tang San replied. I possess some cultivation as well. We can certainly try Abe Sena's suggestion. It is harmless after all. The nuns displayed expressions of relief and gratitude. Fu Yu then noticed a lamp glowing in the corner. How curious. Why is the lamp placed there? Oh, before this lamp extinguishes, the girl named Chu Ying can remain inside. Once the light goes out, she must come out, the elder nun explained. This is a method passed down through generations. If we were to enter, it would be the same for us. I cannot describe the origin of this lamp. It seems to have been a gift from the people of the ancient Yalong kingdom to our ancestors, serving as the key to entry. Understanding dawned on Fu Yu. Yet he still felt some concern as he gazed at the lamp, which flickered intermittently as if stirred by a breeze. Although the place was somewhat dilapidated, the construction was solid, and the windows were shut against the cool night air. Chu Ying had not returned that night, and as they lay on the makeshift bedding, rest eluded them. Abe Sena remained by her mother's side, cherishing the hard-won familial bond as time slipped away. Bai Yi turned over, aware that it was deep into the night, yet the outside remained brightly illuminated, the moonlight casting an unexpected beauty upon the shabby courtyard. Since we cannot sleep, we might as well converse, Song Yang suggested, stretching his leg across Xiao Shan's belly. Xiao Shan impatiently pushed him away. Do not press on me. Are you pretending to be a corpse if you do not speak? Song Yang continued. Could it be that these nuns are the descendants of Yang Yuan, having come from different eras? This is utterly astonishing, akin to how Fu Yu once served as a guardian of the coffin. It embodies a sense of duty. These nuns arrived due to that covenant, compelled yet willingly embracing a life of simplicity and solitude. It is truly remarkable. Do you not think it is the work of the ancient people of Yalong? If it pertains to an original agreement, then it cannot be deemed as manipulation. It is not a clandestine affair. Chijia remarked that this is merely a transaction. TCH. Song Yang interjected. Why should she engage in a transaction that burdens her descendants with repayment? This is clearly selfish. Do you not agree? Silence enveloped the room, and Song Yang snorted in disdain. She is not present. Must you speak ill of her? Moreover, she could very well be Yang Yuan herself. Shen Bing stated. Reflecting upon it now sends chills down my spine, while we feel little. Placing ourselves in another's shoes renders it astonishing. Indeed, one should refrain from speaking ill behind others' backs. No sooner had Shen Bing uttered these words than Tang Sancheng detected a disturbance in the courtyard, swiftly rising. Is someone in the yard? Could it be Chu Ying returning? Tang Sanqing's eagerness incensed Shen Bing, who, from her position on the ground, kicked him lightly, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the floor. His head striking the ground with a thud. Shen Bing, having played the prank, felt a twinge of concern. "Are you all right?" After a prolonged silence, Tang Sanqing finally replied, "I'm fine." Shen Bing, startled, plopped down onto the ground. "What are you doing? You nearly scared me to death. If you were to die, what would you do?" Tang Sanqing, usually mild-mannered, spoke with unexpected ferocity, leaving Shen Bing momentarily dazed. When had she ever witnessed such a side of him? While they were still bickering, Fu Yu and Bai Yi had already passed them and opened the door. Standing in the courtyard was not Chu Ying, but rather her still figure. Motionless. "Chu Ying, are you all right?" Fu Yu approached her, noticing her flushed complexion, which startled him momentarily, fearing a repeat of the previous incident. He instinctively reached out to touch her, but unexpectedly, Chu Ying awoke, grasping Fu Yu's wrist gently. "Am I back? You have returned." Fu Yu affirmed, "It is good that you are safe." Suddenly, tears streamed down Chu Ying's face. "I am finally free." At that moment, Shen Bing noticed that she was holding a token resembling an emblem. It is a certificate used in ancient military operations, signifying authorization from a military commander, and also a Taoist artifact. Tang Sanqing remarked, "This is a token from Taoism, typically crafted from wood, elongated with a rounded top and a straight bottom, symbolizing the roundness of heaven and the flatness of the earth." Before they could inquire about what had transpired with Chu Ying, the old nun emerged, observing Chu Ying and stating, "Waking in the middle of the night, seeing the lamp extinguished, I thought you might have come out, and indeed I was correct. Is the lamp truly that perceptive?" Chu Ying sighed, "Thank you. Have you found the answer?" The old nun, upon seeing the token in Chu Ying's hand, was taken aback. "They never allow us to take anything out from within. How could they entrust this to you?" she exclaimed. "They said that as long as I am willing, I can choose the path I desire," Chu Ying replied. "Everything is encapsulated within this token." The old nun's expression grew increasingly astonished. "Could it be that you truly are her reincarnation?" "Indeed, they affirmed it," Chu Ying responded. "Though I had contemplated this notion, the confirmation still leaves me in shock." "Tang Sanqing, I need to rest. I am weary." Tang Sanqing hesitated, glancing at Shen Bing, while Fu Yu felt helpless about the situation. "Allow me to assist you in resting. We shall discuss everything come dawn," he said. Fu Yu supported the fatigued Chu Ying back to her room. Although curiosity gnawed at everyone, they recognized that they must wait until the morrow to hear more. In Chapter 722, the token. Chu Ying clutched the token even in her slumber, disturbing the rest of the group, who found sleep elusive. Tang Sanqing remained intrigued by the token in Chu Ying's grasp. The token was crafted from jujube wood struck by lightning, uniform in size, and produced on an auspicious date according to the lunar calendar, adhering to Taoist rituals. Each of its 4 sides bore the names of the 28 constellations, and once completed, it should be stored in a brocade pouch. The token she held indeed showcased the 28 constellations, unmistakably a Taoist artifact. I've seen on television that typically, Taoists utilize such items during altar ceremonies. Peachwood swords, command flags, arrows, tokens, and what are those other items? Song Yang inquired. "You must be referring to the Tianlian ruler and the Zhenten wood," Tang Sanqing explained. "These items are essential for ordinary Taoists during rituals. The tokens use draws from its historical military significance, symbolizing a Taoist command over spirits during ceremonies. Raising the token and calling out signifies the summoning of celestial soldiers to the altar for one's bidding. Slamming the token upon the table conveys orders to the spirits. However, the effectiveness ultimately relies on the Taoist's own abilities. So, if this token belongs to the Taoists, does it imply a connection to rituals?" Shen Bing queried, intrigued. "And what of the Zhenten wood?" The Zhenten wood, also known as Zhenten Mu, is a rectangular block, often painted a bright vermilion. Typically, its top surface is inscribed with the phrase "All gods listen," while the ends bear the trigrams of Qian and Kuan. Some even feature talismans. During Taoist ceremonies, it is generally wielded by skilled masters, who strike it forcefully against the altar, producing a resounding crack. Its significance is akin to the wooden blocks used in ancient Chinese courts, serving to instill awe, Tang Sanqing concluded, turning to the peacefully sleeping Chu Ying. Could it be that such rituals are conducted in that place? Only her awakening would unveil the truth. Song Yang yawned, though fatigue weighed upon him. Curiosity kept sleep at bay, leaving him in a state of distress. Chu Ying slept soundly, not awakening until the sun had risen high in the sky. As she opened her eyes, she felt a pervasive soreness throughout her body, yet her mind was remarkably clear. To her surprise, she found everyone gathered around her. "Why are you all up?" she asked, bewildered. "Miss, it is already well past noon," replied Song Yang, a hint of irritation in his voice. It was Fu Yu, however, who showed the most consideration, bringing her breakfast. "Though it is nearly midday, you haven't eaten a thing this morning. You must be hungry." "No, thank you." Chu Ying politely declined, propping herself up. Noticing the eager anticipation in their eyes, she understood their longing to hear about her experience. "I truly visited the ancient kingdom of Yalong, but were those people really human?" Her words left everyone momentarily speechless, prompting a quick laugh from Chu Ying. "That's not what I meant. I just don't know how to explain." Yesterday, Chu Ying had followed an old nun into a secret chamber, its walls adorned with strange and unfamiliar paintings. Her heart raced with anxiety, for this was her first venture away from the group into the unknown. Having lacked a sense of security throughout her childhood, she felt an overwhelming fear, gripping the hem of her garment as if it were her lifeline. At the center of the chamber stood an altar, upon which rested a small incense burner containing only ash. The old nun instructed her to kneel before the altar, then lit the incense and ignited an oil lamp with its flame. "Close your eyes and do not open them, understand?" Chu Ying nodded and obediently shut her eyes. The fragrance of the burning incense filled her nostrils, accompanied by the sound of the nun chanting softly and a whispering rush that reminded Tang San of mechanisms being activated. Whether the incense held any genuine significance was uncertain. It could merely be a ruse to make Chu Ying believe she had inexplicably entered the ancient kingdom of Yalong. As the scent enveloped her, her mind grew heavy, inducing a drowsy state. The old nun's voice reassured her, "If you feel sleepy, it is perfectly fine to drift off." With this encouragement, Chu Ying relaxed completely, succumbing to slumber. The sweet aroma lulled her into a deep sleep, and she could hardly recall what transpired next. At some point, she felt her body floating, and after a while, a sudden chill enveloped her. When she finally opened her eyes, she found herself outdoors, lying on the ground. Her gaze drawn to the moon above. The light that had beckoned her to awaken emanated from that very moon. A sudden chill gripped Chu Ying's heart. As fear swiftly enveloped her, she sat up, wrapping her arms around herself and glancing about in alarm. To her utter horror, she realized she was lying atop a colossal plant, its countless tendrils sprawling outward like the tentacles of an octopus. The shadows of the night rendered the mountains grotesque, with various plants appearing ghostly and eerie, creating an atmosphere of profound dread. Attempting to rise, she felt as though her body was ensnared. Just as she was about to cry out for help, she was abruptly engulfed by darkness. The earlier description sent shivers down everyone's spines. It was unmistakably reminiscent of a gestation tree, and Chu Ying found herself at its very center. Did this not echo the relationship of a fetus to its mother? It was this realization that united them in a sense of unease. Meanwhile, Chu Ying, still shaken, sensed a further anomaly, feeling that her life was in jeopardy. With no time for contemplation, she surrendered to the unfolding events. In the depths of the darkness, she heard the faint sound of footsteps and weakly inquired, "Who is there?" "Do not be afraid. I am here to guide you," came a gentle voice. As it drew nearer, Chu Ying discerned that the figure was holding a dim lantern, its light barely illuminating the surroundings. The person's face was obscured by a black cloth, revealing only a pair of eyes, and judging by the silhouette, she seemed to be a woman. Her age was indiscernible from her voice. As the woman took Chu Ying's hand, a shiver coursed through her. The touch felt akin to tree bark, rough and unyielding, yet not akin to the hardness of a cocoon. Chu Ying trembled as the woman remarked, "Did you not say you remembered some things? It appears you have forgotten the circumstances of your arrival here." At a loss for words, Chu Ying stammered, "I apologize. I merely find this all unexpected. When you first arrived here, you expressed the same sentiment. It seems that certain aspects of human nature remain unchanged through the cycles of reincarnation." The voice continued, devoid of anger and still soothing. "Your return here may be destined. You have forgotten something that can be reclaimed." Led by the woman, Chu Ying gradually acclimated to her surroundings, catching a whiff of a scent reminiscent of sap exuding from plants. Slowly, she realized she was traversing within a hollow trunk, vast and entirely translucent. She reached upwards, discovering ample space above her, and extended her right hand, unable to touch the edges. Noticing Chu Ying's movements, the woman remarked nonchalantly, What is it? Have memories begun to surface? It seemed that during Chu Ying's unconsciousness, the old nun had conveyed to her the events that had transpired. Chu Ying replied, "Not yet. But I sense a familiarity. Is the object I lost a jade ring?" At this revelation, the woman was visibly taken aback, exhaling deeply. So, reincarnation is indeed real. Is it truly the jade ring? Chu Ying felt an exhilarating surge of hope, her instincts suggesting that answers awaited her in this place, unfolding precisely as she had envisioned. "Let us proceed," the woman said calmly. "Since you have returned, what is there that should remain concealed from you?" The further one ventures forward, the more potent the aroma becomes. It is the scent of vegetation. Qi Xie urged Chu Ying to articulate this fragrance, and after a lengthy contemplation, she could only liken it to the essence exuded from crushed leaves. Such a scent left Qi Xie at a loss for comparison, compelling her to yield. Chu Ying trailed behind the woman, advancing onward, and felt the space around her expanding. The botanical fragrance began to evolve, previously tinged with a hint of fishiness. It now bore a fragrant note that caressed the heart. As Chu Ying inhaled deeply, a wave of familiarity washed over her, striking her heart like a colossal stone, causing it to contract and throb violently. The hazy silhouettes before her began to sway, and in that fleeting moment, Chu Ying recalled everything. Suddenly, Chu Ying halted in her tracks, prompting the woman to turn and inquire, "What is it?" "I remember now. You are Cong," Chu Ying exclaimed, clearly uttering the woman's name. The woman's expression shifted to one of excitement. You are Cong? It was you who led me here all those years ago, wasn't it?" Chu Ying responded. "If that is the case, then you too have recalled our covenant?" Cong remarked. "Over the years, your descendants have faithfully arrived here. Yet the strength of that power has waned considerably. Could it be that I, Chu Ying, no longer know who I am? What should I call myself now? Yu Huan or Chu Ying? They are, after all, the same person," Chu Ying stated. "I recognize only the one standing before me now. Back then, you learned of the pregnancy tree and, as a fragile woman, endured countless hardships to arrive here. Despite being a favored concubine, your resilience was truly remarkable. Alas, while the covenant was fulfilled, misfortune befell you, and you were unable to bear a child, drifting instead across distant lands." Chapter 723. Brother Jing, perhaps this is my fate. Chu Ying spoke these words with a disarming naturalness. Though he is indifferent to my ability to bear children, I care deeply. I only wish to bring forth his offspring. Yet, fate has cruelly torn us apart. I suppose my tale has reached your descendants, has it not? Indeed, Cong affirmed. Others wish to meet you as well. Let us proceed. Chu Ying's memories surged forth. You mentioned that man's skin resembled tree bark. The places you've traversed seem akin to the hollowed insides of a trunk. Could it be that those individuals are not ordinary folk? Bai Yi queried. Moreover, the woman named Cong, whom you encountered as Yang Yuhuan, now appears unchanged. How has she achieved such longevity? Indeed, these are the very questions everyone seeks to pose. Chu Ying replied. They are, in fact, tree people. Yet it was not always so. They were once merely ordinary citizens of the ancient Yalong kingdom. The pregnancy tree was their sacred tree, but one fateful night, it began to exude copious amounts of sap, leading to numerous fatalities. Some were fortunate enough to survive. Yet their bodies developed bark-like features. They discovered their lifespans had extended, yet over time, the bark's encroachment increased, ultimately resulting in their transformation into tree beings. Is this predicament not reminiscent of Dijun's tale? In the beginning, it was indeed a calamity. Dijun and Xiongqi narrowly escaped disaster. Yet they are eternally bound to the ancient Kunlun. The others, due to the celestial phenomena, underwent transformations, although they attained longevity. It remains uncertain whether they will ultimately face death. They may possess true immortality, or perhaps, like the seven evils, merely experience an elongated life trajectory before confronting mortality. What do they resemble? Fu Yu inquired curiously, offering water to Chu Ying, who must surely be parched after such lengthy discourse. The reason Cong wears a veil is that her condition has become dire. 3/4 of her body has succumbed to bark, and the situation has been intensifying recently. Chu Ying remarked, when I last saw her, she merely had bark on her feet and back. Should they ultimately be enveloped by bark, how will they sustain their existence? Or does that day signify their demise? A chill enveloped Shen Bing. How can this be? Currently, it is unclear, for Cong is the most afflicted among them, and she herself is unaware of her fate. Chu Ying continued. They simply wish to confine themselves here, to quietly live out their remaining days. My initial pact with them was to acquire the fruit of the pregnancy tree, with the price being that my descendants must return to guard this place. Previously, there existed a protective barrier here, though I do not fully comprehend its nature. However, from what they have shared, it was meant to deter outsiders from intruding. It must be this formation, Tang Sen remarked. It seems some among them possess knowledge of such matters and laid this out for them. Indeed, there is such a person, Chu Ying affirmed. They refer to him as Brother Jing, as in the mirror. Everyone's gaze swiftly turned towards Tang San, who swallowed hard. From a temporal perspective, it was indeed possible for his father to be that individual, especially since the name bears significance. Furthermore, that token, Tang Sen cleared his throat softly. Let us hear more before drawing conclusions. Is this Brother Jing also one of their kin? Fu Yu asked calmly, reorganizing her thoughts. It now appeared that the ancient Yelong kingdom vanished overnight due to their divine tree, which altered everything. For reasons unknown, these survivors can only dwell within the trunk, as the divine tree connects to a realm where the Yelong people reside. No, I have heard that he is an outsider, Chu Ying replied. They regard him as a benefactor. His presence has preserved their last vestige of living space and established a protective layer to shield them from external discovery, ensuring their tranquility. If outsiders were to learn of these tree people, their existence would be disturbed. Then what purpose do the descendants serve here, unarmed as they are? Bai Yi questioned. Furthermore, why are they all female? Why do the descendants of Yang Yuhuan take on only female forms? Wouldn't it have been advantageous for her, having successfully brokered a deal, to bear a son for Emperor Tang? The matter is far more intricate than you can fathom. Chu Ying remarked, the seeds of the divine tree are of two kinds. At that time, they were compelled to choose one. The reason descendants will inevitably return is also due to the divine tree. The seeds grant them life. Their roots are here, and the fallen leaves return to their origin. This is simply how it is. Bai Yi added, but what about the previous question? They are primarily responsible for their daily necessities. They cannot be exposed to sunlight, nor can they wander freely outside. They require someone to provide them with food and essentials. I know you will undoubtedly inquire how they sustain themselves. The treasures left behind by the ancient Yelong kingdom, when sold, became the capital for their continued existence. Chu Ying stated, this token was left by Brother Jing. They informed me that this is no ordinary token. If I wish to erase my memories of Yang Yuhuan, I must burn it to ash and drink it with water. The ties from my past life will vanish entirely. As for what I will do, that depends on my own choice. Everyone turned to Tang San, who furrowed his brow. If this truly belonged to his father, there must be a reason behind it. The coincidence was almost too remarkable. Could it be that his father was aware of Yang Yuhuan's matter? His father, skilled in foresight, might have predicted this situation long ago. Tang San said, if you believe it, you may try. The protective layer set by Brother Jing has endured for so long. He must be extraordinary. Song Yang stifled a laugh upon hearing Tang San speak so earnestly about his father. He could hardly contain himself. However, the prowess of Brother Jing was indeed impressive. The mention of tree people sparked thoughts in Bai Yi's mind, but he decided to discuss it later. Chu Ying was now holding the token, appearing conflicted. Although she was intertwined with two memories, experiencing some turmoil and pain, these memories had accompanied her growth. The sudden notion of severing them brought forth an inexplicable sense of reluctance. We shall depart tomorrow, Fu Yu announced. But Sansheng, aren't you and Abe Seiko supposed to? I will accompany Abe Seiko to investigate the barriers soon. It is also a specialty of the Onmyoji, Tang San replied. The barrier is a formidable force, centered around the caster's location, creating an invisible shield capable of withstanding any attack, deflecting and ignoring certain ordinary assaults, while preventing designated entities from entering its confines. Should they attempt to breach it, they would be thwarted and harmed. However, the barrier has limits. Exceptionally powerful strikes can destroy it, while feeble attacks have little to no effect. The barrier draws its strength from the caster's energy or from certain objects. Thus, its power diminishes as the energy weakens. That night, Tang San and Abe Seiko arrived at the back entrance of the temple, a place where the nuns had passed away and their ashes scattered. Abe Seiko glanced down, feeling a chill. So high. How did Chu Ying descend yesterday? There must be a passage leading down there. Tang San replied, do not forget, this was constructed at the behest of Yang Yuhuan. Abe Haruki found his mother, and his spirits lifted significantly. With a cheerful smile, he turned to Tang San Chung and asked, shall we begin now? Very well. replied Tang Sansheng as he manipulated his hands, preparing to invoke the 9-character incantation. The warriors of the battlefield, all arrayed before us. A beam of silver light shot forth from his hands. Abe Haruki was taken aback. Is this the 9-character incantation? Tang Sansheng, with a sense of pride, remarked. Do not forget, the 9-character incantation originally stems from our Taoist tradition, which later transitioned to your land of Japan. It is quite remarkable that you managed to misinterpret it. Momentarily speechless, Abe Haruki quickly responded, the warriors of the battlefield, all arrayed before us. Another silver beam emanated from his hands. The two beams of light intertwined, enveloping the temple and the cliff beneath it. They exchanged glances, and Abe Haruki, slightly astonished, remarked, You are quite impressive yourself. Tang Sansheng added, No wonder your name bears the character for clear. Abe Haruki chuckled. I wonder how long the barrier we have set will hold. I hope it proves beneficial to them. I must admit, today's success is primarily your achievement. After a brief contemplation, Tang Sansheng intertwined his hands once more, declaring, The military general stands firm. Retreat is not an option. The blue latch, the white latch. The black latch, the red latch. Abe Haruki paused, realizing this was a method to solidify their existing barrier, enhancing its defensive capabilities. Such prowess was exceptional. He pondered whether his ancestor, Abe no Saimai, could achieve similar feats. Tang Sansheng turned to him, saying, This should suffice. Are you leaving tomorrow? Abe Haruki hesitated. I fear I must remain here a while longer. I understand. You wish to accompany your mother in her final moments, Tang Sansheng responded. We shall take our leave first, and should fate allow, we will meet again. Abe Haruki remarked, Though the Onmyoji have fallen from grace, I will not surrender. However, what? Tang Sansheng inquired. I do not quite comprehend how you have reached your current level, Abe Haruki confessed. Even my ancestor, Abe no Saimai. I wonder if you could best him in a duel. What significance does that hold? Tang Sansheng replied. We are of the same lineage. It would be absurd to determine superiority as if we were merely children in a playground brawl. I am weary and must take my leave. As Abe Haruki watched Tang Sansheng depart, he touched his own head and murmured to himself, Indeed. Chapter 724. The Tree Man on the following day. Tang Sansheng and his companions gathered their belongings to depart. Abe Haruki stood watching them descend the mountain, his eyes reddened as he gazed at Fuyu. He was about to voice something when Bai Yi interjected, Let us go. Time is of the essence, and we have overstayed our welcome here. This effectively stifled Abe Haruki's intended words, leaving him wistfully gazing at Fuyu. Fuyu, observing the emotionally invested man, offered, If you wish to see us, do seek us out. These words acted as a balm, instantly bringing a smile to Abe Haruki's face. With his eyes still glistening, he nodded, Travel safely. Everyone carefully descended from the cliff, retracing their steps. Chu Ying stowed the token in her backpack, and no one questioned her intentions. It was her choice. Beyond their jurisdiction to interfere. However, Song Yang remained haunted by Bai Yi's unfinished words until they disembarked the plane and bid farewell to Chu Ying. Upon returning to his territory, Bai Yi broached the subject. The tree people, as depicted by Chu Ying, are indeed the tree people. Such cases have been documented abroad. Damn it, is such a thing really possible? Song Yang exclaimed, earning a disapproving glance from Shen. In Indonesia, a man whose limbs resembled tree trunks, adorned with fleshy tumors resembling branches and roots, was dubbed the Indonesian Tree Man. An American dermatologist diagnosed that this peculiar condition resulted from the interplay of the head-like tumor virus and a genetic disorder. Due to the hereditary ailment, his immune system was severely compromised, allowing the virus to invade his body with ease. The Tong described by Chu Ying bore bark-like growths, with subtle differences. However, the catalyst for such transformations was the sap of the divine tree. Certain substances within the sap likely acted as a virus, inducing changes in the bodies of the people from Yalong. Bai Yi remarked, The seeds of the divine tree are also an astonishing phenomenon. Nature is indeed full of wonders. Qixia pondered, What choice will Chu Ying ultimately make? Perhaps she still requires some time to reflect. Fuyu added, Sometimes the pains accompanying our growth are difficult to relinquish, for they are also memories. Chu Ying must undergo a process of letting go. Regrettably, Xiaoshan interjected, We did not venture inside to discover the true nature of the ancient Yalong, nor the appearance of those tree people. The former Yalong had vanished, leaving behind only a pitiful group of individuals dwelling underground. It was the innate curiosity of ordinary people that compelled them to remain buried, ever on guard against outsiders. Bai Yi cautioned, "Let us not publicize this matter, lest it bring them distress." As a descendant of the Yu dynasty, Qi Xie resonated deeply with this sentiment, exclaiming, "In comparison to them, I consider myself quite fortunate." Indeed, Shan concurred. A week later, Chu Ying's article reappeared in the magazine. This time, the writing was abstract, referencing numerous factors such as the coincidences of history and human progress. Song Yang held the magazine for a long while, eventually conceding, "What is this? What does it even say?" Fu Yu had just returned from work, glanced at it, and sighed. Yang Yuhuan painstakingly acquired the seed of the divine tree, only to face calamity and be forced to journey east to Japan. All her efforts were rendered futile, though she preserved her life. Her descendants were compelled to travel afar to fulfill their promise. This article seems to encapsulate Chu Ying's reflections on Yang Yuhuan. "I have a strong feeling she has made her decision. Is it not true that a decision can only be reached through observation?" On the evening of the following day, everyone gathered outside the magazine office. When Chu Ying emerged, she dazzled everyone. Previously, she had exuded the essence of a modern-day Lin Daiyu, beautiful yet lacking in vitality. Now, however, she strode with an assertive grace, embodying the archetype of a contemporary urban woman of power. While the others remained in the car, Fu Yu stepped out to seek her out. As Fu Yu approached Chu Ying, she noticed a hint of unfamiliarity in Chu Ying's gaze. Just as she prepared to speak, her words faltered, swallowed by the realization that Chu Ying no longer recognized her. Chu Ying offered a slight nod in acknowledgement before politely departing, leaving Fu Yu reeling from the revelation that she had become a stranger to her. As Chu Ying passed by Bai Yi's vehicle, she appeared utterly at ease. The earlier scene had not escaped the attention of the onlookers, who began to piece together the unfolding events. Upon Fu Yu's return, Song Yang eagerly inquired, "What happened? How could she not recognize even you?" Fu Yu replied with a wry smile, "It seems related to Yang Yuhuan. She has erased us from her memory. Perhaps this is for the best, as it alleviates our burdens." It appeared that Chu Ying had chosen to cast aside her past and embrace a new life. Bai Yi, hands resting on the steering wheel, remarked, "This matter seems to have reached a conclusion, yet one thing still concerns me. The origins of the Inran organization." Qi Xie interjected. Bai Yi understood that others might not have considered this angle, but he and Qi Xie were on the same wavelength. Indeed, the establishment of the Inran organization strikes me as rather peculiar, especially with the mention of that silver-haired man by the leader. I cannot shake the feeling that he may very well be Hebo. That is easily resolved. We can simply inquire with Sen Shu, Song Yang blurted. "Damn it. I truly cannot fathom why you all insist on complicating such a straightforward matter." Bai Yi suggested, "In that case, I will ask Lei Yi to convey a message for us. This organization is strictly disciplined, and there should be records." Following the completion of their internal assignment, Bai Yi and his companions experienced a slight elevation in their ranks. Lei Yi made a special visit to inform them of this advancement. Pouring tea for Lei Yi, Bai Yi said, "I have a request." "No need to elaborate. You wish for me to inquire with Sen Shu about the organization's earliest founders," Lei Yi replied. "The moment I saw you today, I gathered that something had transpired during the day. This inquiry may pose some challenges. Firstly, such matters are only accessible to the core members, and secondly, there may be hidden circumstances that we are unaware of. Of course, this is merely my intuition, so temper your expectations." "Hidden circumstances?" Bai Yi expressed intrigue. "What do you suspect these circumstances might be, Lei Yi?" The individual, Lei Yiren, found himself in a quandary. Indeed, I had pondered over this query upon my induction into the organization. It is universally acknowledged among all members that the organization was established during the waning days of the Qin dynasty. Yet, there appears to be numerous taboos surrounding the identity of its founders. Even now, when I occasionally broach the subject with my third uncle, he resolutely refrains from any mention of it and sternly advises me never to bring up the matter again, indicating a palpable concern. The more he cares, the more it suggests that there is something significant at play. Song Yang remarked, "Shaoshan, why not search online? There's no need for futile endeavors. Although the internet is replete with information, I can assure you that you will find nothing concerning the Inran organization. Let us not forget that the organization comprises individuals from all walks of life." Lei Yiren replied, "Very well. I have always felt indebted to you. This time, I shall inquire with my third uncle and also with other members. Please await my response." Years ago, Lei Yiren had been plagued by guilt over Xiao Ning's death. a sentiment that lingered in his heart even to this day. Bai Yi felt a pang of compassion. That incident is now in the past, and besides, we have located them. Brother Lei, you may release this burden. I cannot overcome this internal struggle. I bear some responsibility for Haisheng's demise. Lei Yiren stood resolute. Well then, I shall fulfill my promise and exhaust my utmost efforts to gather information for you. I must take my leave now, but I will contact you immediately should I receive any news. Bai Yi personally escorted Lei Yiren out, and as he watched the car fade into the night, he sighed, preparing to turn back inside when, unexpectedly, a hand landed on his shoulder. Startled, Bai Yi exclaimed, "Who?" He instinctively seized the wrist of the person, twisting it with force, causing his assailant to cry out in pain. "It's me, it's me." The voice was familiar, and as Bai Yi focused his gaze, a chill ran through him. It was Abe Haru. After over a week of absence, he had thought they would not meet again so soon. What brought him here? Concurrently, a heaviness settled in Bai Yi's heart. Did he wish to leave that place? Abe Haru had recently lost his mother, and this past week had been the most fulfilling time for them both. They had spent their final days together, personally scattering her ashes over the cliff. In that moment, Abe Haru's heart found a sudden tranquility, prompting him to contemplate his future. Having witnessed the prowess of Tang Sanchong, a fierce competitive spirit ignited within him. As a proud onmyoji, he was unwilling to concede defeat. He vowed to return and diligently hone his abilities. But why had he come? Bai Yi felt compelled to inquire. Abe Haru rubbed his nose sheepishly. When I departed, aside from the fare back to Beijing, I left all my money behind. I currently have no place to stay, and I lack the funds for a return ticket. Borrowing again. Bai Yi sighed in exasperation. Let me in first, please. I'm hungry, Abe Haru implored. Bai Yi exhaled in resignation, reflecting that perhaps he had owed this fellow in a past life, destined to endure his trials in this one. Very well, come inside. Let us have something to eat first. As Abe Haruki entered, a flurry of commotion ensued. Xiaoshan and Songyang crowded beside him, incessantly posing questions, while Fu Yu and Shen Bing busied themselves with serving him food, treating him as though he were a distinguished guest. Perhaps everyone felt that his presence signified the departure of his mother, prompting an instinctive desire to show him more concern. Abe Haruki, though simple-minded, was not foolish. He surely understood the underlying reasons. Chapter 725. Water Pearl. As Abe Haruki dined, he suddenly broke into a rueful smile. Aren't you all going to ask me anything? A heavy silence enveloped the room. He set down his chopsticks. Let me speak for myself. My mother has passed away, but there is no need for you to be so tense. Birth, aging, sickness, and death, these are the natural laws of existence. I have come to terms with it, especially since I already know the answer. Tomorrow, I will return, and perhaps in the not-so-distant future, we shall meet again, as we are now all members of the organization. Bai Yi replied, then we shall meet again. Abe Haruki turned to Fu Yu. I am certain we will meet once more. If you knew Fu Yu was a cunning old sprite, would you still feel the same? Bai Yi pondered silently, preparing to speak, but Abe Haruki preempted him. About the ticket for tomorrow, I have taken care of it. Bai Yi remarked, I will ensure you get home early. His latter statement was somewhat gritted. Abe Haruki touched his nose. Should I return it? No need, Bai Yi responded. Just remember to earn more when you get back. I understand, Abe Haruki beamed. Next time I come, I will be well prepared with sufficient funds. Though he spoke thus, one might find it hard to believe. The following day, Bai Yi accompanied Abe Haruki to the airport. Fu Yu, perhaps to avoid suspicion, did not join them, which left Abe Haruki feeling somewhat disheartened. At the airport, he appeared somewhat melancholic, and Bai Yi, noticing this, couldn't help but smirk unkindly. Having bid farewell to Abe Haruki, Bai Yi devoted himself eagerly to awaiting news from Lei Yiren. During this time, Xiaoshan had indeed done considerable work. However, as Lei Yiren had indicated, the results were impeccably clean. No information was revealed whatsoever. Furthermore, the search for information on He Bo yielded nothing but various myths and legends. Among these, the origin of He Bo was elucidated with remarkable clarity. He Bo, also known as Fengyi, was lonely in the Yellow River during ancient mythology when he suddenly heard a melodious sound from a zither and followed it to the Luo River, where he encountered Mi Fei, who was captivated by the scenery of Luoyang. Mi Fei is famously known as the Luo god. He Bo found her extraordinarily beautiful and became entranced. After a while, the zither's melody abruptly ceased, and a male deity approached Mi Fei, who regarded him with disdain. This male deity was Julong, the youngest son of Emperor Jun. Since every daughter of Fuxi had married a son of Emperor Jun, Mi Fei's union with Jiulong was considered natural. However, for reasons unknown, she held a strong aversion to him. Jiulong's presence disrupted Mi Fei's earlier joy, prompting her to flee, with Jiulong relentlessly pursuing her. Observing this, he both summoned a great flood, and both Jiulong and Mi Fei fell into the water. Jiulong clutched Mi Fei, struggling in the depths, while Mi Fei found herself strangely enamored by the flood, as if it sought to drown Jiulong. He both seized Mi Fei from Jiulong's grasp and brought her to his abode beneath the river. Upon reaching the riverbed, although Mi Fei was momentarily free from the disturbances of Jiulong, she found herself in a tedious predicament, unable to leave at the behest of the river god. To alleviate her boredom, she spent her days strumming the zither, immersed in melancholy. The river god, delighted by her presence, endeavored to amuse her. However, Mi Fei felt that remaining at the riverbed was exceedingly dull, and the prospect of encountering the bothersome Jiulong further dampened her spirits. As time passed, Mi Fei began to develop a fondness for the river god, perceiving him as a brotherly figure. One day, in jest, she proposed the idea of their union, and upon reflection, found it a compelling notion, believing it would rid her of Jiulong's incessant annoyances. After their union, however, they resembled siblings more than spouses, as the river god was perpetually drawn to other beautiful deities, leaving Mi Fei in solitude once more, which reignited her feelings of loneliness. One day, Mi Fei encountered Bai Yi, who, having been abandoned by his wife and harboring resentment towards his father, evoked her sympathy. Consequently, she found herself drawn to him. An unforeseen incident led to a moment of intimacy between them, which enraged the river god, who transformed into a furious dragon and pursued them. Upon catching up, he resumed his human form and mockingly provoked Bai Yi. In response, Bai Yi wielded the divine bow bestowed upon him by Di Jun and shot an arrow at the river god, striking his left eye, which immediately dulled. The river god, still wearing a cold smirk, retreated step by step. Mi Fei chastised Bai Yi for inflicting such a grievous wound and subsequently transformed into flowing water, drifting down the yellow river. Though the river god appeared to mock, the essence in his left eye diminished, and coupled with his feelings for Mi Fei, he bore an internal anguish that rendered him irritable, making Mi Fei hesitate to approach him. From that point onward, the Yellow River region was plagued by incessant floods. As the waters submerged numerous villages, Fuxi sought to hold the river god accountable. After his sister's attempts to persuade him proved futile, they urged Mi Fei to abandon him. Yet, for reasons unknown, Mi Fei refused to forsake him. Outwardly, their smiles had faded, but deep within, they remained concerned for one another. The calamity caused by the flood necessitated intervention, prompting Fuxi to entrust the river god with the water jade, instructing him to rectify the situation. Should the river god fail to connect with the water jade, he would eventually face destruction. Seeking guidance from Nuwa on how to establish this connection, she informed him that he needed the river diagram and the Luo book. With Mi Fei's assistance, the river god acquired the river diagram, while Mi Fei procured the Luo book, enabling the river god to seamlessly connect with the water jade, as though it were an extension of himself. Divine power, however, is not omnipotent. The river god presented the river diagram to Diyu, collaborating with him to manage the floods, which were swiftly quelled. Thus, the river god ascended to the status of the water deity of China. What is this water jade? Bai Yi inquired of Tang Sancheng. It is said to be an ancient artifact, and if one establishes a connection with it, they can command all water spirits. Tang Sancheng remarked, in Taoism, it is believed that ancient artifacts must be connected to be wielded. Otherwise, not only will they offer no aid, but they may also inflict harm. The character of the river god is indeed complex. Should this legend hold truth, he is a man of fickle affection, morally ambiguous, and quick-tempered. Song Yang remarked, these ancient artifacts are indeed fascinating. In the past, when I perused the investiture of the gods, each character possessed their own magical instruments, each serving various purposes, which was truly dazzling. Surely, not all of them can be real, can they? Do you recall the token that Chu Ying extracted from the womb tree? That too is a magical artifact, with its distinct utility, the ultimate effects of which have already manifested in Chu Ying. Tang Sancheng responded. So it has proven useful? Song Yang murmured, martial artists wield weapons, while cultivators possess magical tools. This is simply astonishing. What is so astonishing about it? Tang Sancheng countered. We have encountered Di Jun, And we have also met Jiang Chun. Although the tales of ancient myths may seem distant, it does not imply that they are mere legends. They have undeniably existed. Bai Yi mentioned Jiang Chun and inquired of Tang Senchang. Is there any way to locate Jiang Chun? If my father were still alive, perhaps there would be a chance. Jiang Chun roams freely. Searching for him is no simple task. As for the Golden Eagle Order, he likely no longer lingers there. Tang Sencheng expressed. Finding him is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, an endeavor fraught with uncertainty, he lamented. Huffed, a needle in a haystack? That is practically impossible, Song Yang retorted. Yet some occurrences are serendipitous. What about that stunning beauty from last time? How did she take a liking to you and even initiate a kiss? Xiao Shan questioned, shaking his head in confusion. Are you envious? You could also seek a girlfriend. Song Yang replied with a hint of irritation. Didn't you hear that there are countless beauties online? They're all just illusions, mere fleeting encounters. Besides, I have no need for that. Xiao Shan asserted with determination. I am content as long as I can follow brother Sansheng and see him thrive. So Xiao Shan. You Qixia, I am truly impressed, Song Yang remarked. Tang Sancheng must have accumulated great virtue in his past life to be protected by both of you indomitable guardians in this one. Enough of the banter. Bai Yi interjected, glancing at the time. Several days have passed, yet there is still no news from Lei Yiren. Lei Yiren arrived 4 days later. His countenance grim. Before he could take a seat, he sighed heavily, prompting Bai Yi's concern. What troubles you, lay brother? Even if we fail to uncover anything, it is of no consequence. No, Lei Yiren replied. It is precisely because I have learned some matters that I feel this way. Bai Yi's curiosity piqued. Did San Shu reveal the truth to you? No, he would never disclose it. Have you forgotten the abilities I possess? Lei Yiren stated. When I see a person, I can glimpse fragments of their past, albeit only snippets. However, the connections allow me to gather substantial information. Although San Shu refuses to tell me, I have perceived certain events through him. Is this of grave significance? Bai Yi inquired, beginning to comprehend. Indeed, Lei Yiren affirmed. Each leader of the Yinren organization has an agreement with that enigmatic founder. I only saw a shadow emerge. San Shu has conversed with him, and their exchange was to maintain secrecy, or else both parties would suffer. That is all I can ascertain. What was San Shu's reaction? Bai Yi pressed. He questioned why I sought this information. Naturally, I deflected. He instructed me never to mention it again. Lei Yiren remarked. I have never seen Uncle Sen so anxious. Although my abilities have not evolved, I can focus my mind on certain target-oriented thoughts and perceive related fragments. I attempted this with Uncle San, and the results left me astounded. This matter is likely completely unknown to the other members. I wonder what kind of secret necessitates such a guarded demeanor from the core of the organization. What further dialogues transpired? Bai Yi inquired. Did the shadow possess any particularly noteworthy traits? Perhaps in terms of appearance or distinctive characteristics? Chapter 726. Confidential files. No. All I saw was that shadow. I could not discern his facial features. He was cloaked in darkness. Observing Uncle San, it was evident he held a strong aversion to the shadow's presence, not out of fear or respect, but rather a profound disdain he could not avoid. Lei Yiren explained. This perplexes me. Given the foundation of the Yin organization and Uncle San's standing in reality, what sort of individual could invoke such a reaction from him? What a pity, Bai Yi blurted out. What do you mean by pity? Lei Yiren asked. If only we could see the shadow's appearance. Even just a glimpse of his hair, Bai Yi replied. Then we could ascertain his identity. I am curious, what further secrets are being concealed? Lei Yiren continued. Moreover, it seems this individual has deep connections with our Yin organization. He must know its inner workings. Lei, should I reveal the truth to him? Bai Yi hesitated but ultimately swallowed his words. Is Uncle Sen overly suspicious about this matter? Not at all. Lei Yiren suddenly slapped his thigh. There is another matter that may aid you. Do you remember the abandoned factory I took you to? Of course, Bai Yi responded. Isn't that where the organization holds its meetings? It has numerous interconnected underground chambers, quite complex. We only traversed one path. Within those chambers lies a repository of the organization's historical documents, Lei Yiren said, slowing his speech and emphasizing his tone. However, I do not know which chamber it resides in. Only Uncle San and the other two are privy to that information. Lei, you frequently mention these three individuals. Aside from Uncle San, who are the other two key figures? I have never heard you mention them before. Bai Yi had long wished to ask. In the current Yin organization, Uncle San is the direct leader. while the other two perform auxiliary roles, mainly concerning external matters, Liu Feifan explained. These two are elusive. I see them at most twice a year. They are said to live abroad year-round. By the way, this couple comprises an adventurer and a woman with a remarkable sixth sense. I have witnessed it once, and it was truly extraordinary. A large refrigerator fell from a rooftop, and had she not sensed it, it would have resulted in multiple fatalities in that bustling district. Her ability appears innate, and she has adeptly utilized it, especially when safeguarding her husband's life. It sounds rather intriguing. They are responsible for peripheral tasks, primarily seeking out exceptional individuals to join the organization. Bai Yi merely mentioned it in passing, yet the expression on Liu Feifan's face suggested he was quite impressed, as if he had discerned something profound. You are exceedingly astute, almost like a cunning fox, Liu Feifan remarked. Well, I can only divulge so much from now on. Let us pretend you were never here. Bai Yi turned to the others and inquired, has anyone visited today? No, they all replied in unison. Liu Feifan could hardly suppress the smile that played at the corners of his mouth. Very well, I shall take my leave. Once Liu Feifan departed, Bai Yi turned to find the group regarding him with knowing glances, particularly Cong Yang, who was laughing uncontrollably, causing Bai Yi to shiver with unease. What is it? He asked, feigning ignorance. Cong Yang, dissatisfied, replied, we know the location of the abandoned factory. Following the original route would not be difficult, even if it resembles a maze. With all our combined efforts, we could certainly locate it. What do you say, shall we proceed? Bai Yi pondered for a moment. After all, we are members of the organization. Although we possess slightly more freedom than others, do you think it appropriate to sever ties and confront them directly? When did you become so contemplative? Cong Yang retorted. We have Fu Yu, who can eradicate any evidence, correct? Fu Yu and Tang Shen were both engaged in tasks and would return later that evening for further discussion. Compared to Bai Yi, Fu Yu's stance was decidedly resolute. It is worth a try. The more tightly they guard it, the more it suggests there is something significant within. Bai Yi was taken aback by Fu Yu's unwavering determination, while Cong Yang nodded in self-satisfaction. Bai Yi cautioned, aren't you concerned about the repercussions from above? What is there to fear? Fu Yu replied, if we fail to find anything and are discovered, the worst they could do is demote us. After all, we are already aware of the organization's existence. Isolating us would only invite trouble for them. If we do find something, and given their heavy defenses, they would likely implore us to keep it a secret, as it would be their Achilles heel. There is no need for trepidation. Uncle San's real-world identity would never confront us openly. The higher his status, the more cautious he must be. Fu Yu is right, Cong Yang exclaimed with enthusiasm. Why worry so much? Fu Yu added, during our last encounter underground, I left a mark. Why have I never heard of this before? Bai Yi asked, astonished. It was merely a chance action. I never anticipated it would be of use one day. Fu Yu chuckled. At that moment, only Tang Shen had witnessed the mark Fu Yu had made, and Tang Shen remarked, I only saw a glimmer in your hand. What was that? It was a secretion from a certain insect. When scattered, it emits light but quickly merges with the dust. To see it again, one must sprinkle it with a powder, which will cause it to glow, much like phosphorescence, Fu Yu explained. Moreover, it is permanently effective. Goodness, Fu Yu, you are truly remarkable, Cong Yang exclaimed. At this rate, you might as well replace Bai Yi as our leader. Bai Yi remained unconvinced. I have never claimed to be a leader. If you choose to submit, there is little I can do. Cong Yang was momentarily taken aback. Bai Yi, though often unassuming, could effortlessly assert his authority when it mattered most. He rubbed his head and mused. Indeed, we have somewhat willingly submitted, given that you have always been at the forefront, even if you are merely a bandit chief. Bai Yi gently patted Cong Yang's head. Very well, since you all wish to investigate, why not take action tonight? The longer we delay, the more cautious they will become. Cong Yang leaped with excitement. It has been ages since I experienced such thrills. Everyone was acutely aware of the dilapidated factory's location. Upon reaching the site, they discreetly parked their vehicles and cautiously ascended to the second floor. In the heart of the production workshop lay the mechanism. As they stood there, they felt the ground sink beneath them, accompanied by a thunderous rumble. Drawing from their previous experience, they recognized the sound of gears turning, and their bodies swiftly plummeted. The sensation exhilarating. The clanking of iron chains echoed on either side, and they were tightly pressed together, while a gust of wind from below made their jaws ache. Eventually, the sound of the gears ceased, and they felt a tremor before settling into stillness. Xiao Shan exhaled in relief. We have finally arrived. Song Yang incessantly rubbed his aching jaw. Damn it, my cheeks feel like they might fall off. The 72 chambers were interconnected, with the archives located in one of them. Even employing the process of elimination proved to be laborious. The nearest room was the one where they had last encountered their third uncle, which could be ruled out first. This left them with the remaining 71 chambers. Fuyu had prepared a small vial of powder. It was nothing more than a petite porcelain bottle. Song Yang could not help but exclaim, "Is this really enough?" "The application is not as you might envision," Fuyu replied, as he opened the vial and sprinkled a small amount onto the corner of the wall, much like oil igniting upon contact with fire. The powder spread rapidly upon touching the ground, illuminating a clear path. Song Yang gaped in astonishment, finally managing to utter a breathless wow. "This is the route we took during our previous mission," Fuyu explained. "Now we can systematically eliminate the options along this line. With our numbers, we should have ample time tonight. Let us proceed accordingly," Bai Yi remarked, broadly assigning roles as they split into 3 groups to seek out the distinctive room. Most of these chambers were approximately 30 square meters, and the locks at their entrances were rather rudimentary, likely due to the absence of visitors, resulting in minimal security measures. Even if someone were to enter, they would quickly become disoriented. After conducting a thorough search, they had already eliminated 20 chambers, most of which were sparsely furnished, evidently intended for meetings. The underground space was vast. Although the process of investigation seemed straightforward, locating each room and unlocking the doors demanded considerable effort. Tang Sansheng began to perceive a discernible pattern in the layout of the underground chambers, contemplating the interplay of yin and yang, harmonizing into the concept of unity. The transformation of yang into 7 and 9, and yin into 8 and 6, results in a harmonious sum of 15. Thus, the numerical variation of the hexagram, akin to unity, signifies the movement of yang as it advances, transforming into 7 and 9, representing the vitality of its essence. Conversely, when yang retreats, it shifts into 8 and 6, symbolizing the dissipation of its energy. Therefore, the concept of Taiji encompasses these numbers, orchestrating the 9 palaces, with both the cardinal and intercardinal directions converging upon 15. Nearby, Shen rolled her eyes at the incessant mutterings of the individual. What time is it to still be reciting such things? Yet, the subterranean distribution bears a resemblance to the Bagua and the 9 palaces diagram, remarked Tang Sansheng, noting that this sensation had intensified as they journeyed onward. The Bagua 9 palaces diagram? What is that? Shen inquired. I am only familiar with the Bagua diagram and the 9 grid. Chapter 727. The calculation of the 9 palaces. The 9 palaces diagram is, in fact, a representation of the He-2, Luo Shu, and the post-heaven Bagua in a grid format, designed for convenience and clarity. Tang Sansheng elaborated. It appears that this location was constructed under some guidance. I suspect the archives are situated at the very center of the 9 palaces diagram. Qi Xia was engaged in manipulating a lock. Continuing this search is indeed futile. It would be preferable to uncover a pattern. The calculation of the 9 palaces, Tang Sansheng stated, originates from the Zhou Yi, integrating the He-2, Luo Shu, and Bagua. The calculations of Zhou Yi in relation to the 9 palaces, employing celestial phenomena, have been utilized since ancient times. The miraculous numerical transformations of the 9 palaces calculation are not confined to a singular method. Its geometric forms are not restricted to one design or style, thus necessitating a diverse array of approaches. Throughout various dynasties, individuals have proffered their interpretations. But the pioneer of the 9 palaces calculation is undoubtedly the great mathematician Yang Hui of the Song dynasty. He not only discovered the mnemonic for the composition of Luo Shu, but also derived multiple magic squares from 4 to 10 dimensions, along with figures such as magic circles and magic rings. The ancient problems of the 9 palaces calculation have traversed oceans, reaching Japan, where it was cherished and renamed Yamato calculation. The West has also frequently engaged in its study. By heaven, these Japanese dare to pilfer anything, even renaming it Yamato calculation. I shall settle this account the next time I see Abe Haruki, remarked Song Yang, who had appeared somewhat disheveled. Did you find nothing over there? Tang Sansheng inquired. Nothing at all. Bai Yi sent me to check on your progress, and as soon as I arrived, I heard you discussing esoteric texts. Song Yang replied with a hint of resignation. Fortunately, we have the route laid out by Fuyu. Otherwise, we would be utterly exhausted. What you just spoke of, How does it help us? If this place was constructed based on the 9 palaces calculation, then according to conventional logic, the most significant elements would surely be placed at the center. As long as I can calculate the positions, we need not search each one individually, Tang Sanqing explained. Thus, I must first solve the problem. The others were left in a haze of confusion. However, given Tang Sanqing's expertise, they entrusted the matter to him. Tang Sanqing continued. The 9 palaces calculation, like the parameters of the 5 elements, is cyclical, as the ancients assigned the attributes of the 5 elements and directional properties to the numbers 1 through 9. 1 and 6 represent water, 7 and 2 signify fire. 9 and 4 denote metal, 3 and 8 correspond to wood, 5 represents earth. As he spoke, Tang Sanqing began to sketch the 9 palaces diagram on the ground. The depiction revealed a numeric cycle of 1, 6, 7, 2, 9, 4, 3, 8, 5. Indeed, a cyclical sequence, illustrating the interrelations of the 5 elements. Water conquers fire. Fire overcomes metal, metal defeats wood, wood triumphs over earth, and earth subdues water. The orientation is as follows. Water number 1 resides in the north. Water number 6 in the northwest. Fire number 7 in the west. Fire number 2 in the southwest. Metal number 9 in the south. Metal number 4 in the southeast. Wood number 3 in the east. Wood number 8 in the northeast, and earth number 5 at the center. For now, let us seek the central location, which corresponds to earth number 5. Tang Sanqing glanced around and pointed in a direction. Let us head down this way. Here, Song Yang interjected. Bai Yi and the others just went there. Qi Xia was preparing the dust on the ground, which could betray their location, but it was a futile effort. Song Yang, observing this, impatiently remarked, "My dear brother Qi Xia, let it be. Fu Yu said she would handle it." Qi Xia surprisingly felt a bit shy. His face tinged with a faint blush. All right, then let us proceed. Tang Sanqing had already calculated in his mind, silently performing the 9 palaces calculation while scanning the surroundings. After walking a short distance, he noticed Bai Yi and the others had already arrived. Without sparing them a glance, he walked forward as if entranced, turned right, and vanished from sight, leaving Bai Yi bewildered. What is he doing? Xiaoshan called out. But Tang Sanqing did not respond. Song Yang said, "No need to worry, we will discuss it later. Let us just follow him." Everyone trailed behind Tang Sanqing. Normally, he walked at a leisurely pace, but today he seemed to glide with purpose. They chased after him for quite a while, almost losing him. After a full quarter of an hour, they managed to catch up. At that moment, Tang Sanqing stood before a dark room, gesticulating excitedly as he saw them approach. "This is the one." Bai Yi did not inquire about the reason and moved directly towards it. Lei had mentioned that the lock on the archive room was quite extraordinary. So far, the most remarkable lock they had encountered was the Qiqiao Linglong lock, and he was eager to see if there was anything more extraordinary. The lock was shaped like a lotus, seemingly poised to bloom. "Is this made of jade?" Shen inquired curiously, observing the exquisite lock. It is quite rare to see a lock crafted with such delicacy. "There is no keyhole." Qi Xia inhaled sharply. "We can only break it, but wouldn't that reveal to others that we have been here, and that we forced our way in?" "No." Tang Sanqing placed his hand on the lotus lock. "There is true energy, allow me." As he laid his hand upon the lock, a warm breeze enveloped the lotus. And to everyone's astonishment, the once budding flower instantly blossomed. Then, with a resounding click, the door opened a crack, prompting cheers of joy from Shen and Xiaoshan. Tang Sanqing cautiously pushed the door open, revealing a small file cabinet within. The documents were neatly stored in leather pouches, meticulously arranged. Nothing else seemed amiss. And he fully opened the door, allowing everyone to enter. Naturally, they gathered before the cabinet, gazing at the orderly files. Shen remarked, "Tang Sanqing, you truly are remarkable." Song Yang and Xiaoshan had already reached for the document in the center, opening it only to display their disappointment. "These appear to be construction plans for this place. Look, they are all just blueprints." Indeed, these folders contain an array of structural diagrams, renderings, both 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional, all meticulously organized. Bai Yi expressed a hint of disappointment. It makes no sense. If these were merely the blueprints, such great effort would be unwarranted. And the locks indeed differ from those in other locations. Tang Sanqing, seemingly oblivious to their conversation, quietly surveyed the room. The structure of this house was indistinguishable from others. However, as Tang Sanqing listened to the sounds beneath his feet, he noted that the cement floor appeared to be a solid slab, yet there were signs of hollow spots. This was unlike tiled flooring, which naturally has seams that could lead to such occurrences. Cement is typically a complete closure, making such hollows improbable. Tang Sanqing called out. Qixia. Qixia approached, inquiring, "What is it? Walk along this line for me. I wish to hear the sound," Tang Sanqing instructed. His choice of Qixia was deliberate, as Qixia was the heaviest among them. As Qixia traversed the designated path, Tang Sanqing listened intently, suddenly exclaiming, "Stop!" Qixia complied seamlessly, halting immediately and pointing to the ground. "Is it here?" "Indeed," Tang Sanqing affirmed. "There exists a space beneath, leading to a hollow sound, distinctly different from the surrounding area. However, the mechanism is certainly not on the surface. Let us continue searching." Bai Yi's gaze shifted to the filing cabinet. It was the only one present. Others shared the same thought, and they rummaged through it, finding nothing resembling a mechanism. Suddenly, Fuyu remarked, "Why are we only searching the front? What about the back of the cabinet?" Her suggestion prompted Song Yang and Xiao Shan to move the cabinet, creating some space. Xiao Shan eagerly shrank his body and squeezed inside, feeling around and soon discovering a protruding object. With a firm press, Qixia sensed movement beneath his feet and quickly stepped aside. A square column slowly emerged from below, atop which rested a transparent box, within which lay a piece of fabric. "This must be it," Bai Yi declared. The crystal box's material was of little concern to the group. Their primary focus was on how to open it. Tang Sanqing grasped the box, immediately sensing a faint aura of magic that felt oddly familiar. Without further contemplation, he opened the box and retrieved the fabric. "Is this a contract?" Bai Yi leaned in for a closer look, and Tang Sanqing willingly placed the fabric in her hands. "I can scarcely decipher the script. Perhaps you should examine it." The writing was in small seal script, a form established after Qin Shi Huang unified China, promoting standardized writing, transportation, and measures under the direction of Chancellor Li Si. This script was simplified from the large seal script previously used in the Qin state, eliminating the diverse characters from the other 6 states to create a uniform written form of Chinese characters. It remained prevalent until the end of the Western Han Dynasty, slowly being replaced by the clerical script. This contract must date back to the Qin or Han period, Bai Yi noted. "Wasn't the bamboo slip used during the Qin dynasty?" Shen Bing inquired curiously. Tang San felt a stirring in his heart as he picked up the piece of fabric for a closer examination. "This fabric seems unusual. Bai Yi, can you identify its era?" Bai Yi pondered over it for a long while before shaking his head. "I cannot discern its origins. The evolution of textile technology throughout history has been profound, and this pattern eludes my recognition. Perhaps my understanding in this area is insufficient." "No, do you know of Leizu?" Tang San inquired. "Who is she?" Xiao Shan asked cautiously. "This is cocoon silk," Bai Yi suddenly recalled, a wry smile crossing his face. "Just now, my mind was a blank, but it is evident this is cocoon silk, derived from the process of extracting silk from silkworm cocoons, known as sericulture. The primitive method involved immersing the cocoons in hot water and extracting the silk by hand, winding it onto a reel." "Tang San, it is no wonder you mention Leizu." Xiao Shan, bewildered, asked, "What are you two discussing?" Chapter 728. Leizu. This fabric appeared rather coarse, merely indicative of its rudimentary craftsmanship, not yet refined to a higher standard. Considering the text inscribed upon it, Bai Yi and Tang San may have shared a similar thought. This fabric belongs to Hebo, and naturally, his possessions have been passed down from ancient times. When discussing sericulture, one must mention Leizu. Leizu is said to be the daughter of the Western Ling clan and the legendary consort of the northern tribal leader, the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan. She bore 2 sons, Xuanqi and Chang'e, and is revered as the goddess of silkworms and textiles in China, with the invention of sericulture attributed to her. Tang San remarked, "Interestingly, there seems to be a connection between her and I Chang'e." The mention of I Chang'e, whose body had mysteriously vanished, led everyone to ponder the sudden association. Fuyu gently urged, "What does it say?" "Dawn is approaching. We must hasten." Bai Yi nodded, attentively studying the characters on the fabric. After a moment, he took a deep breath and glanced at Tang San. "I have memorized the content. Let us address this here and discuss further upon our return." Fuyu agreed, and they restored the area before heading back to the entrance. Tang San continued to use his true energy to restore the lotus lock, though the dust on the ground had been disturbed by their footsteps, creating a disarray. Fuyu produced a box of insect charms, releasing the contained creatures and disregarding them as they departed. Upon reaching the exit, Fu Yu scattered powder, extinguishing the faintly visible path of light, rendering it non-existent. Will that insect be all right left behind? Shen Bing asked with concern. It will be fine. It will follow my scent back home. The matters inside are entrusted to it. Fu Yu reassured. It is already dawn. We should leave promptly. The group exited the abandoned factory and boarded their vehicle. Except for Bai Yi, everyone was filled with questions. As the vehicle distanced itself from the factory, Song Yang impatiently exclaimed, "What was written on that fabric? Please tell us quickly. We've been through a night of turmoil and deserve an explanation." The contract between the organization and Hebo, Bai Yi replied. The Yin organization is prohibited from opposing Hebo, and Hebo is likewise forbidden from harming the members of the organization. Tang Sen was taken aback. Why is that? That is the very question I wish to pose to you, Bai Yi said. Do you believe Hebo to be invincible? Certainly not. I have previously stated that the river god pales in comparison to the likes of Jiang Chun and Emperor Jun. Even I, with my cultivation in the green robe and my prior accumulations, would not necessarily be at a disadvantage in a fierce struggle against him. Of course, this is under the condition that we are not in water. The river god's abilities primarily revolve around manipulating water. On land, his powers are rather mediocre. Historically, there have been many extraordinary individuals within various organizations who could potentially overcome him. The organization has always been open to talent, which raises further suspicions. Bai Yi sighed. Firstly, this contract seems somewhat contradictory. The river god is prohibited from harming members of the organization, which indicates that he possesses an aggressive nature. The organization is wary of him. Yet the shadow organization cannot stand in opposition to the river god. This implies a mutual wariness between the organization and the river god. Don't you think this is contradictory? Who was it that established this contract with the river god? Chi Xie suddenly inquired. Names were not provided, Bai Yi replied. It was signed in the name of the organization. It appears that the shadow organization must indeed have some form of connection with the river god, Song Yang remarked. Moreover, I sense that the shadow organization is likely privy to more information about the river god. It is precisely because they are aware of these matters that they endeavored to sign this absurd contract. Am I right? We don't need you to point that out. We are already aware, Xiaoshan chuckled. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence could figure this out. Go on, Song Yang said. Do you know more than I do? Not really, Xiaoshan admitted. It's likely that only our third uncle could elucidate this. Or perhaps we should send Lei to seek out the individual who signed this agreement and find out what transpired. The contract might have been established during the Qin or Han dynasties. Where would we even look for it? Song Yang foolishly fell into Xiao Shan's trap, seemingly having forgotten that Xiao Shan was no longer the same as before. Well, what do you have to say? Xiao Shan said, raising an eyebrow triumphantly. Damn it. I walked right into your trap, Song Yang reluctantly conceded. However, I have only confirmed one fact while still remaining at square one. Bai Yi remarked. We are still ensnared in this predicament. Is there any way to elicit a response from our third uncle? As the newly appointed leader, he surely knows more than what is outlined in the contract. Third uncle? We hardly have opportunities to meet him, Tang Sen interjected. But do you remember the grand feng shui arrangement we set up in Bahua City? Of course, isn't that the scheme your father devised to rescue us? Chi Xie remarked, only to suddenly shudder. Are you suggesting we leverage this aspect? Precisely. Given third uncle's current standing, concerning the fortunes of the nation, might he not be swayed? Tang Sen continued. If he were to learn of the existence of this feng shui arrangement, would he not entertain further thoughts? If we could make contact with him and apply pressure, we might achieve our objectives. Bai Yi suddenly slapped his thigh with conviction, startling Fu Yu. What are you doing? We're driving. You must pay attention to safety. If I had known this would be the case, why did we bother to conceal the traces of our entrance? Wouldn't it have been more advantageous for them to discover us naturally? Bai Yi lamented, filled with regret. With a deep sigh, Fu Yu pondered the implications of her knowledge regarding the goo worm. Alas, it was likely too late. She offered a comforting remark, it's all right. There will be other opportunities. Bai Yi, with a hint of resignation, replied, I may truly be getting old, always lagging behind. Indeed, you are an old demon. Xiaoshan teased. Being slow to catch on is nothing to fret about. Laughter erupted among the group, and with the inclusion of Shen Bing and Song Yang, who were, in a sense, also ageless, their essence remained forever linked to Xiao Ning and Lei Zi. As dawn approached, Bai Yi felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, and the vehicle's speed began to wane. Fortunately, this was a blessing. Otherwise, the sudden appearance of a girl would have likely resulted in an accident. dressed in black. She appeared abruptly in the middle of the road. Song Yang was the first to spot her and shouted, "Watch out." Bai Yi swerved sharply, narrowly avoiding a collision with a tree by the roadside. Drawing a sharp breath, he rolled down the window and called out, "Are you all right?" The girl turned her head, and Fu Yu gasped in astonishment. It wasn't he, just her. Everyone in the car inhaled sharply. Wasn't this the black-haired girl they had encountered in the red light district of Thailand? Song Yang stood in stunned silence, unable to articulate his shock, while Shen Bing nudged him. "This is eerie, Song Yang. Could she be looking for you?" The memory of their passionate kiss at the airport was still vivid, and now this girl had reappeared in such an inexplicable manner. Song Yang remained frozen for several moments as the girl approached the vehicle, her serious expression piercing through the air, as if she were a predator ready to pounce. Taken aback, Song Yang blurted, "How did you end up here?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than the black-haired girl vanished before his eyes, leaving him bewildered. Had he just seen a ghost? She seemed to have fainted. Positioned closest to the door, Fu Yu observed the scene most clearly. She quickly exited the car, discovering that the girl had indeed collapsed onto the ground. Fu Yu assisted her, noting the girl's pallid complexion and cracked lips, and urgently called out, "Bring water." Shen Bing retrieved a bottle of water from the vehicle, opened it, and Fu Yu gently held the girl's chin as Shen Bing cautiously administered the water. Despite her unconscious state, the girl instinctively drank, her survival instincts kicking in. Fu Yu carefully pressed on her acupoint, and finally, the girl emitted a soft groan, her eyelashes fluttering. As she opened her eyes, the icy demeanor melted away, revealing a vulnerability that the group had never witnessed before. Song Yang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his heart racing. He found himself hesitant to approach, standing at a distance yet unable to resist glancing over. This prompted Shen Bing to chuckle. "If you want to look, then come closer. Your shyness is making me uncomfortable." Finally, Song Yang edged a bit closer, and their eyes met. The girl swallowed hard, her expression a mix of tension and excitement as Fu Yu inquired, "Where do you live? We can take you home." Suddenly, the girl spoke. "No, I will not return. I am here to find him." Her words were in Chinese, albeit with a heavy accent, suggesting she had only recently learned the language. If not, it could only indicate she had sought the wrong teacher. Song Yang pointed to himself, asking, "You are looking for me?" "Yes, I am looking for me," she affirmed. The girl's demeanor turned frosty once more. "My hairpin." Song Yang certainly recalled it. He nodded. "I remember. I've kept it safe. At the airport, I forgot to return it to you, but rest assured, I have preserved it well. If you don't believe me, I can fetch it for you to see." He was eager to defend himself, and the girl was momentarily taken aback. Her gaze fixed on Song Yang, now infused with a deeper complexity, becoming somewhat ethereal. Song Yang felt a sense of maturity, as though he had evolved into a man of substance. Having traveled far and wide, he had encountered myriad women. Yet, in the presence of this girl, he was no longer the seasoned traveler, but merely an inexperienced youth, overwhelmed in the presence of his beloved, his words stumbling over one another in his excitement. Shen Bing exchanged a glance with Tang San, and ordinarily, she would have teased him by now, yet today, she noticed a distinct shift in Song Yang. His ears were flushed with color. "Let us first escort you back," Fu Yu suggested, "and the hairpin will be returned to you, shall it not?" Glancing at the time, she recalled that it was a weekday, and both she and Tang San had work commitments. "We shall take our leave. This matter will be handled by Chi Xie and me." With a mere gesture, Bai Yi recognized Fu Yu's dilemma. Chapter 729. The True Chosen One. Taxis passed by, and Fu Yu and Tang San departed first, leaving the rest to escort the girl away. At last, she revealed that she was residing in a youth hostel. Youth hostels are indeed commendable places, clean and economical. It would be quite unusual for such a girl to be found in a five-star hotel. Upon returning her to the hostel, Bai Yi was astonished to discover that she was alone in a room. In the capital city, youth hostels are perpetually bustling. Yet here was a room with only her in it. "They are afraid, so they do not wish to share a room with me," the girl indicated, pointing at herself. Bai Yi discerned that she did not possess a naturally cold demeanor. Rather, she seemed unsure of how to interact with others. Take, for instance, her unexpected appearance at the airport, where she approached Song Yang in such a strikingly unconventional manner that it was quite shocking. It became increasingly evident, upon entering, the receptionist had regarded her with a hint of trepidation, an immediate sense of distance palpable in the air. Furthermore, when she conversed, she tended to gaze directly at the other person, devoid of any inclination to shy away or adapt her approach, not to mention the absence of subtlety in her interactions. Why are they afraid of you? Song Yang inquired, his tone markedly different from usual. I do not know, the girl replied. There are always those who are afraid of me. How long have you been learning Chinese? Song Yang was quite taken with her voice. Though her Mandarin bore a certain stiffness, her tone was delicate and soft, contrasting with her rigid delivery. 1 month, she answered candidly. Her gaze fixed on Song Yang's eyes. I am hungry. I will buy you something to eat right now, Song Yang said, glancing at Shen Bing. Shen Bing, would you mind staying here to look after her? All right. You go ahead, she replied. By the way, Qi Xie and Xiao Shan will stay with me. Bai Yi will drive you. How does that sound? Shen Bing was somewhat reluctant to spend time with this enigmatic and mysterious girl, feeling an inexplicable sense of trepidation. Song Yang made a special trip to a Thai restaurant. Considering that the girl was of Thai descent, he asked Bai Yi to accompany him to procure food and drinks. Song Yang's mood was exceedingly eager as he clutched the food tightly to his chest. Observing Song Yang's cautious demeanor, Bai Yi could no longer contain himself and burst into hearty laughter. Song Yang, feeling a bit embarrassed, stammered, Well, I thought it might not be safe to carry it. What if it falls? This excuse was rather flimsy, and he found it difficult to continue. In truth, he was concerned that the food would cool down on the way back and believed that holding it close would keep it warm longer. Bai Yi, not one to dwell on the matter, replied, All right, let us go, but let us not use such weak excuses in the future. Upon returning to the youth hostel, the girl eagerly watched the food, visibly starving. Song Yang promptly opened the container, and to his surprise, she reached out to grab the food directly. Just as he intended to intervene, Bai Yi remarked, This food is meant to be eaten with hands. Song Yang quickly withdrew his hand, and seeing the girl savoring the meal with delight filled him with satisfaction. After she had eaten to about 70 or 80% full, she looked up at Song Yang and suddenly pointed at his mouth, asking, Does it hurt? Song Yang was taken aback. My mouth? No, not at all. I meant, after I kissed you last time, does your mouth hurt? The girl's directness caught Shen Bing off guard, and she couldn't help but laugh. Giving a gentle shove to the dazed Song Yang, What are you dawdling for? I'm asking you, does it hurt? No, not at all, Song Yang replied. With a plethora of thoughts left unspoken, feeling much more than just unhurt, he had genuinely liked the moment. The girl's eyes sparkled like stars in the night, shining with a bright light. Really? Is that important? Song Yang, lost in a fog of confusion, pondered, Did you come to China to find me? Perhaps this was merely his own fanciful notion, yet her sudden appearance before him coupled with such ambiguous behavior compelled him to think otherwise. The girl's response sent Song Yang's heart soaring. Why? Shen Bing interjected, Sister, are you seeing things? You can't possibly have developed feelings for him, can you? Oh, and you've chased him all this way? The girl blinked innocently. Help me. You are the only one who can assist me. Song Yang was taken aback. What do you mean? This was far from what he had envisioned. He was somewhat surprised and wore a bitter smile, firmly believing that she must have mistaken him for someone else. I'm just an ordinary person, and besides, what could I possibly do to help you? I want to marry you. The girl's declaration stunned everyone into silence, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. My grandmother said that I must marry the one who removes my hairpin, or I will die. Song Yang felt no joy in her words. Instead, he slumped his shoulders, feeling a sense of despondency. This reasoning was hardly uplifting. He cast a rueful glance at the others, unable to utter a word. After a prolonged silence, he finally regarded the girl with earnestness. Marriage is not something to be decided solely by your grandmother and a hairpin. It must be a mutual agreement between both parties. Surprisingly, Song Yang's attitude towards love and marriage is rather traditional, which astonished everyone around him. Given his previously erratic demeanor, many assumed he would readily agree. Yet his sudden hesitation left their jaws dropped. The young girl's eyes dimmed. In response to his answer, she remained remarkably composed, asking, Is that so? Song Yang felt a pang of sorrow in his heart and inquired, But why would you die if we do not marry? His grandmother's words must surely hold truth. The girl replied, In our family, only our husbands can remove the hairpins from our heads. We must marry them, otherwise, we will perish. Isn't that meant to help you find your true soulmate? Shen Bing exclaimed in disbelief. That day, your hairpin was attached to me. I did not take it off. Does that count? Song Yang's heart twisted painfully. He was torn between a desire to agree and the realization that such an agreement felt devoid of value. Seeing her despondent expression tightened his heart further, making him wish to plunge a knife into himself to gain clarity. Shen yawned. Having not slept a wink since last night, she nudged Song Yang, saying, well, we should head back. If you wish to stay here with her and clarify matters, then so be it. If all else fails, just proceed with the necessary arrangements. By the way, beautiful, what is your name? Shower, she replied, looking quite dejected. Her appetite for the food before her seemingly extinguished. Shen Bing recalled Fu Yu's speculation and quickly asked, are you a curse master? Shower was taken aback. How do you know that? A guess. Moreover, we also know a curse master named Hai Sheng, Shen Bing revealed, attempting to bridge the gap with Shower. However, upon hearing that name, Shower's expression soured, her gaze sharpening. How do you know him? Well, it's not that we know him personally, since he has passed away. A family member of ours once dealt with him, Shen Bing admitted, inadvertently revealing too much, realizing that from an age perspective, her acquaintance with Hai Sheng was implausible. Upon hearing of Hai Sheng's demise, Shower suddenly bowed her head, her hands fidgeting, her eyes reddening. After a long pause, she finally looked up and asked, when did he die? You knew Hai Sheng? Bai Yi observed her expression, sensing an unusual connection between her and Hai Sheng. Not exactly acquainted, Shower stubbornly bit her lip. Not long ago, his death was quite tragic, yet he did not die in vain, Bai Yi remarked. We saw his body, it was riddled with numerous wounds. Song Yang gazed at Bai Yi in astonishment, tugging at his arm. Why are you being so detailed? Bai Yi shot him a glance, thinking this fool should provide more specifics to provoke Shower into revealing the truth. As expected, Shower became increasingly agitated, her nostrils flaring, her eyes growing redder, tears welling up. Bai Yi continued, because it seems Hai Sheng had no relatives, the arrangements for his funeral were handled by a friend of ours. We heard he was cremated. Xiao could no longer contain her emotions, tears streaming down her legs as she buried her face in her hands and began to sob. Bai Yi remarked, in this state, it seems your connection to him is far deeper than mere acquaintance. He is my grandfather. Xiao wept. There is only one sorcerer named Hai Sheng. And I understood immediately when you mentioned him. Given his age, it is not surprising he has a granddaughter. But why were you reluctant to acknowledge it at first? Does it have anything to do with your grandmother? Shen Bing interjected directly. My parents passed away when I was young, and I grew up with my grandparents. One year, my grandfather suddenly left and never returned. My grandmother loathed him and always warned me never to mention him again, insisting I should forget I ever had a grandfather. Xiao explained. So, that girl was indeed naive, but she seems to comply with her grandmother's every wish. Your grandmother must be a sorceress, Shen Bing commented. I ask you, why do you single out Song Yang? Why not try other men to see if they can remove your hairpin? If they succeed, you need not marry him, Shen Bing suggested. That will not happen. Only one person can make the hairpin fall, and that is a certainty in our sorcery. Xiao replied. But why? Shen Bing pressed, unwilling to let Xiao off the hook. Song Yang interjected, Shen Bing, allow her to rest. She just regained consciousness. Please, give her a break. Turning to Xiao he added, we will see each other tomorrow. Song Yang pulled out some money, saying, if you're hungry, buy something to eat. I will come by in the morning, all right? All right. Xiao eyes widened. You will definitely come, won't you? Of course, Song Yang assured, patting his chest. Chapter 730. The Sorceress Herb. Upon exiting the youth hostel, Bai Yi remarked, this girl is rather peculiar. However, I believe she is not lying. From a psychological perspective, when a person fabricates a story, there are often subconscious signs of deceit, such as fleeting glances. Yet just now, her gaze was steadfast, unwavering as she looked directly at Song Yang. If she is indeed truthful, then the situation becomes complicated. Xiao Shan suggested, let us wait for Fu Yu to return tonight. She may shed light on this sorcery. Is there such a thing? Everyone returned to their beds, falling into a deep slumber except for Song Yang, whose bed creaked incessantly. Much to Tang Sancheng's annoyance, he found it unbearable, resorting to plugging his ears to finally drift into a restful sleep. Fu Yu did not return that night, but Lei Yi arrived first, his countenance far from cheerful. Upon entering, he sighed deeply and took a seat, surveying the group. What is the matter with you all? Bai Yi felt a stirring of concern, wondering if their night exploration of the abandoned factory had been discovered. That seemed implausible. Fu Yu had assured them he could handle any traces left behind. How did you offend Hai Sheng's wife? Lei Yi's question relieved Bai Yi somewhat, but he was astonished. We just returned from meeting that girl named Xiao. How did you know? The moment Xiao Air arrived here, we realized it, Lei Yi replied. One of the individuals, Lei, remarked. After all, she is the granddaughter of Haixing, and thus we are inclined to observe the situation. Should the opportunity arise to assist, we may intervene appropriately. However, before we could take action, she approached you. As for Xiao, she is of little concern. The real trouble lies with her grandmother, who is exceptionally formidable. I have come to remind you not to overstep your bounds, lest you attract unwanted trouble. Surprised, Bai Yi asked, does Brother Lei seem to be privy to the details? Haixing's departure long ago stemmed from his inability to endure his wife, who hailed from a renowned family of sorcerers in Thailand. Previously, they served the Thai royal family, enjoying a status significantly higher than that of ordinary practitioners of this craft. Perhaps this elevated standing fostered a sense of superiority, even among women. Haixing, once a distinguished sorcerer himself, though not striking in appearance, possessed extraordinary abilities, as you might have discerned during the confrontation with his Lei continued. His wife's family has an unusual tradition of selecting husbands through sorcery. Noticing the change in everyone's expressions, he inquired, what is it? Have you heard of this too? Brother Lei, please continue. Our matters can wait. Very well. Their family employs sorcery to choose their spouses, and by some twist of fate, Haixing was selected. He had initially been unwilling, but when it came to the life of the other party, his heart softened, leading him to agree. Little did he know, he was stepping into a veritable inferno. With a sigh, Lei added, at our age, discussing romance seems somewhat awkward. Nevertheless, in his youth, Haixing had his own affections. But this unforeseen circumstance threw him into disarray, ultimately compelling him to marry Xiao's grandmother, forsaking the girl he truly desired, which perhaps sealed their fate of unhappiness. Xiao's grandmother possessed a fiercely strong character. For reasons unknown, upon learning of Haixing's past affections, she acted impulsively and employed sorcery against that woman. Lei stated, this incident irrevocably soured their relationship, as he could not fathom how a woman's jealousy could manifest to such an extreme. What is this sorcery? Qi Xie inquired. I am no expert in sorcery, but I have heard Haixing mention that among sorcerers, it is referred to as yin-yang sorcery. It is typically found amongst the remnants of ancient ruins, where coarse plants represent the yang and slender ones the yin, often growing together. Even when dried and placed upon a table, these plants exhibit peculiar movements until they intertwine. Once the sorcery is cast, the plants will silently thrive within the target's body, multiplying at an astonishing rate after reaching a certain quantity. At that point, the afflicted person may inexplicably develop a high fever, leading them to madness and ultimately death. When one dies, the soul grass will permeate the body, rendering the deceased akin to a mere scarecrow. Shen Bing shuddered at the thought, and upon observing Lei Yiren's expression, he noted it was equally grim. Haixing had witnessed the woman he once cherished transformed into such a wretched state. The emotional turmoil within him was unimaginable. At that time, they had already welcomed a child, yet despite this bond, Haixing severed ties with Granny Qiao and journeyed to China, only to be later discovered by the organization, which persuaded him to join their ranks. These matters were seldom spoken of, for he was a man of few words, sharing only with me over a considerable span of time. You are aware of Qiao's existence? Bai Yi interjected, sensing the multitude of complexities in the situation. Although Haixing had parted ways with his wife, it was evident that he remained connected through their children. Indeed, what parent does not cherish their offspring? Haixing was no heartless man. Lei Yiren remarked, although he is reluctant to return, he is aware of his wife's lineage. Thus he makes the journey back each year. I have heard that they had a son, but alas, he passed away in his prime, leaving only Qiao as a remnant of his bloodline. Qiao is truly pitiable, Song Yang stated, lost in thought. But is not Haixing equally deserving of pity? He embarked on a misguided path from the very beginning, causing harm to many, including himself. He has lived burdened for years, rarely smiling. When Lei Yiren mentioned Haixing, a pang of sorrow struck him. They had shared many years as brothers. Yet now he was gone. Although Lei Yiren had not interacted extensively with Haixing, he could sense the weight of his moral conviction and the gravity of his past. What shall we do, Song Yang? Shen Bing inquired. The bloody lesson lies before us. You must deliberate carefully. However, Brother Lei, do not call me brother. Lei Yiren waved his hand dismissively. At this age, you may as well refer to me as Grandfather Lei. With no outsiders present, Brother Lei. I must ask, what if the chosen man does not love the woman? Or if she is merely driven by fate and does not truly care for him, what then? Shen Bing posed the question on behalf of Song Yang, who seemed to be in a state of inner conflict. If it is the former, the pressure on the man would be immense. He certainly has the right to refuse. However, should the woman perish because of him, it would impose a lifelong psychological burden, unless he is devoid of compassion. If it is the latter, her willingness to endure or to die must be considered. Lei Yiren replied, if both parties can genuinely connect, that would indeed be ideal, but regrettably, such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Song Yang listened intently, recognizing that he fell into the latter category. He was willing. Yet Xiaoer's stance remained uncertain. If she were merely accommodating, that was not what he desired, and despair washed over him, his countenance darkening. What troubles you? Lei Yiren inquired, noticing Song Yang's pallor. Bai Yi recounted the events of the day, and Lei Yiren exhaled deeply, sighing. It appears that our organization has deep ties to the Qiao family. However, Song Yang, you must deliberate thoroughly. If I refuse, will she truly perish? Song Yang asked. Half in doubt. It is likely, Lei Yiren remarked. Based on my time spent with Haisheng, I can affirm that the curse is indeed genuine, without a hint of fabrication. Just as he spoke, Fu Yu and Tang Sancheng returned together. Both were taken aback upon seeing Lei Yiren, and, even more so, the lifeless Song Yang, which deepened their confusion. Bai Yi, unwilling to reiterate the situation, urged Shen Bing to explain once more. Tang Sancheng and Fu Yu maintained a composed demeanor, with Fu Yu affirming Lei Yiren's statement. Indeed, I believe Xiaoer speaks the truth. There is a connection between curses and goo poison. The latter can lead to the demise of the unfaithful, and curses operate similarly, albeit targeting different subjects. It is more ruthless. Song Yang interjected. Fu Yu continued, thus, you must make a decision, marry or not. This matter cannot be delayed, as curses also have a time constraint. Once the time elapses, a vision of Xiaoer's death flashed in Song Yang's mind, causing his heart to tremble, his fists clenched tightly. Lei Yiren stood up, saying, well, I have no other matters to discuss. I initially intended to caution you all, given the myriad of events that have transpired. But it seems you have already encountered them. I have clarified the circumstances, and now it is up to you to decide. As he reached the door, he hesitated and turned back. Haisheng mentioned that his wife is a rare master among curse practitioners, a talent not seen in 50 years. Therefore, I hope you handle this matter with utmost care to avoid any unnecessary troubles. Thank you, Brother Lei. We will certainly exercise caution. Bai Yi responded as he bid farewell to Lei Yiren. Turning back, he saw Song Yang with his eyes closed, looking nearly lifeless. Bai Yi remarked, you heard what was just said. The finest curse practitioner from Thailand has instilled fear even in Haisheng. This is her granddaughter, and she truly could die. This concerns your lifelong happiness. Think it over carefully, Tang Sancheng. Let us go. It's time for dinner. Shen Bing stood before Song Yang, saying, from a woman's perspective, I find that Xiaoer seems quite innocent, perhaps unaware of what love truly is. Why not try pursuing her? If the two of you develop mutual feelings, it would be splendid. If that girl marries you, you would gain immensely. Song Yang suddenly gave Shen Bing a thumbs up. What a splendid idea. In fact, I believe that if Tang Sancheng marries you, he would gain tremendously as well. Shen Bing was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized. Oh, you Song Yang, how ungrateful. Chapter 731. Let us married Song Yang stood at the entrance of the youth hostel, holding a takeout box, hesitating whether to enter. Xiaoer, having spotted him from the window, remained silent, merely gazing at him. When Song Yang looked up and met her deep, night-like eyes, his heart fluttered, and he waved at her. Finally, he stepped inside, placing the takeout box before her. Eat. This was prepared for you by Fu Yu. Xiaoer opened the lunchbox and, upon seeing the food within, exclaimed with delight before eagerly diving in. Song Yang scratched his head, cautiously inquiring, why did you? He pointed at his lips, feeling too shy to articulate his thoughts directly. At first, Xiaoer was bewildered, but suddenly a realization dawned upon her. She indicated her own lips and said, I merely wish to know if I harbor feelings for you. Song Yang felt as though he had been struck by lightning, stammering. And what is the outcome? I am uncertain, yet I do not dislike you. Xiaoer appeared troubled. I only have 1 week left. Have you thought this through? 1 week. Song Yang paused, cradling his head in his hands. What a predicament. He had strong feelings for Xiaoer, so intense that he felt as though he might lose his mind. But what about her? She merely did not dislike him. One day, when she matured, if she realized that she did not actually like him, what would ensue? Song Yang said. 7 days. Let me ponder this a bit longer, if you please. Chower closed her eyes momentarily. You do not like me? Of course not, Song Yang replied. I am uncertain if you have feelings for me. Will we be unhappy together in the future? The main concern is whether you will be happy. Tears sparkled in Chower's eyes as she turned her head away. My grandmother said that if you love someone, you become irrational and might do anything. The mention of Chower's grandmother made Song Yang feel a shiver. Her level of madness seemed excessive. Song Yang responded, Chower, madness is a manifestation of love. Yet it is not all-encompassing. True love is, in fact, about letting go. I do not understand, Chower retorted. To truly love someone means to be together, regardless of the circumstances. Otherwise, can it still be called love? Song Yang clenched his fists. Chower, let us marry. What did you just say? The one who had just mentioned needing to consider things had suddenly agreed without hesitation, leaving Chower in disbelief. How did you change your mind so quickly? I do not wish for you to perish, Song Yang said. In that instant, Chower burst into tears. She had prepared herself for death, and Song Yang's words brought her immediate relief. All she knew was that she was alive. She did not want to die. She was still young, and she had yet to fully experience the world outside. The thought of her life ending felt unjust, profoundly unjust. A warmth surged within her, and she could not help but leap into Song Yang's embrace. Feeling the softness of his presence, Song Yang was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Should he be happy? Was he entitled to such joy? His hand finally rested on Chower's back. I will take you home. Song Yang brought Chower to the apartment that Bai Yi had initially purchased to gift to him and his mother. Since his mother's passing, he had never returned to that place, which was meant to house their happiness. Regrettably, fate had other plans. Now, with Chower's arrival, could happiness be rekindled? Song Yang was uncertain. Thus he stood at the door, inhaling deeply before cautiously retrieving the key. This is our home. Chower, overwhelmed with anxiety, found herself at a loss for words. Raised under her grandmother's strict guardianship, she seldom interacted with outsiders and lacked the eloquence to articulate her feelings. However, her eyes sparkled with excitement. When Song Yang opened the door, the stale air of the unventilated apartment greeted him. It had not been opened in ages. Yet, the apartment came pre-furnished, requiring only the addition of household appliances for comfortable living. As Song Yang opened the window, the oppressive atmosphere lightened slightly. Standing before the window, Chower gazed at the cityscape, her spirits lifting, a smile gracing her face. Song Yang had never witnessed Chower smile before. She was often perceived as a stoic girl, her visage perpetually shrouded in frost. Yet, when she smiled, it was as if the snow melted away. Unable to resist, Song Yang gently brushed her hair aside, asking, Do you like it here? Will I be living here from now on? Chower still found it hard to believe that she had a home. Yes, though we lack appliances and furniture for now, Bai Yi will take us shopping shortly. It will be quick, she replied. Song Yang felt a surge of excitement. Chower, we can get married, but you are of age, right? What? Chower was taken aback and retrieved her identification. Although she could not comprehend Thai script, the numbers were universally understood. Song Yang was genuinely astonished. You're already 21? You look no older than 16 or 17. You have the face of a child. Chower explained. I am petite, which makes me appear younger. However, I am indeed of age. My grandmother mentioned that the spells would only activate after we turn 20. So you need not worry, we can marry. Chower's tone was rather formal, which stirred discomfort within Song Yang. He rubbed his face, recalling Shen Bing's words. It was inconsequential if Chower did not harbor feelings for him. She was a blank canvas upon which he could paint his affections. He promptly called Bai Yi to announce their imminent marriage, and soon Bai Yi arrived to assist in procuring furniture and appliances. After a day of bustling activity, while not everything was completed, at least Chower would no longer reside in a youth hostel. The freshness of their new circumstances thrilled Chower. Bai Yi, sensing the moment, discreetly departed, allowing the couple some time alone. As they dined on takeout at the table, both enjoyed the meal immensely. Song Yang reminisced about their first encounter in the bar of Thailand's red light district and inquired, What transpired when we first met? Chower was taken aback. You remember our first meeting? Of course, Song Yang replied without hesitation. When you appeared, I was utterly captivated, but after you left, a commotion ensued. I merely dealt with an insolent individual. Chower retorted through gritted teeth. He dared to disrespect a spellcaster, so I had to teach him a lesson. What did you do? Song Yang set down his chopsticks, concerned that if she were displeased, she might resort to casting spells, jeopardizing their future together. My grandmother, anxious as the spell's duration approached, sent me to seek my true love. I stumbled into that place unknowingly and soon realized it was not an appropriate venue. Chower was still somewhat agitated. Her delicate fists were clenched tightly. Just as I was about to leave, a man intercepted me, clearly inebriated. Initially, he uttered some nonsensical remarks that infuriated me. I intended to walk away, but he grasped my arm. In a moment of anger, I resorted to a curse. He died? Song Yang asked, somewhat taken aback. No. I merely caused his belly to swell. It looks terrifying, but it will revert in a week, Chower explained. I simply wanted to teach him a lesson. I never meant to endanger his life. There was a note of grievance in her tone, prompting Song Yang to sigh. As long as you haven't harmed his life, it's acceptable. You possess a remarkable skill in curses, but you must not wield it indiscriminately. Sometimes, the other party merely makes an inadvertent mistake. If a life were lost over a trivial matter, wouldn't that be a tragedy? Tears welled up in Chower's eyes, as if Song Yang's words had pierced her heart. Song Yang sighed again. I care for your well-being. I appreciate it, Chower replied. No one has ever shared such wisdom with me, and I'm uncertain about what actions are appropriate. As the conversation unfolded, Song Yang, unexpectedly, chuckled with a foolish grin. I was never this kind of person before. It seems I have matured since meeting you. After dinner, Song Yang felt awkward, uncertain whether to stay. After pondering for a while, he began to knead his hands and stood up. Chower, I think I should head back. Make sure to secure the doors and windows, all right? You're leaving? Chower was taken aback. Didn't you promise to marry me? Song Yang's face flushed with embarrassment. Well, I did, but... He cleared his throat, feeling exceedingly awkward. We haven't officially registered our marriage yet, which means we lack that piece of paper. Our situation is considered cohabitation without legal status. Illegal? Chower gasped in surprise. I had no idea such a circumstance existed. Song Yang exhaled in relief. Then I will take my leave. By the way, Chower, how did you find me? You appeared out of nowhere that day and startled us. The scent, Chower replied. I remember your scent. It allows me to know where you are and feel your presence, much like how my grandmother felt my grandfather's presence back in the day. Song Yang said, all right. I'm leaving now. Please secure the doors and windows. Chower smiled, placing her hand over her heart. It felt warm and comforting, watching Song Yang's retreating figure. She found herself reluctant to let him go, wishing she could call out to him to stay. Song Yang stood beneath the apartment building, gazing up at the illuminated windows, wondering if she could operate those appliances. Suddenly, a hand reached out and forcefully slapped him on the shoulder, startling him. What are you doing here? He exclaimed, turning to see Tang Sanqing and Xiao Shan, both laughing heartily, sending a chill down Song Yang's spine. He grumbled, what do you want? Speak. Chapter 732, Cocoon of course. We're here for the spectacle, Tang Sanqing replied. Are we supposed to be your doorman? However, how did you come down? Today. One should be able to see Song Yang's flushed face. Xiao Shan exclaimed in surprise. I never expected that Song Yang was such a conservative person. Go, 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 Song Yang replied. Let's be on our way. Tang Sanqing laughed heartily, embracing Song Yang's shoulder as they made their way toward the Bai residence. Amidst the shadows of the trees, a figure passed by. Tang Sanqing, with a quick glance, noticed a head of white hair. His heart jolted, and he released Song Yang, hastening towards the figure, only to catch a glimpse of their back before they vanished from sight. A pang of apprehension struck Tang Sanqing. These days, many dyed their hair white to keep up with trends. Surely it couldn't be him, could it? What are you looking at? Song Yang approached, asking curiously. Oh, it could just be that I mistook someone, Tang Sanqing replied. Seeing someone with white hair makes me think of the river god. I must be overly suspicious. Whether Tang Sanqing was indeed overly suspicious was uncertain, yet the deeds they had committed were finally uncovered. Late Yiren arrived, and in the dead of night, no less. Barely had Tang Sanqing and the others entered when Late Yiren appeared, accompanied by a man and a woman. Upon seeing them, Bai Yi instantly recognized them as the couple who were among the core three mentioned by Late Yiren. They appeared to be in their 50s. Though the man was no longer young, his features were robust, clearly indicative of a restless spirit. As soon as they entered, his eyes and body were in constant motion, surveying every corner. The woman, on the other hand, was strikingly beautiful. Yes, beautiful in a serene manner. She spoke little, her words measured and slow, her hair elegantly pinned up. her brow exuding wisdom. Such a woman was reminiscent of an elder Fu Yu, Bai Yi mused. Upon entering, Lei Yiren directed a piercing gaze at Bai Yi, an expression laden with reproach. Bai Yi felt a sudden jolt, yet forced a smile. What brings you here at such a late hour? Are these two our superiors? Superiors? Just a couple of old folks, the man scoffed. Your place is quite nice. Although a bit old, it resembles exactly what we envisioned for a retirement home. Doesn't it, E? I've told you countless times, at this age, you shouldn't call me E. Use my full name. The woman shot an exasperated glance at the man. Lei Yiren interjected. You should be aware of who these two are. Apart from my uncle, they are the other two decision-makers. This gentleman is surnamed Wei, named Wei Qing, and the lady is surnamed Wei, named Wei Yi. Call us elder brother and elder sister-in-law, Wei Qing said. What do you think? My name is rather distinctive. Isn't it? Wei Yi exchanged a resigned look with Lei Yiren. Indeed, Wei Qing was a remarkable name, at least among those who shared his surname. There was a notable figure, General Wei Qing, the Grand Marshal during the Western Han Dynasty, who, during his campaign against the Xiongnu, first launched a surprise attack on Longcheng, shattering the long-standing myth of invincibility of the Xiongnu since the Han's inception. He achieved 7 victories in 7 battles, employing ironclad chariots to decisively defeat the main forces of the Yizhi Xian, making significant contributions to the expansion of northern territories. Wei Qing was adept at sustaining warfare through warfare. He was bold in advancing, mastering both unconventional and conventional tactics. As a commander, he was strict in his orders and shared hardships with his soldiers. He held great respect and was esteemed among his peers, but never raised soldiers for personal gain. In the 5th year of the Yuanfeng era, the esteemed General Wei Qing, known posthumously as the Fierce, passed away. Were he alive in contemporary times, he would undoubtedly be hailed as a deity of war by netizens. Bai Yi remarked, anyone sharing a name with the Grand Marshal must possess exceptional qualities. This flattery elicited a hearty laugh from Wei Qing, yet Wei Yi cleared his throat, reminding them not to forget their purpose for gathering. Bai Yi exchanged glances with Fu Yu, who gently suggested, let us dispense with the circumlocutions. Wei Qing, hands clasped behind his back, responded, indeed, I appreciate that. So let us be forthright. He produced a diminutive device from his pocket, placing it firmly upon the table. Your capabilities are indeed impressive. It is no wonder the organization exerted such effort to recruit you, even conceding to your demands with the most lenient conditions. Bai Yi's gaze fell upon the device, and a wave of unease washed over him. Was that not the latest model of a surveillance monitor? No larger than a thumbprint. Had they been discovered? Where could it have been concealed, and why had they not noticed it? Xiao Shan felt a pang of frustration. Everything had been executed flawlessly, even to the extent of erasing footprints in the dust. How could they have overlooked this? The surveillance is hidden in places you would least expect, Wei Qing declared with pride. Most assume that monitoring devices are installed above, but ours is located in the opposite position, beneath your feet. Bai Yi was taken aback. What a clever reversal. He had scrutinized the area meticulously and had failed to detect it. With a wry smile, he conceded, it seems you were already aware. Indeed, Wei Yi affirmed, we initially believed you would approach us to inquire further, as you had every right to do so. Since you did not, we had no choice but to take the initiative. Uncle San's schedule is less flexible than ours. We have reviewed the contract, Bai Yi stated. It bears the signature of He Bo, of that I am certain. Bai Yi intentionally said this. Observing the calm expressions of the three, they evidently knew the truth. With a sigh, he inquired, why? Prior to your arrival, we conferred with Uncle San, Wei Qing explained. We collectively concluded that He Bo is becoming increasingly unmanageable. He is a concealed explosive, liable to detonate at any moment. The worst-case scenario would be mutual destruction, and we have no desire to perish alongside a madman. So, you have resolved to be candid with us? Shen Bing asked, astonished. Had we known, we wouldn't have exerted ourselves so much. That 9-palace calculation of yours is truly remarkable. Wei Yi responded. The framework of the 9-palace calculation was proposed by one of our earliest leaders, and not a single individual within the organization has deciphered it to this day. That goes without saying. Wei Qing interjected. Let us begin from the very start. Yi, you take the lead. Lei Yi shared the sentiment, knowing that if Wei Qing were to narrate, the night would stretch on until dawn. Wei Yi continued. Let us commence with the establishment of the Shadow Organization. In its nascent phase, it was not known as the Shadow Organization, but rather as the Cocoon, representing both the breaking free from and the entrapment of the cocoon. You shall reach your conclusions upon hearing the full account. The establishment of the organization occurred towards the end of the Qin dynasty, when a silver-haired man, who called himself Yi, roamed the land in search of extraordinary individuals. It is uncertain what powers he possessed, yet he genuinely managed to attract numerous people, among whom was one of our earliest leaders, Liu Jing. You may not know much about this individual, but you are surely familiar with Liu Jing, the strategist of Liu Bang. Originally named Liu Jing, he was later bestowed with the Liu surname. Hailing from the state of Qi, he was assigned to guard the borders of Longxi in the 5th year of Emperor Gaozu's reign, passing through Luoyang, where the emperor resided at the time. Upon entering the city, Liu Jing removed the yoke used for pulling carts and, clad in a sheepskin coat, sought an audience with General Yu of Qi. Aspiring to meet Emperor Gaozu, General Yu insisted on providing him with a fine garment, yet Liu Jing resolutely chose to meet the emperor in a coarse cloth short robe. Consequently, General Yu conveyed Liu Jing's request to the emperor, who summoned Liu Jing to the palace and graciously offered him a meal. After a discussion, Liu Jing successfully became a trusted advisor to Liu Bang, who greatly valued his wisdom. Such an astute individual, one might wonder, what extraordinary abilities does he possess? Bai Yi inquired. Wei Yi regarded him with admiration and replied, I deal in antiques. One must have a grasp of history. Mind reading, Wei Yi continued. In contemporary terms, it could be likened to mind reading, though I prefer to perceive it as a form of psychology. He could discern a person's inner thoughts based on their behavior, articulating what they truly desired. Our analysis reveals that although Liu Jing lacked knowledge of Taoist practices and had no cultivation, this ability enabled him to identify more extraordinary individuals. Thus he was initially utilized by Yi, also known as He Bo or Feng Yi, whose identity is self-evident. Liu Jing, possessing a keen insight into human nature, could naturally perceive Yi's intentions. From the outset, he harbored suspicions regarding Yi's motives. Although he publicly claimed to gather individuals to complement each other's abilities for a common goal, Liu Jing sensed that Yi's ambitions extended beyond that, as his search was particularly focused on those with cultivation, especially those inclined towards Taoism. Consequently, Liu Jing remained vigilant, never revealing his suspicions, but secretly maintained a journal, hoping that future members would exercise caution regarding Yi after his passing. In the early stages, the organization followed Yi's direction, leading to the emergence of several renowned Taoists, including Zhang Daoling of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Wei Yi remarked, Tang San Chung must be familiar with this figure. Indeed, he is revered as the founding father of Taoism, Tang San Chung responded. His tales are widely circulated among Taoists, such as the account of Zhang Daoling practicing the dragon and tiger elixir with his disciple Wang Chong. In the first year, a radiant light illuminated their chamber. In the second year, a green dragon and a white tiger protected the elixir cauldron, and by the third year, the elixir was completed, and he attained the status of a true person. Shortly thereafter, he encountered a divine being who guided him in mastering the highest Taoist arts. He was able to soar into the heavens, hear distant sounds, and perform miraculous feats such as bilocation and invisibility. One moment, he would be rowing a boat on a pond, while simultaneously composing poetry in the hall, exhibiting countless transformations and unfathomable wonders. It is said that while Zhang Tianshi was cultivating and teaching at Hemming Mountain, a local epidemic wreaked havoc, leaving devastation in its wake. To save the populace from calamity, the Tianshi integrated his self-created golden elixir technique with the rich traditions of Taoist medicinal thought, developing mysterious herbal formulas aimed at curing ailments and promoting health. Zhang Tianshi immersed medicinal herbs in wine, which led to the eradication of the plague. After the affliction was lifted, the populace felt rejuvenated, their spirits revitalized, and their vitality surpassed that of their former selves. The infusion of medicine into the wine enhanced its potency. The herbs enriched the wine, rendering it fragrant and delightful, truly a balm for the soul with remarkable efficacy. The people expressed their gratitude to Tianshi for his benevolence in saving lives, venerating this medicinal wine as the miraculous elixir. Chapter 733. The Jade Plate of Creation. What is the essence of the golden elixir technique? Shen Bing inquired with curiosity. It is a method rooted in Taoist practices. Tang Sancheng replied. The technique involves the mystical refinement of certain minerals and herbs, which are then ingested. Historically, the so-called elixirs consumed by emperors across dynasties were derived from the golden elixir technique. The term gold signifies an enduring, indestructible substance. Elixir denotes something complete, pure, and flawless. Ancient sages used the name of the golden elixir to symbolize the inherently luminous and true nature of existence. This essence is referred to as Tai Chi in Confucianism, Yuanzhu in Buddhism, and golden elixir in Taoism. Although the names differ, they refer to the same fundamental truth. Cultivating this essence leads one to become a sage in Confucianism, a Buddha in Buddhism, and an immortal in Taoism. I do not comprehend, Shen Bing responded, her tone somewhat irritable. Let us move on. Within the relevant organizational documents, it appeared that he harbored a certain trepidation towards Zhang Daoling. It was Zhang Daoling who unearthed the handwritten notes left by Liu Jing, prompting him to harbor suspicions about Yi. He had mentioned certain ancient matters, particularly those pertaining to the primordial creation of the universe, with intricate details that only someone who had experienced them could recount. Zhang Daoling began to question Yi's origins. Bai Yi remarked at that time, the organization had already amassed numerous talents. Under Zhang Daoling's leadership, an investigation into Yi commenced, albeit discreetly. You might wonder how, given Yi's capabilities, he could allow others to operate freely, let alone challenge him. However, it has been proven that everyone possesses a vulnerability, and Yi is no exception. If Zhang Daoling and his associates joined forces, he would not necessarily be a formidable opponent. The balance of power deterred Yi from making reckless moves, and ultimately, his true identity was revealed. He was the river god, the very entity you know from the realm of mortals. Why did he establish the organization of shadowy figures? Bai Yi queried. This is the crux of the matter. Indeed, Bai Yi affirmed. His ambitions are vast. The river god seeks to unite those with cultivation to aid him in unlocking an ancient artifact. An ancient artifact? Tang Sancheng's mouth fell agape, the gravity of the truth beginning to dawn upon him. Perhaps one could articulate it this way, Bai Yi continued. Zhang Daoling understood that once the artifact was activated, chaos would ensue, and the world would be thrown into disarray. Thus, he resolutely chose to sever ties with the river god, leading a faction of the organization to a complete rupture with him. The outcome was a mutual agreement to refrain from interference with one another. Was the script on that agreement inscribed in the characters of the Qin and Han dynasties, which were later replaced by other scripts? Could it be that the writing was penned by the river god himself? Bai Yi inquired. Indeed, that contract was indeed authored by the river god. Hence the script you observed, Bai Yi replied. You are undoubtedly pondering why we do not consolidate our forces to confront him decisively, rather than leaving such a ticking time bomb in place, correct? Indeed, Bai Yi expressed admiration for the astuteness of this woman. Because he possesses the trump card, Bai Yi remarked. The jade disk of creation. Tang Sancheng's body trembled slightly, disbelief washing over him. The jade disk of creation? Indeed. It is the jade disk of creation. As the river god found himself in a precarious position, he was compelled to reveal this ace. Although his own strength was insufficient to fully unleash the disk's power, should he gamble his life, even a partial activation could yield catastrophic consequences. Given this, the members of the organization, led by Zhang Daoling, had no choice but to concede, ultimately signing a contract of non-interference. Thanks to this, he had the opportunity to eliminate you, yet chose to spare you. However, according to our investigations, he seems greatly intrigued and shows no signs of halting. This concerns us deeply. As time passes, is his power not also growing? If one day, no, it cannot be. After finishing, Tang Sancheng felt a sudden lack of confidence, momentarily at a loss for words. The others remained perplexed. What exactly was this jade disk? In Taoist legend, at the dawn of creation, two entities were birthed. One was the 12 strands of primordial purple qi, and the other, a singular chaos azure lotus. This lotus bore 5 leaves, blossomed with 24 petals, and ultimately produced a seed. After countless millennia, the seed cracked open, giving rise to the great Pangu, who wielded the axe of creation. Discontent with the endless oppression of chaos, Pangu cleaved the heavens and the earth asunder, thus acquiring the 6 strands of primordial purple qi. The remaining 6 strands, tainted by the petals of the chaos azure lotus, transformed into the jade disk of creation. The jade disk of creation and the Pangu axe exist in a harmonious dichotomy, both being innate treasures. Tang Sancheng continued. The jade disk of creation eventually fell into the hands of one who called himself Hongjun. He mastered the fundamental principles within, achieving immortality and unparalleled success, later passing on the teachings to the three friends, Taishang, Yuanshi, and Tongtian. If the river god possesses it, it is likely but a fragment. Yet even a fragment's power should not be underestimated. What are the organization's intentions now? Bai Yi inquired. You both seldom reveal yourselves. Yet this time you have come specifically. Surely you have conferred with my uncle regarding the outcome. Indeed, Bai Yi affirmed. His recent actions have become increasingly excessive. We feel the contract can no longer restrain him. Rather than waiting idly for our demise, it is wiser to covertly enhance our strength in preparation for defense. Or even a counterattack. What strategies do you propose? Tang Sencheng asked. To augment your abilities, alongside Abe Simai's, Wei Qing replied. The situation today is vastly different. The Taoist sect has waned, and few possess cultivation. Within our organization, only you and Abe Simai are likely candidates, which is why we made an exception to include her. Me? I possess the abilities of the Qing Yi, Tang Sansheng remarked. Abe Simai is no simple matter either. However, her power remains unstable. Even so, if we combine our strengths, we might manage against the river god, but not against the disc. Precisely. Thus, we have been traveling extensively to seek methods, Wei Qing elaborated. We visited Kongtong Mountain. Kongtong. Tang Sansheng was taken aback. Are we considering targeting Guangqingzi? Indeed, our strategy is to counter poison with poison. He possesses ancient artifacts passed down through generations, so aside from enhancing our own cultivation, it is imperative that we seek out artifacts that counteract his, is it not? Wei Qing's excitement grew as he spoke. This conclusion was reached collaboratively by Wei Yi and myself. Do such artifacts truly exist? Fuyu pondered. In the past, we were skeptical. However, upon becoming the core of the organization and learning of the river god's affairs, we began to believe in everything. Wei Yi remarked. Thus, we require a confirmation. What discoveries have you made in Kongtong? Tang San's interest was thoroughly piqued. Guangqingzi, one of the 12 golden immortals, resides in the stone chambers of Kongtong Mountain, claiming to have achieved longevity through Taoist practices, living for 1,200 years without any sign of aging. The Yellow Emperor, upon hearing of him, made a special visit to seek his wisdom on the secrets of cultivating Taoism. Having lived for 1,200 years, he displayed no signs of deterioration. Legend has it that after ascending to the heavens, Guangqingzi left behind 2 enormous footprints on Kongtong Mountain. Wei Qing stated, our purpose in visiting is to verify whether those footprints truly exist. If they do, might this not indirectly validate the credibility of the artifacts? You must have found them, remarked the previously silent Qixia. Indeed, Wei Qing replied with pride. Whatever I seek, I shall uncover, regardless of the cost. This is precisely why Wei Yi must keep watch over you, lest you encounter unforeseen mishaps. Lei Yi sighed. You are no longer young. Refrain from seeking to prove yourself. Am I old? Wei Qing retorted defiantly. Not old. Not at all. Wei Yi remarked helplessly, her tone laced with affection. Thus, the crux of our endeavor now is to search for ancient artifacts? Bai Yi finally summarized. Precisely. Wei Qing affirmed. The existence of Guangqingzi's footprints serves as the finest evidence. Behold, this is our proof. He presented several photographs, clearly taken from a height, showcasing the 2 immense footprints faintly visible within the frame. Wei Qing stated, we went at great lengths to uncover these footprints. Tang Sen gazed at the gigantic impressions, his mind swirling. He struggled to comprehend what force could have left such conspicuous marks upon the earth, and how they have endured until today. Although he too belonged to the Taoist tradition, which emphasizes ascension, he wondered what lies beyond it. Is it another form of existence? What shall we do next? Song Yang inquired. We shall search, Bai Yi responded, seeking every lead, the artifacts, and also understanding the origins and uses of the jade disc. It seems you have other troubles as well, Wei Qing mentioned. Hai Sheng's wife is not someone to be trifled with. You must exercise caution. Lei Yi asked, have you made a decision? Song Yang nodded. Yes, I have decided to marry her. I cannot stand by and watch her perish. Since fate has chosen me, there must be a reason. And what of her choice of Hai Sheng? Xiao Shan interjected irreverently. It feels rather unsettling to contemplate. I am not like Xiao Er. Song Yang remarked. In my heart, there exists no other woman. Xiao Er is inherently a kind-hearted girl, destined to be unlike her grandmother. Who told you that Hai Sheng's wife must be malevolent? Wei Qing shook his head. Have you ever contemplated the anguish of one who loves deeply yet cannot attain their desire? Fuyu resonated with this sentiment. Isn't it the same for he saw, and Xiefang Fei? Shen Bing playfully stuck out her tongue. It seems we cannot remain idle. Are we to seek the ancient immortals next? No, our primary aim is to find Jiang Chun, Tang Sencheng stated. Chapter 734. Journey to Tianshan. Wei Qing did not appear surprised by the mention of Jiang Chun. Rather, he seemed exhilarated, immediately engaging in animated gestures. Observing his youthful exuberance, Wei Yi felt somewhat exasperated. Wei Qing, you ought to compose yourself. Did you not hear? They mentioned Jiang Chun, the very individual we encountered, Wei Qing exclaimed. Tang Sancheng was taken aback. You have encountered him? Indeed, Wei Qing affirmed. He is truly an extraordinary being. In my lifetime, I have witnessed many remarkable entities. Yet Jiang Chun is exceptionally unique and exceedingly intriguing. To forge a friendship with him would be nothing short of miraculous. It appears that Wei Qing possesses remarkable qualities. Previously, his father had remarked on Jiang Chen's extreme pride and penchant for solitude, indicating that few could befriend him. This couple's exceptional traits certainly drew attention. Tang Sencheng inquired, do you know where he might be located? Wei Yi responded, if our conjecture is correct, he should still be at Tianshan. Tianshan, Bai Yi asked, shall we proceed there? Naturally, Tang Sancheng replied, if it pertains to the ancients, Jiang Chun is our best ally. The journey to Tianshan is of utmost urgency. Song Yang hesitated for a moment before raising his hand. This time, I shall abstain from participating. I will simply find someone. My absence should not matter, should it? The others understood his predicament and nodded in agreement. Wei Qing, upon hearing their intention to seek Jiang Chun at Tianshan, felt a twinge of concern. The last time we encountered him was at the peak of Tianshan. Do you grasp the mountain's height? 21,900 feet, Bai Yi responded. Even if it means climbing the heavenly steps, we must go. Song Yang, you shall remain here to care for Qiao'er. The matter of dispelling her curse is likely more complex than merely obtaining a marriage certificate. Song Yang felt a flush of embarrassment. He had come to this realization that evening. The notion of marriage was merely a formality. To truly dispel the curse afflicting Qiao'er, there was but one way, the union of spirit and flesh, which simply put, meant sharing a room. It was for this reason that Qiao'er had reacted so strongly to his departure. He was not ignorant of this truth, merely unprepared mentally. What to do next would depend on the circumstances. He could not allow Qiao'er to accompany them to Tianshan. He must remain behind. Shen Bing quickly grasped the situation and nudged Tang Sancheng. Song Yang has indeed struck a stroke of luck. Wei Yi smiled and remarked, engaging in a romantic relationship with a curse master is no simple endeavor, especially considering she was raised under her grandmother's extreme teachings. However, we have investigated Qiao'er, and it appears that this young lady is merely not accustomed to socializing. Yet, her heart is inherently kind. She simply requires a little time. Song Yang, you must endeavor to win her over. While this may sound straightforward, in practice, it demands perseverance. The opinions of those who come forward are invariably valuable. On the surface, Wei Qing seems to elude Wei Yi's influence, remaining a playful rogue. Yet, Fu Yu perceives that as soon as Wei Yi speaks, Wei Qing, while outwardly resistant, noticeably restrains himself. It is said that one thing can subdue another. Regardless of Wei Qing's rebellious nature, he cannot surpass Wei Yi's authority, which only attests to her prowess. Lei Yiren stated, we are now true partners. Had you been forthright from the beginning, our partnership would have been established much sooner. Bai Yi replied, nonetheless, I harbor no grievances. Every organization has its own regulations that must be adhered to. Thank you for your understanding. As the three rose to depart, Bai Yi suddenly called out to Lei Yiren, Brother Lei, let go of the burdens you have carried over the years, for we have already released ours. Lei Yiren was taken aback, not turning around, yet feeling a weight lifted from his heart. Over the years, he had diligently collaborated with Bai Yi, striving to secure the best advantages for them, merely to atone for past mistakes. He shook his head, a smile gracing his face as he stepped outside. Tang Sancheng suddenly expressed his resignation. That towering Tianshan seems to promise us some hardships. Oh no, Xiaoshan interjected. That couple just mentioned they encountered Jiang Chun at the summit of Tianshan. Why didn't we inquire how they ascended? After all, they didn't fly up there. Bai Yi mused, a thought striking him. Wait, Xiaoshan, you've reminded me. We can certainly ask them. With the organization's support, they must possess more convenient methods. Indeed, the Yin organization is formidable. Upon inquiry, it became apparent that the Wei couple had initially taken a helicopter to ascend. and upon reaching a point where they could not go higher due to air currents, they were dropped off to reach the summit by their own effort. The helicopter was provided by a member of the organization, and in fact, even if Bai Yi and the others hadn't mentioned it, the Wei couple had already considered this assistance, with necessary supplies being prearranged. Climbing a snow-capped mountain is no trivial feat. Countless lives are claimed by the mountains each year. Avalanches and hidden crevices, along with the fierce winds, present numerous perilous factors. When the Wei couple returned, they had become much more familiar with the terrain. As time passed, it became evident to all that Wei Qing's mind was particularly agile, and his physical prowess remarkable. Such agility is rare for a man of his age. As for Bai Yi, her sixth sense proved to be extraordinarily acute. Even when water was on the brink of boiling over, she could forewarn, as if she possessed countless eyes. The couple had meticulously arranged everything: the equipment, the helicopter, and even the map used during their previous mountaineering expedition. Wei Qing repeatedly emphasized that individuals like Bai Yi, who traversed the vast expanses of the world, would find the Tian Shan Mountains rather unremarkable. However, Wei Yi continuously shook her head, asserting that the Tian Shan is replete with breathtaking vistas, yet equally fraught with peril. A moment's inattention could lead one astray in the snow-laden peaks, with an unknowable fate awaiting them. This time, the Wei couple was determined to see their friends off thoroughly. To be precise, Bai Yi and his companions were also laboring for their organization. They first arrived at a private airport, a rare achievement given the complex procedures involved in securing such a facility in the country. On board the private jet, all necessary supplies were prepared: climbing gear, ropes, heaters for warmth on the snowy mountains, high-pressure stoves for cooking, and an array of staple foods and water bottles. Not to mention an ample supply of essential tools. The helicopter had limited capacity, accommodating only 8 individuals including the pilot, which coincidentally matched their number. Wei Yi remarked, "Wei Qing will take you up. This is where I must bid you farewell. I hope for your safe journey." After saying their goodbyes to Wei Yi, the group climbed into the helicopter under Wei Qing's guidance. Xiao Shan inhaled deeply. It was his first experience aboard a helicopter. Wei Qing noted, "We could have arranged for a larger aircraft, but time constraints have limited us to this model." "That has certainly saved us some effort," Bai Yi replied. "However, we may need to use a soft ladder to descend shortly. Fu Yu, Shen Bing, should you encounter any difficulties, please do not hesitate to voice them." Understood. They exchanged glances, a hint of defiance in their expressions, particularly Shen Bing, who retorted, "Fu Yu, look at this. We've barely begun, and already they perceive us as the weaker ones." Wei Qing rarely adopted a serious tone, but now he did. "No, they are correct. Female climbers do face a significant physical challenge when ascending snow-capped mountains. When we descend using the soft ladder, please be mindful of the wind direction and hold on tightly." Shen Bing, sensing the gravity of Wei Qing's words, promptly stuck out her tongue in acknowledgement, wary of complacency. As the helicopter gradually ascended, the pilot remained tense, not uttering a single word. Outside, the sky appeared overcast. Wei Qing leaned forward, inquiring, "What is the situation?" "The highest we can reach is here. I am searching for a suitable landing spot," the pilot responded with clarity, his muscular arms hinting at his remarkable physique. Here, Wei Qing appeared dissatisfied with this outcome. But upon observing the inclement weather outside, he resigned himself to the circumstances. "It seems they are not as fortunate as we were last time. We must proceed as such." The Tian Shan is not merely a single mountain, but a mountain range with numerous peaks exceeding 5,000 meters in elevation. Their destination was the highest peak, Tomer Peak, where the Wei couple had encountered Jiang Cheng. Now, the helicopter began to sway slightly, prompting the pilot to declare, "Now is the moment. See that flat area below? It is the most suitable for landing. I will descend first, and then Wei Qing will lower the supplies." "I will go first," Seven Evil stated. "Very well." As the driver lowered the soft ladder, Qi Xia extended his head out, feeling the muscles in his face quivering and the nerves momentarily numbing. He attempted to exhale, but his mouth remained unresponsive, compelling him to take the plunge and descend first. Qi Xia, possessing remarkable physical fitness, managed to maintain his balance despite the swaying ladder. Ultimately descending safely, he waved to the helicopter, signaling for the others to follow. In a gesture of chivalry, the second to descend was Shen Bing. Just as she began to lean out, Fu Yu called her back, instructing her to secure her long hair tightly at the back of her head. Wei Qing nodded appreciatively in response. Upon stepping out, Shen Bing was suddenly overtaken by dizziness. the ladder swayed violently, instilling a sense of fear within her. Though she had previously spoken boldly, she now steeled herself for the descent, gripping the ladder with both hands as if some force in the air were opposing her. With great caution, she made her way down, where Qi Xiao waited with open arms. Shen Bing shut her eyes momentarily, her heart racing, and decided to muster her courage to descend in one go. This proved fortuitous, as Qi Xia caught her legs, and she leaped down, landing directly in front of him. He steadied her, preventing her from falling, but a chill enveloped her, prompting Shen Bing to jump in place to generate warmth. Chapter 735. Black Rock Cliff. The others continued their descent, first Tang Sen Chung, followed by Xiao Shan, Fu Yu, and finally Bai Yi. Besides their backpacks, they still had some equipment from above. Wei Qing peered out, gesturing for everyone to move to a safe location before commencing the distribution of supplies, one item after another. Shen Bing had never experienced such a situation before. She hid behind Tang Sen Chung, her heart racing at the sound of supplies tumbling down. Wei Qing discarded all his belongings and waved to the people below, while the helicopter hastily departed. By this time, the wind had begun to pick up considerably. Though it was still summer, the Tianshan Mountains were cloaked in snow, creating a biting chill. Bai Yi led the group in gathering the supplies, then took out a map. To reach the summit following the route taken by the Wei couple, they needed to divert to a location known as Black Rock Cliff. The map contained annotations handwritten by the Wei couple, with some unnamed areas they had designated themselves. For instance, Black Rock Cliff was not marked on the map, likely named by the couple on a whim upon discovering it. Another reason for heading to Black Rock Cliff was that it offered a wind-sheltered spot, perfect for temporary refuge as night approached, heralding the true test ahead. Dressed in thick winter gear and equipped with slip-resistant snow boots, they carried specialized mountaineering backpacks capable of holding substantial supplies. Items that could not be accommodated were entrusted to Qi Xie and Xiao Shan, who had grown up in Changbai Mountain and felt a certain familiarity with the cold, moving with greater agility than the others. Fortunately, the wind abruptly ceased, and the ache in their jaws began to subside. Yet, silence enveloped the group as they trudged along the mountainous path towards the Black Rock Cliff. Each step left a deep imprint in the snow, surrounded by towering peaks that ascended into the clouds, desolate and eerily quiet. Tang Sencheng, attentive to the sounds beneath his feet, caught the faint sound of snow cascading down, inevitably reminding him of the scenes in Changbai Mountain. The distinction lay in the Tianshan mountain range, which was far more elusive, with its intricate terrain and unpredictable atmosphere. Xiao Shan, feeling a surge of excitement, unconsciously quickened his pace, prompting a reprimand from Qi Xia. Xiao Shan, this is not Changbai Mountain. Pay attention to your footing and surroundings. As dusk deepened, Bai Yi declared, we must hasten our steps to reach Black Rock Cliff before nightfall. Everyone focused intently on the journey. Tang Sancheng found himself somewhat distracted by the myriad of enchanting sounds that pierced his ears, the snap of branches, the rustle of animals, and the soft thud of snow tumbling from the cliffs. The symphony of nature compelled him to glance around, while Shen Bing urged him forward multiple times. The Black Rock Cliff, despite its name bestowed by the Wei couple, was not a sheer precipice, but rather a sunken cave, miraculously sheltered from the wind. Upon entering, they were greeted by a rush of warmth and remnants of human presence, undoubtedly left by the Wei couple. A collective sigh of relief escaped them as they set down their burdens, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Shen Bing, clutching a stone, leaned her head against it and lamented, was I as ineffectual as Xiao Ning? Not at all. Tang Sancheng replied a tad too quickly. Shen Bing frowned. So? You imply I am somewhat useless now. That is not the case, Tang Sancheng stammered, realizing he had spoken too freely. He needed to be more cautious with his words. Bai Yi and Qi Xie began to prepare their provisions. At this altitude, any food taken out would instantly freeze into solid blocks. The thermos held the water, which, once poured, had to be consumed immediately, lest it freeze and adhere to their tongues and lips, a painful ordeal. They needed fire. Bai Yi began to inspect the supplies prepared by the Wei couple and discovered a peculiar object, a square, sealed metallic device. This cannot possibly be a lighter, can it? Xiao Shan inquired, taking it into his hands. How strange, there are no flints or any buttons to press. As he spoke, he inadvertently activated it, and a jet of flame erupted, a brilliant blue fire that startled Xiao Shan. What on earth is this? Bai Yi took it back, and this time, he grasped the device's mechanism. Indeed, it was a fire starter, albeit different from a typical lighter. It did not require pressing, but rather a sliding motion. At the bottom lay a small roller, and with a slight slide, flames burst forth, casting a mesmerizing blue glow. Bai Yi and Chi Xie exchanged glances before igniting the specialized stove designed for the snowy mountains. Within it burned a solid fuel, remarkably durable, rendering their circumstances exceedingly convenient. As the stove flared to life, everyone gathered around, seated closely to commence the heating of their provisions and water. This effect could only be achieved with a focused flamethrower. Observing the food as it released steaming vapors, their spirits lifted considerably. Bai Yi then remarked, "Such a small device possesses the functionality of a focused flamethrower. I wonder where the Wei couple acquired it." Upon inspection, I noticed there were no product numbers or origins, indicating it is not a mass-produced item. It must have been designed by a member of the organization, suggesting there are indeed skilled individuals within. Chi Xie interjected, "Indeed. There are always those who surpass us in capability." Fu Yu regarded the meticulously prepared tools. Each item is infused with scientific principles. This individual must be well-versed in physics and chemistry, with a profound understanding of energy. "Look outside." Shen seemed lost in thought, pointing out. "It appears as though we are gazing upon a sea of snow, even more magnificent than Changbai Mountain." "Indeed," Bai Yi agreed. "The landscape outside is blanketed in white, resembling a snow sea. Above 3,800 meters lies the area of perpetual snow, while the lower regions are also adorned with snow year-round. When we arrived, you must have noticed the gorge-shaped valley, where it meets the mountain grasslands, traversing forests and passing through rocky gorges, leading us to Tianqi." Bai Yi continued, "If all goes well, we can visit Tianqi on our return journey." Chi Xie added, "Changbai Mountain also has a Tianqi." "Precisely," Bai Yi confirmed. "Lakes atop high mountains are all referred to as Tianqi. The Tianqi of Changbai Mountain in Jilin, the Tianqi of Tianshan in Xinjiang, the Mengda Tianqi in Qinghai, and the Huaying Tianqi in Sichuan are collectively known as the Four Great Tianqi. The scenic area centers around Tianqi, integrating forests, grasslands, snow-capped mountains, and cultural landscapes, creating a unique aesthetic. It stretches from Shimin in the north to the snow line in the south, westward to Moya Mountain, and eastward to Dadangu, with ancient ice peaks draped in silver, exuding an extraordinary majesty." Seeing the provisions had warmed, Bai Yi hastily removed them, urging, "Let us eat while it is still hot." However, the heat dissipated swiftly, and within mere moments, they consumed their meals, washing it down with warm water, allowing their bodies to relax. Shen remarked, "I can hardly fathom that we are currently at an altitude exceeding 4,000 meters, 21,900 feet, equivalent to 7,300 meters, Bai Yi replied. "Thus, we still have over 3,000 meters to conquer. Let us hope there are no avalanches." Tang Xin recalled the last avalanche vividly. Had their leader not arrived in time, their lives would have likely been lost. "It's unpredictable. Nature will not reveal its next move," Bai Yi sighed. "I only hope our sleeping bags are sufficiently warm." These specialized sleeping bags are designed for climbers ascending snowy peaks. Ordinary individuals would typically establish a base camp at some point. However, their circumstances were unique, requiring constant movement, not merely to reach the summit, but also to locate Zhangchun. Tang San, having satisfied his hunger, contentedly rubbed his belly and remarked, "I feel quite drowsy." In the frigid environment, lethargy set in swiftly. Everyone eagerly retrieved their sleeping bags and burrowed inside. Upon entry, they were astounded by the warmth enveloping them, prompting Xiaoshan to exclaim, "What is this? This sleeping bag is extraordinary. It feels as though I am resting on a heated bed. It is so cozy." Bai Yi reached out to touch the sleeping bag, sensing a liquid flowing within. However, it was not entirely accurate to call it liquid, as there were also some solid, rigid components inside. Bai Yi mused, "It seems this is yet another creation of someone remarkable. I am quite curious about who this person might be." Shen commented, "He is truly impressive. This sleeping bag can compress to such a small size, making it convenient to carry and suitable for snowy mountains. We shall surely meet again someday." Fu Yu inquired, "But does the stove need to remain lit continuously?" Bai Yi switched off the stove to conserve the solid fuel. Everyone, heavy-eyed and weary, succumbed to sleep. Tang Xin was the first to close his eyes, quickly drifting into slumber. The efficacy of the sleeping bag was indeed remarkable. They felt no chill whatsoever. In the dead of night, Tang Xin awoke to a faint rustling sound. He opened his eyes and softly called out, "Chi Xie?" Chi Xie stirred. "What is it?" There seems to be some commotion outside, Tang San replied. It sounds quite delicate. I'll go take a look, Chi Xie said, nonchalantly exiting the sleeping bag. Tang San attempted to follow, but Chi Xie stopped him. No, you stay asleep. I will just check it out. Chi Xie donned his cold weather gear and approached the cave entrance. Peering outside, he was suddenly propelled forward, almost as if by an unseen force. Tang San observed clearly. Despite the night, the moon illuminated the white snow outside, making it bright. Chi Xie appeared to be ensnared by some invisible power, struggling to break free from its grasp. Chi Xie, Tang San shouted, rousing everyone from their slumber. Xiao Shan opened his eyes to see Chi Xie's predicament and felt a surge of alarm. If Chi Xie were to be drawn out, he would plummet and meet a certain death. Xiao Shan dashed outside, grasped Chi Xie's leg, and pulled with all his might. Hold on. With Xiao Shan's formidable strength, Chi Xie gained confidence, clenching his fists and striking forward. By the time Tang San rushed out, Chi Xie had already returned. Yet what he had struck remained unseen. Chi Xie collapsed onto the snow, his chest heaving violently. Tang San and Xiao Shan helped him to his feet. What was that? An eagle, Chi Xie replied with a wry smile. It seems we have quite a connection with eagles. No wonder. The eagle's wings enabled it to attack Chi Xie in such a manner. Observing the snow, they noticed a neat row of footprints. Likely the source of the delicate sounds Tang San had heard. The footprints were substantial in size. It appears to be a golden eagle, Bai Yi remarked. I never expected it to be so ferocious as to directly assault a human. The seven evils chuckled bitterly, remarking, Indeed, I merely exchanged a glance with it. And it abruptly launched an attack, seizing my body and dragging me towards the precipice. The force was astonishing. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the small mountain, I would have surely plummeted. The eagle is remarkably formidable. It might have whisked you away, Shen commented. Such a possibility cannot be dismissed, Bai Yi replied. If it were someone of your petite stature, that eagle would undoubtedly have subdued you. The Tianshan mountain eagle is renowned for its ferocity, Bai Yi continued. With a wingspan exceeding 2 meters, it resembles a small aircraft. It soars gracefully, spiraling through the air. But once it spots a hare, a yellow goat, or any other vulnerable creature, it descends like a sword, swift as lightning. These delicate creatures quickly become delectable prey for the eagle. While you may not fit the bill of a hare, a yellow goat would certainly be a more appropriate match. He added. Shen gasped. How terrifying. The eagle's predatory traits are characterized by ferocity, precision, ruthlessness, and speed, wielding immense lethality. Any animal within its grasp is swiftly pounced upon, its talons piercing the chest, while the other claw disembowels its abdomen, devouring the tender heart, liver, and lungs first, before returning to its nest to tear apart the still warm carcass. Fuyu gently patted Shen Bing's back, who was trembling in fear, appearing to envision herself as the prey. One must remain vigilant, Bai Yi cautioned. There may be other aggressive creatures lurking about. What concerns me most is that eagles, typically diurnal, are so active at night. Animal behavior can indeed be altered by various factors, Fuyu remarked. The cultivation of my insects follows a similar principle, modifying their habits through external means for my own purposes. As they conversed, they returned to their sleeping bags, enveloped in warmth, yet sleep eluded them. Fuyu's last statement stirred a thought in Bai Yi. She is right. Perhaps someone is taming these eagles for their own use. I cannot shake the feeling that Wei Qing is concealing something. Indeed, during their journey, Bai Yi had inquired about Wei Qing and his spouse's experiences in Tianshan, as well as their encounter with Jiang Chun. His responses had been somewhat vague, glossing over certain details. Wei Yi's expression had seemed unexpectedly surprised, yet she remained silent. What could be the reason for that? When training eagles was mentioned, they could not help but recall the method employed by the Mongolians. Their memories were vivid. At the appointed feeding time, one would bring the eagle to an open area, release its talons, and allow it to soar freely. Then, raising an arm, usually used for feeding, they would call out commands, encouraging the eagle to return to the arm for sustenance. The training commenced in sparsely populated areas and gradually progressed to crowded locations, until the eagle would respond to the command anywhere, returning to its owner's arm as a sign of success. This is merely the preliminary training of the eagle. After all, eagles are wild creatures. To achieve a bond between them and their handler, they must become familiar with and understand the human world, a process referred to as acclimatizing the eagle. This endeavor spans a period of 8 to 15 days, during which the eagle remains in constant proximity to its trainer. At night, a dog must be tethered nearby to ensure the eagle feels secure enough to eat and even sleep on the trainer's shoulder or arm. Only when this bond is established can one consider the acclimatization successful. However, this is not sufficient. The eagle's physical condition also requires adjustment, a process known as conditioning. Conditioning involves ensuring the eagle's body is sufficiently nourished, requiring it to consume approximately 3 taels of fresh beef daily to maintain its vitality. Subsequently, the eagle's food intake must be moderated, allowing it to eat only until it is about 80 to 90% full, thereby sustaining it at its optimal condition. Once the eagle has been adequately trained, it is time to release it. The handler positions themselves at an elevated vantage point, while others use sticks to rustle bushes, driving out potential prey, a practice known as scaring the game. Upon spotting a fleeing quarry, the eagle will immediately screech and dive to capture it. The handler must swiftly retrieve the prey, permitting the eagle only a small portion of the animal's innards, ensuring it does not become overly satiated. As early spring approaches the following year, the eagle must be well fed to prepare for its return to the wild for breeding. Bai Yi meticulously reflected on this process and inquired several times about the earlier situation with Qi Xie, becoming somewhat entranced. Compared to the Mongolian eagle training, this eagle seemed to exhibit a greater sense of spirit. Given its physique, it would be nearly impossible to condition it in the same manner as the Mongolians. Such a feat would require an extraordinary individual. Could it be Jiang Chen? Tang Sanqing asked in astonishment. Unlikely, Bai Yi replied. Having dealt with Jiang Chen, do you think he would engage in such troublesome matters? Absolutely not, Tang Sanqing responded. He cherishes his freedom too much to undertake such self-imposed constraints. Indeed, it is not Jiang Chen, Bai Yi noted. Thus, the situation becomes more concerning. It appears there are others involved. The appearance of the hawk may very well be a test of our capabilities. But if Wei Qing is aware, why wouldn't he inform us to be cautious? Shen Bing remarked. What is that fellow thinking? No, I believe they must have sensed something. Yet they have not confronted us directly, Fu Yu interjected. Over the past few days, I have discerned Wei Yi's character. She is one who values concrete evidence and is quite earnest. If she possessed definitive proof, she would undoubtedly refute her husband. The absence of such evidence indicates her inability to dismiss Wei Qing's claims. Thus, his reticence suggests uncertainty. Even if he wishes to caution me, he cannot articulate his concerns, rendering all efforts futile. That does sound somewhat reasonable, Shen Bing conceded. Very well, come dawn, we shall depart from here post-haste. I have no desire to become prey for that ominous hawk. As dawn broke over the snow-capped mountains, the breathtaking scenery nearly caused Shen Bing to forget her fears from the previous night. Everyone busied themselves packing their belongings into their climbing packs. Shen Bing prepared to do the same, when suddenly, she noticed a shadow moving on a nearby mountain. She pointed excitedly. Look, you all look. It seems there is someone over there. As the crowd surged forth, Tang San cast a glance and shook his head, declaring, no, not humans, but eagles. The mood among the onlookers turned inexplicably tense. These eagles moved along the cliffside with a self-satisfied demeanor, their gait eerily reminiscent of human movement. Alarmingly, even from a distance, they could sense the piercing gaze of the eagles, akin to the scrutiny of surveillance cameras. Those eagle eyes were vigilantly observing their every move. Let us not concern ourselves with them, Bai Yi said. If they intended to attack, they would not linger at such a distance, merely watching us. We shall proceed as planned and ascend the mountain. As the group climbed, the eagles followed closely, at times nearly brushing against their heels. They would pause momentarily, saunter leisurely behind, or soar high above, circling over the heads of the travelers. Their camaraderie puzzled Bai Yi, as eagles were not typically known to flock together. Yet these eagles seemed to revel in the joy of collective movement, he remarked. In the midst of their conversation, a single eagle suddenly emitted a sharp, resounding cry. Shen Bing and Xiao Shan instinctively covered their ears, as the sound threatened to shatter their eardrums. What are these eagles up to? Bai Yi mused. As long as they do not initiate an attack, we need not heed them. Let us continue on our way. The path to the summit was treacherous, and at several junctures, Fu Yu discovered markings etched prominently into the snow, likely left by the Wei couple as navigational aids to prevent getting lost. The thoughtfulness of these predecessors offered a measure of reassurance to the group. However, Tang San, distracted by the sounds of the eagles behind him, lost his footing on the snow, sending a flurry of powder spiraling into the air. He began to slide sideways when Qi Jie caught hold of him, warning, Be careful of your step. As Tang Sen nodded and attempted to regain his balance, he noticed a hand partially protruding from a snowbank to his left, startling him. "There's a corpse," he exclaimed. Chi Jia leaned down, clearing the snow to reveal a body lying there, a deceased figure, likely an explorer, and by the attire, a foreign one. Tang Sen swallowed hard. Why are there so many corpses here? It's just one. How can it seem like there are countless? Shen Bing was visibly displeased by his remark. The higher the mountain, the more it stirs the desire for conquest, Bai Yi stated. Let us disregard this body and move forward. Just then, an eagle suddenly swooped down, gliding over Tang San's head so closely that he felt its talons brush against his scalp. Instinctively, Tang San ducked as the eagle soared ahead, where something beneath the snow began to writhe. The eagle veered sideways, its claws snatching at an object, revealing a snake as thick as a woman's wrist. The serpent was exceptionally long, and as the eagle lifted it into the air, the snake's tail swept across Shen Bing's head, causing her to feel a foreign object lodged in her throat, an overwhelming urge to retch surging within her. The snake was white. The little mountain called out, watching as the eagle soared ever higher, seemingly engaged in hunting while keeping a vigilant eye on our movements. It was an odd sensation. Tang Sansheng brushed his hand over his scalp, genuinely believing for a moment that his skin might be torn away. The creatures did not appear malicious, but rather, they seemed to observe us with curiosity. Although it was summer, the chill of this place was palpable. Should snakes not be in hibernation? Shen Bing remarked. That snake we just saw was truly frightening. White in color, it was likely lifeless. We pressed onward. Bai Yi exhaled deeply, as per our usual practice. We must reach the designated resting place before dusk. Utilizing all available tools and enduring the effects of altitude sickness, everyone pushed forward. Even a mere 10 meters felt like a monumental achievement. Shen Bing noticeably lagged behind, yet no one uttered a word, simply assisting her in moving ahead. Internally, Shen Bing felt regret. She had long worried about her capabilities, pondering why she had not stayed behind with Song Yang to care for Xiao Er. Why had she chosen to overexert herself? Though her spirit mirrored Xiao Ning's, her physical endurance was evidently far inferior. Shen Bing finally halted, finding themselves on a relatively flat rocky surface, with the cliff to their right merely 4 or 5 meters away. Nevertheless, they felt a sense of contentment. As Shen Bing stopped, the entire group naturally paused as well. Fu Yu inquired with concern, "How are you holding up?" "I can hardly manage," Shen Bing replied. "I don't want to hold you back. I believe it would be wiser for me to return to our previous location and wait for you." "No, it's too perilous for you to go alone." Bai Yi contemplated briefly, then suggested, "Fu Yu, you should accompany her. It would provide her with some protection." Bai Yi initially intended for Tang Sancheng to retreat with Shen Bing, but it seemed that Jiang Chun favored Tang Sancheng, making his absence untenable. Moreover, his own selfish desires played a role. Although Fu Yu was still managing to keep pace, being a woman, the effects of altitude sickness would only intensify as they ascended. One could not be certain of her endurance. Furthermore, Fu Yu possessed skills in self-defense, enhancing her ability to protect herself. Qi Xia escorted Shen Bing and Fu Yu back to their original cave, leaving them the fire-starting tools and the pressure cooker. Fu Yu expressed her surprise. "What will you do?" The preparations had been meticulous, with 2 pressure cookers provided. Qi Xia replied, "Thus, we still have 1 remaining." It seems he anticipated we might split our group. "Be careful," Fu Yu said, watching Qi Xia's figure vanish into the cave, heading upward. A sense of foreboding settled within Shen Bing. "Fu Yu, why do I feel something is amiss here? Look at those eagles. They exhibit signs of training, suggesting someone may be covertly watching us. And that snake." Fu Yu sighed softly. "I should have informed them earlier that snakes cease their digestive activities at temperatures around 5 degrees Celsius. Therefore, it is impossible for such creatures to exist on a snowy mountain at such high altitudes." Shen Bing's heart tightened at the realization. So the appearance of that snake is indeed abnormal? Indeed, but I trust Bai Yi's capabilities. He will surely discern the truth, Fu Yu stated. Our task now is to refrain from hindering their progress and to safeguard ourselves until they return. Fu Yu opened the goo box and let out a deep sigh. Such is the nature of goo insects. Once successfully cultivated, no environment poses a threat to them. He approached the cave entrance and placed the goo insect on the ground, where it exhaled bubbles that hissed as they fell. Shen Bing understood that Fu Yu was performing a goo spell and waited until he finished to ask, "What purpose does this serve?" "With it here, no creatures from outside, including humans, can enter," Fu Yu replied. We shall remain here and await their return. Shen Bing felt a sense of relief. I hope they realize the intricacies of this place. In truth, after Fu Yu and Shen Bing departed, Bai Yi immediately pondered the absurdity of a snake's presence here, particularly a long white one. When the snake was seized by the eagle, it appeared completely unresponsive, as it did not move at all. After sending Shen Bing and Fu Yu away, Qi Xie returned, echoing the same sentiment. There shouldn't be a snake here. It seems that the ones with whom he shared the most understanding were Fu Yu and Qi Xie. Bai Yi nodded. Indeed, there should be no snake, nor any hawks that walk like humans. We must continue cautiously. Tang Sancheng, Qi Xie, Bai Yi, and Xiao Shan pressed onward. The path narrowed as they ascended, leaving only sheer cliffs. The group had to utilize ascenders, a specialized piece of mountaineering equipment designed for ease of use, specifically a chest ascender. Originally developed for the German Army's mountain division to scale rock and ice walls, it is also known as the Jummel ascender. Once one person climbs the wall, subsequent climbers can use it to ascend, making it a highly practical tool. The ascender operates on the principle of an internally designed eccentric mechanism in its back teeth. When the ascender is pushed up the rope, the eccentric mechanism relaxes due to the rope's friction, allowing smooth movement between the ascender and the rope. Conversely, when the ascender moves in reverse along the rope, the eccentric mechanism tightens under the opposite friction, causing the ratchet above to grip the outer layer of the rope. Halting motion. Qi Xie was the first to tackle this challenge, which posed no difficulty for him. Upon reaching the top, he immediately loosened the rope for the others to follow. The platform above resembled a protruding ledge, and Xiao Shan glanced down. It resembles a diving board. Then you should jump, Tang Sancheng jested, glancing up at the summit. It appears to be drawing closer. With a bit more effort, we can reach the endpoint. Wei Qing mentioned that there is a cave at the mountain's peak, where they encountered Jiang Chun. It should be another of his chosen habitats. Before he could finish his thought, he suddenly felt a loosening beneath his feet, and Tang Sancheng's face turned pale. No way, although there is snow beneath us. There should be rock below. Wait, everyone, move to the side, stand close to the wall. Everyone was taken aback and quickly pressed against the rock face. Tang Sancheng's intuition was correct. As they shifted their weight, the rocks beneath them abruptly fractured, sending snow cascading down and stirring up a cloud of powder. Tang Sancheng inhaled sharply. What a joke. It seems that the rocks here are rather fragile and cannot withstand the weight of so many individuals. Bai Yi's heart raced with unease. It was truly precarious. If they delayed their movement, at least 2 individuals would plummet from this fractured ledge. Bai Yi inhaled deeply, resolute in his determination to reach the summit in one breath. Qi Xie glanced upward and immediately gasped, as 7 or 8 vultures loomed above them, their predatory gazes fixed intently upon the pair. Qi Xie remarked, "Isn't it peculiar how they have suddenly approached so closely?" Tang Sancheng felt a flicker of realization. Could it be that we have unwittingly entered what they perceive as their danger zone, prompting them to guard against us? This was not the crux of the issue. Rather, it appeared they were unwilling to permit their ascent. Bai Yi chuckled wryly. Do you see their positions? Indeed. The 8 vultures perched directly overhead, occupying the sole passageway for upward movement, as well as the only footholds available. Generally, one must select a route that offers ample handholds and footholds for climbing. Yet these birds had claimed this path without any intention of retreat. Wait, Xiao Shan suddenly interjected. Is there something amiss with our route? Bai Yi was taken aback. Why do you say that? Xiao Shan continued. Given the positions of these eagles, when we were below, they were perched on the opposite peak, observing us, correct? He added, if we were ascending in a straight line, we should still be able to see that mountain. Xiao Shan pointed towards the direction where the eagles had been, prompting Bai Yi to glance in that direction, his face draining of color. Although the peak where the eagles had been perched was not as tall as the main summit, it was undoubtedly higher than their current position. Bai Yi felt a sense of disorientation. Could it be that after sending off Fu Yu and Shen Bing, we have veered off course during our ascent? This seemed implausible. Qi Xie, as the vanguard, shook his head, asserting, we have been ascending in a straight line. Tang Sancheng scratched his head, pondering. We haven't turned. We merely altered our direction. When we ascended, it was indeed a straight line. If our positions are correct, then the problem lies with. He cast a disbelieving glance at the ground beneath him, his mind racing with astonishment. Surely this mountain has not somehow shifted its orientation? Or perhaps this rock we stand upon has unknowingly changed direction, causing us to deviate? His speculation was audacious, yet the group remained silent, their expressions grave, particularly Bai Yi, who gazed apprehensively at the vultures above. This shift may have inadvertently placed us in a perilous zone. Xiao Shan pressed closely against the rock face, suddenly exclaiming, "The stones beneath us are indeed moving." Tang Sancheng's expression brightened with excitement as he pounded on the rock wall, listening intently to the sounds emanating from within. There is certainly something enigmatic here. Could it be that these eagles are guarding whatever lies within? He continued to strike the wall, and the vultures erupted into shrill cries, each sound reverberating against their eardrums, seemingly issuing a warning. "What shall we do?" Xiao Shan asked anxiously as the vultures unfurled their massive wings, casting ominous shadows over their heads, the looming dread tightening around their throats, with sharp talons poised to strike. Chapter 738, The Azure Bird. Do not complicate matters further. Bai Yi remarked, "Hold on. Curiosity killed the cat. Tang Sancheng, cease your fidgeting. If the stones beneath us are indeed shifting, we must exercise patience and allow them to gradually return to their original positions." Time was of the essence. Tang Sancheng's hands had already found the mechanism, and he heard a thunderous sound resonating in his ears. The stone that had been in motion abruptly came to a standstill, and the eagles overhead emitted a collective shriek, their wings unfurling as they dove toward the crowd. Fortunately, a hole had materialized before Tang Sancheng. In his haste, he did not spare a glance at what lay within and tumbled inside. The others followed suit, and the eagles, descending rapidly, found themselves thwarted, halting just before the opening. Bai Yi could perceive the fury radiating from them. They stood at the entrance, seemingly hesitant, perhaps not afraid, but unwilling. They exchanged glances akin to humans, then formed two lines, resembling soldiers in formation. Tang Sancheng assessed their surroundings. "We are atop a layer of ice. Thankfully, it is not a bottomless pit beneath us. Otherwise, we would surely meet our demise." "Brother Sancheng," Xiao Shan lamented, "could you refrain from your reckless actions in the future?" Tang Sancheng retorted defiantly, "If I hadn't been reckless, how would I have known why we suddenly changed locations? Do you not possess any curiosity yourselves? Or do you long for the old Tang Sancheng?" Bai Yi, while observing the soaring eagles outside, sighed. The old Tang Sancheng at least had the humility to acknowledge his mistakes. Tang Sancheng stuck out his tongue. "I was wrong. My hands were too restless." "Indeed," Bai Yi conceded, "your hands are rather troublesome. However, at least we won freeze now. While we are atop the ice layer, it is considerably warmer here." Yet, they found themselves completely trapped, unless they could vanquish the eagles. Qi Xie interjected, "It seems we have not been equipped with firearms, and our own concealed weapons cannot pass security checks. Damn it, high technology can sometimes be deadly. Unarmed, we are no match for them." Xiao Shan nodded in agreement. 8 eagles. If one wing descends upon us, we shall be helpless. If only we had the silver needles of the tiger insect armor. "Stop speaking of useless things," Bai Yi advised. "Breaking through is too challenging, and once outside, we would enter the eagle's domain. They possess wings and can attack us at will. Let us attempt to break out from within." These eagles seemed to hold this place in high regard, perhaps even reverence, showing no inclination to charge in. "For now, we are safe." Qi Xie retrieved a flashlight and scanned their surroundings, his expression shifting. Ice steps. Turning around, they found themselves facing an ice wall, carved with steps leading upward. Qi Xie raised the flashlight to illuminate the ascent. "This appears to be at least 2 layers. Are the eagles guarding something inside? Climbing upward sounds promising. Let us see what awaits us above." Bai Yi silently chuckled at his own growing paranoia. If our eyes do not deceive us, it should indeed lead upward. Tang Sancheng, exhausted, rested his head against the ice, sensing a flow of liquid within. There is something fluid inside. Is it possible that the ice blocks are floating atop the liquid? Bai Yi was taken aback. To allow such a vast, icy expanse to float on the water's surface would require. At that moment, the outer hawks could no longer contain themselves, their resonant cries echoing through the air. A few individuals ceased their conversation and hurried towards the icy steps, ascending them with great effort. The steps were immense, with considerable distance between each level. The diminutive Xiao Shan found each step to be a significant challenge. Were these steps fashioned for giants? How could an ordinary person leap so high? Tang Sancheng felt a stir in his heart. Indeed, they needed to use both hands and feet to ascend successfully. Only a giant could effortlessly stride up with a single step. The group continued their ascent, reaching the second tier. where a square passageway marked the junction of the two levels. The foremost, 7 evils, peered ahead, and upon doing so, he was astonished. Where was this? The ice blocks emitted a faint glow, not overly bright, yet illuminating their surroundings with an eerie aura. As 7 evils paused, anxiety gripped the others. Tang Sansheng inquired. 7 evils, is something amiss? You will know once you ascend, 7 evils replied, leaping up first. All the ice blocks shimmered with a delicate green light, casting an enigmatic ambience over the scene. Each block had been meticulously sculpted into grand ice statues, predominantly depicting figures. Tang Sansheng glanced at one of the statues and gasped. Isn't that the Queen Mother of the West? The Queen Mother, resembling a human but possessing a leopard's tail and tiger's teeth, was known for her fearsome howl, her wild hair adorned with a crown, signifying her dominion over calamity and punishment. Bai Yi recited, the description of the Queen Mother in the classic of mountains and seas aligns perfectly. It seems that everything within is indeed true. Dijun is real, and the river god is real. What are you speaking of? Xiao Shan inquired, perplexed. The Queen Mother is a legendary goddess, originally a deity governing plagues and punishments, depicted as human yet adorned with the traits of a leopard's tail and tiger's teeth. Renowned for her powerful howls, her wild hair and armor signify her formidable presence, heralding 5 distinct disasters. Tang Sansheng elaborated. This ice sculpture mirrors the legendary depiction flawlessly. Even the teeth are identical. Indeed, although this was an ice sculpture, every detail was rendered with exquisite precision. Even her outstretched hand and the armor upon her head came alive with realism. Who would venture to the peak of Tian Shan for the sake of art? Xiao Shan licked his lips, reaching out to touch it, when a voice rang out. Do not touch. Tang Sansheng turned around excitedly. Jiang Chun. However, the newcomer was not Jiang Chun. He stood leisurely atop one of the ice statues, surveying the scene from a height. No wonder Tang Sansheng had sensed an unusual presence earlier. An additional aura, almost imperceptible, had lulled him into a sense of ease. He wondered when this fellow had arrived and from where. Long time no see, Jiang Chun remarked casually, but for me, 30 years is but a fleeting moment. Xiao Shan withdrew his hand and timidly asked, why must we not touch? You are the reincarnation of a millennia-old earth spirit. The minister remarked, others may touch it, but you must not. The moment your hand makes contact, you will be instantly encased in ice, and it will take you a millennium to regain your human form. How do you know? Xiao Shan exclaimed in surprise, hurriedly concealing his hand behind his back. How did you know I am a millennium-born earth fetus? As long as I find something intriguing, I will be aware of it. You are not the only millennium-born earth fetus in existence, though they are indeed rare. The minister replied, these ice sculptures, in a sense, are all earth fetuses, merely imbued with the celestial energy spoken of by ordinary humans. West Queen Mother, Bai Yi whispered. Almost, the minister acknowledged. Had I not heard the long cries of the azure birds, I would not have descended. Their calls today are particularly extraordinary. Are the azure birds referring to the eagles outside? Qixia asked, puzzled. Aren't they simply eagles? To be precise, they are mutated azure birds. Their forms nearly assimilated with those of eagles, the minister explained. Have you not noticed that they can walk like humans? This is an ability of the azure birds. Despite their appearance nearing assimilation, some of their instincts remain intact. The azure birds should be the size of phoenixes, fond of water and ice, their bodies entirely white, emanating a blue glow, Tang San remarked. Yet they appear entirely eagle-like, he continued. Indeed, the minister concurred. For millennia, they have coexisted here with the eagles, and for reasons unknown, their forms have changed as well. However, they have also influenced the eagles, which have surprisingly learned to walk on 2 feet, resembling humans. The power of mutual influence is truly formidable. Bai Yi discerned the underlying meaning. So, among these eagles, not all are azure birds. Some are indeed eagles? Correct. The minister confirmed. Only 3 are azure birds. They originally served the Queen Mother, providing her with sustenance. What is the nature of this situation? Is it akin to that of Dijun? Tang Sin inquired. No, it may be different. The minister hesitated, revealing a hint of confusion, indicating that even he was not aware of every circumstance in the world. Bai Yi now observed the ice sculptures more clearly. Aside from the West Queen Mother, there were several figures with remarkably unique appearances, seemingly engaged in combat. The minister unfurled his wings and gracefully descended, landing soundlessly before Tang San, exclaiming, "Oh, This is entirely different from before. Tang San was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. It seems you've noticed. Indeed, there is a clear advancement, the minister remarked. Moreover, the integration is commendable. However what? Tang San pressed. It could also attract calamity. If someone discovers that you have absorbed another's cultivation, they may wish to tear you apart, the minister stated nonchalantly, scratching his nose. It is quite curious that you have managed to survive until today. How did you end up here? Qi Xia inquired, focusing on an entirely different aspect. I seek a place to roost, something intriguing. This place is quite interesting, the minister replied. Given that Tang San is here, I made the effort to descend. Come now, you merely heard the cries of the azure birds and wanted to join the commotion. Tang San thought to himself, suspecting he had grown weary of boredom. Is this place truly interesting? Indeed, the minister affirmed. Jiang Chun remarked, indeed fascinating. I suspect they have ascended. In Taoism, ascension refers to attaining immortality. Tang Sancheng was momentarily taken aback. So, immortality is genuinely a reality? Perhaps. Though I might be the only one willing to remain in the mortal realm, Jiang Chun replied. What brings you here? Chapter 739, The Snow Fox. Jiang Chun remained his usual irreverent self, a man who, for so many years, had wandered freely, living a life of ease. Tang Sancheng stated, We seek the river god. That fellow, Jiang Chun grunted, indeed, still racking his brains. However, how did you come to confront him? As the son of Xinjing, you clearly did not inherit his astuteness. Avoiding risks is such a simple task, yet you failed to accomplish it. One thing leads to another. It was not my intention. Tang Sancheng replied, feeling somewhat aggrieved. In certain aspects, he indeed fell short of his father, particularly regarding his appeal to women. Jiang Chun sighed, his lips moved. Yet no words escaped. Nevertheless, Tang Sancheng discerned the depth of his meaning. Racking his brains, Senior Jiang, you suggest the river god is still doing so. It seems you know quite a bit. What do you know? Jiang Chun maintained his nonchalant demeanor, stretching languidly. The celestial jade plate. Once Tang Sancheng uttered this, Jiang Chun's body trembled slightly. It appears to be true. The river god possesses this object, and you were aware of it beforehand. My father must also be one of the informed, though he never mentioned it, perhaps due to time constraints. Senior Jiang, once this object is activated, it heralds doom. Jiang Chun stated, Indeed, I could vanish if he so wished. Is it truly so terrifying? Tang Sancheng swallowed hard. Fortunately, he lacks the ability to activate it, otherwise. Perhaps not now, but once he possesses sufficient power, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiang Chun said, Follow me. Speaking here feels rather odd. As if she is perpetually watching me. He referred to the ice sculpture of the West Queen Mother, extending his hand to point, but retracting it immediately. Bowing to the sculpture. No offense intended. I beg your pardon. Jiang Chun walked among the ice sculptures, gesturing upward, revealing an invisible ice ladder. In the center of this icy chamber, isolated and unsupported, stood a ladder ascending endlessly. From Tang Sancheng's previous perspective, it was hardly discernible, but from this new angle, it became clearer. What is this? Tang Sancheng inquired. I exerted some effort to create an ice ladder directly leading to the top. Let us proceed. As he spoke of moving forward, his wings unfurled instantly, soaring upward. Xiao Shan, imitating Song Yang, spat onto the ground. Damn, he took the easy route. Tang Sancheng smacked the back of Xiao Shan's head. No respect, despite being a primordial earth fetus. How long have you been an adult? Heh. Song Yang did not come to join the fray, so I'm merely playing a part, Xiao Shan replied. As everyone ascended the icy ladder, concerns about its weight-bearing capacity lingered. Once all had reached the top, a collective sigh of relief was exhaled, for the ladder, bearing the weight of so many, remained steadfast and resolute, clearly exhibiting its reliability. The ladder traversed layer after layer, ascending to a total of 9 levels. Tang San was overwhelmed with emotion. Apart from Shun Bing and Fu Yu, he was the weakest among them. His hands had grown numb. And were it not for the occasional supportive push from Qi Xie below, he might have faltered long ago. Upon seeing Jiang Chun waiting above, Tang San felt a lump in his throat, tears welling up in his eyes. Finally, he found himself in Jiang Chun's domain, collapsing in a heap. Jiang Chun shook his head in resignation, remarking, It seems your after-effects are beyond remedy. Do you truly understand my condition, Senior Jiang Chun? Tang San inquired. Of course. But alas, it is an innate affliction, Jiang Chun responded. It may take some time for you to recover from the acquired aspects. Xiao Shan, full of vigor, leapt up and began to survey the surroundings. The icy bed was adorned with animal pelts, and flames danced atop the ice blocks, filling the space with warmth, where was the slightest hint of the snow-capped mountains. The food roasting over the fire released an enticing aroma that made Tang San's stomach rumble uncontrollably. Squatting by the fire, he gazed at a creature resembling a rabbit. "Is that roasted rabbit?" he asked. "No, that's roasted fox," Jiang Chun replied nonchalantly. "It's ready to eat. Feel free to help yourself." "Fox." Tang San's heart raced, and he shook his head vigorously. "Perhaps I'll just settle for a pancake instead. Are there really foxes here?" "They are snow foxes, entirely white. When they roam the snow, they are nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye," Jiang Chun explained. "However, one can discern their presence by the movements in the snow. Would you care to sample one?" Everyone shook their heads in unison. The soft white pelts spread across the bed were visually enticing. "Is this also the fur of the snow fox?" Tang San inquired. "Indeed," Jiang Chun affirmed. "Do not underestimate them. 1/3 of those who perish in these snowy mountains fall victim to snow foxes. They are entirely white, and upon spotting a human, their eyes turn red. They are remarkably agile, and a single bite can deliver a toxin that swiftly envelopes the body, sealing the throat." "How terrifying!" Xiaoshan exclaimed. "There are no such creatures in Changbai Mountain." "That is precisely the intrigue of this place," Jiang Chun remarked. "I would choose to dwell here for a century. I discover something new nearly every day." "What about the white snake?" Bai Yi pondered, recalling the white serpent. "It is not a snake," Jiang Chun clarified. "It likely emerged from the heavenly pool. I have seen them there. Captured by the golden eagle, they are not harmed but rather returned to the pool. You may find it hard to believe, but the animals here have opposing relationships and bonds, much like the bluebird and the golden eagle. They have become intertwined. However, the snow fox is their common adversary, preferring solitude and always displaying aggression. I harbor no fondness for them, which is why I make use of them as sustenance." "Tang San, the taste is indeed delightful. But isn't it said to be poisonous?" Tang San swallowed hard, clinging to his last shred of sanity. "Do you really think I cannot extract the venom gland?" After uttering these words, Jiang Chun observed Qijia already tearing into the flesh of the snow fox. And he couldn't help but nod in appreciation, exclaiming, "Truly a valiant warrior." Qijia savored a generous piece of meat, nodding in delight. "What a delectable flavor. Just a sprinkle of salt transforms it into a culinary delight." Bai Yi also tore off a piece and placed it into his mouth. Tang San exchanged glances with Xiaoshan, who shrugged and remarked, "Brother San, I fear not death. I shall partake as well. You can decide for yourself." Feeling isolated, Tang San finally mustered the courage to tear off a piece and placed it in his mouth. It was tender, succulent, and fragrant, prompting him to exclaim, "This is the finest meat I have ever tasted." "Humph," Jiang Chun interjected. "That is merely because you have yet to experience better." As the four of them indulged in the snow fox meat, their spirits soared. Bai Yi, glancing upwards, recognized a familiar object. "Is this left behind by the Wei couple?" It was a technological device, a tablet, and encountering such an item here was indeed intriguing. Tang San remarked, "Has Senior Jiang Chun also taken to gaming?" "Indeed. But the technology of modernity is rather mundane," Jiang Chun replied. "The battery is low, such a nuisance. Yet we have this." Bai Yi pointed to the portable charger beside the tablet. "This must be left by Wei Qing, quite thoughtful of them." "Ah, that couple was fascinating. The woman could foresee danger, which is why they successfully reached the summit," Jiang Chun mused. "This is what is known as a match made in heaven. There is no need to dwell on it. You must be acquainted, or else it would be too coincidental for you to have stumbled upon this place. In truth, we are all in the same boat as the Wei couple now," Tang San stated. "Senior Jiang Chun, would you join us on our vessel to confront the river god?" Jiang Chun set down the piece of meat in his hand. "That fellow, I do not hold in high regard either. He is clearly no one of consequence, yet claims to be the true dragon son of heaven. He is blissfully unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the earth. However, at least he possesses enough sense not to offend me. The creation jade dish in his possession is indeed a calamity, a headache, a headache. What a pity. If only the Shen mirror could." Upon hearing his father's name, Tang San instinctively raised his head. Jiang Chun abruptly shifted the subject. "Well, let me ponder. The river god must have stumbled upon a fragment, just a fragment. In that case, we are not without options. Tang San, your cultivation within. Has Senior Jiang Chun sensed something?" Tang San exclaimed in surprise. "I wonder if my guess is correct regarding I Ching Yi," Jiang Chun mused. observing Tang San's silence. He realized his conjecture was accurate. Speaking of which, I am also familiar with I Ching, so her aura is quite familiar to me. Alas, beauty often meets a tragic fate. She vanished unexpectedly at such a young age. No, she did not vanish. She was imprisoned, Tang San corrected. Do tell, Jiang Chen urged. Tang San recounted in great detail the discovery of I Ching within the Red Rock, articulating every word she had spoken. After listening, Jiang Chen sighed deeply. It seems that the situation is not as straightforward as it appears. The Yellow Emperor is an astute individual. I believe his confinement of I Ching was not that of a harsh father wishing to sever her ties with Ying Long, but rather an act of protection. Protection? Tang San inquired, puzzled. Yet, I Ching ultimately transformed into such a state. She was once as beautiful as a celestial being. This was an unforeseen consequence, Jiang Chen replied. Had it not been for the emergence of Temujin, I Ching would have continued to thrive there. This was not the Yellow Emperor's original intention. Thus, I maintain that he was, in essence, safeguarding his daughter. Chapter 740. The Mountains Exit. What truly transpired during that period? Tang San asked Jiang Chen. Elder Jiang, it appears you possess considerable knowledge. By the way, in later generations, I Ching is often associated with the undead. Could that be true? As you mentioned. That is merely a legend from later times, Jiang Chen remarked. I Ching was not a natural zombie. She fundamentally differs from me. Moreover, I Ching's beauty is renowned. And the river god is also infamous for his lechery. The affection between I Ching and Ying Long is well known, yet the river god chose to intervene, shattering their bond. In later times, such a person would be deemed deserving of divine retribution. The Yellow Emperor's fear of the river god likely stemmed from concerns over potential floods that could obliterate the hard-won realm he had established. Without the populace, what would remain of his legacy as a dragon among men? Bai Yi remarked, he orchestrated the separation of Ying Long and I Ching for his own interests. Yet he likely did not wish for his daughter to fall into the hands of the river god, which led him to resort to such desperate measures. I Ching is indeed unfortunate. The sudden arrival of Temujin left her in a state of limbo, neither human nor ghost. I find it curious that, despite being the Yellow Emperor's daughter, she was merely an ordinary individual with some cultivation. How could she survive for so long within the Red Rock? Bai Yi was taken aback, pondering why he had overlooked this question. The Yellow Emperor, revered as the ancestor of the Huaxia people, ultimately passed away like any mortal. Was it the Red Rock that allowed for such longevity? What exactly are these red rocks? Our scientific comparisons have failed to identify any material that matches them. These red rocks are exceedingly rare, akin to the creation jade dish, traceable to ancient times, birthed during the primordial chaos when Pangu separated heaven and earth. Jiang Chen remarked. To say they possess ancient divine power would not be an exaggeration. The Yellow Emperor is truly shrewd, though I wonder from where he acquired them. These red rocks are also found within Temujin's tomb, Tang San noted. It seems the Yellow Emperor procured them from the river god and used them to confine his daughter while deceiving the river god. How did he manage such a feat? Through formations, Jiang Chen replied. Jiang Chen stated, there exists but one method. Hanyan itself is an ancient divine artifact, surpassing even Hebo, when coupled with formations. These can bewilder ordinary individuals, yet paradoxically, those with cultivation are more susceptible to such illusions. This explains why Genghis Khan fortuitously ventured inside, while Hebo failed to locate I Ching. Had it been otherwise, given his nature, he would have excavated the earth to unearth her. In ancient times, few lived to tell the tale. Tang San Chung remarked, could it be that Hebo is after the creation jade plate? This seems the most plausible explanation, as we are of innate origin, while both Di Jun and he were formed through acquired means. Jiang Chen replied, however, your assertion that Hebo took I Ching's corpse piques my curiosity. Is it true that I Ching has perished? We witnessed her last breath, and remarkably, she reverted to her former appearance post-mortem. Alas, she seems unable to depart from that place. Otherwise, she would remain in a state neither human nor ghost. Thus, we resolved to temporarily leave her there. Tang San Chung inquired, Elder Jiang Chen, have you perhaps conceived something? If she is indeed dead, why would Hebo carry her away? Would that not be superfluous? Jiang Chen pondered this deeply. Tang San Cheng's heart raced, myriad thoughts flooding his mind as he swallowed hard. So, Elder, are you suggesting that I Ching may not be truly dead, thus prompting Hebo to take her? Such a possibility cannot be dismissed, Jiang Chen mused. Bo possesses the creation jade plate. Perhaps I Ching Yi has already been resurrected in his grasp. Tang Sancheng gasped at this notion, acknowledging its plausibility. Xiao Shan, having finished his meal, casually wiped his hands on the icy surface. What is this place? And what are those ice sculptures below? They were present upon my arrival, seemingly formed by nature itself. Zhang Chun remarked, should I assert that this place, akin to Dijun, has undergone similar tribulations, it would indeed be feasible. However, I am not the one directly involved, so I cannot reconstruct the events. Nonetheless, the bluebirds have vigilantly guarded this area, preventing outsiders from entering. There must be deeper mysteries at play. Tang Xincheng's focus drifted from the bluebirds and ice sculptures. Elder Zhangchun, our purpose here is to invite you to join us. We seek your assistance against Bo, he added. Zhangchun remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the flickering flames. Xiao Shan glanced at the tablet, noting its dwindling battery life, and mused, while this portable charger may sustain us for a time, it too will require recharging, otherwise, the tablet will become inoperable. Zhang Chun expressed surprise as Xiao Shan continued. What amusement can be found on a tablet? The screen is too diminutive for true enjoyment. Bai Yi did not anticipate Xiao Shan's astuteness. Although reborn from the primordial earth, his intellect had developed late. Yet he had absorbed the spirit of heaven and earth, thus not falling short in wisdom. Elder Zhang Chun, accompany us for now to assess the situation. Should Bo refrain from making rash moves, you would remain unbound, free to wander. In this era of advanced technology, we need not meet in person to converse. We can communicate and even glimpse each other's images. Tang San seized the opportunity to explore these new wonders, expressing his fascination. Is there truly such a thing? Jiang Chen's interest was evidently piqued. Bai Yi remarked, Senior Jiang Chen, your reluctance to remain in the city has left you somewhat unfamiliar with such advancements. For someone of your caliber, even the most intricate technology could be mastered in a single night. Jiang Chen, showing a flicker of intrigue, unconsciously moved his lips. Observing this, Bai Yi feigned a sigh. Of course, if Senior Jiang Chen is insistent on declining, we shall not impose. We can only depart without you. I didn't say no. Jiang Chen blurted out. Then it is settled? Tang Sen eagerly sought to solidify the agreement, wishing to prevent any second thoughts from Jiang Chen. Fu Yu and Shen Bing are still waiting below for us. We cannot linger here. Senior Jiang Chen, you must make a decision promptly. What? Jiang Chen paused, taken aback. You left them alone down there. Indeed. Shen Bing is fatigued and likely cannot ascend further, and Fu Yu is knowledgeable in poison and thus remained to care for her. Bai Yi perceived a hint of concern on Jiang Chen's face. Isn't that dangerous? Jiang Chen inquired. Even with a Gu girl present, they could still be at risk. Where exactly are they? They are in a cave at the foot of this mountain, Tang Sen stammered, his words tangling as anxiety gripped him. Both of them are inside. We must go immediately. We may be too late, Jiang Chen stated, already rising. But there are those fierce eagles and bluebirds outside, Xiao Shan recalled, fearing the predators. With my presence, do you think they would dare approach? Jiang Chun unfurled his wings with a resounding flap. The sky is also my domain. The sudden motion startled Xiao Shan, who narrowly avoided being struck, breathing a sigh of relief. Follow me, Jiang Chun commanded, retracting his wings and striding forward. If the terrain remained unchanged, he surmised they were close to the cliff's edge. Upon reaching the precipice, he extended his hand, and a gust of wind surged towards them, nearly unsettling the group. As they opened their eyes, they discovered a cave where the wind howled inward. Strangely, the fire within remained undisturbed, burning fervently. Tang Sen whispered. The flames contain Jiang Chen's true essence. They are no ordinary fire. Exiting the cave, they were met once more with the biting cold. Upon glancing up, they beheld the bluebirds and eagles hovering before them, poised like predators. Jiang Chun let out a cold laugh, unfurling his wings and placing a hand to his lips, producing a rhythmic sound. Initially imperceptible, Tang Sen soon felt a wave of energy emanating from the sound, compelling the eagles and bluebirds to retreat. Jiang Chen's laughter echoed as he ceased the sound, his wings sweeping through the air, driving the avian creatures further away until they vanished from sight. Impressive, Xiao Shan murmured softly. Jiang Chun, however, pretended not to hear, urging them, hurry down and check on your friends. Bai Yi and Tang Sancheng were perplexed by Jiang Chen's evident concern. It was clear that whatever troubled him was of unusual significance. The two dared not inquire further and cautiously retraced their steps. With Jiang Chen's assistance, They descended rapidly using their descent devices, drawing closer to their destination. However, Tang Sancheng's heart raced as he spotted a line of footprints in the snow. These were not the tracks of the previously encountered eagles. Snow foxes, Jiang Chun murmured gravely. It seems they have caught wind of human presence and made their way here. The mere mention of snow foxes, creatures capable of taking a life with a single bite, sent a chill down Tang Sancheng's spine. He began to slide uncontrollably downwards, but Qijie firmly grasped the rope. Steady yourself, Sancheng. Do not rush, descend slowly. Taking a deep breath, Tang Sancheng adjusted his grip and proceeded to lower himself gradually until he landed directly upon the trail of footprints. The realization struck him with terror. These tracks led into the very cave. Shenbing, Fuyu, he called out, but no response came. Immediately, he released his descent device and, with caution, navigated toward the cave entrance, peering inside. The sight that met his eyes was disheartening. Neither Shenbing nor Fuyu was present. Chapter 741. The five-tailed cave was not only devoid of life, but also appeared to be in disarray. The high-pressure furnace lay toppled, clashing against a stone. A testament to a struggle. Tang Sancheng's heart sank. Shenbing was missing, and so was Fuyu. Bai Yi, who had followed closely behind, peered into the cave. His expression ashen. This cannot be, he exclaimed. Even if snow foxes were involved, Fuyu possesses the skills to fend for herself. Surely, she would have left some trace behind. If we find nothing, it can only mean one thing. The expression on Xiao Shan's face darkened. As Tang Sancheng stepped further into the cave, he sank helplessly to the ground. Where could they have gone? If the snow foxes had attacked, they should either be alive or there should be evidence of a struggle. There must be a body. But there was nothing. The ground was bare. A weak voice suddenly broke the silence, stirring Tang Sancheng's emotions. He sprang to his feet, moving toward the source of the sound. Clearing away a stone, he discovered Shen being huddled in the corner, trembling. Upon seeing Tang Sancheng, she gasped and rushed into his embrace. Fuyu, she, calm down. And then tell us what happened, Bai Yi urged, though his own anxiety threatened to overwhelm him. He understood that if he lost his composure, Shenbing's psychological burden would only intensify, making it harder for her to articulate her experience. Jiang Chun, perplexed, sniffed the air. He detected the unmistakable scent of snow foxes. Yet, given their vicious nature, if Shenbing was unharmed and Fuyu merely missing, the absence of any bloodshed left Jiang Chun baffled as to the snow fox's intentions. Finally regained her composure, revealing the essence of Xiao Ning within her. After Fuyu established a protective barrier at the cave entrance with the use of goo insects, the two settled into the cave, awaiting the return of others. To keep warm, they huddled together, exchanging tender words unique to women. Sensing an approaching danger, alerted by the stirrings of the goo insects, Fuyu abruptly rose, inducing a sense of foreboding in. What's wrong? You should hide, she urged. Without hesitation, Fuyu forcefully pushed into a corner and moved a boulder in front of her. Before they could complete their preparations, a snow-white, furry creature appeared at the cave entrance. Attempted to call out, but a glance from Fuyu silenced her. She obediently covered her mouth, afraid to breathe. Fuyu turned to face the enormous white creature, which nearly blocked the entire entrance. She inhaled sharply, pondering why the protective measures at the door left her so unsettled. Fuyu retrieved the goo box, and a butterfly emerged, weaving a protective net to shield. As observed this, memories of the butterfly's previous encounter with Hisara surfaced. It had once safeguarded everyone. Was it possible that this white fox possessed equal prowess to Hisara? The thought sent heart racing. Fuyu sighed inwardly, already sensing the malevolent aura emanating from the white fox. If one were to disregard its eyes, it might be mistaken for a cuddly toy. However, its eyes glimmered with a deepening red hue, intensifying to a vivid scarlet. Suddenly, the snow fox lunged toward the cave entrance, only to be halted by an invisible net. Its lips curled into what appeared to be a smile, and Fuyu's heart, which had just settled, soared again. This fox exuded a wicked charm, and the protective net woven by the butterfly seemed to pique its interest even further. In a swift motion, 5 long tails suddenly rose behind the fox, leaving Fuyu astounded. Memories of her ancestor, the Qing Luan, surged forth. This was a 9-tailed fox. This was final recollection. A white light enveloped the entire cave, obscuring her vision. She called out for Fuyu but received no response. When tranquility returned, the white light vanished entirely, leaving both Fuyu and the snow-white fox absent. A nine-tailed fox? Tang Xin exclaimed in astonishment. How did it come to be here? I know where they have gone, Jiang Chen stated. We must head to the heavenly pool, Tang San. Lend me your strength. What must I do? Tang San inquired, confused by Jiang Chen's intentions. Share your power with me, so that I may transport you to the heavenly pool. Otherwise, we may not make it in time. Jiang Chen urged. I understand, Tang San nodded earnestly. Jiang Chen stepped outside, his magnificent wings unfurling, allowing all to stand upon his back. The journey to Tianqi was still quite distant, and Bai Yi harbored questions. After all, this season marked the peak of tourism at Tianshan Tianqi. Their sudden appearance raised concerns. Did they not fear the repercussions? Yet Jiang Chen swiftly dispelled Bai Yi's doubts. Their destination was indeed Tianqi, albeit its depths. Tang San, perched upon Jiang Chen's neck, crouched down, pressing one hand against the nape of Jiang Chen while murmuring incantations. Cloud rune in the vast void, at the dawn of calamity. Sudden distances, now near, now far. Either sinking or floating. Wandering the 5 directions, a mere yard away. The celestial emperor, with quill in hand. To inscribe the cave chapters, inscribing the spiritual talismans. Primordial beginnings descend, true words manifest. Clearly there is, obscurely there is not. Chronic ailments may heal themselves. Worldly burdens can be alleviated. The netherworld shall rely upon this. Thus, ascend to immortality. As the incantation concluded, a surge of warmth continuously flowed into Jiang Chen's body, accelerating his form. Hold tight. Even as we descend, do not let go. Shen Bing was unfamiliar with the notion of descent, but when it truly began, she experienced it firsthand. This was no mere descent. It was a plummet, akin to falling from a precipice, devoid of support, solely subject to the force of gravity. Shen Bing felt as if her bones and flesh might tear apart. While the 7 evils clutched her tightly, Jiang Chen descended lower and lower, and Tang Xin spotted a dark void below. Jiang Chen plunged directly into it, and darkness enveloped them all. They all tumbled to the ground, and Tang Xin called out, Senior Jiang Chen. Silence, Jiang Chen commanded. Follow me, one after another. This black void resembled the aftermath of a meteor strike, its terrain rugged and uneven. Yet Jiang Chen navigated with familiarity, evidently having explored this area thoroughly during his adventures in Tianshan. Tang San trailed behind Jiang Chen, with the others following suit. He soon heard the sound of water above, stirring a realization within him. It appeared they were now at the bottom of Tianqi. Who could have imagined that beneath Tianqi lay an independent space? Suddenly, Tang San sensed a powerful spiritual energy not far ahead. He and Jiang Chen exchanged a glance in the darkness, and both surged forward. The surroundings abruptly brightened, revealing the figure of Fu Yu atop a bronze pillar, unconscious. Fu Yu, Bai Yi exclaimed. At this cry, a snow-white fox leapt from behind the bronze pillar, charging toward the group. Tang Xin immediately unleashed the divine light incantation. Without the need for words, his hands gliding forth as a beam of golden light struck the snow fox. Jiang Chen felt a shock. Indeed, Tang Xin had transformed from his former self. He momentarily withdrew to observe how Tang San would confront the snow fox. The golden light was unavoidable for the snow fox. Slicing through one of its tails, which split in 2, the fox emitted a piercing cry, then lunged at Tang San with renewed ferocity. Taking advantage of the moment, Xiao Shan climbed toward the bronze pillar and cradled Fu Yu in his arms. Bai Yi approached, checking for her breath, relieved to find it steady. Fu Yu, wake up. Are you all right? On that side, Tang Sanshan was forced to retreat by the snow fox. If it were not for its crimson eyes, which evoked a strange pity, he would have found it difficult to resist harming it. Cheng Chun coldly remarked, the nine-tailed fox excels at beguiling the heart. Tang Sanshan, despite your lofty cultivation, it is regrettable that you remain superficial. Tang Sanshan shuddered. Cheng Chen's words rang true. After severing one of the snow fox's tails, its demeanor shifted dramatically from ferocious to pitiable, evoking a sense of compassion. This was, after all, a ruse that he had failed to see through. With newfound clarity, he no longer hesitated, and the golden light in his hand flickered as he systematically severed the remaining 5 tails. The snow fox emitted a piercing wail before collapsing, its body convulsing on the ground. At that moment, Fu Yu began to regain consciousness, appearing somewhat frail. Upon seeing Bai Yi, she managed a bitter smile. You've come. It's a relief you're unscathed. Bai Yi responded, you would have been in grave danger had I arrived any later. You would have become its prey. Struggling to rise, Fu Yu pointed to the dying snow fox, saying, "It is not an ordinary fox, but a nine-tailed one, having already manifested 5 tails." The ancient Qing Yuan forebears mentioned that should it develop 9 tails, it would signify a different life stage, distinct from that of mortals. Indeed, this was not merely a snow fox, but rather a 9-tailed fox akin to one. Cheng Chun approached the 9-tailed fox, lamenting, having achieved 5 tails. "It is truly a pity that all its progress is now in vain. You must begin anew. Will you not take its life?" Xiao Shan exclaimed, filled with agitation. It nearly caused Fu Yu's demise. It is no small feat to attain 5 tails, and this is essential for its cultivation. This particular fox likely practices the path of the demonic fox. To advance its cultivation, it must consume human entrails, Cheng Chun elucidated. This is why, upon detecting human scent, their eyes turn red with insatiable desire. Just as humans require sustenance for growth, they too have their own needs. Chapter 742, The Path of the Fox. The demonic fox path? Qi Xie inquired. Is this the method of cultivation for the 9-tailed fox? Yes. The cultivation of the 9-tailed fox encompasses more than just the demonic fox path. This path primarily relies on consuming human entrails, thus it is a path of slaughter. It is fraught with karma and malevolence. The demonic fox path, while seemingly rapid in progress and overwhelmingly powerful, results in a low survival rate after achieving 9 tails. To put it in our terms, they cannot withstand the heavenly tribulation. This 5-tailed fox likely strayed onto the demonic fox path in its fervent desire for advancement. Are there no alternative methods? Fu Yu asked with curiosity. The alluring fox path, Cheng Chun replied, as known from legends, such as that of Daji, said to be possessed by a 9-tailed fox. Its cultivation method is the alluring fox path, typically practiced by female foxes, which involves drawing upon the vital essence of men to aid in their cultivation. This path, too, is prone to deviation. Therefore, if one had previously been unscrupulous, they would have a mere tenth of a chance during the heavenly tribulation. Fu Yu furrowed her brow. Why does it seem that all paths lead to treachery? This is not the case. There exists a final path, one that adheres to righteousness, albeit demanding great fortitude. This path is the way of the celestial fox, akin to the Taoist cultivation of ordinary mortals. Such cultivation does not require the consumption of human flesh or the siphoning of vital essence, yet the process is exceedingly gradual. Nevertheless, the outcome far surpasses that of the preceding 2 paths. Jiang Qin remarked, alas, they often seek shortcuts, leading themselves to demise. Lying on the ground was a 9-tailed fox, a creature that sought a more expedient route. Tang Sancheng gazed at the struggling fox with a heavy heart. Fu Yu approached. I have survived thus far because it does not regard me as prey, but rather as sustenance for its young. Following Fu Yu's gaze, within a small nest crafted of stone lay 3 diminutive foxes, each resembling small kittens. 2 were slightly more robust, yet the most endearing was the smallest. Curled up in a corner, languidly resting with its fluffy little face turned toward Fu Yu. Its eyes were half closed, seemingly caught in a drowsy struggle to remain awake while exhibiting a curious disposition towards the world, its eyelids fluttering occasionally. Their appearance was utterly charming. Shen Bing remarked. They appear much like kittens now. Suddenly, Jiang Chun bent down, emitting a soft, whimpering sound, as if in conversation with the 9-tailed fox. Tang Sancheng felt a profound astonishment as the fox emitted mournful cries, its 5 severed tails twitching on the ground. Shen Bing abruptly pinched Xiao Shan, who yelped in pain. Ouch, it hurts. The 9-tailed fox, lying upon the earth, suddenly transformed into a humanoid form. Yet, it did not fully assume human shape. Rather, a beautiful head emerged atop its fox body. She was breathtakingly lovely, with long hair cascading down to her waist. Tears flowed from her exquisite eyes, a portrait of gentleness. A crimson beauty mark on her brow appeared as though it might bleed at any moment. She parted her red lips and implored, King of Zombies, you can surely save me, can't you? Over the years, you have wreaked havoc within the Tianshan realm, and even if you achieve 9 tails, you shall not escape the tribulation. Jiang Qin remained unmoved. Now that you have 5 tails severed and your powers diminished, this is precisely your opportunity to start anew. I shall place you in the heavenly pool, a sanctuary where celestial energies gather. Once your wounds are healed, you may once again choose the way of the celestial fox and embark on a new life. No, I cannot squander 5 centuries of effort. The 9-tailed fox wept, tears cascading like pearls. All I require is your assistance. With your prowess, you can help me. At this juncture, do you not comprehend? Even if you disregard your own fate, consider the future of your offspring. If you lead them to cultivate the path of the demonic fox, you are merely inviting their demise alongside yours. Jiang Qin's words resonated with gravity. The nine-tailed fox's tears suddenly ceased, leaving only the damp corners of her eyes. She turned to gaze upon her 3 offspring in the stone nest. Pity my youngest son, king of zombies. I am willing to become a fox once more. I implore you. He has been born for over 2 years, yet cannot even open his eyes. He cannot possibly survive here. I beseech you, grant him a chance at life. Jiang Qin sighed and remarked, very well. When I arrived, you had just given birth to him. He is inherently flawed, and here, you have already attracted a host of adversaries. He cannot survive in this place. I shall assist you. The nine-tailed fox glanced back at her offspring and suddenly burst into laughter. In that case, splendid. As soon as she finished speaking, her head drooped to the ground, transforming back into the form of a fox. Jiang Qin sighed again, lifted her up, and proceeded inward, vanishing into the shadows. What is he doing? Xiao Shan inquired with confusion. Is he rescuing that fox? It appears so, Tang San replied. Although I severed 5 of its tails, I did not inflict critical damage. It still lives. However, if it truly is a 9-tailed fox, I fear I have harmed its cultivation. Without 500 years, it will not be able to restore itself. Is it truly a 9-tailed fox? Qi Xia asked. I have heard the leader speak of 9-tailed foxes before. Indeed, Jiang Qin re-emerged from the shadows. His brow furrowed as he continued. The 9-tailed fox lineage has fallen to such a state out of sheer misfortune. Although I do not condone their practice of consuming humans to enhance their cultivation, they are indeed pitiable. This 9-tailed fox originally belonged to the Tushan clan. Tushan, isn't that the lineage of Nu Jiao? Tang Xin queried. Precisely, Jiang Qin affirmed. Nu Jiao was the daughter of the Tushan clan. Legend has it that when Liu visited Tushan, he encountered a 9-tailed white fox and heard the Tushan people sing of it, proclaiming that if he established a family there, his descendants would thrive. Thus, Liu married the girl from the Tushan clan, named Nu Jiao. This Nu Jiao is, in fact, the very 9-tailed fox he encountered. The 9-tailed fox is said to grow a new tail every 100 years, and when all 9 tails are complete, it merely requires another century to permanently transform into human form, living eternally as a human. However, Tang Xin interjected, the number of 9-tailed foxes that can ultimately transform into human form is quite limited. For them, it is a tribulation, and only a rare few can survive this trial and become human. The fox we just encountered has 5 tails, which indicates it has lived at least 500 years. Xiao Shan remarked, sticking out his tongue, and quickly added, even so, that cannot compare to me. Tang Xin shot him a glare. Xiao Shan, that is not the point. The Tushan clan, being Liyu's virtuous partner, has elevated the reputation of the 9-tailed foxes throughout the world. The Tushan clan has always regarded the 9-tailed fox as their totem, in truth. The members of the Tushan clan are all 9-tailed foxes over 1,000 years old. The descendants of the 9-tailed foxes often take pride in claiming to be descendants of Tushan, boasting of their noble lineage. Jiang Qin stated, this one is no exception. Although it belongs to the same species as the snow fox, its bloodline differs, and it has never mingled with other snow foxes. In the realm of the 9-tailed fox, apart from the renowned Two Mountain clan, there exists another illustrious lineage. Bai Yi remarked, in the kingdom of Qingqiu, its inhabitants consume grains and don garments of silk, appearing no different from ordinary folk. Yet, in this land resides a remarkable creature, the 9-tailed fox. Wherever the 9-tailed fox makes its presence known, it heralds a sign of peace and prosperity. This belief was also prevalent during the Han Dynasty, where the ideology of talismanic fate flourished. Consequently, the originally totemic 9-tailed fox was transformed into a mystical symbol of auspiciousness. In Han-era stone carvings and brick murals, the 9-tailed fox is frequently depicted alongside the white rabbit, toad, and the 3-legged crow, all situated beside the Queen Mother of the West, serving as an emblem of good fortune. The Queen Mother of the West? Fu Yu exclaimed in astonishment. It is indeed a remarkable coincidence that the two clans' 9-tailed fox resides in such proximity. This is of little consequence. It is merely the result of environmental factors. 9-tailed foxes are found solely in frigid mountainous regions. Typically, a young fox can assume human form after a century, and each is invariably breathtakingly beautiful. The fur of the nine-tailed fox is a delicate shade of pale white, and its eyes gleam a deep crimson. While the silvery nine-tailed fox possesses fur as pure and luminous as moonlight, ethereal and transcendent. Jiang Chen remarked. The red of its eyes is strikingly distinct from that of ordinary snow foxes. What have you done with it? Tang San inquired, his curiosity piqued. I immersed it in a concealed location within the heavenly pool, Jiang Chen replied. The bottom of the pool is a gathering place of spiritual energy, which will be beneficial for it. If you wish to save it, why must you compel me to slay it? Tang San was utterly perplexed. This situation differs from the past. The human population is burgeoning. It has now manifested 5 tails, and its urgency has intensified. Besides nurturing this young nine-tailed fox, it yearns to swiftly evolve into a nine-tailed being. Its aggressiveness is escalating, and if we do not restrain it, chaos may ensue. While I am unafraid of disorder, I am concerned about potential invasions by outsiders, which could disrupt the tranquility of all creatures here. Jiang Chen sighed. Are there still sanctuaries for these ancient beings? Jiang Chen's long-term considerations surprised Bai Yi, revealing a compassionate side to his otherwise solitary nature. He increasingly felt that when it came to the river god, Jiang Chen would undoubtedly take action. Fu Yu approached the diminutive nine-tailed fox. What shall we do with it? The task entrusted to me by the 5-tailed fox is to care for this little one, Jiang Chen stated. This fox is but an ordinary youngling. This endeavor may prove challenging for you. Fu Yu responded, I am capable. Allow me to take on this responsibility. As you have mentioned, it need not consume human flesh. It simply requires guidance along the path of the celestial fox to attain its rightful potential. But what of the other 2? They are robust. So there is no cause for concern. In this environment, nature will ensure survival of the fittest. Currently, it is this one that may face the harshest trials. Nevertheless, it should be safe in the immediate future, though vigilance is still necessary, Jiang Chen cautioned. Should it pose a threat, you must act decisively. Chapter 743. The little fox Fu Yu gingerly cradled the still-eyed young fox in her embrace. It was soft and tender. Its skin as delicate as that of an infant. As she stroked its fur, the little fox sensed a wave of warmth. Its tiny head nuzzling against the palm of Fu Yu. Her voice grew increasingly gentle. Little one, shall we take you away from here? The nine-tailed fox favors a frigid environment, necessitating caution during the summer months. Jiang Chen remarked, as for nurturing, you must experiment gradually. Leave it to me. Fu Yu, brimming with confidence, responded affirmatively. Jiang Chen continued, this celestial pond harbors numerous ancient creatures, the very monsters rumored in the outside world. Are you interested in witnessing them firsthand? No, that's unnecessary, Bai Yi interjected. What about you? Jiang Chen inquired. Perhaps it's best to forego that, Xiao Shan and Qi Xia chorused, shaking their heads in unison. That is quite sufficient. Senior Jiang Chen, we should not delay. Let us depart from here together, Tang San urged. Very well, Jiang Chen replied. I have lingered here long enough. It is time for a change of scenery. Although he agreed to leave, his current attire would undoubtedly attract attention upon exiting. Qi Xia, being of considerable stature, procured clothing for Jiang Chen to change into. With his striking features and long hair, Jiang Chen's modern garb accentuated his remarkable presence, drawing the gazes of numerous women as they departed. This stirred a sense of imbalance within Xiao Shan. Really, bringing him out was a sound decision, wasn't it? What are you worried about? Tang San asked, somewhat bewildered. How many hearts will he ensnare? Xiao Shan murmured. With such striking looks, it's truly perilous. If he were an ordinary man, it would be one thing, but this is clearly an invitation to chaos. What do you mean? Jiang Chen, having overheard Xiao Shan's words, turned and stated, my heart belongs solely to one person who no longer exists in this world. Thus, your concerns are unfounded. By the way, Eternal Earth, are you truly considering a lifetime with Tang San? Xiao Shan was taken aback. He had never contemplated such a notion. He merely felt content existing in Tang San's vicinity, never pondering the future. Now, confronted by Jiang Chen's revelation, he found himself at a loss for words. Tang San embraced Xiao Shan reassuringly. It's all right. As long as I am here, you need only remain by my side. Qi Xia remained silent. Recognizing the truth in Jiang Chen's words, both he and Xiao Shan existed for Tang San. But what lay ahead? The atmosphere grew heavy with unspoken thoughts. Jiang Chen broke the silence. No wonder I struggle to coexist with others. I tend to speak out of turn. Realizing his tendency to err in speech, he strode ahead alone. Observing his imposing figure, Tang Xin sensed something amiss. He glanced at Bai Yi, who appeared contemplative. Approaching Bai Yi, he remarked, "He has befriended my father and is aware of our relationship, yet upon seeing me, he has not inquired about my father's whereabouts. This is peculiar. Indeed, even if he knows of your father's situation, he has not uttered a word," Bai Yi concurred. "Furthermore, did our persuasion not seem overly simplistic? He readily agreed to accompany us, and I can't shake the feeling of unease. What are you two discussing?" Shen Bing approached, inquiring about their murmured conversation. "It is nothing. We were merely discussing that we are soon to enter the vicinity of the scenic area. Once we arrive, we can find a hotel to stay at." Bai Yi suddenly paused, pondering the situation. While it was all well and good for them, what about Jiang Chun? Jiang Chun unexpectedly turned around and said, "Do not worry about me. I can sleep in the trees." Could he possess the ability to read minds? Bai Yi and Tang Xin exchanged a glance, feeling somewhat awkward. Jiang Chun continued, "Although my ears may not rival those of Tang San, do not underestimate my capabilities." Tang Xin could no longer contain himself. "Then why do you not inquire about my father at all? As a friend, your lack of concern seems rather unusual." Jiang Chun remained silent, merely scoffing, and continued onward, leaving Tang Xin bewildered. Why did he react this way when his father was mentioned? Fu Yu remarked, "Surely the organization can devise a solution to Jiang Chen's identity issue." Indeed, with such innate advantages, Fu Yu's small fox suddenly curled up, appearing quite uncomfortable. Fu Yu said, "We have been out for quite a while, and it has not eaten anything. I think I shall buy some milk powder and attempt to feed it." Xiao Shan had long been captivated by the little fox. Why not give it a human name? How about calling it Xiao Hu? That sounds good, everyone chimed in unison. All right, it's settled then. Xiao Shan danced with joy. It was a momentous occasion, for it was initially Tang San and the others who had named him. And now he could name someone else. Xiao Hu, Xiao Shan exclaimed as he took the little fox from Fu Yu's hands. "It suits you perfectly." They settled into a family inn, a place where management was not overly stringent, allowing Jiang Chun to rest without needing to retreat to the trees. Once inside, Jiang Chun eagerly plugged in his charger, immersing himself in various games on his tablet, with Xiao Shan providing guidance nearby. Fu Yu purchased milk powder and a bottle. Tenderly feeding Xiao Hu, who kept its eyes closed, feeling Fu Yu's gentleness. Its tiny paws affectionately touched Fu Yu, evoking a whirlwind of emotions within him. This little fox resembled a child of his own. "I'll take over," Bai Yi offered. "You've worked hard. Let me handle it." Bai Yi took the little fox from Fu Yu, and Shen Bing remarked, "What a coincidence. Bai Yi, your surname is Bai, and the little fox is also white. They truly are a match. I wonder if one day this little fox will cultivate into a human form like its mother?" "It is unlikely," Jiang Chen replied. "At least 100 years must pass before it can produce a tail, and even then, it will merely appear as an infant. Moreover, you have already decided to have it cultivate the heavenly path, have you not?" "Indeed," Tang Xin said. "I can certainly assist with that." "Oh, by the way," Shen Bing said excitedly, "you, as a cultivator, actually belong to the realm of the heavenly path, right? So, can you guide this little creature?" "Not a little creature. It is Xiao Hu," Xiao Shan earnestly corrected. "All right, Xiao Hu, Shen Bing said, touching her nose and observing the little fox in Bai Yi's hands. It seems to have fallen asleep. Its eyelids are no longer moving. Indeed, not only had he fallen asleep, but he also emitted a snore from his nasal cavity. Bai Yi gently placed him on his bed, treating him with the tenderness one would afford a child. A wave of cheers erupted from the other side. Jiang Chun truly was a genius, remarkably gifted in video games. While Xiao Shan struggled to pass certain levels, Jiang Chun effortlessly succeeded in a few attempts. Xiao Shan felt a mix of excitement and disappointment. After all, he was acknowledged as a computer prodigy, though that was a title from a bygone era. Frustrated, he remarked, "It seems I must find a more complex game for you. This one is likely too simple." "Don't be a stubborn duck," Tang Sanqing chuckled. "Admitting defeat is also a form of courage." Jiang Chun set down the gaming console and said, "There is something I do not comprehend." The topic shifted rather abruptly, catching Tang Sanqing off guard. "What?" he inquired. "The matter between He Bo and Genghis Khan," Jiang Chun replied. "Please elaborate, the more detailed the better." Tang Sanqing paused, surprised that Jiang Chun, while engrossed in a game, would suddenly ponder these two figures. He promptly recounted everything he knew, particularly the final words of Hisayer. Listening intently, Jiang Chun suddenly remarked, "Much like the game I am playing, Every character possesses their strengths and weaknesses. Although He Bo is formidable, primarily due to the powerful jade disc in his possession, why then did he allow Genghis Khan to build such a vast enterprise? In the end, while he saw heir claimed that Genghis Khan's demise was due to He Bo's influence, there are too many ambiguities in that narrative. For instance, Bai Yi also became intrigued. It would not be difficult for Genghis Khan, as a great Khan, to attract extraordinary talents. Thus, if he desired to free himself from He Bo's control, it is entirely feasible. Moreover, he may have even discovered He Bo's vulnerabilities, which would have granted him the opportunity to achieve greatness, Zhang Chen posited. Otherwise, given He Bo's nature, how could he possibly allow Genghis Khan to develop unimpeded? Everyone fell silent, acknowledging that for He Bo, this was indeed a game. Yet, as the game's master, how could he allow it to exceed his control? Zhang Chen continued. If we can uncover the answer to this matter, it may prove invaluable in restraining He Bo before he activates the jade disc. He saw heir is already deceased. Shen Bing interjected. The most crucial intermediary has perished. What can we do now? No, Genghis Khan's tomb, Tang Sansheng proposed. The answer may lie within. Remember, Hong Yin appeared there. It is a relic from ancient times that Genghis Khan could not possibly possess. Furthermore, it possesses suppressive abilities. I Ching was contained by Hong Yin. Why would Genghis Khan's remains be entombed there? I have pondered this question often, yet alas, I have found no resolution and have nearly forgotten it over time. It is the doing of He Bo, Zhang Chen asserted. I am certain of this. As for the reason, it is likely because the power Genghis Khan wielded exceeded He Bo's expectations. Even in death, he sought to suppress him. Chapter 744, Hidden Truths. Shaman. Fu Yu draped a blanket over the little fox. The extraordinary power that he saw possessed as a spiritual entity stemmed from the shaman. And if he saw could attain such abilities, then Genghis Khan could very well do so as well. Moreover, it seemed that he was inherently endowed with the capacity to summon ethereal beings, possessing an unusual constitution from birth. Fu Yu's reasoning was sound. Shen Bing stood firmly in agreement with him. Indeed, Jiang Chen remarked, this power seems to have a restraining effect on He Bo. Of course, this is merely my conjecture. Otherwise, why would He Bo allow Temujin such freedom? The stronger Temujin becomes, the greater the threat he poses, does he not? Indeed, Bai Yi replied, enlightenment dawning upon him. It appears we must return to the tomb of Genghis Khan. Regrettably, that area seems to be under strict surveillance, and the Mongolian side is rather reluctant to permit outsiders to enter. Such a pity. There will always be a way, Tang Sansheng interjected. It seems we must leave it to Uncle San to devise a solution. Bai Yi added, however, it is astonishing that Senior Jiang Chun gained such insights from the game. No, he replied, it was merely the actions of Temujin during the I Ching incident that surprised me. A person of such caliber is destined to achieve greatness. And from what I observe, his ambitions extend beyond mere conquest. It appears he seeks to unify the world. I am genuinely curious where such audacity originates. In the recent game, the Ghost King was the most formidable force, yet he feared a single blade of grass in the Yu-Ran Valley. The Ghost King resembles He Bo, while that blade of grass embodies the unique essence of Temujin. Indeed, reaching out to Senior Jiang Chun was the right choice. Wei Qing has proven to be tremendously helpful, Xiaoshan remarked. Senior Jiang Chun, shall I download a new game for you? How about Fruit Ninja? Shen Bing nearly burst into laughter, incredulous at the thought of Jiang Chun playing Fruit Ninja. However, just 5 minutes later, she witnessed Jiang Chun immersed in the game, his body shaking vigorously, utterly astonishing her. The little fox seemed to relish the company of Bai Yi and Fu Yu, particularly enjoying snuggling against their chests. While out, many children spotted the little fox in Fu Yu's hands and rushed over. Wow, look, what an adorable little cat. Its fur is so white. But why aren't its eyes open? They exclaimed. Because it is simply too sleepy, Fu Yu replied. Auntie, where did this little cat come from? I want one too. A little girl with a pink bow inquired, her eyes sparkling with wonder as she caught a glimpse of the little fox's white form. She reached out to touch its fur, exclaiming, so cute. Fu Yu found himself at a loss for how to respond to such a question, but fortunately, Bai Yi was quick on his feet. This is a one-of-a-kind treasure, dear child. You are still quite young, and caring for it may prove challenging. The little girl blinked, reluctantly trailing her parents as they departed. Such an adorable child was indeed hard to refuse. Shen Bing remarked, however, the little fox is a globally unique limited edition. They contacted Wei Qing, primarily concerning Jiang Chen's identification issues. After 2 days, Mr. and Mrs. Wei arrived, bringing with them Jiang Chen's identification card, authentically genuine, with his name boldly printed. Jiang Chen held the ID in his hands, bemused. I never imagined I would become a citizen as well. Wei Yi and Wei Qing remained oblivious to the events transpiring within Tianshan. As for women, they are invariably captivated by charming things. The moment Wei Yi laid her eyes upon the little fox in Fu Yu's hands, she was enchanted. What an adorable little fox. Where did you find it? Fu Yu exchanged a glance with Bai Yi, at a loss for words. Wei Yi, perceptive as ever, remarked, it seems the little creature must have an extraordinary origin. Sister Wei Yi, you are truly astute, Shen Bing commented. My daughter is about your age. It seems more fitting for you to call me aunt. Wei Yi chuckled. Aunt? How can there be such a youthful aunt? Shen Bing inquired curiously. Your daughter must be exceptional, right? With a wry smile, Wei Yi replied, she went missing last year, and we have been searching in vain. Behind the serene facade of this lady lay profound sorrow. Fu Yu murmured softly, I am sorry. It's all right. We have come to terms with it, and we firmly believe we will find her one day, Wei Yi stated. You may not believe it, but this is my intuition as a mother. Wei Qing's expression grew somber. As a father, I too have an intuition. She is an adventurer, much like myself. Perhaps she is trapped somewhere, which is why we have never ceased our search for her. She must be waiting for us in some corner. After finishing his thought, Wei Qing suddenly broke into laughter. All right, let us depart. This time, the old fellow won't lend us the helicopter. We shall have to return by plane. And those items must be checked in. By the way, were the inventors of these things also members of the organization? Tang Sanqing inquired. Jiang Chen scoffed. The so-called organization is merely a matter of mutual exploitation. Tang Sanqing. Only true partners are worthy of trust. By this time, Jiang Chen had come to grasp the origins of the shadow organization. Wei Qing felt a bit awkward. In truth, I am not fond of being constrained. However, being among like-minded individuals, even without deep connections, is still a source of joy. The topic could not continue. Bai Yi interjected, in that case, let us return. Despite this, the little fox still posed a challenge. Thanks to Tang Sanqing, a concealment spell was cast upon the little fox, rendering it invisible to everyone except for him and Jiang Chen, allowing them to pass through security smoothly. The little creature exhibited remarkable intelligence, remaining quiet on the plane until they disembarked, at which point it tumbled joyfully in Fu Yu's embrace. This was Jiang Chen's first flight, and he found it amusing. Here he was, a being with wings, sitting atop a winged airplane. What a paradox. Unwilling to share accommodations with them and refusing Bai Yi's assistance, he drifted away, clutching his fully charged tablet. With Song Yang absent, Shen Bing laughed. He is likely enjoying a sweet world with Qiao Air right now. As the little fox nestled in Fu Yu's arms suddenly stirred, it let out a series of urgent yelps. Typically serene, it seemed electrified at this moment. Fu Yu surveyed the surroundings and noticed a line of faint footprints in the yard. After a night of rain in Beijing, the ground remained somewhat damp, allowing these marks to linger. Fu Yu gently patted the little fox, inquiring, do you sense something? The fox responded by tapping Fu Yu's hand with its paw, signifying its agreement. No wonder you're the offspring of a nine-tailed fox. You've possessed such sensitivity from a young age, Fu Yu remarked. Perhaps it is particularly attuned to human sense, Xiaoshan suggested. A shiver coursed through the group involuntarily. Bai Yi squatted before the row of footprints, observing. It appears the landing was quite light. The individual must either be skilled or remarkably lightweight. Tang Xin glanced at Bai Yi, stating, I believe we can no longer continue with our lessons. Events are unfolding one after another. I will feel embarrassed to request another leave. Indeed, Fu Yu replied with a wry smile. Initially, we worked to locate Xiao Ning and Lei Zi, yet we have inadvertently forfeited our own freedom. Otherwise, just as Tang San was lost in thought, their conversation was interrupted by a figure rushing through the slightly ajar door. Tang San instinctively assumed it was Song Yang and turned, exclaiming, Where on earth have you been? However, it was Liu Feifan who entered, sporting a rueful smile. You have finally returned, he exclaimed. What brings you here? Bai Yi asked, somewhat puzzled. Today isn't the weekend. Your phones were either unreachable or switched off. I merely waited in the vicinity to see when you would return, Liu Feifan explained, pulling out his mobile device. Song Yang called me earlier, but I was in class and had it on silent, so I missed the call. Shortly after, he sent a text message that I couldn't quite decipher. I knew he had recently moved, but was unaware of his new address. After reading it, I was at a loss as to what to do. So I had no choice but to report it to the authorities. You reported it? Bai Yi exclaimed in surprise, swiftly snatching Liu Feifan's phone. The message was from 5 days prior, while they had been in the snowy mountains, where there was no signal. Upon reading the message, Bai Yi's expression turned pale. Danger. Help me. He shoved the phone back into Liu Feifan's hands and urged everyone to head to Cong Yang's apartment. Liu Feifan attempted to follow, but Bai Yi sternly commanded, "You have class. Return immediately. How can I focus with Cong Yang missing?" Liu Feifan protested, but seeing Bai Yi's serious demeanor, he muttered, "Aren't you in the same boat? You are a student. You cannot act as we do," Bai Yi retorted. "Do you wish for me to report you to your father's grave?" Liu Feifan, though reluctant, found himself powerless against Bai Yi's insistence and stood helplessly as they departed, muttering about the mystery of it all. Meanwhile, Bai Yi and the others arrived at Cong Yang's apartment and rang the doorbell repeatedly, but no one answered. Fu Yu remarked, with Xiao Er nearby, "Cong Yang should theoretically be safe. Yet Xiao Er has also gone missing alongside Cong Yang," Xiaoshan interjected. "Could it be the work of He Bo?" "Unlikely," came the reply. Tang Sancheng remarked, "The river god is likely preoccupied with unlocking the power of the jade disc, leaving him little time to deal with Cong Yang. But wait, what is this?" As he crouched down, he noticed a fine powder on the ground. Just as he was about to reach out to touch it, he was called back by Fu Yu, who also knelt to inspect it. "Qixia, have you ever seen the spirit-reducing herb?" "I have not witnessed it firsthand, but I have seen images," Qixia replied. "Isn't it said that the spirit-reducing herb, when mastered, is extraordinarily malevolent, capable of rendering a person as lifeless as a straw man? Do you suspect this is the herb's residue?" "It is merely a suspicion," Fu Yu said. "It seems that Xiao Er's grandmother has been here and may have cast a spell to subdue Cong Yang. This is troubling. I wonder how Cong Yang is faring?" Fu Yu continued, "We need to find some of Cong Yang's hair and items he has used." Chapter 745. The Middle-Aged Beauty. "Are you going to use the tracking insect?" Tang Sancheng inquired. "Indeed," Fu Yu affirmed. "As long as there is a trace of Cong Yang's scent, I can employ the tracking insect at night to uncover his whereabouts. This technique was previously demonstrated by the ancestor of Qing Wan. Fortunately, they discovered Cong Yang's hair on the bed he had previously slept in. Fu Yu allowed the insect to scent it, and by nightfall, she let the insect bask in the moonlight, lifting her head to absorb the essence of the moon. With the insect leading the way, they ventured out, heading eastward. The little fox, which had been lying nestled in the hillside, suddenly stirred and burrowed into Fu Yu's embrace, then slowly opened its eyes. The little fox's eyes were a delicate shade of pink, and Fu Yu's face reflected in those soft pink orbs. The little fox repeatedly patted Fu Yu's hand with its paws, as if to convey that it had seen her. This brought great joy to everyone. The little fox had been unresponsive for several days, struggling to open its eyes without success, causing much concern amongst them, with some fearing it would not survive. Fortunately, this happiness was short-lived, as Cong Yang and Xiao Er's whereabouts remained unknown. Under the influence of the tracking insect, Fu Yu led the group eastward until they arrived at a series of day-rent accommodations, situated in the suburban fringe, where numerous inexpensive lodgings abounded. In the dead of night, all homes had their doors firmly shut. Bai Yi asked, "Is this the place?" "It should be correct," Fu Yu replied, walking into the alley. They reached a particular dwelling whose entrance bore a simple sign indicating it was a day-rent establishment, with lights still aglow in the courtyard. Operating at such a late hour likely catered to those just arriving from the train station. Fu Yu knocked a few times on the door, and the sound of slippers dragging across the floor came from within. A middle-aged woman in her 40s opened the door, asking, "Are you here for lodging?" Upon seeing the group, the woman's expression shifted, likely mistaking them for police officers. Bai Yi produced a 100 yuan note and pressed it into her hand. "We are inquiring about someone." "Who?" The middle-aged woman trembled slightly. Realizing they were not police, she wondered if they were somehow involved in the underworld. Xiaoshan retrieved his phone, displaying a photo of Cong Yang. "Has this person stayed in your establishment?" The middle-aged woman glanced at the photo and nodded affirmatively. "Yes, he has. He is in the innermost room, accompanied by 2 women. What trouble has he caused?" Xiaoshan was at a loss. Caught between amusement and exasperation, "He is our friend." The middle-aged woman finally felt reassured, her expression softening. "So, will you be staying at an inn?" "No need," Bai Yi replied, striding directly into the courtyard. "We will find him ourselves." Upon reaching the innermost room, Fu Yu and Tang Sen stood naturally at the forefront. Xiao, who sensed the tense atmosphere, remaining silent as she buried her head in Fu Yu's embrace, cautiously peeking out with her pink eyes, alertly scanning the surroundings. Inside, all was quiet. This tranquility had only just settled. For moments before their arrival, Tang San had heard voices emanating from within the room. Now, however, it was utterly silent, clearly indicating that the occupants were aware of their presence. Tang San knocked on the door, and a bright voice rang out from within. "Who is it?" "It's me," Tang San replied, surprising himself with his newfound audacity. "I'm the water delivery person." Bai Yi sighed inwardly, realizing that the ruse had been exposed. With such an unfamiliar voice, how could the residents not recognize the sound of the staff? Moreover, this place merely served as a short-term rental, not a hotel offering water delivery. Bai Yi almost felt compelled to give Tang San a reprimanding tap. Suddenly, Fu Yu produced a bug box from his pocket, and the insects swiftly crawled inside. A burnt odor wafted from the house, followed by a voice. "Fu Yu, is that you?" A clear voice chimed in, "Grandma. They are friends of Song Yang." At last, the atmosphere within settled, and the door opened a crack to reveal Xiao Er's face. "How did you find us?" Fu Yu inquired. "Was that your grandmother just now?" "Let them in," the clear voice instructed. Peering through the crack, they saw Song Yang standing with his hands respectfully in front of a beautiful middle-aged woman. Indeed, she appeared to be around 45 or 46. Her hair neatly gathered at the back, her skin slightly dark, yet her captivating eyes revealed her beauty. Setting aside other considerations, it was evident that Hai Sheng had truly been fortunate in his encounters. It was uncertain whether it was the nature of female sorceresses that defied the passage of time. But at 21, Xiao Er resembled a youthful girl of 16 or 17. Her grandmother, by age, should be around 60, yet she looked merely in her mid-40s, truly astonishing. Moreover, her grace was undeniably captivating, leaving the several large men behind her in a state of awe. Shen Bing even gasped in disbelief. Is this really Xiao Er's grandmother? Song Yang, upon seeing Bai Yi and the others, felt his eyes welling with tears. Xiao Er gave him a gentle tug, prompting him to quickly regain his composure and stand obediently. "Grandma, they are all my friends. That one possesses remarkable sorcery." The middle-aged woman remarked candidly, "I am no match for them." Surprised by her straightforwardness, Fu Yu replied, "You are overly modest. May I inquire why you brought Song Yang here? Surely, a more comfortable apartment would have sufficed for your long journey." "It appears you are well informed," the middle-aged woman acknowledged. "If they have already achieved something good, I need not intervene. However, the time for the curses affecting Xiao Er is drawing near, and I am genuinely concerned, which is why I came to seek her out." "And now?" Fu Yu asked. "In this place, the yang energy is particularly potent, perhaps allowing us to delay the curse upon Xiao Er until this young man changes his mind." When the middle-aged beauty mentioned Song Yang, a hint of disdain flickered across her face. "Please speak candidly, esteemed elder," Fu Yu urged. "Since you possess considerable knowledge, you must realize that my granddaughter bears an ancestral curse. It remains dormant until she finds her fated partner, but should they fail to unite, she faces a dire fate," the middle-aged beauty explained. "The time is drawing near, and this young man remains indecisive. It is merely a matter of spiritual and physical union. Even if they cannot truly be together afterwards, he would still benefit." I fail to comprehend his hesitation. Does he take pleasure in watching others suffer for him? "No, that is not the case." Song Yang's face flushed with embarrassment. "I have expressed my feelings for Xiao Er, yet I am uncertain if she reciprocates. Thus, I find it difficult to accept." An idea struck Fu Yu. "In that case, let us establish fairness." She produced a box containing a cursed object, and a spider emerged, swiftly scuttling onto Song Yang's body. He was startled and instinctively tried to flee. But Fu Yu bellowed, "Do not move." When had the typically gentle Fu Yu ever displayed such ferocity? With the spider having already burrowed into his neck, Song Yang dared not shift, allowing it to roam within him. "What have you done?" Xiao Er clenched her fists and rushed to confront Fu Yu. "I have stated my intention for fairness. Since you carry a curse, I have placed one upon Song Yang as well." Remarkably, Fu Yu managed to smile warmly now. "The two of you are on equal footing. Whether you choose to save one another rests entirely in your hands." "Xiao Er, do you understand my meaning? You mean the poison within Song Yang also requires my intervention?" Tears shimmered in Xiao Er's eyes. "Indeed," Fu Yu affirmed. "Esteemed elder, how much time does Xiao Er have left?" "Only 20 hours remain," the middle-aged beauty replied. "Perfect timing, as the curse on Song Yang has a duration of 24 hours, Fu Yu noted. "Esteemed elder, I propose we grant these two young individuals some space to make their own decisions. What say you? That sounds agreeable. The middle-aged beauty regarded Fu Yu with newfound admiration, her gaze filled with approval. However, this location is not suitable. Bai Yi interjected, let us relocate. He ushered Song Yang and Shower into a 5-star hotel, handing Song Yang the room key without uttering a word before departing with the others. Song Yang weakly called out, Bai Yi, Tang Sancheng. Tang Sancheng turned around, unexpectedly smiling. Farewell. As the middle-aged beauty walked alongside Fu Yu, the sound of the door closing behind them prompted her to remark, what an ingenious strategy. In truth, without your command, that young man would not have been afflicted by the curse, would he? Ah, you've seen through me, Fu Yu replied. Fu Yu smiled and said, I am merely pretending. It is an undeniable truth that Song Yang has feelings for Chao Er. His hesitation stems solely from uncertainty regarding her feelings. Hence, we shall create an opportunity to affirm Chao Er's intentions. What follows will depend entirely on them. In truth, even without this maneuver, Song Yang's character would not allow him to stand idly by while the girl he cherishes ventures into peril. Yet, when it comes to matters of the heart, can one truly force such emotions? The middle-aged beauty, deeply reflective, sighed, her brow furrowed with infinite sorrow. Aware of the underlying circumstances, Fu Yu was uncertain how to respond and could only inquire, may I ask your esteemed name, senior? I am called Wan Er, replied the middle-aged beauty. Your surname is Mu? Bai Yi remarked, you speak Chinese. You must be a descendant of overseas Chinese. Indeed, Mu Wan Er confirmed. Where are we headed now? Uncertain of when these two would make a decision, I reserved another suite for us. Let us wait there, as dawn is still far off. That sounds reasonable. Mu Wan Er did not decline. They all proceeded to the suite, which had ample space for everyone to settle comfortably. Fu Yu accompanied Mu Wan Er to the master bedroom. Senior, please rest here for a moment. I shall step out for a while. Wait. Mu Wan Er called out to Fu Yu. Why do you not inquire why our family employs sorcery to choose our suitors? Chapter 746. Seeking sorcery, there are indeed countless peculiarities in this world, and if one were to investigate each in detail, would it not be exhausting? Fu Yu smiled and replied, Senior, do you not agree? No. Everyone possesses curiosity, Mu Wan Er stated. You all remained remarkably composed during the earlier events. And upon seeing me, you showed no surprise at all. Why? How can you be so unflappable? Tell me, what do you know? We are aware of the circumstances surrounding Chao Er, as well as the existence of her grandmother. Given our prior knowledge, it is only natural that we do not exhibit shock, Fu Yu said, not wishing to touch upon Mu Wan Er's painful memories. No. Earlier I mentioned that forcing feelings achieves nothing, yet your expressions betrayed you, Mu Wan Er remarked. I am a sensitive person. From your demeanor, I have discerned much. Your understanding of me seems to delve deeper than mere surface impressions. I dare to speculate that you are aware of my past. Fu Yu had managed to mask his expressions, yet Mu Wan Er still caught a glimpse of something, just as I suspected. Fu Yu had an inkling as to why Mu Wan Er had acted so decisively concerning the girl who once captivated Haisheng. She was overly sensitive and fiercely competitive, always striving to maintain the upper hand. Such traits could indeed be detrimental. The little fox in Fu Yu's arms stirred, interrupting his thoughts. Senior, please rest. Indeed, you know Haisheng, Mu Wan Er insisted, revealing her deep entanglement with that past. Haisheng has already passed away, Fu Yu said. Everything from the past should have faded away by now, Senior. Is that so? Mu Wan Er smiled sadly. Even if he is dead, the past will not dissipate with his demise. It remains ever present before my eyes. If it were not for Chao Er's parents passing away early, leaving her forlorn and abandoned, I too would not wish to endure this existence, rejected by the one I cherish most, destined never to meet again. Is he truly the most tormented among us? Fu Yu felt a tender chord within her heart resonate, prompting her to sit down. Senior, have you discerned Haisheng's true affections? Who is it that he loves? The one he wishes to share a life with? Mu Wan Er was momentarily at a loss for words. I have never inquired of him. I suspect he would be reluctant to reveal such matters. With a sigh, Fu Yu replied, I too have once distanced myself from those I loved, never considering that honesty might yield a more favorable outcome. Perhaps we women share a common flaw. I have met Haisheng. He is a man of integrity and great kindness. If you possessed a touch more patience, perhaps love could blossom over time. However, your profound affection for him has placed you at a disadvantage, rendering you irrational. Mu Wan Er was taken aback, Her heart resonated with Fuyu's words. She closed her eyes and confessed, "No one has ever explicitly told me this. I have fallen for him, too deeply, and thus I cannot bear the thought of him harboring feelings for another. He remains unaware, and now we find ourselves at an impasse." "Xiao'er will surely not," Fuyu reassured. "She will live well in your stead alongside Haixing." "How wonderful it would have been had I met you sooner," Mu Wanner lamented. "Strangely enough, the moment I laid eyes upon you, it felt as though I was gazing at a dear friend, despite your youth. You seem to possess an understanding of the world. Senior, you should rest. The past is behind us. Let us instead gaze forward to the future." Fuyu rose and, upon seeing Mu Wanner nod, quietly closed the door behind her. In the living room, everyone was gathered on the sofa watching television. When Fuyu emerged after a considerable time, they inquired about her activities inside. Fuyu merely smiled faintly. "I had a conversation with the senior. I wonder what Song Yang will do," Xiaoshan mused. In truth, the outcome holds no suspense. It would be wonderful if Xiao'er could willingly sacrifice for him. Fuyu's little fox stirred in her embrace, its pink eyes gazing at her with a pitiful expression. "Ah, I've been remiss. I forgot to bring food," she lamented. Just then, the little fox leapt from her arms onto the coffee table, where a fruit platter from the hotel lay. It clutched a bunch of grapes and began to nibble. Xiaoshan exclaimed in surprise, "It can accept other foods now." Given that Xiang Chun had advised against all manner of rich or cold foods due to the fox's inherent frailty, the sight of it indulging was unprecedented. Fuyu affectionately stroked the little creature. Once satiated, the fox nestled comfortably in Fuyu's lap and drifted into a deep slumber. Tang Sancheng remarked, "By the way, it's worth noting that the first person the little fox saw upon opening its eyes in this world was Fuyu." Fuyu gestured toward the room, making a shushing motion. Tang San promptly closed his mouth. The hour was late, and weariness began to envelop them. They reclined on the sofa and succumbed to slumber. They were roused by a sudden outburst of weeping. In a daze, Tang San discerned the source of the cries. It was Xiao'er. He instantly awakened, shaking the others. "Did you hear that? It sounds like Xiao'er is crying." "Oh no, could something have happened?" Indeed, the cries emanated from Mu Wanner's room. Shen Bing remarked, "Fuyu, you are most familiar with Xiao'er's grandmother. Perhaps you should check on her?" "Very well. But someone ought to inquire about Song Yang to understand the situation from both sides," Fuyu replied. He approached and knocked on Mu Wanner's door. Discovering Xiao'er seated on the bed, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Xiao'er, what troubles you?" Fuyu asked, glancing at Mu Wanner, who appeared rather calm and even smiled at him. This smile brought Fuyu a measure of reassurance. Mu Wanner gently patted Xiao'er's back, saying, "Do not be afraid. In the future, you shall bear children for him." A gasp escaped Fuyu's lips. It seemed much was left unspoken. He let out a long sigh of relief. Xiao'er responded, "That is not the reason for my tears. He merely told me that I must return to Thailand first, and that he would come to find me later. Why has he changed so quickly? Claiming it is for my own good? I do not understand." "Grandmother, you are absolutely right. Men are utterly untrustworthy." Fuyu swiftly grasped Song Yang's intentions. With the river god yet to be vanquished, Xiao'er's presence beside Song Yang would only invite peril. Song Yang had repeated the mistakes he himself had made. He pushed Bai Yi away, believing their relationship would lead nowhere. The deeper the love, the greater the hurt. Rather than endure such pain, he chose to let Bai Yi seek his own happiness. Song Yang cared for Xiao'er deeply, unwilling to expose her to danger, even if it meant pushing her away for her safety. "Xiao'er, I now understand Song Yang's sentiments," Fuyu stated. "We have encountered some troublesome and perilous matters. Should you remain with us, you may unwittingly become entangled in them. I can assure you of this." "Senior, do you find me credible?" Mu Wanner replied, "I believe you." Xiao'er looked at her grandmother, asking, "But must I truly return with you? I am so frightened. What if he does not come to find me?" "It seems you have genuinely fallen for him," Mu Wanner said, stroking Xiao'er's hair. "How wonderful." Xiao'er's cheeks flushed. Yesterday, Fuyu's words had sent her heart racing, and the thought of Song Yang being in danger surged within her. In that moment, she finally comprehended her own feelings. Although she was still somewhat uncertain, the expression on her grandmother's face suggested that returning to Thailand might indeed be a fortunate turn of events. Unbeknownst to them, Song Yang had approached, standing hesitantly at the door for a couple of seconds before suddenly entering and kneeling before Xiao'er. "Xiao'er, I implore you to cast a love spell for me." "What?" Mu Wanner gasped in astonishment, while Xiao'er stared at him in terror. "What are you doing?" Fuyu understood, Song Yang sought a love charm. The practitioner would use 2 small lead stones and recite incantations, and after a period, the spell would take effect. Due to the nature of love, the practitioner must place lead stones within the eye sockets for a day, followed by a heartfelt gaze towards the beloved, thus capturing their heart and ensuring unwavering devotion until death. However, the practitioner must never forget the paramount prerequisite. They must not waver in their affections or fall for another. Otherwise, the spell will rebound, resulting in the practitioner suffering a gruesome fate. In the realm of sorcery, there exist similar consequences. Xiao Er ceased her tears and reassured. "Do not worry, my heart is solely yours. I am unafraid." Song Yang responded earnestly, "Therefore, you may cast your spell upon me until the day I return to seek you." Xiao Er pressed her lips tightly together. "You said this." "Indeed, I did. My grandmother and Fu Yu can attest to it," Song Yang affirmed. "I am serious. Do not regret this." As she spoke, Xiao Er reached towards Song Yang's head. Fu Yu watched Song Yang's face intently. He remained composed, slightly closing his eyes. Xiao Er's hand trembled momentarily before she withdrew it, crouching down to embrace Song Yang tightly. "I believe in you. I will heed your words. I shall return to Thailand, and you must remember to come find me. Do you understand?" Song Yang, disregarding the presence of others, held Xiao Er closely, declaring, "For you, I shall live well. I must survive to seek you." Fu Yu frowned slightly. "Song Yang, are you cursing yourself? Your words are rather unfortunate." "Yes, I am simply overwhelmed with joy. I am at a loss for words," Song Yang replied. "Perhaps it is due to the overwhelming happiness." "Grandmother, I have a request for you." "Speak," Muwan Er said. "Please take good care of Xiao Er. And if any other man dares to harbor intentions towards her, do not hesitate to teach them a lesson on my behalf." Song Yang stated seriously, prompting Muwan Er to suppress a laugh. "How can you make such demands?" Fu Yu quietly exited, and as the door swung open, eavesdroppers nearly stumbled inside. Fu Yu shook his head, signaling them to keep their distance. In chapter 747, Traces, when Song Yang emerged again, the radiance on his face was markedly different, though there were traces of moisture at the corners of his eyes. Who could have anticipated that the once effeminate Lei Zi would face love with such purity after reincarnation? "How are you?" Xiao Shan leaned in, nudging Song Yang's arm. "Tomorrow, Xiao Er will return to Thailand with my grandmother. Once we conclude matters with the river god, I shall seek her out," Song Yang stated. "I bear a heavier burden now. I cannot allow anything to happen to me, for she will be waiting." "We will ensure your safety," Tang San affirmed resolutely. Song Yang playfully punched Tang San's arm. "I will not allow anything to befall you either." "All right, Song Yang. You stay here and keep Xiao Er company. We shall take our leave for now." "Extend the hotel stay on my account," Bai Yi said. Song Yang nodded, and Bai Yi and the others departed. As they approached the entrance of their home, Xiao Hu yawned, eliciting a smile from Fu Yu. "What's wrong? Did you not sleep well this night?" Xiao Hu nudged Fu Yu with her head. Fu Yu sighed. "Strangely, it seems I can communicate with Xiao Hu. If you wish, it is not impossible." A voice resounded. It was Jiang Chun, who stood leisurely at the entrance of the Bai family residence, a tablet in his hands. Engrossed in his amusement as he spoke. "Senior Jiang Chun, where did you wander off to yesterday?" Tang Sin inquired. "Just a little exploration," Jiang Chun replied, "while also searching for the river goddess Shadow. Unlike you, I possess wings. My nocturnal activities won't draw suspicion, and I can soar higher than that contraption." Jiang Chun referred to the surveillance cameras suspended above various buildings, and it was surprising how quickly he grasped their utility. Xiao Shan muttered, "If you were to develop in this area, you might just become the best in the world." "Did you find him?" Tang Sin asked eagerly. "Indeed. He has been active in this city," Jiang Chun remarked. "But what strikes me as odd is that he seems to be searching for something rather than rushing to confront you." Tang San recalled that fleeting silver hair from that night and felt a stir within, only to hear Jiang Chun continue. "Aren't you going to let me in?" Bai Yi promptly opened the door, allowing Jiang Chun entry. "You all seemed to be absent last night," Jiang Chun noted. "We had a minor incident last night that required immediate resolution," Tang Sin explained. "Senior Jiang Chun, what do you believe the river god is seeking?" "Previously, you mentioned that the river god took away I Ching, Jiang Chun pondered. "I suspect he is searching for one of two things, the power to unlock the jade disc, or perhaps something related to I Ching. This fellow holds a regret for never having possessed her in this lifetime. Given his temperament, he may be inclined toward obsession, perhaps even seeking a way to resurrect I Ching. But what could achieve both of those objectives?" Tang Xin queried. Spiritual power, cultivation. Jiang Chun replied as he dispatched a zombie, igniting Xiao Shan's curiosity. After all, Jiang Chun was the king of zombies and appeared to revel in the undead games. By the way, Jiang Chun added, if I were in his shoes, I would certainly target those of my kind to absorb their cultivation. Like the star-absorbing technique? Shen Bing asked with intrigue. Isn't there a martial arts secret that allows one to siphon another's skills? Somewhat, Jiang Chun responded, though the river god seems to lack such abilities. However, there is indeed a method. If I were the river god with such intentions, I would control something like that, thus achieving my aims. Have you heard of Yiksha? The South Sea Yiksha. Bai Yi immediately recalled the diary left by Liu Feifan and the Yiksha they encountered in the Penglai fairyland. Although they had not seen it directly, the extra footsteps were undoubtedly those of a Yiksha. The Yiksha possesses such capabilities? Tang Xin questioned, astonished. Certainly, Jiang Chun affirmed. Their survival hinges on this capability. Like the nine-tailed fox, Yiksha also consume humans, but they prefer to seduce those with cultivation before devouring them, thereby extending their lifespan. Therefore, could it be that I was targeted by a Yiksha during that incident? Tang Xin exclaimed, breaking into a sweat. Which incident? Jiang Chun inquired. Tang Xin recounted the events that transpired in the enchanting realm of Penglai, to which Jiang Chun nodded in agreement, suggesting the presence of Yikshas was indeed plausible. Bai Yi produced Liu Feifan diary, flipping to the page detailing the Nanhai Yiksha. Senior Jiang Chun, is this what a Yiksha looks like? The illustration depicted a humanoid figure with disproportionately large eyes and a slightly protruding forehead, its frame notably slender. Liu Feifan had sketched it based on a fleeting glimpse underwater, capturing merely its basic attributes. Jiang Chun remarked, it resembles this quite closely. However, they possess a small protrusion at the end of their tails, somewhat akin to a tail, but not quite. This particular Yiksha is merely ordinary, lacking any formidable offensive capabilities. Otherwise, the diary's owner would likely have met a grim fate long ago. What do the more formidable Yikshas look like? Tang Xin inquired. Those with higher cultivation levels lack that bony protrusion, appearing indistinguishable from ordinary humans, Jiang Chun responded. Those of greater prowess can even transform into human forms. However, this technique merely creates an illusion, rather than a genuine alteration of their shape, which distinguishes them from the nine-tailed fox. Upon hearing Jiang Chun's insights, Tang Xin speculated. The river god will undoubtedly choose Yikshas, as they dwell in water, and he commands the currents. Thus, Yikshas are the ideal subjects. This remains conjecture, Jiang Chun remarked. Last night, I traced the river god's movements and found he seems quite intrigued by the library, particularly the maps. Additionally, within a book pertaining to Yikshas, I discovered this, silver scales. Tang Xin exclaimed. How curious that the river god's silver scales continuously shed. This likely portends ill, Jiang Chun noted. It suggests his cultivation is gradually ascending, leading to changes in his true form, hence the persistent shedding of silver scales. When the river god assumes a human guise, the scales on his back remain intact. Ah, I see. Tang Xin inhaled deeply. Senior Jiang Chun, have you had prior interactions with the river god? Otherwise, how could you ascertain his whereabouts? While it is indeed possible to track someone through their spiritual energy, one must first comprehend the essence of that power. Jiang Chun remained silent, indicating there must be a complex history between them. Tang Xin continued, if only I could encounter the river god once. As long as I can recall his spiritual energy, I would subsequently sense his presence. The previously discovered silver scales, though imbued with energy, are regrettably too faint. That is manageable, knowing his destination suffices. Since he has an interest in Yikshas, we can simply follow his trail to seek them out, Jiang Chun stated. Tonight, I shall investigate further to ascertain his ultimate destination. By the way, how is the fox faring? Fuyu brought forth the small fox, which blinked its eyes open. Jiang Chun marveled at this. Having left the snow-capped mountains, it has adapted remarkably quickly. It took considerable effort for the nine-tailed fox to achieve this, indicating a profound connection between this little creature and you all. The small fox gazed curiously at Jiang Chun, its eyes darting about. Jiang Chun gently patted its tiny head, saying, you should stay calm and safe here. I must take my leave for now, but I shall return to visit you tomorrow. Having bid farewell to Jiang Chun, Tang Sansheng appeared somewhat restless. I must resign from my position at the university immediately. Fuyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, I will accompany you. Bai Yi, I leave Xiaohu in your care. After seeing off Fu Yu and Tang San Chong, Bai Yi cradled Xiao Hu, who seemed to take a liking to him, perhaps due to some affinity with Bai. Bai Yi carried Xiao Hu to Xiao Shan's room, where Xiao Shan was deeply engrossed in researching all information related to Yasha. Suddenly, Xiao Hu sprang from Bai Yi's arms onto the computer keyboard, startling Xiao Shan. "Hey, little one, what are you doing? Perhaps he wishes to play with you," Bai Yi remarked. "So what have you discovered?" In 2005, someone claimed to have seen a mermaid in the sea, but when he drew a prototype, it was believed to possibly be a Yasha, Xiao Shan explained. "This was reported online back then. Take a look. Is there an address?" Bai Yi inquired, eager for that detail. "Yes," Xiao Shan replied, reciting a string of addresses. Bai Yi responded, "It seems to be near the place we visited years ago." "Right." Xiao Shan nodded. "Could it be that the river god is searching for a rather extraordinary Yasha? I wonder if it might be here. Revisiting the site would be quite delightful." "You little rascal, we are not going on a vacation," Bai Yi chided. "Ah, I suddenly find myself nostalgic for those days abroad." Xiao Shan mused. "It was peaceful and blissful, though it lacked Xiao Ning and lazy. If only we could leave together now, find a place, and live well, how wonderful that would be." "It will happen," Bai Yi assured. "There will come a day when the river god is not to be feared, as long as we locate him before the jade disc opens." As he spoke, Bai Yi emphatically patted Xiao Shan on the shoulder. Tang Sancheng and Fu Yu officially resigned from their positions at the university. Coincidentally, both institutions sought to retain them, suggesting they become special professors. Realizing they could not remain permanently, they accepted the invitation to occasionally guest lecture, both believing themselves unworthy of the title of teacher. They had not fulfilled their responsibilities adequately during their tenure. Although the school planned a farewell party, both declined, as they were not departing forever. They would return to guest lecture. Chapter 748, The Genius Invention. Now liberated from their obligations, the two felt considerably lighter. Fu Yu took the opportunity to purchase several lovely garments for Qiao Er and reminded Song Yang to buy a ring for her. As it was Song Yang's first time, the thought had not crossed his mind until Fu Yu mentioned it, prompting him to realize Qiao Er and her grandmother were leaving that afternoon. Anxiously, he rushed to a jewelry store. Under the guidance of Fu Yu and Shen Bing, he selected a pair of matching rings, which would symbolize the deep affection shared between the couple. Later that afternoon, Song Yang and Fu Yu accompanied Qiao Er and Mu Wan Er to the airport, where the impending farewell loomed. Qiao Er felt a pang of sadness, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Song Yang retrieved the ring box from his pocket and knelt before Qiao Er. "Qiao Er, marry me." She bit her lip, grasping his hand. "I will wait for you. You must come to fetch me soon." "I will," he promised. As Song Yang's hand trembled, he placed the ring on Qiao Er's finger, preparing to adorn himself with one as well, only to have Qiao Er gently take the ring from him and carefully place it on his finger. She tenderly caressed Song Yang's fingers, saying, "Now it is perfect. Whenever I see this ring, it will remind me of you." Standing beside Mu Waner, Fu Yu noticed the smile gracing her face and couldn't help but inquire, "Senior, you will surely bring Qiao Er back, won't you? How did you come to that conclusion?" Mu Waner replied, somewhat surprised. "I conjecture that after the senior Hai Sheng lifted your curse, you must have conceived almost immediately, correct?" Fu Yu replied. "Thus, I ponder whether this timeline might be related to the female physiological cycle, though this is merely my fanciful speculation." "You are not mistaken," Mu Waner confirmed. "However, do not divulge this to Song Yang. It would burden him unduly. While I am unaware of what you have concealed, I sense that his relationship with you is of great significance. I hope that when he visits Thailand in the future and encounters his child, he will not be overly astonished." "I will keep it a secret, senior," Fu Yu assured her. "Thank you," Mu Waner expressed. "Our family has been ensnared by this curse for generations, with few finding happiness. Thankfully, in my lifetime, I have witnessed the union of Qiao Er and Song Yang, which brings me solace." Song Yang and Qiao Er approached hand in hand, their faces adorned with tears of joy. Mu Waner took Qiao Er's hand, saying, "We shall take our leave now. Take care of yourself." Song Yang nodded, watching as Qiao Er and Mu Waner departed, then turned to Fu Yu and asked, "What were you and grandmother discussing?" "About happiness," Fu Yu replied. Seeing Qiao Er content must bring her great satisfaction. "Now, let us depart. Senior Jiang Chun will be arriving today." However, it was not only Jiang Chun who arrived. The number of vehicles parked outside the courtyard hinted at that. In addition to Bai Yi's car, there were two others, one a limited edition Rolls-Royce and the other a Bentley. For reasons unknown, Fu Yu felt that the Bentley must belong to the Wei couple. She was merely curious about the identity of the owner of the limited edition Rolls-Royce. Indeed, the Wei couple was not alone, as two young men accompanied them, creating quite a crowd in the spacious courtyard. As Fu Yu and Song Yang entered, the two young men exclaimed in unison, "So beautiful! Is this the Fu Yu you spoke of?" Such direct praise left Fu Yu momentarily speechless. Observing the two young men, she noted their identical features. They stood at the same height, both sporting crew cuts, with strikingly handsome faces, appearing to be in their 20s. Dressed alike, though only from the front. Upon turning, she noticed their shirts bore the embroidered words, "I am the older brother, and I am the younger brother." Wei Yi said, "Allow me to introduce these brothers. Were you not curious about who prepared those resources? It is these two, the Bu brothers." The Bu brothers? Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. That name sounds familiar. The illustrious Bu group. I am certain you have heard of it. Even if you haven't, you must have seen their numerous billboards throughout the city. Wei Qing reminded. Now it makes sense. Bai Yi finally comprehended that the Wei group predominantly advocates for environmental protection, focusing on the realm of green energy. In recent years, it has excelled particularly in wind power generation, receiving substantial subsidies from relevant authorities. "I am Bu Yibin," the younger brother declared. "I am Bu Yifan," the elder brother stated. Bu Yibin and Bu Yifan left Fu Yu in admiration of the unique names bestowed upon them by their parents. "Indeed, many people have remarked upon this," Bu Yifan replied. "Our names are quite memorable. It is merely that many still struggle to distinguish between us." "It seems you two are destined to be the next successors of the Bu group," Bai Yi remarked. The brothers exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. "We have not entertained such thoughts," they replied. "Business acumen is not our forte. Apart from invention, we harbor no interest in other pursuits. Our aspiration within our lifetimes is to create a vehicle capable of traversing deserts, ensuring that no matter the environment, those inside remain unharmed. Furthermore, it would be splendid to invent a time machine that allows travel across various eras." Shen was rendered speechless, astonished by the leaps in logic from the brothers. "A time machine?" Song Yang interjected. "So you two do not plan on dating, marrying, or having children?" Such inquiries would have been unthinkable for Song Yang in the past. But having undergone significant personal transformation, he found himself drawn into these topics. Upon this question, the Bu brothers' eyes widened as if Song Yang had posed a particularly absurd query. They exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. "Such matters are entirely unrelated to us," Bu Yifan responded. "Women are far too troublesome. We prefer to admire from a distance. That suffices for us. Once involved, we would likely encounter numerous complications. For instance, our daily research time would be drastically reduced, and dealing with their tempers would also incur costs. We simply dislike complications." Shen raised an eyebrow at their peculiar logic. "By your reasoning, shouldn't you also eliminate the time spent on basic necessities?" "No," Bu Yibin replied earnestly, unable to detect the sarcasm in Shen words. "Those are essential conditions for our survival. We must live to continue our inventions, so we can accept those necessities, right, Yifan?" "Absolutely," came the agreement. The brothers seemed to operate as one, sharing identical thoughts and beliefs. "Did you two fight as children?" Xiaoshan inquired suddenly. "Never," Bu Yifan replied. "We are like one person, sharing a deep understanding. Perhaps that is how it is, isn't it, Yibin?" Bu Yibin nodded. Indeed, the two brothers were truly remarkable. Their speech patterns mirrored each other, suggesting they were inherently destined for invention, with everything else fading into insignificance. Wei Qing chuckled. "I believe every talent has its purpose. The gift of these brothers lies in invention. I find it impossible to traverse the world without them." Bai Yi was somewhat perplexed by the earlier mention of the desert vehicle. Wei Yi remarked, "It should exist like a submarine, shouldn't it? Not only can it traverse the desert, but it can also move up and down, correct?" "Indeed, Aunt Yi understands us best." Uncle Wei Qing pales in comparison. The two brothers chorused. "Ah, it seems this is heartfelt." Wei Qing sighed. "To speak in unison, you two rascals." Wei Qing continued. "I brought them here at their own request. So, how does it feel to meet the real thing?" Bu Yibin scratched his head and replied, "If you ever need us in the future, feel free to reach out. Here is our business card." The card from the Bu group was quite impressive. Bai Yi took it, feeling its weight. Upon inspection, he noticed the edges were actually gilded, and he couldn't help but chuckle. "I can't bear to part with this card. Such cards aren't given out to just anyone." Bu Yifan added, "If everyone distributed them, we'd be quite the spendthrifts, and our father wouldn't approve." You two are already extravagant enough. Although you've contributed significantly to the Bu group, you've also indulged in numerous inventions over the years, all funded by your father, Wei Yi remarked. Bu Yibin, feeling slightly defiant, responded, but our inventions have earned him quite a bit as well. You mustn't speak to Aunt Yi like that, Bu Yifan interjected. Wei Yi could only shake her head in resignation. These two brothers, though naturally intelligent, still retained a childlike innocence, lacking the subtlety that often comes with a mother's nurturing touch, having been raised solely by their father. Bu Yifan suddenly stood up, excitement radiating from him as he glanced at the time. We're out of time. We must return to the lab immediately. Let us go, Yibin. All right, farewell, everyone. The brothers hurriedly departed, driving off in their luxurious Rolls-Royce. What wonders this vast world holds, Song Yang said to Xiaoshan. Xiaoshan, now you have company. They're engrossed in their research and inventions. We're not on the same wavelength, Xiaoshan shrugged. Are they the sons of the Bu group? Yes. Twins, born mere seconds apart. The nurse even confused them at birth, unsure of who was the elder. They decided through a draw when they were 3, Wei Yi explained. Speaking of which, even now, the distinction between elder and younger brother may not be entirely accurate. Silence enveloped the group before it erupted into laughter. It was no wonder they hadn't heard the twins address each other as brothers. They referred to one another by name, perhaps contemplating their birth order. Unconvinced by the outcome of the draw. Chapter 749. Gathering Wei Qing's intent in bringing the brothers was clear. They were now part of the organization. If there were any needs, it was only natural to seek them out, familiar faces for future reliance. Should he not be present one day, Bai Yi and the others could reach out independently. After all, the organization was akin to a family. So, are you embarking on a new adventure? Bai Yi inquired. Indeed, Wei Qing affirmed. While I still have the energy to run about, I shall explore as many places as possible. When I grow old, I can willingly remain at home. Motionless, Wei Qing concluded, addressing Wei Yi. Isn't that right? Wei Yi merely smiled and nodded, remarking that it would be nice to search for their daughter as well. The couple's profound sorrow over the loss of their child seemed to dissolve into their composed expressions, as if their daughter were merely playing hide and seek. And they were certain they would ultimately find her, leaving no room for worry. Fu Yu and Bai Yi exchanged glances and spoke in unison, inquiring if they had a photograph of their daughter. Wei Yi was taken aback, but quickly grasped their intention, nodding affirmatively. The picture, tucked away in her wallet, depicted a girl of similar age to her twin brothers, adorned in a floral long dress, her short hair neatly styled, and her bright, expressive eyes reminiscent of Wei Qing. Yet, there was also a gentle warmth about her that echoed Wei Yi, a spirited young girl indeed. Fu Yu couldn't help but exclaim, asking what she held in her hands. I heard it's a musical instrument crafted by the indigenous people, Wei Yi explained. This child loves adventure, much like her father, having traveled to numerous places around the globe. That explains it, Fu Yu thought, noting that while the girl possessed many admirable qualities, her skin appeared somewhat weathered, likely a result of exposure to the elements, and she bore no makeup, embodying a carefree spirit. Fu Yu and Bai Yi etched that charming face firmly in their memories, hoping to one day encounter the girl, thus granting the Wei couple a sense of peace. Well, we have intruded long enough. It is time for us to take our leave, Wei Yi declared, rising first. Strangely, every time we visit, I feel an inexplicable tranquility. Always wishing to linger a while longer, it truly is hard to part. As long as we are at home, you are always welcome, Fu Yu replied sincerely. Rest assured, we shall not be polite. The couple laughed heartily as they exited, driving away. What a carefree couple, Shen Bing remarked. Most people would lose their will to live if their daughter went missing. You haven't yet experienced motherhood, so you cannot fathom a parent's heart, Tang Sancheng interjected. They live actively, fueled by the hope of finding their daughter. Suddenly, he pondered the matter of Xian Jing, a question he had yet to pose to Jiang Chun. Was his father truly dead? Since that day he sensed Jiang Chen's abnormality. A question had lingered in his mind. On the day they left Qinling, he had witnessed black smoke enveloping his father's body, and while that was a fact, he had not seen his father's death with his own eyes, which troubled Tang Sancheng deeply. The day Jiang Chun emerged from seclusion, an idea sprouted in Tang Sancheng's mind. Perhaps his father still existed in this world. What are you thinking about? Shen Bing nudged Tang Sancheng. Isn't Jiang Chun supposed to arrive today? Why hasn't he come yet? He will be here soon. I can feel it, Tang Sancheng replied. It's becoming increasingly clear. Jiang Chun, standing just outside the door without knocking, overheard Tang Sancheng's words and remarked, though lacking in innate talent. With aptitude and fortuitous encounters, Tang Sancheng, you will eventually achieve greatness. Thank you for the compliment, Jiang Chun, Tang Sancheng chuckled. How have your matters fared? I have encountered them. Jiang Chun remarked. That old rascal is utterly shameless. He sent me a message. What did he say? Bai Yi inquired. He claims that the pact is established, and we shall not interfere with one another. Should you breach the agreement first, do not blame him for being ungracious. Jiang Chun continued. What pact? It seems your matters are indeed numerous, enough to give me a headache, leaving me uncertain on how to respond to him. That old fellow is quite overbearing. Senior Jiang Chun, could you elaborate further? Fuyu asked. The river god does not conceal his intentions at all. As I suspected, he is indeed in search of a yasha, and not just any yasha, but the queen among them. Only she possesses the ability to unlock the jade plate. Of course, he did not divulge the details about the jade plate. He merely warned me not to oppose him, lest he leave me with no chance of survival in the future. Once he finds the yasha queen, he will have the power to upheave this world. Jiang Chun furrowed his brow. He dares to threaten me? It seems he is quite confident. Tang Sen remarked. He openly admits it before you. What about Iching? Fuyu queried. He did not mention that at all. To be honest, our relationship has never been particularly close. We are merely acquaintances, Jiang Chun replied. He is not informing me of the truth. He is merely advising me to mind my own business. Senior Jiang Chun, Tang Sen said, why do you not tell us how you came to know the river god? It is best left unsaid, Jiang Chun muttered. That fellow is quite lecherous. Do you not know this? Now that you mention it, it is likely due to Wu. The river god must have flirted with her, and in Jiang Chen's eyes, she is akin to a goddess, untainted and sacred. Such matters are likely distasteful for him to discuss. Tang Sen suddenly felt relieved that Shun Bing's current demeanor was so different from Xiao Ning's. Otherwise, he could hardly bear to see Jiang Chen look at Xiao Ning with the same gaze he reserved for Wu. He chuckled. I understand now. I shall refrain from mentioning it further. He seeks the Yasha Queen. Thus, we must act before him to thwart his plans, Bai Yi asserted. Yashas dwell in the sea. Xiao Shan remarked. Whether the one we encountered last time, or the one Lu Jishi saw in the South Sea, they share a common trait. Their locations are all related to the ocean. Indeed, Bai Yi replied. Xiao Shan, do you have a good idea? Well, Xiao Shan said. The town near the Penglai Immortal Land we visited previously is known for its Yasha tales. I could gather information online to see if there are any promising leads, especially in coastal areas. Excellent idea, Bai Yi responded. But do not reveal our capabilities. I shall merely identify myself as a Yasha enthusiast, Xiao Shan said. You may not know, but there are various such small communities online, including train enthusiasts and railway aficionados. Truly remarkable. Indeed, there are individuals who cherish every conceivable interest. Shen Bing remarked. Xiao Shan's efficiency was indeed remarkable, and it became evident that there were individuals intrigued by these peculiar matters. Many approached to provide insights, which Xiao Shan meticulously compiled into a document, subsequently printing it for everyone's perusal. Most of the responses were mere hearsay, lacking credibility upon textual examination. However, one particular reply captured their attention. This comment distinctly outlined the time and place of the incident, recounting an experience from the writer's 16th summer. Having grown up in a coastal small town in Shandong, with a countryside home not far from the sea, the author shared that during that summer, he and several friends ventured to the beach for a swim. Unfortunately, they encountered a whirlpool, and coupled with a sudden cramp in his leg, he failed to resurface. Though he ultimately survived, the ordeal left him profoundly perplexed. The narrative, rich in its complexity, drew skepticism from several readers who accused the author of fabricating a story. Yet, Tang Sancheng found merit in its authenticity. For instance, the individual described experiencing chest tightness, a symptom indicative of oxygen deprivation, suggesting his dire condition at the time. He also lost consciousness, a detail that Bai Yi deemed consistent with signs of drowning. Remarkably, he then regained awareness, only to discover himself aboard a sunken vessel, surrounded by an abundance of oxygen and some expired food. In a bid for survival, he consumed the provisions, during which he glimpsed a face through the cabin's glass, a woman's visage. Strikingly, she bore no oxygen apparatus and swam gracefully like a mermaid in the ocean, seemingly at ease. Initially, he suspected he was hallucinating. However, The woman tossed him a necklace crafted from shells, which she slipped through a crevice in the cabin. Upon later inspection, he found the space almost entirely sealed. How did he return to shore? Chi Xie inquired. He discovered an oxygen mask and some residual oxygen tanks within the cabin, which facilitated his escape, and he took the necklace with him. Xiaoshan interjected, "Look, here is the photograph he provided to substantiate his experience. This is the necklace." Indeed, the post included a close-up of the necklace, causing Bai Yi's expression to shift slightly. He may truly be speaking the truth. Observe, this species of shellfish became extinct a millennium ago. Qi Xian nodded in agreement. Xiaoshan, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "So, do you imply that this fellow is telling the truth? Yet, he still insists he witnessed a mermaid." Xiaoshan, can we obtain this person as contact information? An address would be ideal, Bai Yi suggested. I wish to meet him personally, for he has not revealed the entire truth. Not a problem. I can look up his address, Xiaoshan replied. Though he uses a dynamic account, it's a trivial task for me. As Xiaoshan spoke, he swiftly navigated his device. Oh, what a coincidence. He resides in our city, and Fu Yu may know him, perhaps even having attended Fu Yu's class. Fu Yu gazed in astonishment at the name. Indeed, he is my student. Chapter 750. The mermaid Fu Yu teaches biology. And this particular student has left a profound impression on her. He poses numerous inquiries, yet among the throng of students who gather around Fu Yu after class, he remains the most reticent. He waits patiently for his peers to depart before voicing his questions, which endears him to Fu Yu. In her mind, he is a quiet boy, not overly talkative, but the multitude of questions he asks reveals his remarkable talent in biology. If what he claims is indeed true, I can surmise the reasons behind his choice to pursue biology. Fu Yu remarked, it seems that the events that transpired when he was 16 had a significant impact on him. He has inquired about mermaids. Surely he does not believe that what he witnessed beneath the sea was a mermaid, does he? Shen Bing shook his head vehemently. Impossible. Are you suggesting that mermaids do not exist, or that what he encountered was not a mermaid? Bai Yi gazed at Fu Yu. I believe we all vividly recall the sensational report from 1991. Indeed, Fu Yu replied, as a biology student. How could I forget such a momentous report? In 1991, 2 professional shark fishermen in the Caribbean captured 11 sharks, one of which, a tiger shark, measured over 20 meters in length. When the fishermen dissected this tiger shark, they discovered an extraordinarily peculiar skeletal structure within its stomach. The upper third of the skeleton resembled that of an adult human, but from the pelvis down, it conformed to that of a large fish. Subsequently, experts conducted examinations, and the results indicated that this was a creature that was half human and half fish. One of my mentors participated in this investigation and assured me that the results confirmed mermaids were not mere fabrications. They indeed existed. And the age of the skeleton suggested that this being had lived for at least a century. Naturally, Shen Bing and Song Yang were unaware of this incident, as they had not shared those overseas days together. Xiaoshan nodded. I also have a recollection. The records of the ancients from the Song dynasty provides a detailed description of mermaids, adorned in red garments, their hair disheveled, with faintly visible red fins behind their gills. They are said to dwell in water, bowing gracefully and disappearing in a lure. Thus they are mermaids. Bai Yi remarked, perhaps mermaids genuinely exist. As for whether mermaids and yakshas are one and the same, only asking the elder Jiang Cheng would provide clarity. In recent days, Jiang Cheng had been wandering about, never disclosing his activities. Occasionally, he would visit, merely requesting Xiao Shan's assistance in downloading new games. For convenience in communication, Bai Yi purchased a mobile phone for him. Unless Bai Yi reached out first, he had never received a call from Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng was, by nature, outside the established framework. Thus, he held the right to withhold information from them. Moreover, he had voluntarily offered his assistance, so it would be unreasonable to impose too many expectations. Bai Yi resolved to meet the student first, guided by Fu Yu. To prevent the student from overthinking, he added Tang, San to their company, making a total of 3 to meet him. In the school cafeteria, Fu Yu located the student, who appeared disheartened by her departure. Upon seeing her return, he was elated and hurried towards her. Teacher Fu, are you coming back? Song Jun, I never left, Fu Yu replied. I will be returning frequently to teach. That would be wonderful. The student, named Song Jun, possessed an elegant appearance. He glanced at Bai Yi and Tang Sen Cheng, inquiring if they were friends of the teacher. Indeed, Fu Yu replied. It is currently the lunch break. May we find a place to converse? Certainly, but what shall we discuss? Song Jun asked with curiosity. The moment Fu Yu produced a printed paper, Song Jun comprehended the matter entirely, falling silent. Fu Yu continued. I came across this story on the forum and found it intriguing. Please forgive my intrusion, but I investigated your details and discovered they lead to our school's address. Specifically your dormitory. Coupled with your previous inquiries regarding mermaids, I immediately thought of you. Song Jun acknowledged but offered no further words. Observing his silence, Bai Yi retrieved a paper adorned with a shell necklace, stating, this species of shellfish went extinct a millennium ago. Thus, we believe your words to be truthful. This revelation invigorated Song Jun. Indeed, I have also researched this matter. I am convinced that what I witnessed was not a mere illusion. She not only exists, but likely saved me. I have steadfastly believed this, which is why I chose to pursue a degree in biology. However, I have never encountered her again. Each summer, I return to that sea, diving time and again. My family's financial situation is modest. Yet I work to earn the funds for a diving certification, all in hopes of seeing her once more, but alas, I have failed. Could you share with us the location of your hometown and the sea in question? Fu Yu inquired softly. What do you intend to do? Song Jun suddenly grew agitated. You're not planning to capture her for research, are you? Certainly not, Fu Yu reassured him. We merely wish to ascertain whether she is a mermaid or a yiksha. This distinction is significant for us. I would never harm anyone, especially a kind-hearted person. Her act of saving you suggests she is at least a good soul. Song Jun mused. Indeed, there are legends of yikshas in my hometown. Why are you so concerned about whether she is a mermaid or a yiksha? In my heart, she is a mermaid, even though I did not see her tail. You did not see her tail? This revelation finally struck at the heart of the matter. No, each time she appeared, I only glimpsed her face, which was exquisite. Though she did not speak, merely gazing at me quietly, I felt a connection. Song Jun declared. In my heart, she is my mermaid. Tang Sen Chong, taken aback, ventured to ask, forgive my impertinence, but could it be that you have fallen in love with her? Song Jun's face flushed, prompting Fu Yu to sigh. It appears to be true. Why do such occurrences persist? Knowing full well the improbability, one still finds oneself infatuated. Just as he saw her, and Xie Fong Fei could unite in death, never depart. What of Song Jun? He remains oblivious to the very nature of his beloved. One on land, and the other beneath the sea. This is utterly unrealistic. Fu Yu remained silent, while Bai Yi gently patted Song Jun's shoulder, advising, young man. One must remain grounded in reality. Dwelling on the past serves you no purpose. You are still young. How can you not realize that there are many other wonderful young women awaiting you? Let go of everything that has transpired. Indeed, I comprehend the reasoning behind this. Song Jun remarked. However, I simply cannot let go, Teacher Fu. I trust you. You are the most objective and knowledgeable instructor I have ever encountered. Most teachers are unwilling to entertain my musings about mermaids, yet you not only provide me with answers, but have never dismissed the existence of such beings. Thus, I am willing to share with you the location. If you can find her, please deliver this to her. Bai Yi considered the young man's obsession truly peculiar, as Song Jun produced a necklace, stating, Teacher, this should be returned to its rightful owner, correct? It seems you are seeking closure? Tang Sansheng inquired. Perhaps. Song Jun replied with resignation. I genuinely have no other options left. I have exhausted every possible avenue, yet to no avail. This necklace constantly reminds me of a reality that transpired. The moment I see it, I cannot forget. I understand. This might be the beginning of your liberation from the past. Fu Yu accepted the necklace. Song Jun hurriedly retrieved paper and a pen, meticulously inscribing the location of his hometown and the site where he nearly drowned. He drew it with great precision, noting a large sand pit, which has reportedly existed for many years. This was the most conspicuous feature. Is that all? Fu Yu inquired. Well, I lack any knowledge of how I reached that sunken ship. As I was unconscious at the time, Song Jun explained. Teacher, I must take my leave. By the way, I can trust you, correct? Certainly. If I locate her, I will return it to her. If not, I shall ensure this necklace is returned to you, Fu Yu assured him. For now, focus on your studies and refrain from overthinking. Observing Song Jun's despondent silhouette, Bai Yi remarked, there are certain circumstances in this world that can be exceptionally taxing. Yet his situation is quite astonishing, Tang Sansheng commented. Your experience is pale in comparison. My circumstances with Xiao Ning are far less significant. Fu Yu, do you believe that the creature resembling a mermaid may indeed be the Yasha queen mentioned by Senior Zhangchen? Yes, after all, He did not witness the entirety of it, so it could be a mermaid or a yasha, or perhaps they are fundamentally the same entity, Fu Yu responded. To discern the truth, we must embark on a journey, ensuring we do so before the River Lord. I never anticipated we would be employing the Bu family brothers so soon, Bai Yi remarked. Though it is not a desert war vehicle, do we possess anything that could facilitate our movement freely beneath the sea? A submarine, perhaps? Fu Yu's mouth slightly agape. He replied, your suggestion is quite audacious. We must consider that if we are mistaken for ocean invaders, we could find ourselves in significant trouble. Bai Yi leaned closer to Fu Yu and whispered, we have our third uncle. Indeed, Fu Yu replied. If you continue this way, it may not be long before our third uncle summons us for a discussion. We are doing this for the organization, after all, Bai Yi stated. This is also our third uncle's wish, is it not? To resolve the River Lord issue and eliminate this lingering threat. Bai Yi produced a gilded business card from his pocket. Ah, it carries substantial weight. Come now, let us contact the Bu family brothers. On the other end of the line, the person identified themselves as Bu Yibin, and immediately, a voice retorted, Hey, Bu Yifan. Do not impersonate my name. It is not amusing in the slightest. Chapter 751. The Way of Heaven. Bai Yi's initial request sent a wave of excitement through the Bu brothers, a miniature submarine. That very night, the Bu brothers arrived with the blueprints in hand. At that moment, Fu Yu was being pestered by the little fox, alleviating the frustrations of their earlier separation. The fox gazed up at Fu Yu with a pitiful expression, its tiny paws scratching at the back of his hand in a display of affection. It seems you can no longer leave home without it. This little creature clearly does not care for me, Shen huffed. Is the first person you see upon waking truly that significant? Indeed, it is of utmost importance, Song Yang replied. Did you not notice how it ignores me even more? Is this a fox? Bu Yifan tilted his head, pondering for a while before arriving at this conclusion. Aren't you two geniuses? Song Yang remarked. Can you not discern whether it's a fox or a cat? I cannot tell, Bu Yibin admitted. We have only interacted with machine components since childhood. The only pet we had was a cat when we were 4, and that was for merely 2 hours. What became of that cat? Did it meet with a tragic fate? Song Yang inquired curiously. It seemed to dislike us, so it ran away and never returned, Bu Yifan replied. It's all your fault for insisting it enter our new invention. It must have been frightened. If I were that cat, I would have fled as well. Xiaoshan chimed in. Who would wish to be your test subject? An invention from when you were 4 must surely be immature. It's a matter of life and death. Bu Yifan and Bu Yibin exchanged glances, both slightly annoyed. Bu Yibin retorted, Nonsense. Our invention from when we were 4 has already been patented. Xiaoshan gasped in astonishment and fell silent. A genius, an absolute genius. Then, our requirements can certainly be met, Bai Yi asked. Additionally, we must have an oxygen device for underwater use. We hope it is portable, yet does not compromise functionality. Not an issue, Bu Yifan replied. My brother and I have long been interested in this field. This opportunity is perfectly timed. By the way, what is the time constraint? Within a week, Bai Yi raised a finger. Is that acceptable? Absolutely, Bu Yibin stated. For us, time is not a concern, right, Yifan? Exactly, Bu Yifan affirmed. We have grasped your requirements. We shall return and commence work. Yibin, let us depart. After bidding farewell to the brothers, Bai Yi attempted to contact Jiang Cheng. But to no avail. Senior Jiang Cheng, has something happened? Why are you not answering? Who knows? Chi Xie replied. Jiang Cheng is unlike ordinary individuals. He does as he pleases, and we cannot predict his intentions. After 3 days of silence, Jiang Cheng reappeared, looking somewhat haggard, startling Tang San. Senior Jiang Cheng, where have you been for the past 3 days? Did something transpire? Jiang Cheng tossed an object onto the table. Are you familiar with this? Upon seeing it, Tang San gasped in surprise. Isn't this the insignia of the Golden Eagle Order? Is it made of bronze? What Jiang Cheng brought back was a bronze emblem resembling a golden eagle. Suddenly, Tang San Chung comprehended where Jiang Cheng had mysteriously vanished over the past 3 days. Did you return to that torture chamber? Indeed, Jiang Cheng replied. That chamber has a direct connection to Hisai Air. Although he operated behind the scenes, I have a strong intuition that Hebo must have played a role in this matter, which is why I decided to return and take a look. I remember that we only discovered this emblem on the surface. Where did you find this one? Tang Sansheng inquired. In the torture chamber, Jiang Chen explained. Do you recall the fire altar situated in the center of the chamber? I found this beneath it, along with this. Jiang Chen opened his palm, revealing a silvery scale. It seems my instincts were correct. Hebo had indeed been there. This revelation astounded Bai Yi and the others. The pervasive influence of Hebo was undeniable. Tang Sancheng, perplexed, asked, why did he appear there? He might have been curious about Hisa Air's progress, Jiang Chen speculated. However, what concerns me is this scale. Are the other scales we found still with us? Let us examine them together. Qi Xie rose to retrieve the scales, and Jiang Chun arranged them side by side. It was then that Tang Sancheng noticed the varying sizes of the scales. It seems they differ in size, he observed. That is indeed the crux of the matter. Jiang Chen explained. These scales should have been uniform in size, symmetrically distributed across the back. Yet, it appears something has changed within him, causing the scales to gradually diminish and detach. This could signify either a positive or negative development, which requires further verification. Everything follows a natural order. If one acts recklessly, consequences are inevitable. Should he be enhancing his cultivation in a rightful manner, that is acceptable, but if he deviates from the natural way, the outcome is predictable. Jiang Chen's elucidation ignited excitement among the group. Even Shen Bing pondered, is this akin to the cultivation methods of the nine-tailed fox? If it aligns with the heavenly fox path, it may yield fruitful results. Yet, if it veers into the path of heresy, it could ultimately lead to self-damage. Hebo, in his haste to unlock the jade disc, is likely employing all manner of strategies, possibly leading to his own demise. Regrettably, all of this remained speculation. Do you have any recent news? Jiang Chen inquired. Bai Yi recounted the newly discovered matters, which captivated Jiang Chen. Observing Jiang Chen's growing interest, Tang Sancheng eagerly asked, what do you think, Senior Jiang Chen? It is highly likely to be the Yasha Queen, Jiang Chen responded. Yashas who attain enlightenment can transform into human form, and they usually dwell in the depths of the sea, seldom revealing themselves. Are you planning to investigate further? Yes, preferably before Hebo does, Tang Sancheng affirmed. If she truly is the Yasha Queen and possesses the ability to attract spiritual power, Hebo will certainly not let her escape. Do not forget, you also harbor spiritual power, Jiang Chen cautioned. Exercise caution. Will you not accompany us? Shen Bing asked, her ulterior motives evident. With Jiang Chen present, Tang Sancheng's dangers would be somewhat mitigated. This did not escape Jiang Chen's notice. The young man must learn to cultivate his own growth. Jiang Chen spoke with a hint of indifference. I too have my own matters to attend to. Shen Bing, curious, inquired, Senior Jiang, what exactly are you busy with? Would you mind sharing some information with us? Jiang Chen cast a fleeting glance at Shen Bing, a mischievous smile gracing his lips as he shook his head. Shen Bing felt a twinge of frustration, pondering why there was any need for secrecy when their objectives were fundamentally aligned. Well, I must take my leave now, Jiang Chen declared as he rose to his feet. Another departure? Bai Yi remarked, Senior, please keep your phone accessible for our convenience. Very well. Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly as he made his exit. Tang San, sensing something amiss, hastily followed after him. Senior Jiang, did you merely visit the Golden Eagle's execution room? Why do you ask? Jiang Chen's subtle shift in demeanor did not escape Tang San's notice, further solidifying his suspicion that Jiang Chen was concealing something. What is it that you are hiding from us? Jiang Chen shot Tang San a glance, remaining silent as he departed, leaving Tang San in a state of bewilderment. He could not shake the feeling that Jiang Chen's secrets were intertwined with his own. As Jiang Chen left, a sense of emptiness washed over him. Shen Bing approached cautiously, asking, are you all right? I should be fine, Tang San replied. What are you thinking? Shen Bing sighed, observing his distracted demeanor. As we descend into the depths, I am quite concerned. If it truly is the Yasha Queen, you may be her primary target. Sighing deeply, Tang San remained unfazed by her words. Shen Bing, growing irritated, turned to leave, prompting Tang San to realize his oversight and rush after her, eventually soothing her anger after much effort. Are we bringing this little one along? Fuyu pointed to the small fox nestled in his arms. Its constitution is frail and ill-suited for our descent. I believe Song Yang and Shen Bing should refrain from accompanying us, Bai Yi suggested. They will remain above to assist. The small fox will be in your care. On what grounds? Song Yang protested. Do you possess diving licenses? Bai Yi inquired. The two were momentarily at a loss for words. Bai Yi continued, that settles it. We will be underwater, not underground. It is a completely different scenario. You two must stay above to provide support. Do not underestimate this task, as our lives may very well depend on you. Understood, they conceded, recognizing their lack of diving skills. The small fox peered out, its eyes darting curiously before retreating back into Fu Yu's embrace, displaying a docile demeanor. Fu Yu affectionately patted its head, oblivious to its movements. The Bu brothers were indeed extraordinary, summoning them to the Bu group headquarters 5 days later, where the brothers personally welcomed them at the entrance. Their passage was smooth. Yet they did not enter the inner workings of the company, instead arriving at a leisure club on the 20th floor, an aerial garden designed for employee relaxation. Given that it was still working hours, the atmosphere was particularly serene, and there, before the swimming pool, rested a compact, enclosed submarine. Bu Yifan and Bu Yibin spoke in unison. This is the final product. It appears that the technology employed is fundamentally derived from military submarines. Bai Yi circled the object, promptly arriving at a conclusion. However, it lacks many complex features, making it more suitable for ordinary individuals like us. Indeed, our primary consideration is sustenance, Bu Yifan remarked. Living inside, even if faced with danger, you need not worry if you are confined for a month. Chapter 752, Coral. Such foresight. Bai Yi resolved to test it. The interior design facilitates operation, featuring a sophisticated display dashboard. All functions are touch-operated, making it exceedingly user-friendly. Bu Yifan continued, given that it is a precision machine, we have simplified the operation as much as possible. Much like a go-kart, once you grasp a few key functions, you can navigate it entirely. Although the focus is primarily on sustenance, it is equipped with a protective layer. This button can release a high-voltage current. Inside, there is an intercom system to facilitate communication with those on the surface, ensuring a strong signal that is unaffected by environmental constraints. Moreover, here, as long as it is connected to the computer on the surface, the operators can observe the underwater situation. Bu Yibin remarked, we know Xiao Shan is a computer whiz, so the task of establishing the surface connection can be entrusted to him. This way, whether you are on the seabed or on land, you will feel a sense of security. Xiao Shan was taken aback. Then I can't go down? Of course not, Song Yang said, somewhat pleased. Now we have 3 individuals to remain on the surface, and we can play do di zhu or something. Xiao Shan pouted, appearing somewhat resigned. It must be said that these 2 brothers are indeed prodigies. Bai Yi sincerely expressed, you are remarkable. Hearing such praise, which they must have encountered numerous times before, Bu Yifan and Bu Yibin still felt a surge of excitement and satisfaction, smiling broadly. Your satisfaction is our sense of accomplishment. They exaggeratedly bowed to Bai Yi, who immediately began a trial operation. The submarine smoothly submerged into the swimming pool, with the actual operation being remarkably seamless. Moreover, the provisions and oxygen tanks inside were amply prepared. Notably, the oxygen within the tanks was densely packed, yet the connection to the oxygen mask was steady, enhancing its durability. However, a question arose. How would they transport this apparatus to its destination? As Bai Yi's query emerged, the brothers exchanged glances and then chuckled. This is quite simple. We can use our company's delivery vehicle. Indeed, such a convenient method, Bai Yi remarked. That would be quite a hassle. Not a hassle at all, Bu Yibin suddenly interjected. Now our rank can be elevated a notch, right? These brothers seemed quite concerned about their standing within the organization. Tang Sen inquired, how long have you been part of the organization? Since last year, the brothers replied in unison. It was Uncle Wei Qing who recommended us. How wonderful it is to discover such an enjoyable organization. It feels as though life has transformed entirely. Enjoyable? The 2 brothers appeared utterly oblivious to the peril that the river god posed to their organization, truly embodying the essence of naive youth. Tang San Chung mused inwardly. At that moment, Bu Yifan suddenly inquired, but what do you intend to do with that thing at the bottom of the sea? How delightful. We wish to join. No, we cannot. Our mission remains incomplete, Bu Yibin replied firmly. Do not entertain the notion of wandering aimlessly. Understood, understood, Bu Yifan retorted. I was merely speaking casually. These brothers were indeed amusing. As the staff prepared to commence their duties, Bai Yi and the others deemed it prudent to depart promptly. Leaving the remaining tasks to the brothers, who had already been informed of the location, they simply needed to set forth. Zhang Chen left them to pursue his own course. His phone remained turned off, and Bai Yi, feeling helpless, left a message to inform them of their destination. Subsequently, everyone embarked on their journey to the seaside. With the absence of work, Tang Sancheng and Fu Yu found themselves considerably more at ease, enjoying greater freedom with their time. Bai Yi felt they had truly become adventurers. With their previous financial stability and the flourishing antique shop, they could explore with peace of mind. Were it not for the looming shadow of the river god. Song Jun's hometown was situated in a quaint coastal town, mere moments from the sea. Beyond a fishing village lay a vast sandy pit, adjacent to a secluded beach, where the Bu brothers had preemptively delivered all necessary supplies, including tents. The reception party, composed of employees from the Bu group, promptly departed upon meeting with Bai Yi and his companions, without any unnecessary delays. Bai Yi unpacked the equipment and checked the weather on his phone. The forecast for the coming days was promising. Song Yang and Shen Bing had already set up the tent and approached Bai Yi and the others. "When are you heading down?" Immediately, Bai Yi replied. "There is no time to waste." Little Fox lay nestled in Shen Bing's embrace, gazing at Fu Yu with an expression of reluctance. Bai Yi gently tapped Little Fox. "Be good and listen." Little Fox leaned against Shen Bing, displaying a pitiful countenance. Fu Yu, feeling a pang of sympathy, whispered softly, "We will come back for you shortly." This seemed to appease Little Fox somewhat, though his eyes suddenly darted towards the tent, prompting Shen Bing to remark, "This little fellow is likely throwing a tantrum." "All right, let us set off." Bai Yi and Qi Xia pushed the small submarine to the shallower waters, activating the switch. Bai Yi, Tang Sancheng, Qi Xia, and Fu Yu sequentially entered the vessel. Just as Bai Yi sealed the hatch, Little Fox unexpectedly squeezed through a gap, catching everyone off guard. "Oh, this little rascal!" Bai Yi exclaimed, somewhat vexed. "Why did you come in at this moment?" "Never mind, we shall take it along. But it may not be able to leave this space without its dedicated oxygen mask," Fu Yu remarked with resignation. Fu Yu pleaded, and Bai Yi could only acquiesce. Promptly establishing a connection with the seabed, he first tested the intercom, which transmitted sound with remarkable clarity. Then he instructed Xiao Shan to initiate visual monitoring. Xiao Shan's voice came through. "The view is exceptionally clear, and the audio is quite satisfactory. You may attempt to dive deeper. Let me observe the subsequent effects." Bai Yi took a deep breath. That day had merely been a trial in the swimming pool, but here lay the vast ocean, the true ocean. Deceptively calm, yet capable of swallowing everything in an instant. Beneath these waters, countless shipwrecks and remains lay entombed. As the operation commenced, the submarine glided forward, gradually descending. Initially, the speed was moderate, but it soon accelerated. The buoyancy of the water intensified, leaving everyone feeling slightly disoriented, taking some time to acclimatize to the sensation. Xiao Shan's voice broke through once more. "Excellent. We can see your movements perfectly. But when did Xiao Hu enter?" "That is of little consequence." "Can you still see the scene outside the cabin?" Bai Yi inquired. "Indeed," Xiao Shan replied, unable to contain his excitement. "These two brothers are extraordinary. I can clearly observe everything within a 10-meter radius around you." Fu Yu nodded. To have the Wei couple firmly support joining the Yin organization, they must possess remarkable abilities. "But where do we head now?" Tang Sancheng asked. Initially, Song Jun was drawn into the whirlpool before reaching that sunken ship. During that process, he was entirely unaware and could not have known his path. "We must prepare for a protracted battle," the previously silent Qi Xia remarked. "Perhaps we can only hope for the arrival of the whirlpool." "Perhaps," Bai Yi conceded. "Let us proceed in the direction indicated by that young man. Everything will depend on fate." Vibrantly colored fish danced about, while aquatic plants and jellyfish swayed nearby, objects best left undisturbed. Though jellyfish appeared beautiful and gentle, they were, in truth, quite fierce. Beneath their umbrella-shaped bodies lay long tentacles, serving as both digestive organs and weapons. Covered in stinging cells akin to venomous threads, they could shoot poison, incapacitating and killing prey upon contact. The enchanting scenery of the seabed did not deter them. The shimmering water reflected off the transparent viewport, lending an otherworldly sensation. Fish occasionally approached, only to swiftly retreat upon colliding with the submarine's hard exterior. Fu Yu marveled at the spectacle, while the Xiao Hu in his arms watched, wide-eyed, mouth slightly agape, akin to a child witnessing a new world. Uncertain how long they had descended, Xiao Shan's warning echoed. "Caution! Approximately 10 meters to the right front. There appears to be a shadow. It could be a rock or an anomaly." 10 meters to the right front? Bai Yi murmured, carefully adjusting their course. Tang Sancheng, with keen eyes, had already spotted the shadow. Strangely, all the various fish in the vicinity had swum far away from it, as if fleeing from something terrifying. Xiao Shan's voice resonated again. "It seems there is a cave ahead." Bai Yi, cautious and vigilant, slowed the submarine's pace, allowing it to gradually approach the shadowy mass. As they drew near, a cave entrance came into view, surrounded by a multitude of floating organisms. Remarkably, the cave was nestled among a vibrant coral reef. "It is indeed a colossal coral formation," Bai Yi remarked. His understanding of corals was somewhat comprehensive. He recognized that the corals floating on the surface were lifeless, while the ones beneath the waves were vibrant and thriving. Coral reefs, formed from the skeletal remains of deceased coral polyps, coalesce into expansive colonies, their structures continuously expanding and morphing into myriad shapes, embodying a resilient vitality and a riot of colors. The renowned Great Barrier Reef exemplifies this phenomenon. Corals, much like humans, come in various types. Among the treasures of the sea, there exists a particular variety known as precious coral, which must be distinguished from ordinary stone corals. Although Bai Yi could not discern the specific types of corals, he understood that they shared common characteristics. They inhabit clusters, undergo generations of metabolic processes, reproduce prolifically, and secrete limestone, binding together over time. This limestone, through compaction and fossilization, ultimately forms islands and reefs, collectively known as coral reefs. Due to the adhesive nature of coral polyps, the bases of many reefs are often encrusted with countless coral organisms. Chapter 753. The Shipwreck. Bai Yi realized that the floating entities were indeed coral polyps. "This place feels quite extraordinary," noted Fuyu. Tang Sancheng found the situation peculiar as well. "Indeed, with such a vast cave, why do the fish not venture inside? They seem frightened, hastily fleeing as we approach. The more they hesitate, the more we must delve deeper," Bai Yi declared. "Xiao Shan, can you hear me?" "I can hear you. Are you planning to come closer?" Xiao Shan's voice carried an anxious tone, while the simultaneous voices of Song Yang and Shen Bing echoed caution. "Be extremely careful." Bai Yi, momentarily forgetting they were not together, nodded absent-mindedly before responding. "Rest assured, I shall proceed with utmost caution." The others took a deep breath as Bai Yi maneuvered the submarine closer to the cave entrance, stopping just half a meter away. This distance allowed them to scrutinize the coral formations, despite a thick layer of marine grime obscuring the view. Yet, hints of deep crimson hues emerged from within, a hallmark of precious coral. Bai Yi, being well-versed in antiques, recognized this was no ordinary coral. "Indeed, this is precious coral," Qijie affirmed. "What exactly is precious coral?" Tang Sancheng inquired. "Coral is the only living gem among the jewels, a 1,000-year-old spirit, resplendent and translucent, exuding warmth and charm. Alongside amber and pearls, it is celebrated as one of the 3 organic gemstones, long regarded as a symbol of wealth and status. Corals thrive at depths of 200 to 2,000 meters in the ocean, making them exceedingly difficult to harvest. They grow merely an inch over 20 years, and it takes 300 years to yield a single kilogram. For millennia, they have withstood the fury of winds and waves, standing resiliently. It is precisely for this reason that coral has become a unique treasure cherished by people for millennia. The cavern before them is entirely crafted from jewel-like coral, weighing at least several tons, as noted by Qijie. Suddenly, Tang San heard a rumbling sound, seemingly emanating from a distant place. "Something is stirring. And it is close by." "No, it is coming from this coral fortress," a voice from Xiao Shan cautioned. "Be careful, the coral fortress is shaking." Bai Yi pressed a green button, a safety activation mechanism. "It appears that the true trial is upon us." The vibrations intensified. Fuyu gripped her seat tightly, sensing that the submarine might leap upwards, followed by the impending notion of being thrown out. Xiaohu buried his face in Fuyu's embrace, exhibiting signs of fear. Yet Fuyu reassured him. "It's all right, Xiaohu, we are all here." Tang San's expression darkened as he glanced at Qijie, then turned to Bai Yi. "There's a whirlpool." Bai Yi clenched his teeth. It was in a whirlpool that Song Jun reached that sunken ship. Given the submarine's capabilities, they could retreat to a safe area immediately, but that would mean losing the trail of truth. He posed the question, "What do you think? Without venturing into the tiger's den, how can one capture the tiger cub?" Qijie remarked, "Perhaps we should adapt to circumstances. This is the very reason for our existence." Xiao Shan clearly heard their conversation, as did the other 3. Shen Bing anxiously pressed her fingers into her palm, nudging Xiao Shan. "Aren't you going to stop this?" Qijie has a point. Xiao Shan and Song Yang spoke in unison. Yet, what if their luck does not hold? Shen Bing's greatest concern was this. Who can predict the probabilities accurately? It was too late. Xiao Shan glanced at Shen Bing, whose face had turned pale. It is already too late. Indeed, it was too late. The whirlpool had already engulfed the submarine. The seabed was tumultuous, and the waves churned, obscuring their view of the underwater conditions. Xiao Shan took a deep breath and shouted, "Bai Yi, Tang San, can you still hear us?" Xiao Shan heard a peculiar howling sound, a sharp whistling that made it difficult to discern Bai Yi's voice. The only certainty was that Bai Yi was attempting to communicate with him, and Xiao Shan felt the sweat pooling in his palms due to nervousness. In fact, as the whirlpool swept in, Bai Yi had tried to convey a few words to Xiao Shan. Despite losing his balance, he still made an effort. But the force caused his head to collide violently with the control panel, leaving a gash on his forehead from which blood began to seep. Fu Yu shielded Xiao Hu in her arms, not daring to be careless, while Tang San was protected by Qi Xia. The four of them, along with the fox, closed their eyes, awaiting the whirlpool to draw them in. Dizziness, nothing but dizziness. Tang San felt an urge to vomit. A flicker of rational thought reminded him that he was inside the submarine, and if he were to vomit, it would be a calamity for all. He struggled to open his eyes, noticing Bai Yi collapsed on the control panel, which now indicated that it was on automatic operation. This meant it was in an unmanned mode, functioning autonomously. Tang San gasped in astonishment, then saw that Qi Xia had opened his eyes. "Qi Xia, are you all right?" The seven evils shook his head, saying, "It's nothing, just a bit dizzy." Bai Yi exhaled deeply. The violent turbulence from earlier still left his heart racing. Glancing at the little fox nestled in Su Yu's arms, it seemed blissfully unperturbed. Su Yu smiled wryly, remarking, "This little fellow appears to relish adventure." "The structure of the submarine remains entirely intact," Bai Yi noted. "Truly reliable brothers we have here. Let's see if we can still establish contact with those above." He called into the intercom, Xiao Shan, can you hear me?" A cacophony of sounds erupted from the intercom, Xiao Shan's voice sounding a bit feeble amidst the noise. But at last, he responded, "I hear you. Are you all right?" "We're fine. Can you see our situation?" Bai Yi inquired. Xiao Shan's tone became somewhat vague. "I can see. But it's quite unclear. There are too many floating debris nearby, and it feels like we're much deeper than before." Bai Yi remained silent, realizing that they had been drawn deeper into the abyss by the whirlpool. As he pondered this, Xiao Shan's voice grew urgent, but was soon drowned out by another wave of noise, leading to a complete loss of communication. Bai Yi sighed. "It seems we have lost contact with the surface." Tang San Sheng, not having heard Bai Yi's words, had just activated the submarine's searchlight, examining the external environment. Through the bioluminescent creatures surrounding them, he spotted a mast protruding approximately 100 meters away, standing straight up with a tattered flag atop it. The ship's mast, originating from the era of sailing vessels, served not only for navigation, but also as a means of communication. As the saying goes, in the third watch, "The wind is fierce, and the flags are in disarray." With advancements in society and shipbuilding technology, the mast's role as a power source diminished, evolving into a mere carrier of maritime information. The mast's conspicuous position usually indicated the hull beneath it. "Bai Yi, could it be that we have arrived at the sunken ship mentioned by Song Jun?" "Look at that mast," Tang San Chung exclaimed excitedly. Bai Yi perked up, nodding vigorously. "Indeed. Let us approach closer and see what else we can discover." He immediately steered the submarine towards the location of the mast. As they drew nearer, it became evident that the ship had capsized, revealing part of its hull. A distinct emblem on the hull ignited Bai Yi's enthusiasm. "This is from the Yuan dynasty's transport fleet, specifically for royal use. Look, this emblem signifies the royal transport." Tang San Chung marveled at the advanced state of the Yuan dynasty's vessels. Unbeknownst to him, the history of Yuan military records notes that the Yuan dynasty established 424 water post stations along the rivers and seas, operating a total of 921 dedicated postal vessels. The Italian merchant Marco Polo mentioned witnessing over 15,000 ships belonging to the Great Khan at the mouth of the Yellow River, estimating that at least 200,000 vessels traveled upstream on the Yangtze River annually. In the 28th year of the Yuan era, Kublai Khan dispatched 13 ships for a princess's marriage to Persia, each equipped with 4 masts capable of unfurling 12 sails, indicating that 4-masted ships were indeed present during the Yuan dynasty. The comprehensive illustrated collection of ancient and modern books. Examination of craftsmanship states that during the early years of the Yuan dynasty, the primary vessels for transporting rice were the ocean-going ships, known as the Zhiyang and the Zhuofen. According to expert analysis, These two predominant types of maritime transport vessels from the Yuan era had cargo capacities of approximately 70 tons and 40 tons, respectively. The text elaborates on the Yuan dynasty's meticulous attention to shipbuilding, including details regarding sails, rudders, and anchors, even specifying dimensions for various components. Chu Ying remarked, "This is not the sunken vessel that Lord Song was ensnared by." Tang Sanqing was taken aback by Chu Ying's words. His thoughts had yet to coalesce. However, Fu Yu nodded gravely, affirming, "Indeed, Lord Song faced considerable limitations. Although he could not discern the structure of his trapped ship, he distinctly mentioned discovering some expired provisions within it." Tang Sanqing's mind cleared. If it belonged to the Yuan dynasty, how could there still be food inside? Even if there were, it would have long since turned to dust. "It seems we have been led astray. This is not the destination we seek." Bai Yi expressed his frustration with an unusual sigh. Tang Sanqing's stomach growled, prompting Chu Ying to say, in the spirit of Bai Yi's famous saying, "Since we are here, let us make ourselves comfortable. We shall rest, and then descend to uncover the truth." "Agreed," Tang Sanqing concurred. The provisions and water aboard the vessel were ample. After a tiring half-day's journey, everyone was exhausted and decided to replenish their strength before proceeding. Once Tang Sanqing had eaten and drunk sufficiently, he noticed the time displayed on the control panel. It was now past 9 o'clock at night. "I can't believe that such a short time has brought us to nightfall," he remarked. "In a cave, a day equals 1,000 years in the world," Chu Ying suddenly mused. Chapter 754. The treasure chest. "What do you think? Should we venture down to take a look?" Tang Sanqing suddenly proposed. "Sounds good," Bai Yi replied, observing the still and tranquil seabed. He turned to Fu Yu, instructing, "Fu Yu, you and Xiao Hu stay here. The three of us will check the ship's hull." "Be careful," Fu Yu cautioned, understanding the necessity of having someone remain behind, and she felt she was the most suitable candidate for the task. With Xiao Hu's presence, she could only sigh quietly to herself. The three donned diving suits and strapped on oxygen tanks, preparing to exit when Bai Yi, as was his custom, inquired, "Tang Sanqing, are you all right?" Tang Sanqing wished to confidently assert that he was fine, but his self-assurance faltered. After all, the validity of his diving certification was somewhat dubious, given his usual lack of physical prowess. He forced a smile and said, "Please take care of me." "Self-awareness is commendable," Bai Yi remarked bluntly, causing Tang Sanqing's heart to race. He could only shake his head in resignation, thinking it rather unfair that he was always being prodded at his vulnerabilities. The trio finally departed from the submarine. Bai Yi waved farewell to Fu Yu and Xiao Hu inside before making their way towards the sunken ship. Upon reaching the ship's hold, they immediately discerned a small hidden door on the vessel, faintly adorned with crimson markings. A fleeting thought flitted through Bai Yi's mind. Qixia approached and attempted to push the hidden door. Despite being submerged for many years, the door remained impressively solid and unyielding. At that moment, Bai Yi realized the peculiar nature of his earlier thought. The ship's hold was remarkably spacious and entirely sealed. As he swam about, he found no trace of windows, confirming that behind the hidden door lay a completely enclosed space. This was certainly not the ship discovered by Song Jun. While disappointment lingered in their hearts, the three were nonetheless determined to venture inside, for this was a sunken vessel from the Yuan dynasty. The ship was a remarkable feat of engineering, showcasing a cleverly designed, interlocking fish-scale assembly method within its hold. At the stern, the ship's rudder was astonishingly intact, its complex structure designed to adjust the vessel's course, exemplifying superb shipbuilding craftsmanship, particularly notable during the Yuan dynasty. As they drew closer, the three observed that there were 5 compartments on either side of the hidden door, each inscribed with numeric-like patterns ranging from 0 to 9, resembling a combination lock. Bai Yi pointed at these compartments. Signaling to the others that a forceful approach would be futile, they had to devise the correct password. For the three, who possessed no prior knowledge of the vessel, coming up with a matching password proved to be a daunting task. A sense of frustration overwhelmed Bai Yi at that moment. He gestured for the other two to remain still while he explored the ship's exterior, feeling as though he was engaged in a futile endeavor, compelled to act solely on instinct. After a lengthy search, an idea struck him regarding the mast. He scolded himself for having overlooked this crucial detail and swiftly swam over to it. Grasping the mast, he noticed that the flag was far from pristine, yet the text was faintly discernible. Bai Yi hesitated to touch it, fearing that even the slightest contact might cause it to disintegrate into nothingness. In his heart, he silently rejoiced at his fortune, The year inscription was still vaguely visible. Coupled with the distinctive structure of the Yuan dynasty's cargo ships, Bai Yi deduced the vessel's origins, dating back to the reign of Kublai Khan. Thus, it must be connected to him. He returned to the hidden door and gestured excitedly to his companions. Tang Sancheng was beside himself with excitement, dancing with joy. In such moments, it was indeed Bai Yi who proved to be the most reliable. Bai Yi reached out and pressed the left panel, swiftly inputting 4 digits, before turning to the right and entering another 4. With each press, a creaking sound echoed, reinforcing his conclusion that this was indeed the password panel. The gaze of the two companions followed Bai Yi's actions with boundless anticipation. Upon completing the sequence, the secret door remained utterly silent, and a wave of frustration washed over him as he struck his fist against the hull. It was illogical. For any individual, the essence of life holds paramount importance. For Kublai Khan, there was one year that stood out as particularly significant: his ascension as the founding emperor of the Yuan dynasty. Born in 1215, he became the first emperor in 1271. Thus, the password Bai Yi had set was 1215 and 1271. The number 1215 was undoubtedly correct, as it did not elicit any unusual sounds like the right side did. The right side was designated as 1271, where had he gone amiss? Bai Yi endeavored to calm himself. What other dates might be etched in Kublai Khan's memory? The year of his death seemed unlikely to be relevant. What else could it be? His mind raced through all the information he had gathered about Kublai Khan, including the struggle for the Khanate. Following the death of Monk Khan, 3 brothers were left: Kublai, Eric Biku, and Hulagu, with one destined to become the future great Khan of the Mongol Empire. Among them, Hulagu became the ruler of Persia in 1256, far from the Mongolian steppes, and showed no desire to claim the title of Great Khan. This left the fierce rivalry between Kublai and Eric Biku. Their conflict was intense, with Eric Biku, the youngest, already established as the ruler of the Mongolian heartland, encamped in Karakoram and preparing to convene a Kurultai to secure his election as Great Khan. However, Kublai preempted Eric Biku, leading his forces north from Wuchang and establishing a base in Kaiping, China. On June 4, 1260, he was proclaimed Great Khan by his troops at the age of 44. This ascension did not adhere to the traditions set by Genghis Khan, resulting in a lack of widespread support. Nevertheless, this year marked the first time Kublai was honored with the title of Great Khan, making it a momentous occasion for him. Yes, 1260. Bai Yi re-entered the password, and upon completion, the secret door creaked open. The 3 entered, and the doors swiftly closed behind them. Oddly, Bai Yi pondered, why was no water flooding into the cabin? Normally, upon opening the secret door, water should have surged in immediately, yet it merely swirled around the entrance, unable to penetrate. Fascinating. Bai Yi, accustomed to peculiar phenomena, remained unfazed, while Tang Sancheng stood entranced by this anomaly, lost in thought by the secret door. As the trio proceeded with caution, despite the absence of incoming water, they remained vigilant, still clad in their diving suits, unwilling to remove them. Their masks were firmly in place. The vessel had been sealed for so long that any toxic gas might have accumulated within. Removing their masks could spell disaster. Preserving their lives was paramount. The surroundings were shrouded in utter darkness. The trio had come prepared, donning waterproof headlamps that finally illuminated their path. To their astonishment, a multitude of crates lay clustered together, an estimated 40 to 50 in number. Remarkably, these crates showed no signs of damage, as they had been spared from water exposure. Each sealed with a stamp of authority. Tang San, brimming with excitement, patted the crates and gestured towards Bai Yi, giving him a thumbs up. Although the formidable creature was nowhere in sight, they had stumbled upon a treasure trove. Regardless of the circumstances, this venture promised to be immensely rewarding. As Bai Yi approached the crates, he examined the stamp and the locks affixed to them. He soon discerned an intriguing mechanism. The locks, seemingly unremarkable, bore serrated edges reminiscent of a crocodile's jaws. Attempting to open them with brute force would surely trigger a trap, as the internal mechanisms were linked to these serrations. Should they detect any external tampering, the treasures within would be rendered to dust, an ancient method of theft prevention. Tang San playfully nudged Bai Yi, silently inquiring how to unlock the crates. Communication was cumbersome, and Bai Yi found the reliance on gestures tedious. He chose to focus intently on the intricate mechanisms of the locks. The serrations were arranged in 2 rows, and after several careful inspections, Bai Yi made a crucial realization. In each row, one specific serration acted as a key. Both had to be pressed simultaneously to unlock the crate. But determining which two among the 15 serrations in each row would require a stroke of luck. With 30 possible combinations, the odds were daunting. And they had but a single opportunity. Failure would spell the end of their endeavor. A wave of doubt washed over Bai Yi. Should he concede? Sweat beaded on his brow. The thought of surrender lingered, yet he could not voice it in the face of Tang San and Qi Xie's eager gazes. Moreover, his insatiable curiosity urged him on. Suddenly, Bai Yi distanced himself from the crate, closing his eyes in deep contemplation. His focus was intense, and Tang San and Qi Xie refrained from interrupting, standing quietly as they observed him. At last, Bai Yi opened his eyes, realizing the gravity of their singular chance. Fortune often favored the bold, and this group had been blessed by Lady Luck. What was there to fear? Returning to the crate, he pointed to himself, indicating his intent to take action, then gestured to his companions with outstretched hands. Tang San appeared perplexed, while Qi Xie grasped the implication that they might all meet their demise together. Tang San, oblivious, continued to urge Bai Yi to hurry. With a roll of his eyes, Bai Yi finally commenced the unlocking process. He counted the serrations on the upper row until he reached the 6th, placing his left hand upon it. Then, as he counted the lower serrations to the 9th, he positioned his right hand accordingly. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself, and with both hands, he pressed down firmly. A long, creaking sound resonated, and the crate sprang open. In that moment, Bai Yi instinctively turned his head to the side, bracing for the possibility of a creature emerging from within. To his relief, nothing appeared. He had just turned his head when his expression abruptly changed. Although there were no monsters emerging from within, a grotesque skeleton lay inside. Chapter 755, The Ship's Helm Fan. Tang Sancheng stood there, transfixed, unconsciously moving closer to Qi Xie. The skeleton within did not resemble that of an ordinary person. Its tail protruded with a peculiar bone. Tang Sancheng glanced at Bai Yi. His mouth agape. Was this not the skeleton of a yiksha? Bai Yi, unable to contain his excitement, hastily opened the other boxes. Now that he understood the method to unlock them, his movements were swift. Without exception, they all contained yiksha skeletons. The three of them found it utterly astonishing that within the cargo vessel of the Yuan dynasty, there lay yiksha skeletons. What could possibly explain this? As the trio was lost in their astonishment, Tang Sancheng sensed a disturbance behind him. Turning around, he found a yiksha looming close, identical in appearance to the one Liu Zixi had drawn. Its eyes were larger than those of an ordinary person, bulging outward, and its forehead was somewhat pronounced. It possessed 4 limbs like a human, yet they were slender and elongated. Remembering the legends that yikshas consumed humans, Tang Sancheng instinctively pulled Qi Xie back in alarm. However, the yiksha did not approach them. Instead, it slowly advanced toward the boxes, inspecting the corpses inside while emitting a shrill sound reminiscent of a whistle, a piercing noise akin to an alarm. Bai Yi recalled that Fu Yu was still outside and hurried to the cabin entrance. He saw that the submarine had passed, and Fu Yu was signaling him from within. To Bai Yi's dismay, 6 yikshas were swiftly making their way toward them. Their leaping ability was remarkable. Propelling themselves off the rocky seabed, they soared upward with ease, utilizing this momentum to rapidly approach. Bai Yi turned back, waving to Qi Xie and Tang Sancheng, urging them to exit quickly before the yiksha before them could confront them. As the three emerged from the cargo hold, preparing to return to the submarine, Tang Sancheng glanced up and spotted a shadow gliding toward them, a figure entirely human in form, draped in a flowing white gauze robe that appeared impervious to water, gracefully billowing even underwater. Her long hair cascaded to her ankles as she alighted upon the submarine, leaning over and raising her head. Fu Yu sensed the added weight on the submarine, his expression turning to one of horror as he clenched his fists, fervently hoping that the three would hurry back inside. Meanwhile, Bai Yi finally discerned the face of the approaching figure and was taken aback. Unlike the earlier yikshas, this was a complete human, a woman of striking beauty, yet exuding an aura of enchantment. At that moment, she fixed her gaze upon Bai Yi and the others, her voice resonating with intrigue. "Who are you?" As she spoke, her curious gaze wandered to the objects beneath her. Suddenly, she slipped downward, her face coming directly before Fu Yu. Though a barrier separated them, they found themselves face to face, eyes locked. At the sight of this unexpected woman, the little fox in Fu Yu's arms began to screech and thrash about, clearly startled. "Fu Yu, however, remained composed. Upon seeing her face, he suddenly comprehended Song Jun's feelings, for it was indeed an exquisitely beautiful visage. Especially as her long hair floated in the water, it accentuated her enchanting charm, profoundly captivating. Her brows and eyes were notably deeper than those of women on land. So close, Fuyu could see the fine hairs on her skin, densely populated. Perhaps taken aback by someone resembling herself, the woman seemed momentarily stunned. A thought struck Fuyu. He had a means to ascertain whether this woman was indeed the one Song Jun had encountered. He retrieved the necklace, giving it a gentle shake in his hand. Instantly, the woman's expression shifted to one of excitement, her mouth opening repeatedly, as if to inquire. Alas, the submarine soundproofing was too effective for Fuyu to catch a single word. At that moment, several night demons approached, swiftly charging toward Bai Yi and the others. Chi Xia instructed Tang San to stand behind him. With a powerful kick, he sent one of the night demons, which was lunging at Tang San, flying through the water, creating a flurry of bubbles. Even submerged, Chi Xia's strength remained formidable. Tang San, realizing that the night demons possessed their own cultivation, believed he could subdue them as well. He clasped his hands together. The woman perched on the submarine suddenly emitted a piercing cry, causing the attacking night demons to halt and stand respectfully aside. Like a water sprite, she gracefully leapt from the top of the submarine, casting a glance at Tang San before turning toward the vessel. It appeared she was unaware of what this object was, seeming somewhat at a loss. Fuyu, feeling a surge of inspiration, opened the entrance, inviting the woman inside. Observing Fuyu's gesture, Bai Yi suddenly grasped the reason behind it, and, seizing the moment when the night demons remained still, the three hastily returned to the interior. Upon entering, the woman sat across from Fuyu, her gaze alternating between the little fox and the necklace in Fuyu's hand. Her expression was somewhat enigmatic. Where did it come from? Do night demons truly possess the ability to speak? Tang San whispered. She must be the night demon queen. Did you notice how those night demons obeyed her without question? Someone had informed Fuyu that if he encountered the owner here, he must return it to her. He placed the shell necklace in the woman's hand. If you recognize it, then you must be its rightful owner. It's time for it to return to its source. The woman suddenly smirked as she took the necklace, declaring, "What a fool." Fuyu inquired, "Are you the night demon queen?" Yet the woman fixated on Tang San, remarking, "What a formidable individual." Tang San, unexpectedly bashful, responded, "Oh no, not at all. Now is not the moment for pleasantries," Bai Yi chided, giving Tang San a gentle nudge. Realization dawned on Tang San. "Your spiritual power is remarkable. Are you truly the night demon queen?" "The queen?" She laughed heartily. "What an amusing notion. If I am not mistaken, the Iksha are a race dwelling beneath the sea, akin to those who inhabit the land. As Fuyu remarked, it is reminiscent of an underwater kingdom. You have existed here since time immemorial, occasionally discovered by those on land. You possess extraordinary abilities, such as the power to absorb items imbued with spiritual energy, enhancing your own prowess, and even evolving into your current form, indistinguishable from ordinary beings. Am I correct? Your ascension to the throne among the Yiksha is merely a result of your early evolution and the formidable spiritual energy you possess." Absorb? The woman seemed puzzled by this term. "It is not absorption, it is consumption." Tang San shivered at her words, yet the woman remained unfazed. In recent years, the number of spiritually potent entities in the depths has dwindled. After me, no one has been able to evolve. The land has transformed. This is our final dominion. Each has their own choices. Take this little fox, for instance. It too could opt for consumption to evolve, could it not? Fuyu clutched the little fox tightly. "No. I will ensure it follows the path of heaven." "The path of heaven? How long will that take?" The woman laughed heartily. "That is of no concern to you." Tang San abruptly interrupted their exchange. "What is the matter with the corpses aboard that ship?" "That is also of no concern to you." The woman replied, "Thanks to you, we have located our companions, but the price is that we shall not be enemies." "Indeed," Bai Yi interjected. "How is it that they are found within a ship constructed by Kublai Khan?" Fuyu pointed to the shell necklace adorning the woman's neck. "This is the second condition. Disclose to us the nature of that ship." "I made a pact with the Golden family," the woman explained. "Regrettably, the members of the Golden family are indeed cunning. We are no match for them. I promised Kublai Khan that we would leverage our Yiksha power to help him secure the Khan's position, in exchange for him procuring new territory for us. The Yiksha, dwelling beneath the water, are well versed in its nature, Thus they are pivotal in augmenting Kublai Khan's maritime strength. The ship we encountered earlier, with its ingeniously designed scales and the application of the intricate fish scale interlocking method within the ancient vessel's hull, along with its remarkably intact rudder fan, are astonishing to the Mongols, who have thrived on horseback. Bai Yi remarked, "So, these techniques are indeed your contribution. Am I correct in my assertion?" The woman closed her eyes, falling into silence. Bai Yi continued, "It seems I have struck a chord. However, throughout this process, you must have alerted Kublai Khan to your capabilities, especially your absorption abilities, prompting him to regard you with suspicion and covertly strike against you. Those yaksha lying within the ship are likely the very ones who participated in its construction. It is truly lamentable to be utilized and then treated in such a manner." His words pierced the woman's heart, and she opened her eyes, a faint green light flickering within them like a flame. Observing this, Fuyu placed his hands upon hers, inadvertently stirring the necklace. The sound of the shells clashing together soothed her, and the green light in her eyes dissipated. It appeared that all he spoke was indeed true. Fuyu inquired, "Yet, with such formidable abilities, why are you unable to access the interior of that vessel?" "It is of our own making," the woman replied. "Yet it has become our soft underbelly. No matter how powerful we are, entry remains elusive, whereas ordinary individuals like yourselves can navigate it with ease." This fortuitous coincidence stirred Bai Yi's thoughts. The terms you discussed with the dragon among men involve aiding you in discovering new territory. Does that imply that your previous dwelling has become uninhabitable? Why is that? This marked the third inquiry posed, prompting the woman to raise an eyebrow. "What do you offer in exchange?" Fuyu responded, "The tale of the necklace's owner. He has exerted considerable effort over the years." The woman finally appeared somewhat moved. Fuyu continued, "In fact, I have an additional condition. Could you share your name with us?" "Allow me to introduce myself first. I am Fuyu," with Fu meaning talisman and Yu signifying feather. The woman expressed surprise. "What a coincidence. My name is also Yu." Indeed, it suited her name. Fuyu remarked, "That does not constitute an exchange condition. Let us return to our previous discussion. Why do you need to seek new territory to begin anew?" Chapter 756. Terms of exchange. Before you could respond, Tang Sen interjected, "Is it because you are under threat, necessitating the search for a new refuge? Is it Hebo?" Upon hearing the name Hebo from Tang San, Yu's expression underwent a significant transformation, revealing a mix of astonishment and fear. She tightened her grip on the shell necklace. Noticing her reaction, Tang Sen sighed. It truly is him. Yet he has contemplated this for quite some time. During the era of Kublai Khan, Hebo had already set his sights on the Yaksas, far earlier than they had anticipated. However, Yu stood before them unharmed, indicating that Hebo's ambitions had not come to fruition. Yu queried, "You are aware of Hebo's affairs. Who exactly are you?" Bai Yi replied, "Like you. We are individuals threatened by Hebo, thus we find ourselves aligned on the same side. Hebo possesses dominion over water, and given your aquatic existence, your evasion of peril is indeed remarkable." Yu's expression turned pained. "Is that so? Yet, thanks to him, I was compelled to negotiate with a king on land, resulting in the demise of my own kin. Our objectives remain unfulfilled, and we continue to hide beneath the sea. Over the years, we have lived within the wreckage of sunken ships, occasionally encountering Yaksas searching for new abodes." Tang Sen pondered the potential appearance of Yaksas near the Isle of Penglai, realizing they were not merely foraging as legends suggested, but rather seeking sanctuaries on land. As he mulled this over, he heard Yu say, "Regrettably, the land has never been suitable for us. My humanoid form is manageable, but their peculiar shapes would never be accepted by those on land. Life there would not improve much. Thus, for all these years, you have wandered the depths of the ocean, evading Hebo's pursuit while searching for a new home and attempting to uncover the secrets of this sunken ship to find the remains of your companions?" Fuyu inquired, "What mysteries does this vessel hold that prevent you from unlocking it?" Feathers remained silent, for it was a taboo of the Yasha clan to divulge their secrets to outsiders. The consequences of such revelations were already evident. Understanding this principle, Fuyu ceased her inquiries and stated, "The river god seeks you for your ability to absorb spiritual energy to unlock the jade disc he possesses, which is a matter of great concern for us." "Indeed," exclaimed Yu, her expression transforming with shock. "Thus, we are willing to assist you." Fuyu continued, "What kind of refuge do you require to evade the river god's pursuit?" "Red rock," Yu replied. "The red rock left behind by Pangu during the creation of the world can be concealed with an illusion. allowing us to remain undetected by the river god. My agreement with Kublai Khan was based on the knowledge that the ancestors of their golden family had once utilized red rock, though the exact location remains a mystery. Nevertheless, its presence among the golden family is undeniable. She spoke the truth. However, Kublai Khan himself was unaware of his ancestors' tomb, rendering any promises futile. Thus, he had effectively deceived the Yasha clan. Tang Sancheng remarked, "We happen to know a place where you can reside safely." Bai Yi raised her gaze. Recognizing the location, a refuge of Yi, which had successfully evaded the river god's scrutiny until they unearthed the red rock. At which point the river god captured Yi. The most perilous location often proves to be the safest. After taking Yi, the river god would unlikely return there, making it a viable option. "What place do you refer to?" Yu inquired. As Tang Sancheng elaborated on Yi's hiding place, Yu was astonished. Such a location exists, tailor-made for our needs, provided the river god refrains from returning there. Fu Yu still harbored concerns. "You are a clan residing beneath the sea. However, that place is far from the ocean, and the water there is formidable. We can alter the properties of water," Yu responded. "Our sole hope is that the river god does not return to discover our whereabouts. When that place remains intact, the river god seems unable to ascertain its location. Thus, the distribution of the red rocks must form a complete formation, and as long as everything is restored, there will be no issues." As Tang Sancheng spoke, he produced paper and pen, illustrating the distribution of the red rocks. Upon seeing it, Yu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this is an ancient formation diagram. Where is the place you mentioned, and does it contain water?" "There's water." Tang Sancheng meticulously described the space where ice and fire coexist, capturing Yu's interest. Her previously rigid expression softened completely. She turned to Fu Yu. "What are the conditions?" Fu Yu was momentarily taken aback, noticing the necklace in her hand, and realized the implication. She recounted the tale narrated by Song Jun, including his attempts over the years to dive into the depths of the sea in search of her. Yu remained silent. Finally, discerning a hint, "The return of the necklace signifies the conclusion of matters, does it not?" Initially, Fu Yu believed that Song Jun sought to liberate himself from his past, showing no lingering attachments. However, the significance of this for her remained elusive, leading her to embrace silence. Fu Yu remarked, "I merely repay kindness with kindness, harboring no ulterior motives. It is he who overthinks. When he was 7, he once aided me, though his memory may fail him. Thus, my previous act was merely a casual return of that favor." The bravado in her words stirred something within her. If it were merely a simple act of gratitude, what necessitated the gift of this necklace to Song Jun? Nevertheless, if that were the case, then perhaps it was best to sever ties, for the chasm between their worlds made true unity exceedingly difficult. "You have aided me this time. How do we repay you?" Fu Yu's tone was nonchalant, suggesting she relished such exchanges, where a favor begets another, a principle of her lineage. "Our assistance to you is, in essence, assistance to ourselves. You have already repaid us," Bai Yi responded. "How shall we find you?" Tang San inquired. Suddenly, Fu Yu lunged towards Tang San, inhaling his scent with fervor, her nose twitching as she committed his aroma to memory. "I shall seek you out," she declared. "No," Fu Yu countered, "we will find you. Give me a strand of your hair." Fu Yu intended to employ a locating charm, placing her hopes upon them. She promptly obliged by tearing her hair for their use and exited the cabin. Unbeknownst to her, a multitude of yiksha had gathered around them, and upon her emergence, they followed her into the vessel, seemingly intent on retrieving the remains of their kin. Bai Yi and the others did not linger, activating the submarine to ascend rapidly, distancing themselves from the sunken ship. Fu Yu suddenly emerged from the cabin, her long hair cascading through the water, her face raised with an expression of utmost seriousness. Fu Yu sighed. "Surely, the ocean harbors more than just the yiksha. Mermaids dwell within its depths as well." The little fox peered out, its eyes brimming with curiosity. Fu Yu remarked, "How odd. Can you truly understand our words?" "The nine-tailed fox possesses a spirit," Qixie replied. "Perhaps it simply cannot articulate its thoughts." Bai Yi initiated a conversation with Xiao Shan, whose voice crackled through the intercom, sounding urgent and anxious. "Where have you all gone? We will explain once we resurface." Bai Yi assured him. "Are you all right?" "We are fine," Xiao Shan replied, "but I'm nearly worried to death." "Is Brother San all right?" The submarine's energy was ample as they returned to the surface. The four, along with the fox, emerged from the vessel. only to be startled by the enveloping darkness of the night. After their tumultuous ordeal, they realized that a second night had arrived. The three, brimming with excitement, rushed over to inspect them thoroughly, confirming their safety. Suddenly, Xiao Shan burst into tears, exclaiming, "You scared me to death. Next time, I insist on going with you. Do not leave me behind again." Tang San, feeling a pang of emotion, embraced Xiao Shan, saying, "Silly boy, with our capabilities, how could anything possibly go wrong? You are merely overthinking." Yet, the Bu family brothers were so confident, and they ultimately went missing. Shun Bing fumed, directing her ire at the Bu brothers. "No, those two are indeed quite remarkable," she conceded. Bai Yi remarked. In such a tumultuous whirlpool beneath the water, it emerged unscathed. What transpired? Song Yang clenched his fists. At the moment when Xiao Shan wept, he too nearly shed tears, suppressing his emotions with great effort. A man should not weep easily, he thought. How could he allow himself to cry? Yet his hands ached slightly. Tang San's stomach grumbled, "I'm so hungry." Upon returning to the tent, they conversed while eating. Xiao Hu, equally famished, finished the milk powder and now gnawed on a piece of bread before rolling over and falling into a deep slumber. Fu Yu covered it with a blanket and began recounting everything that had transpired underwater. Upon hearing that they had indeed found the Queen of Yiksha, Shen Bing was exhilarated. Wonderful. Yet, it is truly pitiful, always hiding, and even being toyed with by the Golden family. Thus, this time they must approach the matter with utmost seriousness, completely extinguishing the river god's intentions. Bai Yi stated, this issue might require the assistance of the Bu group. The location was previously made public, and suddenly filling it in may attract unwanted attention, inevitably drawing the river goddess notice. Instead, let the Bu group seal it off under the guise of a project, adding another building on top. What an audacious idea. Everyone found it quite reasonable. Their discussion continued until dawn. Xiao Shan contacted the Bu brothers. The transportation of these items would still be handled by the Bu group, while they would directly fly back to seek out the Bu brothers. Bu Yibin and Bu Yifan were immensely curious about their underwater expedition. Bai Yi refrained from elaborating, only sharing the discovery of the Yuan dynasty shipwreck. "Ah, splendid," exclaimed Bu Yibin. "Doesn't our father have friends in the shipwreck salvage business? Now we have something to do." Chapter 757. The King of Herbs. Bai Yi was surprised to find that the brothers were genuinely interested in shipwreck salvaging, his ego swelling at the revelation. "So, you are indeed intrigued by shipwreck recovery," he mused. Of course, salvaging shipwrecks is closely tied to physics. The moment the brothers began discussing shipwreck recovery, their enthusiasm poured forth. Bu Yifan explained, the current methods commonly used are buoyancy salvage and buoyancy tube salvage. The buoyancy salvage method involves restoring the ship's buoyancy to bring it to the surface. In ancient China, monk Huai Bing employed this technique to recover shipwrecks. The specific process of buoyancy salvage is as follows. First, sediment is placed on the vessel. Then one end of a rope is tied to the ship and the other to the ship to be salvaged. The sediment is then discarded from the ship, reducing its weight, allowing it to rise due to the buoyant force of the water. Monk Huai Bing used this method to successfully salvage shipwrecks. Nowadays, there are many methods for salvaging shipwrecks, with the buoyancy tube salvage method being prevalent. This involves inflating several tubes underwater to leverage buoyancy to raise the sunken vessel. The buoyancy generated by this method is significant and reliable, making it convenient and safe, which is why it is frequently employed. Another method involves encasing the shipwreck in airtight containers to isolate it from the outside world, then continuously adding salt to decrease the density of the surrounding seawater, causing the vessel to naturally rise. Another approach involves placing sediment on the vessel as much as possible without causing it to capsize. One end of a rope is secured to the ship, while the other is tied to the sunken vessel. By discarding the sediment from the ship, its weight is diminished, allowing it to rise due to the buoyancy of the water, thereby naturally retrieving the sunken ship. Bu Yifan, not one to be outdone, promptly shared his insights. The renowned American vessel, the Republic, originally named the Tennessee, was equipped with a powerful steam engine, capable of transporting 100 passengers and 5,000 barrels of cargo. During the American Civil War, it served as the flagship of the Northern Fleet, playing a crucial role in the battles along the Mississippi River. Following the war, the American government decided to use the Republic to transport gold coins to the South, aiming to stabilize prices and promote post-war reconstruction. On October 25, 1865, while en route from New York to New Orleans, The Republic sank near Savannah, Georgia, due to an immense storm. Although over 60 passengers managed to escape, 20,000 gold coins, each valued at 20, sank to the ocean floor along with the vessel. Bai Yi grew increasingly animated as he spoke. Despite their limited knowledge on the subject, Bai Yi and the others became captivated, recognizing that the sunken ships beneath the sea represented an untapped treasure trove. Bai Yi chimed in, stating that the company responsible for salvaging the Republic was a renowned American recovery firm, equipped with the Odyssey Explorer, a 75-meter ocean exploration and support vessel. This ship was outfitted with a 7-ton, 205-horsepower remotely operated underwater vehicle capable of descending to depths of 500 meters. Adept at photographing, filming, and inspecting underwater targets. Such advanced salvage equipment is unparalleled in the world, and the scale of the operation is truly astonishing, filling one with excitement merely at the thought of it. However, Bai Yi slightly shook his head, noting that many salvage companies pursue these endeavors for profit, often resulting in damage to the vessels. These ancient ships represent a cultural heritage, and their deterioration during recovery raises questions about whether salvage truly represents the best outcome for sunken vessels. As the conversation touched upon the expertise of the two brothers, they shared a wealth of related knowledge until they noticed the group's enthusiasm waning, at which point they fell silent. Seizing the moment, Bai Yi spoke up. In fact, there is another matter for which we require your assistance. What is it? The brothers inquired in unison. Bai Yi recounted the project involving the filling of Hongyan and the construction of buildings atop it. The brothers appeared somewhat troubled, and Bai Yi, not wishing to burden these two innocent inventors, quickly added, "If it poses a difficulty, you need not feel obliged. We will find another way." "No, it's not that," the brothers replied. "It's just that our funding for inventions." "No, you need not concern yourselves with the finances," Bai Yi interjected. "We only seek to leverage your company's name to avoid arousing suspicion. As for the funding, I shall take care of that." The brothers indeed seemed worried about the financial aspect, and upon hearing Bai Yi's assurance, their concerns were finally alleviated. Bai Yi softly remarked, "The last submarine project had already exceeded our budget. If we bring it up to our father again, we are certain to face his ire. Then shall we proceed in the name of the company?" Bai Yi's primary concern remained this issue. "This is not a problem," stated Bai Yi. Bai Yi remarked, "However, I have one more request, which is that the specific design plan must adhere to our vision." "Ah, doesn't that mean it's no longer our affair?" Bai Yi responded. Bai Yi continued, "In terms of architectural design, we are hardly experts. Let's not complicate matters further." It was a rare moment of discord between the two brothers. Yet it was this very discord that allowed Bai Yi to take the reins of the architectural design. His concept included a subterranean passage for the Yasha clan's ingress and egress, as he believed that the Yasha would not remain there indefinitely. Destined to return to the sea one day, the Bu family acquired the land under the guise of a research facility, a location that had remained vacant due to peculiar occurrences, with the locals reluctant to purchase it. Thus, they were able to procure it at a remarkably low price, proceeding to design and construct in accordance with their vision. Throughout this process, to avoid detection by Hebo, they never made an appearance at the site, instead observing its developments from the shadows, awaiting the project's completion. During this time, Jiang Chun remained elusive, his activities shrouded in mystery. He returned briefly, expressing satisfaction with Bai Yi and his team's plans and actions, before quietly departing again. Tang Sancheng had many inquiries for him, but alas, he was never afforded the opportunity. Before long, a month had passed, and the construction was finally completed. Upon receiving images of the finished project, a collective sense of relief washed over them. Now, they awaited the summons for the Yasha clan. Fu Yu had deployed a searching talisman, finally locating them in the waters near the Penglai fairyland. This past month had been excruciating for the Yasha. On one hand, they were filled with anticipation, while on the other, they faced the anxiety of leaving their familiar environment, being an alien race. Bai Yi offered his assurance to the Yasha, pledging assistance whenever needed. However, he stipulated a condition. Until Hebo dispelled his suspicions, they could not venture onto land and incite public unrest. They must live in complete seclusion, with their basic needs provided by Bai Yi and his companions. Thus, the terms of exchange were formally established, bringing a sense of relief to Bai Yi and the others after months of turmoil. At last, Jiang Chun returned, and Tang Sancheng seized the moment to inquire about his recent activities. "Senior Jiang Chun, what have you been occupied with lately?" "Ah, where is the little fox?" Jiang Chun disregarded Tang Sancheng's query, seeking out the little fox instead. The little fox peeked out from Fu Yu's embrace, curiously gazing at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun remarked, "Little one, I have brought you a gift." Upon revealing it, Bai Yi exclaimed, "Is that a snow lotus?" "Ah, the Tianshan snow lotus," Jiang Chun responded. "I made a trip back to Tianshan. The little one's mother has recovered and has left the bottom of the heavenly pond. Unfortunately, she must start her cultivation anew. She was worried about her child adapting to the outside world and entrusted me with this. Here, little one, enjoy." The Tianshan snow lotus, due to its resemblance to the lotus flower, is also referred to as the snow lotus. It thrives on the steep cliffs at an altitude of approximately 4,000 meters in the Tianshan Mountains, where the climate is notoriously frigid and snow remains year-round, rendering it inhospitable for most flora. Yet, the snow lotus endures in this harsh environment, earning it the title of the king of herbs. Jiang Chun fed the snow lotus to the little fox, which relished the delicacy, perhaps recognizing it as a gift from its mother. Legend has it that the snow lotus significantly aids in enhancing one's cultivation. The emperor sought an elixir of immortality from the queen mother, who presented him with the Tianshan snow lotus. The nine-tailed fox must be assisting its offspring in swiftly attaining enlightenment. Tang Sanchen commented, "After all, the little fox currently lacks any self-protective abilities." "Perhaps," Jiang Chun replied noncommittally. "I received your message. It seems your progress is commendable. Effectively cutting off the river god's means of retreat for now. However, this is not a lasting solution," Bai Yi remarked. "Indeed. Otherwise the Yasha clan would be condemned to dwell forever in that underground pool of green water," Jiang Chun stated. "A direct confrontation is inevitable." "So, has the senior been pursuing the whereabouts of the river god?" Fu Yu inquired with a smile. "I see," Tang Sancheng said. "Senior, is there anything about this matter that cannot be openly discussed?" Before Jiang Chun could respond, Shen Bing interjected, pointing at the little fox. "Look at its eyes." The little fox's eyes, once pink, had deepened in color. Jiang Chun exclaimed, "It seems to truly be effective." Tang Sancheng, "You must guide the little fox from this moment on. It has been relentless. The little fox possesses an extraordinary understanding of spells," Tang Sancheng noted. "One could say it has a gift." "Little fox." At his command, the little fox leaped from Fu Yu's lap to the chair, surprisingly assuming a meditative posture. Its eyes were tightly shut, though it could not speak. Tang Sancheng explained, "It appears to be silently reciting spells in its mind, and it quickly immerses itself in the process." Indeed, the little fox seemed completely absorbed. Jiang Chun nodded approvingly. Well taught. Tang Sancheng felt a sense of satisfaction. It was validation of his efforts. He chuckled. "The little fox's comprehension is remarkable. It is truly strange. Having grown up in the Tianshan, it has adapted remarkably to the human environment and possesses an innate understanding of human language." Chapter 758. The painting. Jiang Chun merely nodded, yet his expression hinted at a mind burdened with concerns. Noticing his troubled demeanor, Tang Sancheng asked, "What vexes you, senior?" "It cannot be disclosed at this moment." Jiang Chun sighed, preparing to depart. Tang Sancheng was taken aback. "Senior, are you leaving?" "I must go," Jiang Chun replied. "We shall meet again another day." Tang Sancheng, unable to inquire further about Jiang Chun's urgent matters, felt certain that they were of significant importance. Jiang Chun, known for his rebellious nature, had rarely exhibited such worry. With reluctance, Tang Sancheng watched him leave. Xiao Shan remarked, "It is indeed strange. Senior Jiang Chun seems troubled. I suspect his search for the river god is not his only concern." There was no need for him to speak. The others were already aware, and besides exchanging glances, they were at a loss for words. At that moment, Wei Qing entered. "Your recent awareness of safety has been rather lacking. This door is always left ajar." Wei Yi's voice rang out, "Stop with the nonsense. It should have been closed shortly after the guests left. When it comes to carelessness, who can rival you?" Wei Qing laughed heartily as the couple entered. Tang Sancheng, having not heard the sound of a car, concluded that the elderly couple must have strolled over. How leisurely and refined. The Bu brothers mentioned that they had played a significant role this time. Of course, this was their own assertion, and the truth could only be ascertained by inquiring with them. Wei Qing chuckled. "However, based on my experience, they certainly will not disappoint." Indeed, Bai Yi affirmed the Bu brothers' talents. "The two brothers are truly remarkable. It is a pity they lack a keen interest in business. Otherwise, establishing their own commercial empire would be a matter of course." Their passion for design suffices. Wei Qing remarked. I heard from San Shu that you collaborated with the Bu brothers on something extraordinary. He is quite pleased and has asked us to present you with a gift. A gift? Bai Yi exclaimed in surprise. We work for the organization, which has always conducted its affairs with formality. What is this unexpected delight? Detecting the teasing tone in Bai Yi's words, Wei Qing was not offended. The organization has its regulations, yet individuals still harbor emotions. Is it now a written rule that appreciation must be documented? Fu Yu shot a glare at Bai Yi, who laughed heartily. All right, let us see what San Shu has gifted us. Wei Qing retrieved a painting from the box, and Shen Bing gasped. This is rather extravagant. I assenti it? The portrait, quite intriguing, featured ancient artistry and was even adorned with gemstones. Bai Yi, observing the woman in the painting, found it captivating. Unlike typical depictions of women amid flowers or preening before a mirror, this woman, with her sleeves rolled up, was bent over as if searching for something on the ground. Her attire suggested she was from the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom period. Bai Yi remarked, while the craftsmanship was not exceptionally refined and not from a renowned artist. It was evidently cherished, especially with gemstones embedded in the woman's hair. Bai Yi leaned in closer, suddenly noticing two faint characters on the woman's garment. Stirring a thought within him, could it be the woman's name? He carefully lifted the painting to the light for a closer inspection of the characters. Xianjiao. This painting is intriguing, Bai Yi noted. The woman appears to be searching for something, and judging by the backdrop, it is a scene of desolation. What could one possibly seek on a battlefield? Xianjiao. Wei Yi also recognized the characters, and her expression shifted abruptly. Is San Shu implying something more than just a mere gift? Even Wei Qing began to understand. It's strange. San Shu merely handed me this painting to deliver to you, without further explanation. What could this mean? It seemed that the gift was merely Wei Qing's interpretation. And Bai Yi felt somewhat helpless while Fu Yu investigated the box containing the painting, ultimately discovering a letter concealed beneath. Here it is. Wei Yi reproached. Uncle San did not mention it. He is quite occupied with his esteemed affairs, and it is not easy for him to spare a moment. As for you, why did you not inquire further? I was misled into thinking Uncle San had suddenly altered his demeanor. Wei Qing felt a tinge of embarrassment. I overthought it. Who could blame me for coming at this hour? I thought it was a reward. Although there has been no precedent for this, rules are fixed while people are dynamic. Let us uncover what the figures in this painting are seeking. Bai Yi smiled wryly. It is merely a painting, beyond knowing that it depicts a female general. Hong Xuanjiao of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. I possess no further knowledge. What scheme does Uncle Sen have in mind? Who is this woman? Xiao Shan inquired with curiosity. Shen Bing shrugged. Bai Yi has already mentioned. She is Hong Xuanjiao, a female general of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. The earliest mention of this general appears in the brief biography of Hong Xuanjiao, which describes her as follows. Hong Xuanjiao, known in the army as Lady Xiao Wang, sister of the Heavenly King and wife of the Western King, Xiao Chaogui. At not yet 30, she possessed an unparalleled beauty and extraordinary valor, commanding hundreds of female soldiers. Skilled in battle and achieving remarkable feats, Lady Xiao Wang and her female soldiers hailed from Guangxi, devoutly following the teachings of Xiuquan, and before each battle, they would pray to the Heavenly Emperor. Adorned in light makeup, she would charge into battle wielding dual blades, their sharpness glistening like pure snow. Mounted on a crimson steed, with a white saddle blanket, her complexion fair and her attire a blend of azure and white, with her delicate wrist raised to command her troops. The sound of her attire rustled like a celestial being. The female soldiers all bore silk banners and silver shields. In the heat of battle, Lady Xiao Wang would shed her garments and gallop into the fray against the Qing army. Clad in apricot yellow silk, her swordsmanship was swift and mesmerizing, a sight to behold. Hong Xuanjiao was the half-sister of Hong Xiuquan, whose father, Hong Guiyu, had 3 wives, resulting in 3 sons and 1 daughter. With Hong Xiuquan and Hong Xuanjiao being born of the 2nd and 3rd wives respectively. After Hong Guiyu's death, the family fell into decline, and the children scattered to seek their fortunes. After numerous unsuccessful attempts at the imperial examinations, Hong Xiuquan founded the god-worshipping society, later leading the Taiping Rebellion. Hong Xuanjiao, in contrast, joined a troupe of itinerant performers, making a living through her art. Within the troupe, she honed her skills. During one performance in Wushuan at Ludong, a wealthy farmer's son, Xiao Chaogui, fell in love with her at first sight and sought to redeem her and marry her. Tired of her wandering existence filled with fleeting encounters, Hong Xuanjiao accepted Xiao Chaogui's proposal. He redeemed her for 50 taels of silver and brought her into the Xiao family. However, their union was merely cohabitation without formal marriage. Later, both Xiao Chaogui and Hong Xuanjiao participated in the Taiping Rebellion. After the Taiping army established a state in Yong'an, Hong Xiuquan officiated their marriage, making Hong Xuanjiao the Western King's consort. Following the departure of the Taiping army from Yong'an, they traversed through Guilin and Liuzhou into Hunan. The warfare was exceedingly brutal. During a fierce battle at Soyi Crossing, the southern king, Feng Yinshan, perished from cannon fire, and while besieging Changsha, the western king, Xiao Chaogui, was also killed. Newlywed Hong Xuanjiao found herself a widow. There is a saying that goes, widows attract much gossip, and various stories emerged about Hong Xuanjiao, including her political acumen, said to rival that of Wu Zetian and Empress Dowager Cixi. Her primary contributions within the Taiping army involved the management of the female camp, as the uprising initially allowed families to accompany the troops. In order to facilitate management and action, under the suggestion of Hong Xuanjiao, all the women were gathered together to establish a female battalion, with Hong Xuanjiao as the commander. After the capital was moved to Nanjing and the war temporarily ceased, the female battalion was transformed into a female pavilion, still overseen by Hong Xuanjiao. It is said that in her youth, Hong Xuanjiao had fallen gravely ill and, in a state of delirium, seemed to see an elderly figure calling her, who proclaimed, "In 10 years, a person will come from the east to teach you how to worship God. You must earnestly obey." Following the initiation of the Taiping Rebellion by Hong Xiuquan, Hong Xuanjiao became convinced that the figure she had seen during her illness was indeed God, and that she possessed the ability to communicate directly with the divine. At that time, only 2 individuals within the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom were believed to have such capabilities: the Heavenly King, Hong Xiuquan, who could ascend to heaven, and the Eastern King, Yang Xiuqing, who could convey the commands of the Heavenly Father. Aspiring to become the third, Hong Xuanjiao emulated Hong Xiuquan's methods and claimed to ascend as well. However, this action disrupted the political landscape of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, as neither Hong Xiuquan nor Yang Xiuqing acknowledged her supposed abilities. Yang Xiuqing, invoking the authority of the Heavenly Father, severely chastised her, while the Heavenly King rebuked her for disregarding divine orders. Consequently, Hong Xuanjiao became significantly more reserved in her political demeanor, losing some of her previous fervor and innocence. Nonetheless, her political influence remained potent, playing a crucial role in the events surrounding the Tianjin incident. Yang Xiuqing, who had been instrumental during the early development of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, began to overestimate his own importance, culminating in the incident of forcing the Heavenly King to abdicate. At that time, Hong Xuanjiao persuaded her brother, Hong Xiuquan, to eliminate Yang Xiuqing. Initially, Hong Xiuquan hesitated, expressing his reluctance to harm someone he considered a loyal brother through thick and thin. However, Hong Xuanjiao argued that if the Lord could not take action, then all within the Heavenly Kingdom would suffer under Yang Xiuqing's tyranny. This swayed Hong Xiuquan, who discreetly summoned Wei Chonghui back to Tianjin to execute Yang Xiuqing and incinerate the Eastern King's residence. Historical accounts suggest that Hong Xuanjiao instigated her brother to initiate the Tianjin incident due to her inherently tempestuous and jealous nature. It was rumored that after the death of Xiao Chaogui, she had an affair with Yang Xiuqing. Upon entering Tianjin, Yang Xiuqing grew increasingly arrogant and distanced himself from Hong Xuanjiao, becoming infatuated with the newly crowned female scholar, Fu Shanxiang. Unable to contain her anger, Hong Xuanjiao allied herself with the Northern King, Wei Chonghui, inciting both the Heavenly King and the Northern King to orchestrate a coup that would eliminate Yang Xiuqing and Fu Shanxiang. It is said that on the day of the coup, a grand banquet was held at the Eastern King's residence, which Hong Xuanjiao and others attended. During the feast, she signaled to Wei Chonghui, who drew his sword and killed Yang Xiuqing. With the aid of prepositioned troops, they eradicated Yang Xiuqing's faction. Thus, Hong Xuanjiao emerged as a significant participant and executor of the Tianjin incident. Some accounts even vividly describe the moment Yang Xiuqing was slain while in the company of Fu Shanxiang. Afterward, upon discovering Fu Shanxiang's bloodied corpse within the Eastern King's residence, Hong Xuanjiao reportedly expressed her disdain, remarking on the fallen state of the once proud maid. These accounts have appeared in various unofficial histories. Chapter 759. The strange mistress, this ruthless woman, who played a pivotal role in the downfall of the Taiping heavenly kingdom, astonishingly managed to escape, with subsequent tales suggesting she lived in seclusion abroad. Yet, who was the artist behind this portrait? Song Yang suddenly realized, pointing at the painting. Look, this artwork is so realistic that it feels as though we are witnessing the very scene it depicts. Furthermore, it is adorned with jewels, undoubtedly signifying something of special importance. Who is the owner of this painting? Uncle Shen has not provided us with any clues. How are we to search for the owner? It's not that we have no leads, Bai Yi interjected, raising the envelope in his hand. Inside, there is a receipt that reveals the name of the gallery from which this painting was purchased. I have heard of this establishment. It specializes solely in paintings, particularly ancient ones. The proprietor is a gentleman in his 60s who, despite his lineage's legacy, does not have a particular fondness for art. He continues to operate the gallery as it has been passed down through generations. He travels across the nation to acquire ancient paintings, which he then sells in his gallery. As you may know, during an artist's lifetime, their work may not hold much value, but once they pass away, the worth of their creations often ascends. Thus, the gallery enjoys a thriving business and annually selects several pieces to participate in auction events. Uncle Shen indeed seems quite intrigued by this painting. Fuyu remarked, yet, what mysteries might this artwork conceal? Bai Yi flipped the envelope over, noticing the two characters inscribed on it. Pondering, the young king refers to Hong Xiuquan's son. At that time, during the fall of the Taiping heavenly kingdom, the remaining troops managed to escape through the Taiping Gate, led by the commander Hong Rinxian, who issued an imperative to protect the young king. Could this be related to him? Uncle Shen has truly posed a challenging riddle for you. Wei Yi commented. It is indeed difficult to decipher Uncle Shen's thoughts. Unfortunately, he occupies a high position, and our opportunities for contact with him are limited. Fear not. Let us first seek the gallery's owner, Fuyu proposed. Then it falls upon you to unravel the intricacies of this painting. The couple, Wei Qing, remarked, leaving the painting and the envelope behind. Xiao Shan and Song Yang exchanged glances, their eyes filled with exasperation. Song Yang spat on the ground in frustration. This is utterly nonsensical. What kind of headless task is this? Enough of that. The situation is as it stands. Let us first address the problem, Bai Yi stated. Come, we shall visit the gallery owner. The gallery owner was not at his establishment, but rather leisurely sipping tea at a nearby tea house. Bai Yi and the others managed to locate him after some inquiries. With graying hair and a cheerful demeanor resembling that of Maitreya Buddha, he welcomed them without haste. Typically, one would assume visitors sought him for business, yet he remained unperturbed, inviting everyone to enjoy some tea. Drinking alone is quite dull. Now, I have company. Bai Yi arrived accompanied only by Fuyu, a pair of pleasant companions. They exchanged smiles and settled down to share tea with the owner, enjoying the relaxed atmosphere until they finished a pot of tea. Only then did the owner broach the main topic. Are you two here to purchase a painting? Bai Yi placed the receipt for the painting on the table. Sir, this painting is currently in our possession, and we are rather curious about it. Might you inform us who the owner of this painting is? The proprietor squinted his eyes, reflecting carefully. I acquired it from a rural family. Initially, they were unwilling to sell and rejected my offer. However, on the second occasion, they sought me out, having learned of a family member's illness that necessitated urgent funds, compelling them to relinquish the piece. It was, in a sense, an opportunistic acquisition. Not quite, replied Fuyu with a smile. If you were aware of their circumstances and still went to them, that would indeed be a true act of exploitation, devoid of honor. This sentiment resonated with the owner, who stroked his beard and nodded in agreement. This girl speaks well. I appreciate it. Very well, I will share with you the details of that family. Bai Yi was overjoyed. In return, I shall treat you to another pot of fine tea. Very well, I graciously accept. The proprietor, a man of straightforward nature, readily acquiesced. The family selling the painting resided within the city limits, and the head of the household was a middle-aged man in his 40s, operating a farmstay business. The courtyard was lush with grapevines, creating a pleasantly cool atmosphere. Fuyu remarked, this is indeed a lovely place, though it seems rather desolate today. Despite the verdant surroundings, the number of guests was scant. Upon hearing footsteps, the owner emerged to greet them, though fatigue was etched upon his face, likely due to the sick relative at home. Bai Yi and Fuyu exchanged a glance, a silent understanding passing between them. They pretended to be patrons, ordering a few dishes and seating themselves beneath the grapevine trellis. attempting to engage the middle-aged man in conversation. However, he appeared disinclined to respond, leaving them momentarily at a loss on how to broach the subject of the painting. Exchanging glances, Bai Yi spoke up. That painting of yours possesses quite a character. I noticed it is adorned with jewels. Have you verified their authenticity? Fu Yu smirked slightly. What is there to verify? I suspect they are mere imitations affixed for show. I am merely intrigued by the novelty of it. The female general of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom is quite a rarity. Their voices were neither too loud nor too soft, perfectly audible to the proprietor, who trembled slightly at Bai Yi's words. This revelation confirmed that the painting indeed originated from his possession. Bai Yi decided to stoke the flames further. Such a pity regarding the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. What began as a grand uprising ultimately resulted in tragedy and exile, leading to a complete disintegration. The internal strife was the root cause, and from this perspective, one cannot help but feel it is less regrettable. The owner fell silent, and Fu Yu rose to take a stroll around the courtyard. Excuse me, proprietor, may I borrow the restroom? Bai Yi regarded Fu Yu with curiosity as she headed to the washroom. Upon her return, she spoke softly. The house does not appear to harbor a sick person. It is quite tidy. There was no one inside, and I inspected all the rooms. However, in the back of the courtyard, I discovered a considerable amount of food, as if preparations were being made for a long journey. The cleanliness of the house is not an issue, but if there is indeed a sick person, why would they be preparing to travel? Even if travel is necessary, the quantity of food is far too excessive for just 3 or 4 people to consume. The analysis provided by Fu Yu was quite insightful. Bai Yi furrowed his brow and said, let us not act recklessly and alert the enemy. I will notify Xiao Shan and Qi Xie to monitor the boss and discern his true intentions. Agreed. Fu Yu nodded in affirmation. The boss remained exceedingly taciturn, uttering little more than inquiries about the menu and the bill. Once outside, after driving a few dozen meters from the farm, they spotted Xiao Shan and Qi Xie. Both were astute and refrained from intruding hastily. Bai Yi exited the vehicle, conveyed the specific location to them, and instructed them to keep a close watch on the boss while maintaining constant communication. Xiao Shan, who had not engaged in such thrilling activities for quite some time, appeared exhilarated and readily agreed, bidding farewell to Bai Yi and Fu Yu. He nudged Qi Xie and said, shall we proceed? Qi Xie responded with a wry smile. Why not? The two concealed themselves near the farm, remaining vigilant without any unusual occurrences. During this time, spurred on by Xiao Shan's incessant restlessness, they dined at a neighboring farm and gathered information on the situation. They overheard the boss mention that the neighbors kept a low profile and rarely interacted with others in the vicinity. As for any illness in their household, it was news to them. A young attendant responsible for brewing tea remarked, I always feel there's an invisible person in that house who prepares a substantial amount of food at intervals and hauls it back in a vehicle. Yet there are no visitors to be seen. The attendant's words sent shivers down their spines, prompting the boss to grunt, do not speak nonsense. Go brew the tea. The attendant muttered reluctantly as he walked away, still caught up in his train of thought. Xiao Shan and Qi Xie exchanged glances. Realizing the attendant's words might hold truth, could there indeed be something sinister next door? Was this the matter their uncle had instructed them to investigate? After settling the bill, Xiao Shan and Qi Xie stealthily moved closer. As night fell, the middle-aged man finally made a move, loading all his belongings onto a small truck. Though referred to as luggage, the shapes of the bags suggested they were filled with various kin goods. Where is he planning to take all this? Xiao Shan whispered. Qi Xie remained silent, merely gesturing toward the truck's cargo area and then to themselves. Xiao Shan understood immediately. At that moment, the middle-aged man climbed into the vehicle, preparing to start it. Like arrows released from a bow, the two swiftly leaped into the truck's cargo area, lying flat and undetected. The middle-aged man, engrossed in starting the vehicle, remained oblivious to the two unwelcome guests concealed within. Both individuals hidden in the back adjusted their phones to silent mode. An idea struck Xiao Shan. He activated his phone and sent a text message. This action would enable Bai Yi and the others at home to track their whereabouts through a software on the computer. Indeed, possessing a particular skill proved to be extraordinarily vital. The members of the household quickly accessed Xiao Shan's computer upon receiving the message. On the map, a red dot was gradually moving. Song Yang could not help but remark, I always thought Xiao Shan spent his days idly in front of the computer, oblivious to his endeavors. Now I realize he is truly a genius. No wonder he is a corporeal being formed from the essence of the universe. Observing the movement of the red dot, It appeared to be heading towards the seaside. Shen Bing interjected. Surely the boss is not planning a vacation by the sea. The seaside Shen Bing referred to was not an actual coastline, but rather a large pond, whimsically dubbed the seaside due to its name. This city, lacking genuine beaches, compensated for such a shortcoming by naming its numerous ponds with the character for sea, such as Qianhai, Huhai, and Shikahai, among others. That makes it even more peculiar, Song Yang mused. With someone unwell at home, how could he possibly indulge in such leisure? Fu Yu shook his head slightly. There must be more to this. The final destination of the red dot was recognized by Song Yang. Strange. Why would he venture there? What is it? Tang Sanqing inquired. I visited that place in my childhood. And I nearly perished there, Song Yang replied. That's why it remains vividly etched in my memory. It is an odd location. Over the years, many swimmers have gone missing there. You can peruse past news articles. It has long been abandoned, and few venture there now. The red dot came to a stop, and Bai Yi felt a pang of regret, wishing he had insisted they bring walkie-talkies, the invention of the Bu brothers, to facilitate communication. It was unfortunate that everything had been so hastily arranged, lacking thorough planning. Bai Yi exhaled deeply, appearing somewhat anxious, a rare sight that unnerved everyone, tightening their hearts. Tang Sanqing impulsively asked, "What are you worried about?" To an abandoned beach, laden with so much food, this person must have ulterior motives. I am beginning to worry for Qijie and Xiaoshan's safety. Bai Yi clenched his fists. Perhaps I should not have allowed them to take such risks. Surely not, Song Yang exclaimed, widening his eyes. With their skills, is there really a need for concern? I have a foreboding feeling, Bai Yi replied. No, we cannot remain here. Let us take Xiaoshan's computer and head over. Bai Yi's unusual demeanor heightened the tension among them. After a brief gathering of their belongings, they climbed into the vehicle and, following Song Yang's guidance, made their way to the pond. Throughout the journey, Song Yang recounted the strange occurrences associated with the area, predominantly centered around disappearances. He mentioned that the place was once rumored to be haunted by water ghosts, said to drag individuals to the depths, leaving no trace of their remains. It was particularly ill-advised to visit on the 15th of the month, as danger was ever more probable. Bai Yi maintained a serious expression. His grip on the steering wheel tense enough for the veins on the back of his hand to be distinctly visible. The location was quite remote, becoming increasingly sinister as night fell. Bai Yi halted the vehicle and first attempted to call Xiaoshan, but the call went unanswered. He surveyed the surroundings, noticing the absence of a middle-aged man's vehicle. Where do you think he could have parked? He pondered. Apart from this vacant land, there exists no other place. Shen Bing remarked. Unless he knows the secret location. Xiaoshan's message clearly stated that the individual departed in a pickup truck. Tang Sanqing nodded in agreement. Indeed. On Xiaoshan's computer, the red dot remained fixed here, with no subsequent location indicated. Bai Yi's voice was somewhat somber. We must search. Let us find the person first. The five dispersed. Though the area was not extensive, half an hour later, they had still not uncovered any trace of the vehicle. Song Yang spat disdainfully onto the ground. How peculiar. Could it be that they vanished along with the vehicle? Bai Yi supported his head with his hand, perplexed by the situation. What had gone awry? The painting? It was processed through normal sales channels. Ultimately, the issue lay with that proprietor. Furthermore, dragging a truckload of provisions to this desolate locale suggested the need to feed numerous individuals. Where were they? Tang Sanqing gazed at the pool shrouded in night, tranquil yet fixated on the group. He approached the water's edge and heard the sound of bubbles surfacing, emerging just 3 to 4 meters away. The ascent of bubbles indicated that a heavy object had descended into the water. Intrigued, Tang Sanqing called to the others. Come and see this. Bai Yi rushed over, and upon noticing the bubbles, he contemplated the same notion as Tang Sanqing. Could they have vanished from here? The presence of these bubbles suggested a recent descent. Tang Sanqing, you, Song Yang, and I will dive down. Fu Yu and Shen Bing, stay above and ensure your safety. Once again relegated to the role of a backup team member, Shen Bing felt a surge of discontent but resigned herself to the situation. Giving Tang Sanqing a gentle shove, be careful. Tang Sanqing clenched his fists, resolute not to lag behind this time. However, upon plunging into the water, reality humbled him. Despite having made some progress, he still found it taxing. Underwater, he forced his eyes open, the clarity of the depths revealing Bai Yi's silhouette. A multitude of sounds filled his ears as he focused on the pool's bottom, straining to grasp Bai Yi's ankle. Bai Yi turned, noticing Tang Sanqing's indication, and instinctively pulled Song Yang back. The three descended towards the spot Tang Sancheng had identified. With no protective gear, Tang Sancheng could hold his breath for no more than 10 minutes, requiring focused concentration to regulate his breathing. 5 minutes had already elapsed, and he felt as though his lungs would burst. He pressed his hands firmly against his chest, hoping to endure a little longer. Bai Yi, stirring the sediment at the pool's bottom with his feet, was elated to discover marks left by a tire's friction. Who could have imagined that the vehicle had descended from here? Chu Ying had already reached down to grasp a wrench at the bottom of the pool, a dark, mechanical tool. As he turned it, Ing was immediately enveloped by a thunderous sound, as countless bubbles surged forth. The current swept him away, pulled down by Bai Yi and Ying. Upon entering, a warm sensation enveloped him, and his previously labored breathing became steady, filled with abundant oxygen. Ing exhaled in relief, ready to speak, but realizing he was still underwater, he quickly closed his mouth. Then, he heard Ying's exclamation of delight. Damn it, whose brilliant idea was it to build a passageway down here? It's truly remarkable. Can we speak? Ing attempted to open his mouth, finding no water rushing in, only the dampness of his already soaked clothing. Where are we? Bai produced a waterproof headlamp, relieved to have brought it along. Once illuminated, the trio discovered they were in a passage approximately 3 meters wide and 3 meters high. The traces of wheels were prominently visible above them. Bai, filled with excitement, crouched by the wall, noticing a fresh scratch made by fingernails, a long arrow pointing forward. Ying and Ing also observed it, with Ying exclaiming, "It must be Q11. Damn it, I knew he would be the most reliable." With this arrow as their guide, the three were resolute in their pursuit. Under the beam of the headlamp, they followed the arrow ahead. The markings were sporadic, appearing at intervals of varying lengths, suggesting that Q11 had left them under extremely inconvenient circumstances, causing a shiver to run through the trio. The markings continued along the passage, accompanied by the tracks of wheels beneath them, igniting a growing excitement. The sound of water above resonated clearly in Ing's ears. Such a grand endeavor lies beneath. It must be extraordinary. That owner. I wonder who they might be. It must be connected to the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, Bai remarked. I wonder how Q11 and Shen are faring. Ying spat on the ground. As long as they still leave traces, it seems they haven't been discovered. However, the further we go, the closer we are to their territory. We need to hurry. As Ying spoke, his gaze was fixed intently on Ing and Ching. Ing shuddered. I haven't lagged behind today, have I? After all, it's about Shen and Q11. I'm even more anxious than you. His words were rather biased. Though they conversed, their pace remained swift. Ying continued to stride forward, adding, if I were to disappear, would you be just as anxious? Are you feeling jealous now? Ing inquired. Ying paused. Realizing he had inadvertently stepped into a trap, he spat on the ground, retorting, what would I be jealous of you for? Indeed, you are quite different from before. Ing exchanged a knowing glance with Bai, both chuckling softly, their shared understanding evident. Ying, usually glib, now felt his cheeks flush. And in a huff, he turned away, focusing intently on the markings ahead. The passage stretches approximately 600 meters long. After traversing about 400 meters, Tang San noticed the sound of water above him had vanished, replaced by various whispers of the wind and the footsteps of nocturnal travelers. It appeared we had arrived elsewhere. The footsteps overhead suggested that we were not alone. Perhaps we have entered the mountains? This was not an unlikely scenario. Bai Yi scrutinized the tracks beneath their feet. The wheel marks were growing fainter, indicating that the vehicle was gradually slowing down. We must be nearing our destination. As they drew closer, the trio became increasingly cautious, treading lightly as they approached, their bodies pressed against the wall. Upon leaning against it, Tang San shivered, for the wall was exceedingly cold. The chill penetrated his body deeply, sending a bone-numbing cold through him, prompting him to step away, exclaiming, how frigid. Chapter 761. A beautiful evening. His warning came a moment too late, as Yang also made contact with the wall and immediately remarked, damn. Why are we so entwined with this cold? Just as we emerge from the Tianshan Mountains, we find ourselves in another icy cavern. Not quite, Bai Yi interjected. Though the wall is frigid, we do not feel cold ourselves, do we? Indeed, the wall was as cold as ice, yet they felt no chill upon their bodies. This peculiar phenomenon prompted their voices to rise in volume. Suddenly, Tang Sen heard the sound of scattered footsteps and swiftly signaled for silence. The trio turned a corner to take temporary refuge, fully prepared for an imminent confrontation. A direct conflict seemed unavoidable. There were two individuals, and Tang Sen made an accurate assessment. However, he was astonished by the synchronicity of their footsteps. Had it not been for his keen hearing, he might not have noticed. Moreover, their steps were remarkably light, as if they were gliding over water. Tang San's heart raced, for the footsteps were drawing nearer. Perhaps, with a mere turn, they would come face to face with them. He motioned to Bai Yi and Song Yang, who, like agitated wildcats, bristled in readiness to confront the approaching figures. "They're coming," Tang Sen warned, and Song Yang and Bai Yi lunged forward, fists clenched, poised to strike the newcomers squarely in the face, leaving them no room to defend themselves. Their punches were already in motion, but as they neared the strangers' noses, both retracted their fists simultaneously. Tang San, puzzled, was taken aback as he clearly identified the visitors. How fortunate. Indeed, there were two of them, and Tang Sen had not misheard. They were two enchanting young maidens. Both donned flowing red garments, their hems dancing gracefully, cinched at the waist with red silk ribbons that trailed down like fluttering butterflies, harmonizing beautifully with their long, raven hair, which was also tied back with red ribbons into neat ponytails cascading down their backs. As they moved, the ribbons in their hair and at their waists danced in delightful unison, creating a truly captivating sight. The two girls, with their bright, sparkling eyes, gazed at the fist that suddenly appeared before them, their eyes wide and unblinking, the irises rolling curiously. Had they not been standard humanoids, one might have mistaken them for a reincarnation of the little fox. The sisters radiated an enchanting spirit. In truth, the trio was unaware if these two girls, identical in stature and appearance, were indeed siblings, but upon seeing such striking resemblances, the immediate assumption would undoubtedly be that they were sisters. The two young ladies clad in red exchanged excited glances upon encountering the three, and one remarked, "Beautiful scenery. Look, they don't seem to be from our realm." The two girls, strangely unperturbed, began to analyze the trio before them, exclaiming, "Indeed, how delightful." Finally, outsiders have arrived. Confronted with the youthful red-clad girl's reaction, the three were rendered somewhat perplexed, particularly Tang San, who noted that although the two girls were of slight stature, they were nonetheless as graceful as Zhao Fian, the one who almost danced away in the wind. Their forms were ethereal, their skin remarkably pale, bordering on an unhealthy hue. Observing their calm demeanor, the three let out a sigh of relief, and Bai Yi even pointed at one of the girls, saying, "Your name is Mei Jing, so I shall venture to guess your name is Liangshan." Together, it forms a phrase of exquisite beauty. The two girls exchanged glances and clapped their hands in unison, exclaiming, "You are truly clever." Bai Yi felt a flush of modesty, stating, "It's not so much cleverness as a mere coincidence. You look so alike that you must be twins. And your names are surely intertwined. Liangshan and Mei Jing. How splendidly they fit." Suddenly, Mei Jing interjected, "Oh no, we've been out for quite a while. The elder is likely getting angry. We must return at once." "Wait." Tang Sen involuntarily raised his voice, quickly covering his mouth and softly inquiring, "May I ask if there are any other outsiders who have entered besides us?" "Other outsiders?" The excitement in the red-clad girl's expressions intensified. "There might be," Bai Yi replied. "Didn't another vehicle arrive today? It was delivering provisions." "You are quite peculiar," Mei Jing remarked, a slight frown creasing her brow. "You are clearly outsiders. Yet you seem to know so much." She stepped back, pulling Liangshan with her, her eyes now devoid of excitement and filled instead with wariness. "Who are you?" "We have merely come to find our friend," Tang Sen explained. "Of course, we also wish to uncover the secret of that painting." Song Yang, feeling somewhat exasperated, interjected, "Tang San, there's no need for such lengthy explanations. We only need to convey to them that we are not malevolent beings. Does our appearance suggest otherwise?" "Not at all," Liangshan replied, her courage evidently greater. "You do not seem like bad people. However, you should depart swiftly. Outsiders are never welcomed here. And it is true that none have come before." "Is that so?" "Many have disappeared in this very place," Song Yang countered. "Are those who have vanished in no way connected to you?" In a moment of splendid beauty, the two exchanged glances, each wearing an expression of disbelief. "Are you suggesting that the drowned were our doing?" "How absurd. Clearly, it was their own fault." "Wasn't it your doing?" Song Yang feigned disbelief. You are so enigmatic. One would naturally link these two events. What enigma? It is merely pitiful. Liang Chun, revealing a more forthcoming nature, retorted, how could we possibly harm others again? Are you truly willing to stand by and watch our friends come to harm? That involves 2 precious lives, Song Yang replied. When they arrive here, they will undoubtedly be perceived as foes by your companions, won't they? Impossible, Mei Jing exclaimed. It must be acknowledged that these 2 young ladies were astute, yet possessed an extraordinary innocence, a quality that irresistibly drew others near them. However, their attire suggested they were not of contemporary times, particularly their archaic red garments. Bai Yi felt a stirring within, your young king. Upon hearing the words young king, Liang Chun and Mei Jing recoiled, regarding Bai Yi as though he were a monster, their heads huddled together in whispered consultation, unaware that their conversation fell wholly upon Tang Sancheng's ears. What should we do? These 3 seem rather exceptional. No, we must leave immediately to find the young king. Let's hurry. I will count to 3, and we shall depart together. How does that sound? Tang Sancheng could not suppress a laugh. Are we leaving already? Liang Chun and Mei Jing stared at him as if he were a ghost, with Mei Jing gripping Liang Chen's arm tighter. Heavens, can he hear us? He has heard everything we said. Bai Yi exchanged glances with Tang Sancheng, who pointed to his ears and remarked, indeed, I have keen hearing. My dear ladies, we only wish to locate our friends. If you do not guide us, we shall force our way through. That is unacceptable, Liang Chun and Mei Jing chorused. We shall proceed, Bai Yi commanded, and the 3 swiftly moved past the 2 ladies in red, making their way inside. Liang Chun and Mei Jing reached out, managing to grasp only Tang Sancheng and Bai Yi. In that moment, Song Yang took a turn and vanished from sight. Liang Chun and Mei Jing, witnessing this, were on the verge of tears. What shall we do now? You have entered right beneath our noses. We are now inextricably linked to this. That is simple enough. We will split into 2 groups. You may continue on your original path, pretending you do not see us. If we are caught, you will be oblivious to it. And your companions will not hold you accountable, correct? Bai Yi said, alas, look, our companion has departed too swiftly. They have already disappeared. This is untenable. Tang Sancheng, we must go. Having spoken, they released their hold on Liang Chun and Mei Jing's arms and advanced forward. But before they could react, 2 streaks of red light flashed. And Liang Chun and Mei Jing, employing some unknown means, unexpectedly appeared before them with astonishing speed. 2 individuals intercepted Tang Sancheng and Bai Yi. Liang Chun remarked, no wonder the king claims outsiders are untrustworthy. Having encountered you now, it is indeed evident. We shall apprehend you and present you to the king to see what becomes of you. As they spoke, they untied the red satin ribbons from their waists, transforming them into lethal weapons. The once supple ribbons fluttered dangerously, startling Tang Sancheng and Bai Yi into retreat. The 2 maidens in red pressed on, flicking their wrists as the crimson ribbons lashed toward the 2 men. At that moment, a figure dashed forward, positioning himself between Tang Sancheng and Bai Yi. Another figure leapt behind Mei Jing, extending his hands to seize her neck. Tang Sancheng exclaimed, Xiao Shan no. Meanwhile, the 2 red ribbons were grasped tightly by Qi Xie, who yanked Liang Chun and Mei Jing off balance, nearly toppling them. Xiao Shan stood behind the 2 maidens, calling out to Tang Sancheng, Brother Sancheng. Liang Chun and Mei Jing, initially confident in their victory, were taken aback as the situation drastically shifted. Their faces flushed crimson as they attempted to rise. Xiao Shan threatened, do not move recklessly, or we will silence you for good. The 4 words left Liang Chun and Mei Jing momentarily stunned. Having grown up in this place, they had never heard such ruthless words. Even the king, at his harshest, merely sought to send them out for a taste of the outside world. To be honest, the sisters secretly wished the king would discipline them. Tang Sancheng, upon seeing Qi Xie and Xiao Shan, felt a surge of excitement. At last, I have found you. Chapter 762, The King. Qi Xie and Xiao Shan's expressions were complex as they gestured to Tang Sancheng, who quickly closed his mouth and whispered, where have you 2 been? It is a long story. These 2 are in cahoots with those inside. Xiao Shan pointed at the subdued Liang Chun and Mei Jing, saying, I saw them emerge from that secret chamber. Hearing the word secret chamber, Liang Chun and Mei Jing turned pale, especially Liang Chun, who retorted loudly, you people have no reason to invade another's domain yet possess such audacity. Isn't it you who are audacious? Xiao Shan, angered, placed her hands on her hips. Those who dwell underground must harbor secrets. Furthermore, being so cautious of outsiders is inherently abnormal. Liang Chun and Mei Jing exchanged glances, and a smirk crept onto their lips. Bai Yi, witnessing this, urged, "Quick, cover their mouths." Alas, it was too late. The pair began to emit melodious sounds, initially soft, and then suddenly sharp, a warning signal. At that moment, Tang Sansheng heard numerous footsteps rushing toward them. This is bad. They have likely alerted their companions, and they are all heading this way. Fear not. Let us confront them head-on. Bai Yi remained remarkably composed. As she spoke, more than 10 individuals arrived, surrounding Bai Yi and the others. In light of the situation, Qi Xie tightened his grip on the two maidens, clearly treating them as hostages. Liang Chen declared, "This is what you have forced upon us. You accuse us of harboring secrets underground. Now, it seems you are the ones with secrets." Over a dozen individuals adorned with headscarves clutched long spears, confronting the crowd. Bai Yi, observing their attire, unequivocally identified them as followers of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. "Are you descendants of the Heavenly Kingdom?" summoned the painter. "I have matters to discuss with him." His words pierced through their identities, inciting a flicker of unease amongst them. At that moment, a voice emerged. "Your Majesty, it is my fault for allowing outsiders to enter. I willingly accept the consequences." "Your Majesty?" Bai Yi inhaled deeply. The Taiping leader Hong Xiuquan had perished long ago. The title of Heavenly King could likely belong only to his few sons. Among them, the eldest, Hong Tianxing, was born between 1852 and 1853 during the Taiping army's advance from Yong'an, Guangxi to Nanjing. Upon their arrival, Hong Xiuquan decreed that royal names must be avoided, leading all those bearing the surname Zeng to adopt the surname Yong. For instance, the septuagenarian general Zeng Tianyang became Yong Tianyang. The notable minister Zeng Shuiyuan transformed into Yong Shuiyuan, and Zeng Jinfan into Yong Jinfan. Although lacking formal documentation, it can be inferred that their formidable adversary, Zeng Guofan, commander of the Xiong army, would have been known as Yong Guofan. However, Hong Tianxing tragically passed away shortly thereafter, allowing those bearing the Zeng surname to breathe a sigh of relief. They could once again reveal their true identities. The subsequent sons, Hong Tianguang and Hong Tianming, were born in the 4th year of the Jia Yin era, specifically 1854. Hong Tianming was born on the 24th of September, while details regarding Hong Tianguang's birth remain obscure. Both were born of concubines. Hong Tianguang's mother was the 12th wife, Chun, while Hong Tianming's mother was the 19th wife, Wu. Like their elder brother, neither had ever ventured beyond the palace gates. Hong Tianguang resided in the Golden Dragon Hall, while Hong Tianming dwelled beneath the young lord's sleeping quarters in the left hall. Around 1858, they were conferred titles of Wang Guang and Wang Ming, respectively. In 1861, the new ceremonial regulations drafted by Hong Renwang stipulated that they should not be referred to as 1,000 years old but rather as eternal years old. The characters Guang and Ming also required avoidance, compelling the renowned Taiping general Deng Guangming to adopt the name Deng Guoming, and Li Xiuqing's younger brother, Li Mingqing, to become Li Mingcheng. Due to the children's names, Tian Guang and Tian Ming, the Taiping kingdom endured 3 years devoid of light. On the day the city of Tianjin fell, Hong Tianguang and Hong Tianming had been closely following their elder brother Hong Tianguifu. However, during the escape, Li Xiuqing declared he could only take the young lord, leaving the two behind. Some claimed they fled with their mother, Lai, to the South Seas, but such assertions lack substantiation. The most plausible fate, regrettably, is that they perished amidst the chaos of battle, as they, like Hong Tianguifu, possessed little life experience and were even younger, merely 10 years of age. The youngest son of Hong Xiuquan was originally named Hong Tianyu. However, following the Tianjing incident, after Hong Xiuquan executed Yang Xiuqing, he whimsically decided to adopt Hong Tianyu as Yang Xiuqing's successor, referring to him as both a son and a nephew, bestowing upon him the title of Young Eastern King, making this child, not yet 10, the highest-ranking official of the Taiping Kingdom. This first official left no recordable deeds, and following the fall of Tianjing, his story ceased to be documented. Moreover, it was the young king. 5 days after the death of the heavenly king Hong Xiuquan, the young king Hong Tianguifeng assumed control of the court. In his brief existence, Hong Tianguifeng experienced no warmth of familial life, ultimately falling into the hands of the Qing army. Thus he could be dismissed from consideration. Who, then, could this individual, revered as the heavenly king, truly be? Bai Yi pondered the matter, seeking to spring an unexpected revelation upon his companions, and suddenly raised his voice, inquiring, "Could it be Hong Tianyu?" Upon the utterance of this name, all present exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. Bai Yi recognized he had hit the mark, but soon found himself grappling with another question. If it were indeed Hong Tianyu, how old would he be this year? The age did not seem to align. He remarked, "It is truly lamentable that the descendants of the Taiping heavenly kingdom are reduced to such obscurity." His words bore a profound sense of empathy, striking a chord with them, causing hands that once clutched spears to droop. The proprietor approached Bai Yi, pleading, "I implore you, leave this place as if you have not discovered it. Whatever you desire in terms of money, I shall provide." In truth, Bai Yi and his companions were equally perplexed as to why their uncle had urged them to investigate that painting. Since their inquiries had led them here, the intricacies must surely lie within, and they could not afford to abandon their pursuit lightly. Bai Yi, with a wry smile, countered, "You resorted to selling Hong Suanio's painting to procure those supplies, indicating your financial state is not robust. How then can you claim to provide us with whatever we seek?" The proprietor faltered, suddenly crouching down with his hands clasped to his head, a picture of anguish. Tang Sanqing interjected, "We bear no ill will. Perhaps we could even assist you. Might we be granted an audience with your heavenly king? You seem remarkably well-versed in the affairs of the heavenly kingdom," a voice emerged. "There was originally but one method to address your presence here, to bring about your demise. However, we have refrained from taking lives for quite some time. And as you harbor no malice, should we grant your release, our peace would be disrupted. What, then, can we do?" "Fear not," Bai Yi replied. "Our origins are likely to be far more extraordinary than yours, which is precisely why we are not astonished to encounter you. We have merely been tasked with uncovering the provenance of that painting. Once we ascertain the answer, we shall depart without causing further disturbance." "The painting?" The proprietor was taken aback. "That painting was originally in our possession. As for its origins, there is nothing particularly noteworthy." The voice resonated once more, "Please, follow me for the time being." The crowd parted, and at last, Bai Yi and his companions beheld the owner of the voice, their astonishment palpable. This individual was gaunt as a twig, yet possessed remarkably bright eyes, standing at a height comparable to Bai Yi, with a mane of raven black hair. Was this truly their heavenly king? The five exchanged knowing glances, resolutely deciding to follow the heavenly king. As they trailed behind, Tang Sanqing suddenly sensed something amiss about the heavenly king. He nudged Qixia, silently urging him to observe the heavenly king's midsection. It appeared as though he bore an inflatable ring around his waist. For a portly individual, such a condition might be excusable. Yet this heavenly king's emaciated frame rendered the protrusion rather incongruous. The passage ultimately leads to a long row of houses, constructed low yet remarkably orderly. The king guides them to the innermost room, where the door is slightly distinct in color, clearly intended to signify rank. The king's chamber is exceedingly austere, furnished only with a stone bed and a set of stone tables and chairs, devoid of any other embellishments. Given his royal status, this starkness comes across as somewhat tragic. The shopkeeper, who has been closely following the king, evidently holds a position of some esteem here. Upon closing the door, the space within feels constricted, and the king appears somewhat melancholic, wearing an expression of uncertainty regarding their fate. "Where's the painting?" the shopkeeper suddenly inquires. "I did not bring the painting with me, but I do remember the details." "The figure depicted is Hong Xuanjiao," Bai Yi responds, bending down to search for something on the battlefield. The artist must have experienced the scene firsthand. Moreover, the painting is adorned with jewels. If it were of no significance, why would it be embellished in such a manner? As far as we know, Hong Xuanjiao did not perish. She subsequently fled abroad and became a medical professional, living a long life before her eventual demise. What? The king is momentarily taken aback, unable to conceal his excitement. She did not die at that time. What about the imperial seal? Upon hearing the words imperial seal, a spark ignites in Bai Yi's mind. It turns out she was searching for the heavenly kingdom's imperial seal. In a moment of clarity, Bai Yi articulates the answer, which leaves the king both anxious and exhilarated. "So you are also aware of the heavenly kingdom's imperial seal?" The imperial seal of the heavenly kingdom has long been lost. The genuine seal is documented to measure 8 inches square. Additionally, it is worth noting that the king, Hong Xiuquan, once decreed that the Taiping heavenly kingdom should be renamed the heavenly kingdom of God, mandating that the seal and its design be altered accordingly. The gold seal and decree of King Hong Xiuquan feature a dragon design with its head facing downward and tail upward, following the strict prohibitions outlined in the royal edict, with the upper stroke longer than the lower. As Bai Yi continues speaking, he observes the king's complexion growing increasingly flushed. He elaborates, during intense battles with the Qing army, the Taiping forces discovered that the seal's imprint could be easily forged by the enemy. Therefore, whether it was edicts bearing the king's seal or commands from other lords, a confidential code was always added for security, and it was emphasized that the parties involved must handwrite the documents. This is mentioned by Li Xiuqing in his account regarding the 10 stipulations for surrender. He requested that the central authority issue a decree to him, accompanied by written documents, stating that if documents were sent without a seal, the generals would not trust him, suspecting that the central authority had fabricated a trap. In the heavenly kingdom, any documents bearing a seal without my handwritten secret code would not be acknowledged. Chapter 763, The Ancient Cave. Aware of Bai Yi's erudition, the intricate details he articulates still leave Tang Sanqing in awe. Observing the king's animated demeanor, he realizes Bai Yi has struck a chord. They call you king, yet by age, you cannot be Hong Xiuquan. Bai Yi delves deeper. Are you perhaps a descendant of the Hong family? Upon uttering this, a look of anguish crosses the king's face, and Bai Yi quickly comprehends. It seems he is not merely a descendant. Who then are you? Who am I? The celestial king swayed slightly, pondering to himself. Who am I, having lived until now? The phrase having lived until now stirred something within Bai Yi. However, they were fortunate in that they had always known who they were. Yet, this expression also revealed to Bai Yi that the other was a being of longevity, or perhaps one who had frozen time. Much like themselves, their lives eternally suspended at this age. The expression on Bai Yi's face brought the celestial king a sense of reassurance. He felt as though these individuals before him could comprehend his suffering, a sensation he had never experienced before. In that fleeting moment, he deemed them trustworthy. Resting one hand on the table, he slightly closed his eyes and made a significant decision. We have never allowed outsiders to enter here. Your presence may indeed be fate. Strangely, it seems we share a certain connection. Tang Sanqing sighed, receiving a glare from Song Yang, who seemed to chastise him for displaying his emotions. Tang Sanqing quickly composed himself, observing Bai Yi as he continued to engage with the celestial king. Bai Yi had confirmed that something extraordinary had transpired with this celestial king. Furthermore, with the earlier mention of the imperial seal, Bai Yi pieced together the information in his mind. The figure in the painting, Hong Xuanio, might be the custodian of the seal, and the scene depicted her in search of it. The whereabouts of the heavenly imperial seal had long remained a mystery, a topic of contention among historians. Thus, several questions emerged. First, what is the true identity of this celestial king? Undoubtedly, he is a relative of Hong Xiuquan. But which one? What events have unfolded in his life? Second, how is the imperial seal connected to Hong Xuanio? How did she lose it? And where ultimately lies the seal? Third, who is the artist of this painting? Fourth, what is the true intent of the third uncle? It remains uncertain. Perhaps the answers will only reveal themselves once these enigmas are meticulously investigated. Celestial King, with your identity still shrouded in mystery, is this truly wise? The owner of the farm, who had been quietly standing at the side, timidly spoke up, though I have made a grave mistake this time. We have been searching for the imperial seal. Perhaps this is an opportunity granted to us. The true intent of the celestial king was revealed to be this. Will you assist us in seeking the heavenly imperial seal? Song Yang spat disdainfully on the ground. Your calculations are indeed loud. Why don't you search for it yourselves? The celestial king bore an expression of unspoken woes, glancing at the farm owner. You may leave now. The man nodded slightly and promptly exited, closing the door behind him. The celestial king sighed. Among us, only I have seen the imperial seal. The others have merely heard of it and have never encountered the actual artifact. In the past, I have ventured out in secret to search, but to no avail. Either I found nothing or returned with mere imitations, as those counterfeit seals have deceived us time and again. Bai Yi struggled to suppress his laughter. The heavenly king had long been in seclusion here and was oblivious to the remarkable advancements in the world of antiques, particularly the sophisticated techniques of imitation. Even someone like him, who had been immersed in this realm for decades, might find it difficult to discern authenticity. There was, however, one exception, Luo Tian, the prodigious appraiser. Why don't you venture out yourself? Song Yang retorted with irritation. Is it merely because of your status as the Heavenly King? Certainly not, replied the Heavenly King. This is precisely what I wish to elucidate. He lifted his garment to reveal his waist, causing a collective gasp among the onlookers. It appeared as though a serpent was coiled around him. Xiaoshan, emboldened by curiosity, reached out to touch it, only to discover that the serpent-like form was seamlessly integrated with the Heavenly King's flesh. Alarmingly, the scales adorning it mirrored those of a genuine serpent. Xiaoshan withdrew his hand, astonished. Are those real serpent scales? If only you could comprehend, the Heavenly King sighed. How can I possibly leave this place in such a condition? What on earth happened? Bai Yi inquired. It's a long story. Allow me to introduce myself, the Heavenly King began. I am Hong Tianyu, the half-son and half-nephew adopted by Yang Xiuqing. The individuals outside are descendants of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom who fled during the upheaval. In other words, aside from myself, all others have followed a normal trajectory of life. What transpired to you? Tang Sanqing asked, curiosity piqued. An unforeseen incident, Hong Tianyu recounted. When the city fell, the young Heavenly King fled, naturally under protection due to his status. As for me, being adopted, I was left unattended. I had no choice but to escape with my trusted confidants, numbering over 30. Our journey was relatively smooth, as the Qing soldiers primarily sought the young Heavenly King. Accompanying us was my aunt, General Hong Suanio, who possessed the Heavenly Kingdom's imperial seal. Unfortunately, we accidentally encountered Qing soldiers, and after a fierce clash, she and the seal vanished. The seal is of paramount importance to us, and we must retrieve it. This painting, which we eventually acquired, was handed to us by fourth sister. Based on the scene depicted, she was nearby at the time, yet she adorned it with jewels, which puzzles us. We feel she intended to convey something, yet for reasons unknown, she may have been caught in a conflict of her own. Bai Yi remarked. Perhaps she simply wished to inform you of Hong Suanio's last whereabouts. Indeed, we shall revisit that notion later. What I must convey pertains to our experiences. After the clash with the Qing soldiers, we lost over 10 individuals, including my aunt Hong Suanio, leaving merely 20 of us to continue our flight. Our position was compromised, leading to an intensified pursuit. We were compelled to take refuge in the mountains, with pursuers behind us and a sheer cliff ahead. We realized that falling into the hands of the Qing demons would spell our doom. Qing demons, Bai Yi mused, a smile gracing his lips. Even after all these years, the ingrained animosity remained unaltered. Hong Tianyu's expression was profoundly evocative, caught between pursuing foes behind and a sheer cliff ahead, rendering the fate of the fleeing crowd truly heart-wrenching. Just at that critical moment, an elderly man with white hair emerged from the nearby woods, his demeanor suggesting he was no specter. Upon noticing us, he remained remarkably composed, first inquiring about our identities, then lamenting that Tianjing had fallen to the Xiong army, and questioning why we had fled to this place. At that time, Hong Tianyu believed doomsday had arrived, and was prepared to forsake his life in allegiance to the Heavenly Kingdom. The old man's appearance offered a glimmer of hope. He seemed intimately familiar with the terrain, and was accompanied by both the young and the elderly. Hong Tianyu knelt before the white-haired elder, pleading, Esteemed sir, I fear not for my own life, but there are women and children with me. If you could illuminate a path to safety, we would be eternally grateful. Uncertain of what fate awaited them, Hong Tianyu endeavored to do all he could. The old man, like a celestial being descending to aid them, chuckled heartily. Your encounter with me today signifies that your lives are not yet forfeit. You think this is a cliff, but do you see that ancient pine tree standing resolutely? Indeed. At the edge of the precipice lies a century-old pine, and beneath it is a 1,000-year-old cave. If you traverse this ancient passage, you may evade the pursuit of the Qing soldiers. As for what follows, may fortune favor you. With the belief that heaven does not entirely forsake humanity, Hong Tianyu was overwhelmed with gratitude. After bidding farewell to the elder, he urged his companions to enter the cave. They first surveyed the surroundings and were astonished to discover that indeed, beneath the ancient pine, there was a cave. However, accessing it required descending more than 10 zhang from the cliff. Observing the nearby green vines, Hong Tianyu approached and tugged at them, discovering their remarkable strength and slight elasticity. A bold idea took shape in his mind. He commanded the strong men to cut the vines and weave them into ropes, allowing the women and children to descend first, while he would descend last. Yet, the vines swayed prominently in their place, drawing attention. Taking a risk, Hong Tianyu severed a substantial length of the vines and pulled with all his might until he had entirely dislodged them, ensuring that the pursuing soldiers did not catch sight of them. The cave was indeed, as the elder had described, vast enough to accommodate them all. Hong Tianyu felt a surge of elation as he escaped into the cave, his spirits lifting as he perceived its seemingly boundless extension into the mountain's depths. Curiosity ignited within him, though he would later learn that such curiosity could lead one into unfathomable abysses. Concerned that the Qing soldiers above might discover their presence, he urged everyone to venture deeper into the cave to avoid making noise. After ensuring everyone was settled, he took his personal attendant, and the two ventured further into the cave. This cavern, while similar to others, was pervaded by an unsettlingly foul odor that intensified the deeper they traveled. The attendant, feeling a sense of foreboding, suggested, "Perhaps we should not proceed any further. I find this scent rather disturbing." "What is there to fear?" Hong Tianyu remarked. "There are still so many of us outside, so there is no need for concern." Chapter 764. The transformation of the serpent. Hong Tianyu, driven by an insatiable curiosity, quickened his pace as he ventured deeper, the pungent stench piercing his nostrils. The more potent the odor became, the more his inquisitiveness intensified. Unbeknownst to him, the attendant who had been trailing him had vanished without a trace. "Hong-san, what do you see over there?" Hong Tianyu inquired, spotting a colossal shadow ahead. Turning to ask his attendant, he was struck by the realization that Hong-san had already disappeared. A wave of dread washed over him, and his heart began to race. The silence enveloping the ancient cavern was so profound that he could hear the rapid thumping of his own heart. His voice trembled as he called out, "Hong-san. Hong-san, where are you?" The echo of his voice reverberated through the millennia-old cave, amplifying his sense of isolation. It dawned on him that Hong-san was right. This place was indeed peculiar, the air thick with an unsettling aroma, and the atmosphere was eerily ominous. Though his curiosity was piqued, Hong Tianyu valued his life above all. Surviving the clutches of a malevolent spirit, he could not afford to plunge into another abyss. Regret began to gnaw at him, prompting him to turn back and sprint in the direction he had come from. Yet, scarcely had he run 10 paces when something ensnared his foot, causing him to tumble to the ground. Instinctively, he reached out and grasped a pair of feet. To his horror, he recognized them as Hong-san's. The lifelessness of those feet only deepened his terror. Despite being the son of a king, with royal blood coursing through his veins, he was but a fragile mortal. In this precarious moment between life and death, fear consumed him entirely. Driven by primal instincts, he desperately drew a dagger concealed within his boot and, without a second thought, thrust it backward. A torrent of foul liquid erupted, splattering onto his legs, and he felt the grip that had ensnared him loosen. Seizing the opportunity, Hong Tianyu crawled forward for a distance before breaking into a full sprint. The path ahead seemed interminable, and he lacked the courage to glance back. The memory of Hong-san's cold ankles sent chills down his spine. With each step forward, a sense of safety began to envelop him. He fancied he could hear voices, and his heart swelled with hope. Just then, faint rustling sounds emerged from behind, causing his heart to leap into his throat. He called out, "Hong-wu, I am here." Both Hong-san and Hong-wu had been loyal attendants by his side for years, their surname bestowed by his father. However, before Hong-wu could arrive, he found himself ensnared by something akin to a rope, which yanked him backward. He shut his eyes tightly, gripping his dagger fiercely, and plunged it into the source of his entrapment. Blood gushed forth once more, but this time, fortune did not favor him. The binding tightened painfully, nearly dislodging his weapon. With a piercing scream, Hong Tianyu was hurled against the rocky wall, the agony rendering his entire body paralyzed, as if his bones had shattered into fragments. The shackles that bound his power have finally dissipated. Hong Tianyu struggled to turn over, glancing back, and upon doing so, a chill ran down his spine as he found himself under the furious gaze of a pair of deep, menacing eyes. The entity ensnaring him had a serpentine tail, yet it had rendered Hong Tianyu's arms numb. Clinging to a flicker of survival instinct, he still grasped his knife, albeit with a faltering grip. Had Hong-wu heard his cries for help just moments ago? Hong Tianyu harbored a glimmer of hope that a savior might swiftly arrive to preserve the life he had fought so hard to maintain. The creature before him was a grotesque amalgamation of forms, neither fully serpent nor entirely distinct. While it possessed a snake-like tail, its upper body and head bore no resemblance to that of a serpent. Its two large eyes protruded like lanterns, casting an eerie green glow in the dim cave. Taking a deep breath, Hong Tianyu positioned the knife across his chest. In this dire moment, it was a matter of life or death. The monster did not rush to claim his life, but rather seemed to delight in the moment, swaying its head in a tantalizing manner. Each contraction of Hong Tianyu's body in fear only seemed to amuse it further, amplifying his anxiety. He felt akin to a mouse caught by a cat, destined to be toyed with before its demise. Gripping his own lip with his teeth, Hong Tianyu resolved that rather than resigning himself to fate, he would take the offensive to carve out a path to survival. He tore a strip from his clothing to bind his right hand tightly, allowing him a firmer grip on the knife. Ready now, an invigorating energy surged through him as he lunged at the colossal beast, driving the blade into its vulnerable, pallid belly. That area was its Achilles heel. Blood, foul and viscous, erupted like a gushing tap, dousing Hong Tianyu in its repugnant essence. Yet, within, he silently praised his audacity. The so-called monster was merely a figment of fear. As the creature writhed helplessly on the ground, its body crashing against the cave walls, the entire cavern trembled. In a moment of hesitation, Hong Tianyu was torn between delivering the fatal blow or seizing the opportunity to escape. This indecision granted the creature a chance to retaliate. The serpent's head, once collapsed, shot up suddenly, and with a gaping maw, it engulfed half of Hong Tianyu's body in one swift motion. His world spun wildly as he trembled on the ground. The stench emanating from the creature's mouth was overwhelming, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Feeling the sharpness of its teeth, Hong Tianyu summoned his remaining strength to thrust the knife between its jaws, preventing it from chewing. Unexpectedly, a powerful force surged from the creature's throat, dragging him deeper into its gullet. Hong Tianyu clung to the knife as his last bastion of hope, but the force pulled both him and the weapon into the abyss of its throat. Upon hearing this, Tang Sanqing and the others broke into a cold sweat. The perilous tale was already harrowing in its narration, and now, as they learned that Hong Tianyu had been swallowed by the monster, Xiao Shan leaned closer to Tang Sanqing. While Song Yang momentarily forgot to express his emotions with a scoff, instead fixating his gaze on Hong Tianyu. Noticing the peculiar gazes of those around him, Hong Tianyu managed a wry smile as he gestured towards himself. I stand before you, very much alive, yet I barely escaped death. It turned out that after being swallowed, he unexpectedly retained a glimmer of consciousness. His entire body was submerged in a tangy liquid. At first, he felt nothing amiss. But soon he began to feel an intense heat, as though he were trapped in a furnace, desperately struggling to survive. He was unwilling to relinquish his life at the final moment. He was unaware of where he found the strength, but he wielded his knife and thrust it wildly, lacking any target or direction. After an indeterminate period, he finally heard the sound of the liquid flowing away, and his body began to plummet. With a sigh of relief, he realized he was utterly exhausted, unable to open his eyes. It was at that moment he discovered a stone glowing with a green light. Although he referred to it as a stone, even now, Hong Tianyu could not ascertain its true nature. Tang Sanqing interjected, "That is a Dan." The events leading up to this moment had already taken shape in Bai Yi's mind. As he had surmised, Hong Tianyu had swallowed the glowing orb. Why did you choose to ingest that orb at that moment? It seems you possess some understanding, do you not? Tang Sanqing astutely seized upon this critical point. One could imagine, in the midst of his frantic escape, Hong Tianyu had the presence of mind to consider swallowing the orb. Most would only think of fleeing at such a moment. Even if they were curious upon seeing it, they would likely just take it with them. Who would think to consume it? Hong Tianyu's expression stiffened as he promptly admitted, I have no knowledge of who you are, but you are correct. Upon seeing it, I realized it was the inner Dan of that monster. I sought to prolong my life, so I swallowed it without hesitation. However, I lost consciousness immediately afterward. When I awoke, it was my attendant who found me. I had opened the monster's belly from within. Fortunately, after a desperate struggle, I managed to save my own life. Strangeness began from that moment, did it not? Tang Sanqing remarked. An ordinary person consuming an inner Dan, especially that of an animal, would certainly not achieve perfect harmony, as we are not of the same essence. Hong Tianyu lifted his head, closed his eyes, and nodded slightly. Indeed, I snatched a life back, and fortunately, Hong Sen also survived. He merely lost consciousness. We did not dare linger in that cave. Instead, we chose a mountain path to evade the attentions of the Qingyao, eventually settling temporarily in a remote mountainous area. We knew the Qingyao would not let us go easily, so we lived off the land, avoiding the outside world until we heard news of the dissolution of the Xiong army, which brought us some relief. By then, I had already begun to exhibit unusual changes. You no longer age with the passage of years, yet your body has started to transform, Tang Sanqing observed. No, it would be inaccurate to say I have not aged. Compared to my younger self, I am indeed younger now. I do not escape aging. I simply age more slowly than ordinary people, Hong Tianyu replied. As the thoughts stirred within Qi Xie, he realized that their situation bore a striking resemblance to that of the descendants of the Yu dynasty. Both relied on external forces. The Yu people were influenced by a peculiar stone, while Hong Tianyu depended on the inner elixir of a strange serpent. However, the latter appeared decidedly unfortunate, as his body had begun to exhibit abnormal changes. Hong Tianyu recounted, initially, we too were consumed by trepidation. Yet, as time passed, we grew accustomed to our circumstances. We utilized the wealth we brought with us to establish this sanctuary, retreating here to live in seclusion. To sustain ourselves, we have sent others to live outside as a supply line. Over the years, we have lived in peace, but it seems I am transforming into a serpent. He continued, what you see is merely the scales at my waist. In truth, my calves are also covered in serpent scales, and the affliction appears to be advancing. Should this progression continue unchecked, it is only a matter of time before I become a monster. With a bitter smile, he confessed, I dread the day of my full transformation. Yet, despite my fears, I have survived and acquired what is deemed longevity. My kin, however, perceive this as a divine blessing. They believe that if we can recover the heavenly kingdom's seal, the kingdom can be restored, or at least, that is their conviction. Thus, you have been in pursuit of the heavenly kingdom's seal for generations, never relinquishing hope? Bai Yi inquired. Though the heavenly kingdom has perished and its king is dead, you have become our new beacon of hope. As long as you live, the kingdom endures. However, why did you agree to sell that painting? It was a gift from the fourth maiden, who witnessed the seal's disappearance and saw Hong Suanio. Perhaps she conveyed a message to you through that painting. Does this not imply that you are reluctant to seek the seal? Bai Yi's assertion was bold, prompting Tang Sanqing and Qi Xie to exchange incredulous glances. Hong Tianyu seemed to lose the strength to support himself, collapsing onto his bed with a long sigh. I am weary, truly weary. Since discovering the serpent scales on my body, I have lived in constant fear. I have reached a breaking point, uncertain of how much longer I can endure. With the current economic strain, I contemplated selling the painting. And what are your plans now? Bai Yi asked, pondering the clues, but seeking Hong Tianyu's final affirmation. You are here, which indicates that you are no ordinary individuals. I implore you to locate the seal of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, Hong Tianyu stated. I am willing to pay the price. When I left the city, I took with me a trove of treasures. Although little remains, each piece is invaluable. And what then? Once the seal is found? Song Yang inquired, excitement evident in his voice. What era are we in? Do you truly believe that merely with your numbers you can restore the heavenly kingdom? No, I have never contemplated such a notion, nor do my kin likely harbor it. The heavenly kingdom's imperial seal serves as our spiritual cornerstone. Its discovery may indeed instill within us the confidence to confront the vicissitudes of life ahead, Hong Tianyu articulated. This spiritual fortitude is beyond your imagination, thus I can find solace. Tang Sanqing, taken aback, inquired, what do you intend to do? I cannot transform into a monster. I would not survive. Moreover, should I become a beast, I might inflict harm upon my own people. Hong Tianyu regarded Tang Sanqing thoughtfully. Perhaps it is the result of my consumption of the inner elixir that allows me to perceive your cultivation. You are indeed a practitioner, are you not? A disciple of the Tao? Tang Sanqing nodded, pressing further. What do you wish for me to do? Force out the inner elixir from me, the inner elixir of that monster. Hong Tianyu stated with grave seriousness. However, Tang Sanqing's countenance shifted dramatically as he retorted, you were once an ordinary person, and it was only through the acquisition of the inner elixir that you attained your current state. You must comprehend the dire consequences of expelling the inner elixir. You may very well be reduced to ash, to non-existence. Have you considered this outcome? That is precisely the result I seek. Hong Tianyu's response left everyone in shock. At that moment, the door swung open, and the proprietor returned, kneeling as he entered. Heavenly King, you must not proceed with this. You were eavesdropping outside. Hong Tianyu's irritation was palpable. The Heavenly King has displayed unusual behavior today, which has caused me great concern, the proprietor replied, his head nearly touching the ground. For years we have lived in seclusion here, acutely aware of the changing times outside, yet reluctant to leave. Not solely due to a desire to avoid the gaze of the world, but also from an enduring affection for the heavenly kingdom. Together, we sustain its existence. With you here, the heavenly kingdom remains eternal. You are the sole descendant of the late heavenly king, blessed with his bloodline. Hong Tianyu closed his eyes. Bai Yi began to fathom his sentiments. The weight of expectation from the multitude could initially feel uplifting, yet over the years, it had rendered him utterly weary. As the embodiment of their collective spirit, the heavenly kingdom's imperial seal also represented a form of spiritual refuge. Hong Tianyu's reasoning held merit. By seeking a new spiritual anchor for them, he could finally find peace in departing. My mind is made up. From this point forward, all matters here will be entrusted to your stewardship, Hong Tianyu declared. Do you wish to witness my transformation into a monster? The proprietor found himself momentarily speechless, his eyes brimming with tears as he helplessly shook his head. If that is your decision, Heavenly King, then let it be as you deem fit. He staggered out, and Xiao Shan promptly closed the door behind him. Xiao Shan seemed to understand their plight, having been instilled with the spirit of the heavenly kingdom since childhood. They viewed Hong Tianyu as their source of strength. Should he vanish, their inner world would surely crumble. Just as he pondered, if Brother Sanqing were to disappear suddenly, what then would become of him? Hong Tianyu stepped before Tang Sanqing. I implore you, you must assist me. Tang Sanqing turned to Bai Yi, who nodded in agreement. A deal is struck. We shall aid you in locating the heavenly kingdom's imperial seal. Its disappearance surely harbors deeper secrets. I believe Fourth Miss is a pivotal figure. Once we recover the seal, we shall fulfill your wish and grant you liberation. However, if we fail to find it, you may have to endure a while longer. Very well, allow me to show you our treasures. You may choose as you wish. Hong Tianyu was overjoyed. No, we have no need for those, Bai Yi replied. Our assistance to you does not stem from a desire for your riches. Rather, we have our own objectives. Rest assured, they do not conflict. What exactly is Shen Shu investigating? This remains unclear at present, and they have yet to fulfill the mission assigned by their organization, a truly daunting task. Ambiguity is indeed intolerable. Hong Tianyu nodded. If that is the case, feel free to inquire about anything else. I shall do my utmost to provide additional clues. The fourth young lady you speak of refers to Han Baoying, does it not? Bai Yi remarked. It appears you are well acquainted with that chapter of history, Hong Tianyu replied. Bai Yi smiled in silence. Han Baoying's legendary status in the annals of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom is certainly on par with that of the renowned female, General Hong Xuanjiao. Moreover, her connection to the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom is indeed serendipitous. She was not originally one of their ranks and hailed from a respectable background. Born in the 24th year of the Daoguang era, Han Baoying was a native of Guiyang, Hunan. Her father, Han Baozhong, was a scholar who made his living through teaching. As the only daughter, she was cherished by her parents, who regarded her as their precious gem. Even in her early years, her father would hold her on his lap, meticulously teaching her to recite Tang poetry, and little Baoying could mimic the verses with remarkable accuracy. By the age of 3 or 4, she could fluently recite hundreds of Tang poems and even provide simple analyses, earning her the title of a child prodigy among the locals. In the 9th year of the Xianfeng era, the conflict between the Taiping army and the Qing forces reached Han Baoying's hometown. Han Baozhong took his family to seek refuge in the mountains. However, peace eluded them, as they soon encountered a band of local bandits who were searching the mountains for plunder. In the ensuing struggle, Han Baozhong and his wife were tragically killed by the marauders. Fortunately, Han Baoying had hidden herself in the dense grass and narrowly escaped this calamity, though the sight of her parents' demise left her in profound anguish, causing her to faint. When she eventually regained consciousness, twilight had enveloped the mountains, and an eerie silence pervaded the surroundings, with only the acrid scent of blood lingering in the air. Han Baoying's mind was a blank, and she sat in the grass, bewilderedly scanning her surroundings. Suddenly, she noticed a disciplined and formidable army marching along a nearby mountain path. Convinced that they were the troops sent to eradicate the bandits, she scrambled to the roadside and knelt in supplication, crying out for justice. The individual she encountered was the Wing King, Shi Dakai. At that time, Shi Dakai found himself in a precarious situation, under the plots devised by Hong Xuanjiao and others. Heavenly King Hong Xiuquan had urgently summoned the northern king Wei Changhui and Wing King Shi Dakai back to the capital to jointly eliminate the eastern king Yang Xiuqing. Shi Dakai, preoccupied with military affairs, was unable to leave, while Wei Changhui, summoned to the capital, orchestrated the assassination of the eastern king, effectively annihilating all the forces of the eastern Jade prefecture. Upon hearing this news, Shi Dakai believed that such an act would severely undermine the vitality of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom and hastened to Nanjing to reproach Wei Changhui. At that moment, Wei Changhui, blinded by bloodlust, not only disregarded Shi Dakai's counsel, but also harbored intentions to eliminate him. Unbeknownst to him, news of the impending danger had leaked, prompting Shi Dakai to escape the city under the cover of night. In a brutal turn of events, Wei Changhui, undeterred, ensured that Shi Dakai's entire family left in a state of utter devastation within the confines of Nanjing. In the winter of the 6th year of the Xianfeng era, Shi Dakai, with tears in his eyes, vowed to return to Nanjing to seek vengeance. Meanwhile, Hong Xiuquan had become aware of Wei Changhui's treacherous intentions and devised a plan to lure him to his demise. Urging Shi Dakai to return to the capital to oversee military and national affairs. After spending over half a year in Nanjing, Shi Dakai, recognizing the deteriorating situation, resolved to depart the capital and create a new opportunity, thus providing a potential retreat for the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. In May of the 7th year of Xianfeng, he left Nanjing, leading his forces through Anhui into Jiangxi, Zhejiang, and Fujian, capturing a significant expanse of territory. However, as the Xiang army, commanded by Zheng Guofan, gradually closed in, he was compelled to abandon the fertile lands and advance into Hunan, where Qing forces were notably weaker. During his passage through Guiyang and Hunan, Shi Dakai encountered Han Baoying, who was kneeling by the roadside, crying out in anguish. Her heart-wrenching wails profoundly stirred his spirit. Commanding his men to bring the distressed woman before him, he was struck to find that she was his own daughter, one who had been cruelly slain. Overwhelmed, he steadied himself and inquired into her grievances. Moved by the general's gentle demeanor, Han Baoying poured forth her parents' tragic tale, beseeching him to avenge their deaths. Although Shi Dakai's forces had initially intended merely to pass through the area without engaging local bandits, the sight of this woman, reminiscent of his lost daughter, softened his heart. He consented to assist Han Baoying in dealing with the marauders. With the valorous might of his troops, they swiftly dispatched over 100 bandits, achieving victory with remarkable ease. To comfort Han Baoying, Shi Dakai ordered the procurement of a coffin from a nearby town, providing a proper burial for her parents, which moved her to express her gratitude through deep bows. Following the burial, Han Baoying, now an orphan without a path forward, implored Shi Dakai to take her in, promising to serve him with unwavering loyalty. Unable to refuse her, he welcomed her into his ranks. Despite her profound gratitude, Han Baoying felt powerless to repay Shi Dakai's immense kindness, possessing nothing but her own body as a means of gratitude. Shi Dakai, who had lost his family in Nanjing, remained solitary 3 years later, with little care in his life. After resolving her feelings, Han Baoying seized an opportunity to express her intentions to Shi Dakai, only to be met with a firm refusal. No, he said, I am past 30, while you are still in the bloom of youth. How could I take advantage of your youth and beauty? Instead, let us forge a bond as father and daughter. In his heart, Shi Dakai regarded Han Baoying as a daughter, thus rejecting any notion of taking her as a wife. Han Baoying knelt in reverence, performing the rites of a devoted daughter. Originally having 3 daughters, Shi Dakai accepted Han Baoying as his adoptive daughter, and she became known as the 4th young lady, as she was the 4th in line. The 4th young lady was not idle within the army. Possessing exceptional literary talent, she took charge of administrative duties under Shi Dakai's command. The 4th young lady composed documents with an unparalleled elegance, seated gracefully at her desk, her brush dancing across the paper with the swiftness of the wind. Flanking her were 2 tables, each attended by a scholar, as she persistently wrote while dictating to her companions. In no time, she produced a multitude of words, a testament to her extraordinary literary prowess, rarely found in this world. Shi Dakai, originally a scholar himself, often felt overshadowed by her brilliance. Despite his own lofty aspirations in the literary realm, had this virtuous couple managed to defy societal constraints and bravely unite, it would have been a commendable outcome. Alas, they ultimately succumbed to convention, and Han Baoying wed Ma Deliang. The latter was a young scribe in Shi Dakai's army, characterized by his earnestness and modest demeanor, with a skill in calligraphy that, while neat, paled in comparison to the fourth young lady's talents. After their marriage, she continued to oversee the literary affairs of the military, dictating documents while her husband transcribed them, their collaboration marked by a harmonious understanding. As Shi Dakai's forces gradually advanced northward, preparing to traverse the Yangtze River into Sichuan, an urgent missive arrived from Hong Xiuquan in Nanjing, summoning him to rescue Zheng Guofan from the siege of Anqing. Having resolved to depart on his own terms, Shi Dakai seized the opportunity to have the fourth young lady compose a letter expressing his intent to march independently, a move that left Hong Xiuquan powerless to intervene. In the early spring of the first year of Tongji, Shi Dakai led his troops with great vigor into the territory of Sichuan. However, due to the stringent military governance of Governor Luo Bingzhong, his forces were consistently confined to the southeastern corner of the province, unable to penetrate its heartland. Facing insurmountable odds, Shi Dakai ultimately resolved to retreat from Junyi and Guizhou to Yunnan, where he would prepare for future endeavors. Days later, driven by a fervent desire for victory, he resolved to take a daring gamble. Leading the remaining 40,000 troops, he planned to traverse the rugged mountains of Shikong and swiftly cross the Dadu River, aiming directly for the heart of Sichuan. This ambitious plan necessitated passage through various minority territories, and Shi Dakai believed that employing a combination of threats and inducements would persuade the unrefined local chieftains to facilitate their advance. Conversely, the fourth young lady, Han Baoying, deemed this strategy perilous, warning that the unpredictable nature of these chieftains could lead to utter disaster for their army. Despite her heartfelt pleas, Shi Dakai remained resolute, dismissing her concerns. As the troops journeyed through Qinghai, they prepared to cross the river at Wangong. The path was fraught with treacherous mountains and perilous terrain, making supplies exceedingly difficult to secure. Initially, the local chieftains cooperated with them, but after several failed river crossings, they found themselves trapped in a vast canyon, where the chieftains suddenly turned hostile, obstructing their retreat and leaving them in a dire predicament. At that moment, Bai Yi and his companions had just exited Hong Tianyou's chamber, eager to leave after such a prolonged wait without any word. They were well aware that Fu Yu and Shen Bing, waiting above, must be growing increasingly anxious. As Bai Yi spoke, his words hung in the air, and the urgency of the tales felt as if they had transpired merely yesterday. Xiao Shan interjected, and then? What happened next? Did Shi Dakai perish? This remains an enduring enigma, a mystery for the ages. Bai Yi remarked, the demise of Shi Dakai has spawned numerous interpretations. The first posits that he has indeed perished. The second suggests that it was merely his double who died, while the true Shi Dakai, having departed, embraced a monastic life. The third narrative intertwines closely with the fourth young lady, who is said to have orchestrated for Ma Deliang to perish in place of Shi Dakai, subsequently rescuing him. After the tumult of war subsided, Han Baoying and Shi Dakai found refuge on a Mei mountain, renouncing their worldly lives and severing their ties to the mundane, each seeking solace within the Buddhist path. As the discourse drew to a close, the five re-emerged onto the surface, greeted by the dawn's light. There, they beheld Shen Bing and Fu Yu, half reclined in the carriage, sleeping fitfully. Suddenly, with a jolt, Shen Bing awoke, exclaiming upon sighting Bai Yi and his companions, "You have finally returned." Tang Sanqing chuckled, his stomach growling audibly before he could utter a word. Observing this, Shen Bing promptly produced provisions from the carriage, offering them to Tang Sanqing. "Come aboard and partake in a meal first." "You are truly kind," Tang Sanqing replied with a foolish grin. Shen Bing shot him a disapproving glance, insisting, "Eat while you speak." What transpired below? The five men settled into the carriage, ravenously consuming their food while recounting the events below in a fragmented yet thorough manner. Fu Yu and Shen Bing exchanged knowing glances, their astonishment palpable upon learning that Hong Tianyu was indeed the son of Hong Xiuquan. Their shock deepened as they uncovered the reason for his longevity. The revelation that he sought the heavenly kingdom's jade seal for his kin, intending to provide them with a spiritual anchor before liberating himself, left them with an inexplicable sentiment towards him. Upon concluding their tale, Fu Yu sighed. The Taiping heavenly kingdom is undeniably a legend. Regrettably, it remains ensnared in the confines of individualism, unable to escape the internecine strife and divisions, compounded by the formidable Xiong army led by the Jiang brothers, a truly extraordinary force. Fate has not favored Hong Tianyu, as he narrowly escaped death only to consume an inner elixir. Could that creature be a serpent demon? Shen Bing gasped. That was an ancient cave, over a millennium old. Tang Sanqing nodded. There exists a distinct possibility, a colossal serpent nourished by the essence of heaven and earth. Otherwise, the inner elixir would not have manifested within its body. Furthermore, Hong Tianyu is no ordinary individual. His awareness of the inner elixir suggests he harbored some ulterior motive, even if he did not anticipate the transformation of his own body. Humans and serpents are ultimately not of the same ilk, Fu Yu declared. It is indeed lamentable. Yet, in this day and age, do they still aspire to reconstruct the heavenly kingdom? It appears implausible, Bai Yi asserted firmly. Let us not overlook that they possess but a meager contingent. Having left that place, they likely struggle to navigate existence, let alone endeavor to restore the Taiping heavenly kingdom. The realm in which they currently reside is their heaven, and that alone should suffice. You pledge to assist them in locating the jade seal of the heavenly kingdom. Yet we currently possess no leads, Shen Bing lamented. All we know is that the painting may depict the scene of the seal's final disappearance. However, the relationship between the fourth young lady and Hong Suanio is quite intriguing, Fu Yu pointed out incisively. It is essential to recognize that the demise of Shi Dakai's family is inextricably linked to Hong Suanio. Given the close bond between the fourth young lady and Shi Dakai, do you truly believe she presented such a painting to Hong Tianyu out of benevolence? Bai Yi nodded repeatedly, saying, This indeed baffles me. The fourth young lady is clear in her affections and aversions. Her bond with Shi Dakai is well known, and by calculating the timeline, it is evident that before the city fell, both Shi Dakai and the fourth young lady had already vanished. How is it that she fortuitously appeared on their escape route and chose to depict that particular scene? Uncle San Chi Xie remarked. Uncle San likely possesses more knowledge than we do. His request for us to investigate this painting must be significant. Bai Yi mused, I must admit. I have misjudged this Uncle San. Song Yang spat out of the car window, exclaiming, Why must this be so cumbersome? It's truly exasperating. He suggested, Let us return first and ask Brother Lei or the Wei couple to inquire about why Uncle San wants us to trace the origins of this painting. Bai Yi then started the vehicle. Suddenly, Fu Yu burst into laughter, leaving Shen Bing somewhat perplexed. What is it? She inquired. Fu Yu replied, I was merely reminded of that pair of girls known as Liang Chun and Mei Jing. They are quite amusing. It is rare for them to dwell in such obscurity yet possess such innocence. It seems we have been frequently engaging with twins lately. First, the Bu brothers, and now, a pair of girls clad in red. Shen Bing chuckled. If those four could form two pairs, that would indeed be a coincidence. Impossible, Song Yang interjected. The brothers have both stated that romance is a frivolous use of time and a drain on one's spirit. They are, after all, exceptional individuals. As they bantered and their spirits lifted, they returned home only to find the Wei couple anxiously waiting at the door. Upon seeing the approaching vehicle, the couple hurried forward. The seven of them quickly exited the car, and Wei Qing, noticing the little fox in Fu Yu's arms, smiled broadly, saying, That little fox has truly become inseparable from you all. Bai Yi inquired, What brings you both here at this hour? Wei Yi responded, Uncle San has entrusted us with a message to deliver.